Chapter 161 Looking for Someone. There were two people in front, wearing green camouflage uniforms. They should be staff. However, it was too far away, and they wouldn't be able to see it unless everyone around them was sitting on the ground or lying down. There is a passage over there. Let's go through there, Songy whispered. There was indeed a small door on the opposite side. Good. Continuously. Some people will get up to go to the toilet or something. And a few of them are not too out of the blue. For safety reasons, they were separated. Then, without noticing, go inside the door. In fact, the door was open and a curtain was hung. Now all other entrances and exits of the high-speed rail station are closed, leaving only the lobby in front of you. Maybe it's to concentrate, so the defense is not particularly strict. People inside can also go out at will, just to reduce stress. This place is seriously overloaded. You won't know it until you look at it, and you will be shocked at first glance. In this hall, everyone is full of people lying down, one next to another, and there is something paved. Everyone's eyes were empty and lifeless, with no energy at all. Jiang Yuan was shocked. Is this a rescue center? It seems to be a reformed place, which tortures people quite a lot. Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian were also shocked. They really couldn't imagine what would happen if they came over. Stop looking and find someone quickly. Song Yi's reminder made everyone wake up from the shock. Don't forget the important things. Because only Kaiyang knew Fan Qing. No one could tell him apart. With so many people asking questions one by one, the goal was too big. Yi Mianmian held her arm tightly, fearing that the next second, this group of people would attack her. I had no choice but to see a stranger coming, and his eyes were too sharp. Although he was sitting or lying down, his hostility was obvious. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This is absolutely true. Kaiyang and Song Yi walked in front, identifying each one by one, but neither saw the person they were looking for. Jiang Yuan could only help check if there were any women in this large area. Don't be discouraged. Look at each one by one. If that doesn't work, there's still the second floor. Moreover, this high-speed rail station is connected to the subway. Judging from the situation, there are probably people inside. Ah! Yi Mianmian exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Jiang Yuan quickly turned her head to look at her, only to see Yi Mianmian jump up and then quickly run behind her. The man next to him showed a loose smile, with his big yellow teeth sticking out and looking very flat. What are you doing? Faced with the questioning, he didn't say anything, and actually reached out again, trying to continue to pull her ankles. Jiang Yuan kicked the big hand, which had not been washed for who knows how long. The nails on it were probably half a centimeter long and were filled with black mud. Hee. After being kicked, the man was not angry, but continued to laugh. Moreover, he was lying on the ground without getting up, with a black mattress underneath. The people next to me were not surprised and calm, not even excited to watch the excitement. Isn't this a problem? Let's leave quickly. Kaiyang pointed to his head and asked everyone to leave. If there is not a problem in itself, then it must be something that has been experienced. Otherwise it would not be like this. The four of them didn't linger and hurried forward. This was not the purpose of today, and they couldn't waste time. The first floor is very big. After walking around for a long time, there is still no sign of Fan Qing. Zhang Kaiyang was a little anxious. There were still so many places to see. If the second floor was included, they wouldn't be able to go back today. In addition to the lobby, there are many places here with people everywhere. In the midst of depression, I suddenly heard a quarrel. Several people turned around in unison to see that the two families had gotten into a fight over a bite of food. This time, he actually took action. After all, there were people around to watch. The essence of eating melons is engraved in one's bones. Fan Qing, where are you? Zhang Kaiyang, who was already upset, was now extremely irritable and shouted loudly. I don't know what kind of rendezvous meridians were opened, but he actually shouted loudly. Fan Qing, where are you? Fan Qing, good guy. Many people are looking over at this moment. It's even more attractive than fighting over there. Just when he was forgetting himself, a person stood up not far away, and Jiang Yuan happened to see it. He was well dressed and had short hair. He seemed to be a boy, but the figure is a bit petite after all, and she looks like a girl at first glance. Sister Yuan, look at that person coming. They really came. Kaiyang was still shouting at the top of his lungs, because his back was turned and he didn't see the girl. Kaiyang? She came closer and called out tentatively. Jiang Yuan was already sure that the person in front of her was Fan Qing. That idiot from Kaiyang didn't hear it at all, and was still shouting with his head raised. Yi Mianmian was not polite, and went up to scratch his ear, knocking his hat off. Look behind you. He wanted to scold me at first, but when he saw everyone giving him signals, Kaiyang turned around involuntarily. Fan Qing. He recognized the person opposite him almost immediately. He ran over regardless, and the two hugged each other tightly. Good guy. There are a lot of people in between. How can you become so strong? The power of love is so terrifying. Song Yi went over first, followed by Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian. Now that the person has been found, it is time to go back quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. Xiao Qing. It's really you. How did you end up like this? No wonder Zhang Kaiyang said this. Fan Qing is really not looking very good now. The clothes on his body were dirty and smelly, and his hair must have been cut by himself, as if it was chewed by a dog. His face was also dirty, and had a color similar to plateau red. This is completely different from the elegant, generous, enthusiastic and unrestrained university bully that Kaiyang described before. Kaiyang. I must be in a very embarrassed state right now. I didn't expect that you would actually come to find me. Her eyes turned red instantly as her emotions arrived. Don't cry. The weather is so cold and tears are frozen on your face. That would be bad. Zhang Kaiyang was considerate. He didn't feel anything before, but now he felt a little. Okay. I won't cry. I saw your message. Don't worry. Come with us. Let's get out of here. Good. Fan Qing didn't want to stay here, so he agreed immediately. Kaiyang held her hand tightly, and was about to introduce the three people next to her, when he heard a delicate voice. Qing. Is this your friend? Chapter 162 Cousin. Jiang Yuan looked over and saw another girl. She should be acquainted with Fan Qing. In comparison, this one is much better. At least her face is fair and clean. But her hair is a little oily. Probably because it hasn't been washed for a long time. Fan Qing's face instantly turned cold. He looked at the person in front of him and said lukewarmly, Yeah. Kaiyang was also at a loss. He had never seen this person before. He probably met him at the rescue center. Or they were the friends Fan Qing made after they broke up. Hello. I am Fan Yao, Qing's cousin. We will all be friends from now on. She gave a big smile. But no one came to shake her hand. Embarrassing. Somewhat embarrassing. Qing. Xiaoyu went out to get some water for me. When he comes back later, let's wash our hair together. Your hair is all curled together. As he said that, he walked over gently and reached out to touch her head. Fan Qing immediately dodged, as if he couldn't avoid it. No. You can wash it yourself. Kaiyang. Let's go! Wait a minute. Are you leaving here? Kaiyang didn't know why, thinking that they were all sisters, so it wasn't easy to be too separate. Yes. I'm here to pick up Qing. Good guy. This sentence just stung a hornet's nest. Fan Yao actually burst into tears in an instant. With the ability to shed tears in this second, it would be a pity not to become an actor. Qing. You can't ignore me. Let me go with you. Fan Qing took out his hand without leaving a trace, without any warmth in his words. Let Li Tianyu take care of you. I can't afford it. Qing. It's not like that. Listen to me. It's really not like that. We are sisters. Our bones are broken and our tendons are connected. I came to Shishir to seek refuge with you. You can't ignore me. Otherwise my second uncle and second aunt will be sad. Fan Qing's face was not very good, and he looked at Fan Yao with a burst of output. You are so shameless. What does your life and death have to do with me? I tell you, don't kidnap me morally in the future. I don't want to accept this. Get out of here. Get out. It's impossible. Fan Yao actually cried. The kind of pear blossoms with rain. How could it be a bit similar to Bai Mingming's feeling? Yi Mianmian slapped her elbow, looking down on this kind of person. Sister Yuan. Look. We girls don't do this. Men like this the most. And they will act coquettishly and show weakness. Song Yi next to him glanced at it, squinted his eyes, and shook his head. I can see it too. Forehead. There is a feeling of being caught for speaking ill of others. Yi Mianmian stuck out her tongue and said nothing, waiting to see Kaiyang's movements. He was also wavering, and kept looking at Fan Qing. Qing. Can I kneel down for you? Don't leave me alone. Just when he was about to kneel down, a man rushed over and pulled up Fan Yao, who was next to him. Fan Qing. You are bullying Yao again. Good guy. My boyfriend is super strong. Shut up. Are your eyes just for show? She refused to let me go, and was looking at me. When did I bully her? Xiaoyu. Don't be angry. It has nothing to do with Qingqing. It's her friend, who came to pick her up. I am helpless here and just want to go with him. Good guy. It's better not to explain. Li Qianyu also noticed a few people next to him. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Qingqing. Tell your friend to bring me and Xiaoyu with you. You know what day it is here. I will die. Please. This time. She really knelt down. And Li Tianyu did not stop her. Instead, he looked at Fan Qing expectantly. Why is this man so unruly? I'm sorry. I'm living under someone else's roof. So I can't control that much. Fan Qing said, and was about to leave. But Fan Yao refused to let him go. The sound was louder just now. And many people around had strangely envious expressions. As we watched, more and more people were approaching. If the stalemate continued, no one would be able to leave. The two families nearby who were cracking down on counterfeiting also stopped. As if official people were coming. After they were separated, Song Yi pulled his scarf over his nose, exposing only his eyes. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time. Let's fight quickly. Yeah. Okay. Qingqing. Let's hurry up. If not, take them with us. There are quite a few empty houses in our community. Fan Qing didn't want to take it. But now he had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, no one can leave. Shut up and leave. You agreed? That's great. Qingqing. I knew you were the kindest person. Fan Yao was very happy, and pulled her cousin's arm. Fan Qing shook her off several times. But she still held on tightly. When you get to the door, go through the hall where you were just waiting. And you can go out. With victory in sight. There was chaos outside. They tricked us all the way here. And now we don't have a place to stay or food to eat. What do you want? It's true. They're all freezing to death. There are so many old people and children. Everyone fought hard with them. Just rise up. That's it. For a time, the crowd was indignant. This endless waiting is really heartbreaking. Don't make any noise. The space is limited now. We are vigorously coordinating. Please don't mess up. However, no one continued to listen. Song Yi pulled Jiang Yuan quickly with quick eyes and hands, while Yi Minyan was still hanging behind her. They all hid behind this man. And Zhang Kaiyang protected Fan Qing. The crowds of people in front of her, mixed with shouts and insults, made her scalp numb. And, as soon as one person started, everyone around him flocked to it. The entrance to the hall, here, is also crowded with people watching the fun. Go this way. Song Yi took a group of people, and set off from the edge. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties. This was the safest way. However, this hall is really not small. And it will take them a lot of time to go around it. Bang. Halfway through, I suddenly heard a discordant sound. Is this gunshot? The messy hall suddenly became quiet. And when I turned around, I saw a bunch of people coming in at the door. The leader, holding a weapon, seemed to be a ruthless character. Song Yi's hands clenched tightly unconsciously, because they were so close just now. Jiang Yuan could feel a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Do you know him? The voice was very soft. And the other party didn't answer. Or maybe didn't want to answer. The team of people also walked to the center of the crowd. And everyone waited attentively and breathlessly. Pa. Pa. After two sounds, there was a scream, followed by someone covering their mouth tightly. Listen to me. Since you need our help, you must obey the order. Otherwise, this is what will happen. Chapter 163 Song Yi's Old Acquaintance. As soon as these words came out, many people stopped. After all, what they are holding is a real thing. The two leaders were knocked to the ground. And the rest were silent, and did not dare to speak out, for fear that they would be the next to suffer a disaster. Go! Jiang Yuan gently pulled Song Yi's sleeve, and he came back to his senses. The people in front were still talking, because there were so many people. They were surrounded by people on 3 levels inside, and 3 levels outside. Their movements were not very obvious. They just walked out bit by bit. After finally arriving at the entrance, Jiang Yuan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when 3 people came in. They came here running, all wearing military green coats. What a coincidence. I happened to meet them. The person taking the lead was wearing leather gloves and holding a piece of paper in his hand. It should be a list or something. Catching Song Yi's eyes off guard, the man was stunned for a moment. Captain, is that you? What's the situation? Song Yi knows the official people, This is too fantasy. Captain Song. I'm Erguzi. Look at me. Good guy. This name is really amazing. However, this Erguzi was very excited and gave Songy a big bear hug. Good guy. You can recognize it with just one pair of eyes. It's amazing. Songy did not deny it. After a long time, he pushed the person away. Why are you hugging me? What do two grown men look like? Captain Song. You are finally back. Let me tell you. The brothers miss you very much. The movement here really alarmed the other end. Looking at the man in the lead, Jiang Yuan felt that his temperament was very similar to Song Yi's. Both cold and powerful. Song Yi, are you back? Hearing this, he also said coldly, Mochi. Long time no see. Yeah. Long time no see. Today is a good day. Let us brothers get together. Haha. The man named Mochi suddenly laughed and felt very happy. I don't know. He really thought it was the feeling of meeting good friends or meeting an old friend in a foreign country. However, Jiang Yuan has been in sales for so many years, and she is very good at observing people's emotions and understanding people's hearts. The two of them are definitely not as harmonious as they appear on the surface. No. I'm here to pick up someone today. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. See, she just said it wasn't that good. Hey, Song Yi, where are you going? There will be a heavy snowstorm in the next 2 days. This is the safest place. Stay and let us brothers protect this home together. Mochi spoke sincerely and had the attitude of a leader. Yes, Captain Song. Just stay. Erguzi also comforted him, seeing that he seemed to be quite dependent on Song Yi. No, I can't help you with my body. I still have a little one at home, so I won't keep him any longer. Little one? How is it? I miss it so much. Song Yi looked at Erguzi and his attitude finally softened. It's very good. You should also take care of yourself. Let's go! Then, he nodded to Mochi and took the lead to leave. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind. This person is really not simple. Now the rescue center is obviously controlled by this group of people, and Song Yi knows them all. Moreover, if things go wrong, he is still the leader of this group of people. What is his true identity? It's so hard to guess. Brother Song, you are so awesome. You actually know someone from the official. Well, let's go quickly. We won't be able to come back for a while. Song Yi didn't want to say anything more. The distance here was not close, and several people speeded up. Jiang Yuan took the lead and went to find the hidden ice cart. Yi Mianyan followed her, and the rest of the people stood guard nearby. Now we only have 3 ice trucks, but there are 7 people. What should we do about this? Originally I just wanted to pick up Fan Qing, but unexpectedly 2 more appeared in the middle. Qing, you can't ignore me. It's so complicated outside now, and I can't trust you alone. Fan Yao was afraid that she would not want to take them with her, so she hurriedly took a preemptive strike, focusing on the attitude of a good sister. Now that you are out too, let's just say goodbye. That's alright. We must be together. 2 eldest brothers. I'm very light. I can squeeze in anywhere. Seeing what Fan Qing said, Fan Yao became a little anxious and instantly changed her target to Song Yi and Kai Yang. Yes, Yao Yao and I have no place to go now. We can still take care of each other if we are together. Not to be outdone, Li Qianyu always felt that he had to go along this time. Fan Qing looked at Kai Yang with some embarrassment. Can you take them with you? Kai Yang didn't dare to make the decision on his own, so he looked at Song Yi next to him. The other party nodded and didn't say anything. Okay, let's make do with it then, and let's go back together. With this guarantee, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Yao, this is the last time I will help you. Don't kidnap me morally under any pretense in the future. Qing, don't get me wrong. I'm just afraid that you can't do it alone. The innocent little white flower came online, and immediately there was another tearful scene. No need to talk about those useless things. What I owe you, and what our family owes to your family has been repaid long ago. This time is the last time. You promise. Perhaps Fan Qing's attitude was too insistent, but Fan Yao actually nodded obediently. What happens next is more embarrassing. Several people discussed it for a long time before finally settling on it. Jiang Yuan still took Yi Mianyan, Kai Yang and Song Yi to change the ice cart. Song Yi skated on a small ice skate and took Li Qianyu with him. Kai Yang took the 2 sisters Fan Qing and Fan Yao with him in a big ice truck. It's already 3 o'clock. We have to leave quickly. Drive quickly and head east. The weather is about to get cold now, and with the skateboarding on ice, The situation is not very good. The 4 of them were well packaged. But the remaining 3 were not so well. Especially Fan Yao, who didn't even have a hat on her clothes. Her face was red from the cold, and she could only keep hiding behind Kai Yang. As a result, the center of gravity was unstable, and the ice truck of the 3 people failed to control it well and overturned. No. Eldest sister. What are you doing? Sit down by yourself. Don't you know? Even though I wear a lot of clothes, it still hurts when I fall. Fan Yao is so wronged. I'm too cold. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Song Yi glanced at it and ignored it. Jiang Yuan also continued to move forward with Yin Yin. Sister Yuan, have you seen it? This Fan Yao doesn't seem to be able to deal with Fan Qing. Did you see it too? These 2 people seem to have a grudge. Let's stay away. How can we leave? Kai Yang lives with me. That Fan Yao doesn't look like a fuel-saving lamp at first glance. He is also following a man. It will be troublesome to go back. What she said is true. Yin Yin, you have to be careful, and don't let others take notice of you. You have so much food at home. Chapter 164. What kind of urgent bitch? One sentence sent chills all over Yin Yin's body. Sister Yuan, don't you think they all live on the 20th floor? There won't be any extra rooms. Moreover, if these people were together, her and Grandma's safety would still not be guaranteed. It's okay for Zhang Kaiyan to be alone. But Fan Yao and Li Tianyu are not good at first glance. It's really hard to do. I don't know. There were too many people just now. Look at Fan Yao. If we don't agree to bring her back together, she will definitely not give up. If we get into a fight and the people around us surround us, no matter how powerful we are, it will be in vain. Thinking about it carefully, Yin Yin's heart sank even more. What is this? It's so annoying. Those 2 sisters don't feel like they have a good relationship. If they get into trouble later, it's really going to be a problem. Yin Yin felt that many things at home were in the living room. It would definitely be no problem for him to eat the supplies from Kai Yang by himself. But now that she has 3 more mouths, it would be quite bad if she really gets her idea in the head. Pay more attention. Speaking of this, she was not in a good mood. Now the weather has become colder and darker. Jiang Yuan slid to the bottom in one breath. From the northern suburbs to the eastern suburbs, she also encountered several waves of people on the road. But she did not meet them head-on. Mainly, the speed of the ice truck is too fast. At the foot of the mountain, Song Yi was waiting in front, and Jiang Yuan quickly caught up with him, leaving only Kai Yang and the Fan sisters. We'll be home soon. But it's so cold. Yeah. Look. There's someone coming over there. There is an old community next to here, but it is now buried in ice. These people kept coming over. 1, 2. In the end, there were more than a dozen. They have guys in their hands, and they look like they are not easy to mess with. Although they were far apart, the group of people were very fast. Hurry up. Their shoes are all covered with cloth. It turns out that this is the case. Kaiyang also caught up. Quick. Kaiyang. Don't waste time. There was no rest time left for him. So Jiang Yuan quickly took the ice pick and prepared to go back. Looking at the person who was about to catch up, she suddenly had an idea and took out the plastic beads from her backpack. They are all in bunches, and each bunch is estimated to contain 200 to 300 pieces. Yin Yin, take it, untie this bead, and throw it on the ice. Good. Yin Yin did not dare to be careless and quickly took it. The thin rope was very tough. She took out the dagger from her pocket, which Jiang Yuan had left for her when they were in the service area. With a crash, the rope broke, and the beads poured out and fell on the ice. Get some more and throw them behind us. Good. This operation was indeed effective. When the group of people came over, they could not walk steadily even if the soles of their shoes were covered with cloth. All sorts of things. Stumbling. You deserve it. Like a clown. Yin Yin could look back. Jiang Yuan was struggling to move forward, but she could also imagine what it looked like over there. The speed of going up the mountain is naturally much slower than on the flat ground. Fortunately, I finally got home before 5:30. It's getting dark now, and it's really cold. When we reached the 7th floor, we didn't meet anyone else. Everyone stopped and put away the ice truck. There were too many people, and they were all friends of Kaiyang. So we went directly to the 20th floor. Jiang Yuan and Song Yi said they would go back and change clothes first, and then come down. I just happened to check in with my parents that they were safe. But who knew that in less than 10 minutes, there would actually be a quarrel down there? When Yin Yin opened the door, She was still a little helpless. Ching, don't be stubborn. I am your sister. I can still harm you. I don't know what he said before. But Fan Qing didn't give in. I said, you too. Please keep your voices down. This building is not safe. The two looked at Jiang Yuan. And Fan Qing was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Her attitude was okay. Before Jiang Yuan could speak, Fan Yao spoke again. Yes, Ching, let's all keep our voices down. It's not good for others to hear us. By the way, I just saw you throwing beads on the ground and making those people fall down. Well, that seems to be the case. Don't do this next time. Those people are very pitiful. It's so cold that even a fall would be uncomfortable. Yi Mian looked at each other in confusion. Was he blaming them? Sister, please figure it out. Those people have evil intentions towards us. The glaring knives are all on display. But you can't see it? But we had already left, and they couldn't catch up with us. We have to be merciful and merciful. Oh my god. What kind of virgin bitch is this? How funny. We were wrong in self-defense. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sneer coldly. Seeing that she was angry, Kai Yang quickly came out to smooth things over. Sister Yuan, don't be angry. Come and sit down. I just made ginger cola, which is just right for you to drink. With that said, let them come and sit here on the sofa. Yi Mian couldn't stand this Fan Yao either, so he pulled Jiang Yuan over. I brought disposable cups over and poured them for everyone. Fan Yao and Li Qianyu hadn't eaten delicious food for a long time. Now they drank Coke, which was still warm. The taste is simply too beautiful to behold. Wow, Kaiong, your family has a lot of food. When she said this, several people looked ugly, including Li Tianyu, whose eyes were filled with greed. Fan Qing was okay. Although he was shocked, he was not like these two people. Fan Yao, I have asked someone to bring you out. Let's go our separate ways for the rest of the journey. What do you mean? Qing, we are here. We are not familiar with this place. Where do you want us to go? As he spoke, he burst into tears, which was really annoying to watch. Okay, don't cry all the time. We made it very clear just now. Taking you away is the last thing I do for you. From now on, just be strangers. Good guy. If you say there is no grudges between them, she will never believe it. Yes, Qing, don't do too much. We are all in this together. Shut up. I can't help but bring you out. What qualifications does a useless dirty cucumber have to talk to me? Fan Qing, don't go too far. As Li Tianyu said this, he was about to rise up and stood in front of Fan Qing. After all, he didn't have any extra moves. It seems that the relationship between these people is very messy. Yi Mian grabbed a handful of melon seeds and gave them to Jiang Yuan, winking, so that she could eat them with peace of mind. Kaiong, if there is an unoccupied house, let them move there. He said it before, and Fan Qing also remembered it. Yes, since we can't get along well, then you can go downstairs. Chapter 165 The Fan Family's Past. How can that be done? We are not familiar with this place. No matter who knows who has lived at any place you find for us. I wouldn't dare. Fan Yao was a little anxious. She had to follow Fan Qing all the time. If you want to throw her away now, that is absolutely impossible. You don't have to be like this. I promised you that I would find a place for you, and I have done my best to do so. If you don't want to, then go with him. Fan Qing pointed at Li Qianyu, as if his strength had been drained. Kaiong held her shoulders and gave her silent comfort. Yi Mian didn't want the two of them to stay. When there were more people, there would be more conflicts. Moreover, it is inconvenient to do anything. This house isn't that good either. All the people who lived there before are dead. So we're fine. There's nothing to worry about. Fan Yao was unwilling to give in and wanted to say something else. But Li Tianyu understood it. Okay. We listen to you. Thank you for bringing me and Yao out. Although Fan Yao didn't understand, she chose to remain silent. Kaiong was thinking about his previous house, and he didn't know what it was like now. Then let's go and take a look at the 9th floor. When he said this, Jiang Yuan also understood the deeper meaning and followed him down. It was occupied by someone before, but now there is no one there. But the house is also very messy. I feel so sorry for his house. Now I can only part with it. You can live here from now on. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room are just enough for you to sleep in. With that said, he handed them a key. But we have nothing. If we continue like this, We will starve to death. I will give you some food. And while it hasn't snowed yet in the past 2 days, you can go out and find some supplies. The weather is so cold, so we should at least stock up on some wood. As soon as Zhang Kaiyang finished speaking, Fan Qing took over. That's all we can do. The rest is up to you. I won't help you anymore. Although he was unwilling to leave 2 people behind, there was nothing he could do. Kaiyang did not break his promise and brought some simple food to them. He even brought a gas tank over. The previous group of people had left some pots and pans, so there was no need to give them away. Although Jiang Yuan didn't agree very much. She didn't say anything. Everyone has their own choice, and she can't control it. Gathered in the living room of 2002, Grandma Yi got up and cooked rice wine dumplings for everyone. It was also the first time for Fan Qing to formally speak to everyone. And he seemed a little nervous. I have caused trouble to everyone. From now on, no one has to worry about Fan Yao's affairs. Just pretend that you don't know her. Kaiyang also had many questions. And naturally he did not shy away from these 3 people. After all, I am accompanying you today, and my life may be in danger. Qing, what's going on with you 3? Fan Qing looked at Kaiyang, a little embarrassed to say anything, but he still said it. After we graduated, I went out for an internship. You went to graduate school, so you don't know how hard the work is. At that time, I was in my workplace and was squeezed out by older employees. Li Qianyu appeared at this moment, and we became together later. In the 2nd year after graduation, when you were in your 2nd year as a graduate student, my cousin came to Shisha to look for a job. Let nature take its course, and we lived together. Li Qianyu came to see me one time, and the 2 of us got to know each other. As for when they hooked up, I only found out about it when I arrived at the rescue center. It turned out that Li Qianyu was in a relationship with Fan Qing before, but later felt that she was too indifferent. Just getting together with Fan Yao. These 2 people are shameless. During the period when Jihan was at home, Li Qianyu moved to Fan Qing's place on the pretext that the rent was due and the landlord did not renew the lease. Although they lived on the sofa, the 2 of them flirted with each other all day long. She didn't even notice that she was being plotted by them to eat and drink. Later, when they arrived at the rescue center, Fan Qing indeed had nothing left. And then his true colors were revealed. She was there alone, helpless, and had no choice but to swallow her anger. Zhang Kaiyang felt distressed after hearing this, and Jiang Yuan thought he would be angry. But if it's just a cousin, forget it. Now that the relationship between the 3 of them is so messy, she is actually willing to bring these 2 people out. I really don't know what she thinks. I think you seem to be very good to Fan Yao? Fan Qing smiled mockingly, feeling a little speechless. My dad works in a unit in our small county town, and he takes over my grandfather's shift. That was the case in those days. When employees got old, family members could take over the work. It just so happened that my dad was dating my mom at that time, and my grandpa asked him to have a formal job. Therefore, this spot was given to my father, and it was my uncle who was initially reserved. Therefore, over the years, my dad has always felt that he was the one who robbed my uncle of his life and devoted himself to their family. As for Fan Yao, once we went skating together, I fell into an ice cave and she rescued me. After saying this, Jiang Yuan understood. If you fall into an ice hole and are not rescued in time and swept away, you will die. But over the years, our family has basically been returning favors. Everything from the house and car to the tuition fees for the 2 siblings' schooling to the grain, oil, rice, and noodles at home are all paid for by my family. If she shows weakness, we will be in trouble. I've had enough of her, and this will be the last time. Unexpectedly, there is such a hidden secret in it. It seems that Fan Qing has had enough. That's why I had to go to another place to go to college. But I didn't expect that she would still come after me. Ever since she was little, she wants all my things. As he said this, he smiled to himself. It can be seen that Fan Yao's character is not a good person, and even his brother-in-law can rob him. So he is also a top-notch person. It's okay. Qing, we will ignore them from now on and let them fend for themselves. After figuring out the cause and effect, Song Yi and Jiang Yuan left. After all, they probably have a lot to say about their ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends. They won't bother me. And it's getting late. Jiang Yuan returned home, said a few words to her parents, and then went back to rest. Qin Yu also left some food for her, but she had no stomach to eat. So Jiang Xingyi asked her to go back to sleep. After a day of hard work, I am tired. Jiang Yuan tidied up briefly and got into bed quietly. Shan Wan had already fallen asleep for fear of waking up the child. Now, the things at home are basically fine. Just wait quietly for the blizzard to come. In her previous life, she never lived like this. Now that I think about it, it's still quite sad. I don't know if Bai Mingming succeeded in taking revenge. I don't know if the mother and son of the Xia family are still alive. All grievances must be settled before the blizzard. She also wanted to go to Building 9 to give herself and her daughter an explanation. Chapter 166. Falling in love with Song Yi. However, before Jiang Yuan went there was another commotion downstairs. He even came and knocked on the door. Daughter, you stay at home. I'll go take a look. Dad, you stay at home. I'll go. Things in the Fan family are too complicated for Dad to handle. Not to mention anything else. An ex-boyfriend and an ex-girlfriend belong to Sister Saner and brothers here. If you keep cutting, it will still become messy. As soon as she went out, she saw Song Yi, who pinched his eyebrows. Obviously helpless. What's going on? Why are you making such a big fuss? Go down and take a look. It's not convenient for me. Indeed. He is a grown man. All she heard were the quarrels between the Fan sisters. And Jiang Yuan's heart sank. After opening the door at the top of the stairs, the three of them were stunned. Sorry. I'll take her down right now. Fan Qing was a little embarrassed. Looked at Jiang Yuan and Song Yi, and quickly reached out to pull Fan Yao. The other party also realized it, and hurriedly slapped her hand away, jumped forward, and reached the 21st floor corridor. Song Yi reflexively took a step back and kept a distance from Fan Yao. Brother Song and Sister Yuan, please give me your opinion. I will come and join Fan Qing alone. She was so nice. She didn't care about anything. The room was extremely cold, and she was keeping warm upstairs. Saying that, I hid my face and cried. Good guy. This man is really not afraid of the cold. He has cried so many times since yesterday. Fan Yao, you're almost done. I told you. When I came here, I also defected to Kaiyang. You came by yourself and brought one with you. What did we say? I told you yesterday that it was the last time, and I didn't care about you anymore. What happens next is entirely up to you. Fan Yao was naturally unhappy. According to her usual practice, she had to eat Fan Qing hard. You don't even look at it. It's freezing cold now. What do you want me to do? Qing, you are so heartless. Jiang Yuan really couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't this a complete moral kidnapping? Keep your voice down. If you alert everyone else in the building, you won't be able to reap the benefits. Seeing her bad attitude, Fan Yao felt even more aggrieved. I told you very clearly that in this situation, no one cares about anyone else. What I owe you and what our family owes you has been repaid long ago. From now on, we will be individuals. Did you hear it? People said it so clearly. So don't come here and be so blind. How annoying. She didn't expect that Yi Minyan would actually say that, because she didn't like Fan Yao anymore. However, she doesn't usually act like this, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, get down quickly. Don't be embarrassed here. Zhang Kaiyan also thinks that this cousin is really annoying. It's dawn now. You go out and find something for yourself. Qing and I are not your parents and have no obligation to care about you. Li Tianyu, you are also a man. There is no point in hiding anymore. What I said is really challenging. Zhang Kaiyang had never forgotten Fan Qing. But now that he saw him, he was naturally extremely jealous. Moreover, this person did such a thing, which was even more disgusting. Li Tianyu, who was named, reluctantly came up from downstairs. Yao Yao, they're right. Let's go out and find something. Fan Yao was naturally unwilling. What was the weather like outside? She didn't want to suffer. He looked at Song Yi in front of him as if asking for help, but he seemed not to notice, putting his hands in his pockets, waiting to see Li Tianyu's reaction. Sure enough, the man's face was not very good. He passed Yi Minyan and the other two people and pulled her away directly. His movements were not gentle. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. Fan Qing was also alone, and he didn't know the situation with Kaiyang Yang, so he felt embarrassed. Let's go downstairs. Several people did not object. Zhang Kaiyang had to give everyone an explanation for this matter. So, there used to be 4 people sitting together, but now there are 5 people. Qing, please boil some hot water for everyone. Good. Fan Qing heard this and went to the kitchen. Because it's not far away. You can basically hear what you say. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, Sister Mian, Qingqing and I have reconciled. We were young and ignorant before. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, she will live with us from now on. After saying that, he actually lowered his head shyly. Good guy. What kind of innocent boy is this? Fan Qing also came out of the kitchen and sat next to Kai Yang. Last night, he also told Fan Qing about the situation here. Knowing that these people were all his alliance partners, the man tidied up and felt much refreshed. Yesterday, I looked dusty, but now I'm clean and looking really pretty. I've caused trouble to everyone. Regarding Fan Yao's matter, I promise it won't happen again. Yi Mian became angry when he mentioned this. I'm not blaming you. Qingqing, that cousin of yours is really weird. If it happens again next time, I won't be polite. What's wrong? Mian, don't be angry. As if she had found a backer. Yi Mian was spitting out beans. And she said it all. Sister Yuan, you don't know? There was a scene last night. In the middle of the night. If it's cold down there, I have to come up to stay. Kaiyang asked them to live on the sofa. But she said she was not used to it. Seeing as my grandma and I live together, it's convenient to say that both of them are women. But I didn't want to. They actually pushed the door open and went in. They really didn't regard themselves as outsiders. I was so angry. In this case, it is indeed quite suffocating. With no sense of boundaries at all. That's not all. She actually asked me to give her an electric mattress to use. She's so shameless. Fan Qing was also embarrassed. After all, what Yi Mian said was true. If it weren't for her, Fan Ya wouldn't have come. It's the same thing in the morning. I haven't even gotten up yet. So I'm shouting here and there. Asking for everything. I'm so angry. Don't blame her for being angry. Zhang Kaiyang also feels bad. Qingqing, I don't think she's willing to give up since she didn't get any benefits. You don't have to worry about me. I told you. We will be strangers to her from now on. And Li Tianyu. We must also be careful. Although he is a scumbag, he is very scheming and may take revenge on us. Yesterday, Zhang Kaiyang gave her an overview of what happened in the building. Plus, from what she saw at the rescue center, she knew everything was different. We rescued him, gave him food, and found him a place to stay. What else does he want to do? Zhang Kaiyang was a little unhappy. Especially since this guy had hurt the girl he liked. That person does not show up every time. However, I feel that the one we need to guard against the most right now is Fan Yao. Why? She is a girl. With no strength to tie a chicken. And she can't figure it out. She may have a crush on Song Yi. Chapter 167 Xia Chaoyang's tragic situation. What? Except for Yi Mian. Kaiyang and Fan Qing all opened their mouths. Simply, it was off the mark. Sister Yuan is right. Look. She just kept rubbing herself against Brother Song. When Yi Mian said this, the remaining two people also understood. How could she do this? Fan Qing couldn't accept it and felt a little embarrassed. It's common. After a day of contact yesterday, she must have discovered that Song Yi still has a relatively strong voice among our group of people. Moreover, there are only two boys, and Zhang Kaiyang is you. So her target can only be him. Jiang Yuan said it very clearly. And she didn't think it was anything. It was all for survival. Fan Qing couldn't accept it. How could she do this? Li Qianyu is still here. That's all. Anyway, that man doesn't look that good. He's not as good as Brother Song. What Yi Mian said was true. Song Yi was really much better than that Li Tianyu. Moreover, there is still stock at home. I said, don't let me see her next time. Song Yi spoke calmly, obviously not liking being plotted like this. It's good for everyone. It's strange to be happy. Did you notice that there don't seem to be any drones coming today? Well, I don't know when the snow will start to fall. Why don't we go out and get some firewood or something while the weather is still okay? The weather is already so cold now. And with a heavy snowfall, it will definitely be unbearable. It is still necessary to collect more firewood. Jiang Yuan's house didn't have much firewood. But there was a lot of furniture in the space. So there was no point in going out. I won't go. There is enough firewood at home, and there is electricity. I have enough at home. If you go out, don't go too far. Song Yi said this, indicating that he would not go either. Only Kaiyang and Yi Mian are left. Or in other words, Li Tianyu and Fan Yao can be called. Otherwise, if there is no use for it later, those two people will come up to ask for it. So why not take it with you to stock up? After the agreement was made, the four people separated. Jiang Yuan was going to building No. 9 in the evening, and she didn't know what the situation was there now. She still needs to bring the sleeve arrow that Song Yi gave her. It is very useful and convenient. This time, she didn't plan to alarm anyone. The hatred in her past life, and this life, was all her own business. There are not many people at night. So if that is not possible, it is a kind of insurance to still be able to enter the space. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu didn't know what she was thinking. So they continued to exercise as usual during the day. In the evening, I made an excuse to go downstairs and quietly went out. Building No. 9 is diagonally opposite to building No. 13. So it is very convenient to get there. Jiang Yuan was wrapped very tightly. The situation here was similar to that of their building. They both entered on the 7th floor. Bai Mingming said last time that they were on the 18th floor. If nothing else, it would be 1802. It was only after 9 o'clock. The whole building was lifeless, and her movements were very light. When she got to the place, she knocked on the door directly. It would take a lot of effort to open this kind of security door by herself. I came here to take revenge today, so there is no need to be secretive. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door was very harsh, and even more eerie in the empty corridor. She didn't block the people. And sure enough, 2 minutes later, the door clicked open. It was Bai Mingming. She was wearing an ill-fitting coat, and the room was dim. Come in. Jiang Yuan was not used to this feeling, as if she was waiting for her on purpose, and she didn't know what the situation was like inside. So, she turned on the night light and turned it on to the lowest setting. However, it could also light up the entire house. Sit down. Bai Mingming sat casually on the sofa, picked up a cigarette and lit it. The curtains were drawn inside the room, making it extremely depressing. I thought you would have to come in a few days, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Do you want to meet Xia Chaoyang? Although the tone was questioning, it left no room for her at all. Bai Mingming quickly stood up, went to the storage room, and dragged Xia Chaoyang out. Oh my god! In just a few days, this person has been tortured beyond measure. His hands were tied with a rope, and his whole body was shaking violently. The moment he saw Jiang Yuan clearly, the hope of life suddenly burst out in his eyes. Whoa! He shook his head wildly, trying to attract Jiang Yuan's attention. Bai Mingming went up and kicked him, then pulled the rag from his mouth. Jiang Yuan, it's really you. Help me quickly. This woman is crazy. She found it funny. Xia Qiang was really unmanly. I think she's in good condition. Why is she so crazy? She's just crazy. She ate my mother and wants to eat me. Look, the meat on my legs is gone. As he said this, his eyes were filled with fear. Indeed, his thighs and calves were covered with gauze, and there were faint blood stains. I ate your mother. What about you? How did you survive so many days when you had nothing? When she asked, Xia Chaoyang was speechless. Ha ha ha. Bai Mingming's laughter burst out at the right time, and she even cried a few tears because she was working too hard. Because he ate most of his mother's food, including his own meat, which also went into his stomach. Visible panic filled Xia Chaoyang's eyes. No, Jiang Yuan. Don't believe her. I was confused by her. Please help me. Our family can be together well. Xiaowan can't live without his father. Oops. Now I know what Xiaowan is about. This is because he knows her weakness. It's a pity that in this life, she will not soften her heart just because of a few words. Okay. Your daughter is your treasure, and my son is your meal. Xia Chaoyang, you really deserve to die. Bai Mingming went berserk, and slapped her mouth at him. Again and again. Jiang Yuan, please help me quickly. She is really crazy. You don't know how she tortured me. Kill this crazy woman quickly. Jiang Yuan looked at him, feeling a little happy in her heart. Didn't you choose this path yourself? Why? Do you regret it? Yes. I regret it. It's my fault. I'm sorry for you. I'm a bastard. Please save me. What a pity. There is no regret medicine in this world. A scumbag like you would not regret dying. She didn't expect Bai Mingming to be so cruel and torture Xia Chaoyang to the point of death. If she had come a few days later, she would have really died. Did you hear that? No one can help you. Don't you love Xiaodong? Then go down and accompany him. Go! Bai Mingming scolded loudly, her eyes filled with madness that she had never seen before. Chapter 168 The Death of the Scumbag. As she said that, She went up and kicked Xia Chiyang a few more times. The opponent was frightened by this sudden blow and had no way to dodge. So he could only struggle in vain. Jiang Yuan. Please save me quickly. I really know I was wrong. Give me a chance. This crazy woman will kill me. Humph. You still want her to save you. But there's no way. What's your situation now? You're not even a man. I'll save you and go back to your old age. When he mentioned this, he gritted his teeth with hatred. By Mingming. You vicious woman. I want to kill you. Why didn't those 3 people kill you? Bitch. I'm a bitch. Who is the bitch? Jiang Yuan. You still don't know where we met. This guy didn't just divorce you because of me. After you got married? He was not idle. Looking everywhere. Xia Chiyang was a little nervous and explained quickly. Yuan. Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't. I was just confused. I promise that I will live a good life with you in the future, and there will never be a next time. Jiang Yuan hugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. Dog bites dog. Both mouths are hairy. Am I talking nonsense? You really think you are a good person. But you are like a big fool. Even the devil doesn't believe you. Well, what I said seems to have been taken into consideration. By Mingming. If it weren't for you, I would have a good family, and my wife and children wouldn't be separated. You bitch. Bah. I feel cheap now. Have you forgotten how you clung to me? That's so embarrassing to say. Jiang Yuan still didn't speak. It was quite enjoyable to watch these 2 people go from true love to dislike each other and insult each other. I'm telling you. You look like a loser. Who will want you anytime soon? Jiang Yuan. You still don't know. I told him that there is no food at home. And his mother is too old. Or, shut up. Shut up. By Mingming. I will kill you. Xia Qiang knows that Jiang Yuan is his only hope now. And he must not let her do anything bad. Unfortunately, he was injured and his hands and feet were tied up. After struggling twice, he didn't move even a step. The eyes were already bloodshot. And they were dilated. Which was quite scary. Why? I have to say whether I dare to do it or not. You said it yourself. Since your mother is useless, she should contribute to you. You are the one who cut me off with the first knife. Did I wrong you? It's all because of you. You vicious woman. You encouraged me. I encourage you. Why don't you be ashamed? When you eat, you are more positive than anyone else. Jiang Yuan. You know, he is afraid that the meat will not taste good if it has been left for a long time. Every time after cutting, he had to give the old woman some medicine. I begged him many times. But he was reluctant to give her a quick cut. Such a good son is really hard to find. Xia Qiang knew that it was too late to say anything now. Bai Mingming had completely broken up with him. And he just wanted Jiang Yuan not to save him. This woman is so vicious. Am I not good enough to you? Why do you treat me like this just because I didn't save you? You're good to me. So what's better? You watched me being dragged away by others, and were indifferent. Take advantage of my absence and attack my son. He is also your son. The tiger's venom can't even eat its seeds. Xia Qiang. Don't pretend to be a good person here. If I hadn't attacked you and your mother was gone, I would be the next one. Don't deny it. Revenge against Xia's mother was her first step. And she was also on guard against Xia Qiang. As expected, this guy stared at her for a long time one night. Because Xiaomu no longer has a good place to live. And she has died. If there is no subsequent energy replenishment, someone will starve to death. That's not because you are incompetent. You took so much money and didn't bring anything back. Otherwise, we would not have ended up like this. Moreover, I have told you hundreds of times, Xiaodong is frozen to death. Even if we don't do that, it will be a waste. Rather than taking advantage of others, it would be better to let him live a few more days. What he said was reasonable. But Jiang Yuan's alarm bells were ringing. They had thrown many people away before. He seemed to have disappeared in the past 2 days. It turned out that he was thought to have been dragged back by his family. Now it seems that he may have been trapped in his belly. It's scary to think about it. Why have we reached this point? Not to mention psychological distortion. Humanity is gone. You fart. That's my son. I raised him myself. Why do you have that? Bai Mingming really couldn't swallow this breath. She still loved her son very much. By the way, how can I miss you like a normal person? Jiang Yuan. Did you know that on the first day, I roasted his lifeblood, and he ate it deliciously? Holy shit. Is it so exciting? Before she could recover from the shock, Bai Mingming continued to output. He is of no use now, and can't give you happiness. You probably don't need such a thing. She deliberately said things, not people. Certainly. After receiving the affirmative answer, she became even happier and her branches were trembling with laughter. Xia Chaoyang? You don't know? Actually, that money was given to Jiang Yuan by me. I also gave up things on my own initiative. I just want to see where your lower limit is. Who knows? You have no lower limit at all. The man who learned the truth was furious to death. Bai Mingming. Why are you doing this? We can all survive. Whoever wants to live with you must die. Go down below to find Xiaodong to apologize. Xia Qiang knew that he would not be able to escape today. Living on his last breath for so many days made him very tired. Jiang Yuan. If you don't save me today, then you can leave and tell Xiaowan that daddy still loves her. Who doesn't know how to play the emotional card? Of course I have to leave. Judging from your appearance, I guess you won't be able to deal with it for much longer. Since you always talk about your previous relationship, I will help you one last time, which can be regarded as the end of so many years of friendship. Xia Qiang couldn't believe it and opened his mouth wide. Really? Are you really willing to help me? Of course. As she spoke, she took out a dagger. He walked straight over, and the people on the ground were a little frightened. Obviously, it was a little different from what he thought. No. However, she didn't hesitate and plunged directly into his heart. I'll help you end your pain. You're welcome. Her voice was loud. Xia Qiang was a little disbelieving, and his eyes were as wide as bells. It's easy for him. Bai Mingming sat on the stool next to him. Also calm. She had known for a long time that Jiang Yuan would come over to take a look. So she deliberately told her the floors in her home. I just thought that if I didn't succeed, I wouldn't make things easier for the mother and son. Blood flowed down her clothes. Jiang Yuan calmly pulled out the dagger, and then slowly stood up. Next. It's your turn. Chapter 169 Sister Saner must die too. What? Bai Mingming obviously didn't react. She was still sitting on the chair with her legs crossed. Feeling complacent. I said, it's your turn next. The repetition made her a little surprised, and she stood up from the chair. Don't be ridiculous. I'll help you kill Xia Chaoyang and the old woman. She thought they were on a united front. Huh? Help me? Don't you want revenge yourself? Although, I sympathize with your experience. However, there is no other way. Revenge must be avenged. Jiang Yuan. Don't be impulsive. There is no Xia Qiang now. It's going to snow heavily, and I can't get out. Why should a woman embarrass herself? Woman, please let me go, she said as she backed away. Behind the stool is a marble dining table, and Jiang Yuan follows her, pressing closer step by step. With a dagger in her hand, she naturally had the upper hand. Bai Mingming is not stupid. There is a kitchen knife placed by her next to the dining table. It seems that he has been regressing, but in fact he has already had an idea in mind. It was too late, but it was soon. When she turned sideways to get the knife, Jiang Yuan pressed the button of the sleeve arrow, and the cold, sharp arrow penetrated straight into Bai Mingming's stomach, and the tail behind it could not be seen. This energy is really strong. The other person looked at his belly in disbelief, then raised his head to look at her. I am naturally wary of you. Even if I don't take action, you will let me go back alive. Bai Mingming had fallen to the ground, with a lot of blood coming out of her mouth. She pointed at Jiang Yuan with a finger. Okay. So cruel. This is so cruel. What a joke. In her previous life, she had done more than just this. The humiliation she suffered, coupled with Xiaowan's death, were all things she didn't contribute to. People always have to pay the price for their actions. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, thrust the dagger into her chest fiercely. She didn't know if the Xiao arrow would kill her, so she came here to finish it off. You should never be careless. I don't believe that you can escape from the imprisonment of 3 grown men by yourself. I don't believe that you will change your ways. You deserve this. Goodbye. Bai Mingming. The fear in the other party's eyes never dissipated, until he had no more strength and fell down. No one can escape the causes of past lives and the consequences of this life. As for Bai Mingming, he is also a ruthless person who can do such a thing. Even if her son's incident hadn't happened, she wouldn't necessarily have had an idea of Xia Chaoyang's mother and son. After all, if you are really in dire straits, you can do anything. Moreover, she absolutely didn't want to believe that those 3 men would let her go easily. Jiang Yuan looked at the 2 people in front of her, both of whom were still unmoved. The grudge was settled, and the big stone in her heart was relieved. For her, It was a big transformation. It was too late when he came back after rebirth. She just reinforced her house and stocked up on supplies, and had no time to improve her combat effectiveness. Even the first time I faced such a bloody scene, I was still scared to death. Now, it seems normal. She is growing. And although it is not fast, it is effective. Seeing that Bai Mingming really couldn't get up and was already stiff, she was ready to leave. When we got to the door, we felt something was wrong. Xia's mother is gone, so there can't be any scum left. Because she had doubts in her mind, she started to look around. This was a 2-bedroom house. The apartment layout is slightly different from that in Building 13. There are no 2 bedrooms. She set her sights on the storage room. And sure enough, dense bones and a disfigured head were placed neatly on the cabinet at the entrance. It seems that Xia Qiang, in addition to physical injuries, was also mentally shocked. Let me ask you. My own mother was killed by me. Or in that dishonorable way. Behind her, Riri looked at her head, with a terrifying look on her face. Bai Mingming knows how to test people's hearts. Her wish was fulfilled. And Jiang Yuan didn't want to stay any longer. I have to go back quickly. It's getting late now, and it's freezing cold. When she went down to the 13th floor, she heard Ryuru crying and begging for mercy. So similar. Just like her in the previous life. It seems that at this time, darkness is still everywhere. However, she didn't come out. So she didn't come into contact. Although she was very angry. Everyone has their own destiny. She is not a Buddha. And she cannot save so many people. Go back quickly. If you stay any longer, you might be in danger. It was so loud here that she didn't believe that no neighbors heard it. It's just that no one paid attention to it. In the end of the world, indifference is too normal. As soon as she came out, the coldness hit her, and she shivered involuntarily. Unexpectedly, the wind picked up. There's another blizzard coming. And I don't know when this horrible weather will end. He tightened his clothes and walked back quickly. She also took a special look and saw that there was really nothing left of the body downstairs. Maybe her thoughts are true. When they got home, Jiang Xingyu was still awake. So she quickly went to clean up and let Qin Yu go back. Xiaowan has fallen asleep. Peaceful and peaceful. In this life, her parents are by her side, and her children are safe and sound. This is the best gift. After kissing her daughter, she slipped into the space. It's been several days since I came in. But it's still warm in here. There is no need to wear 3-layer quilted pajamas. A simple shirt will suffice. Her vegetables are growing really well. And one of her tomatoes is already starting to turn red. The eggplants and peppers have also grown up a bit. Jiang Yuan picked a gherkin, which was crisp and delicious, with a sweet feeling. The vegetables you grow yourself have a rich flavor that is incomparable to those bought from outside. Moreover, it is more refreshing if it is watered with water from the space. It also looks fat and tender. It seems that everything inside is precious. Not daring to delay, I quickly watered it. Then I brought another basin over, which I had stocked up in the supermarket before. If you don't have a basket, it's a good idea to just use this one. I picked a lot of fresh vegetables, and thought of ways to take them out for everyone to eat together. Potatoes and sweet potato seedlings have also grown. And soon the sweet potato leaves will be picked and eaten. If nothing happens tomorrow, I will open a new piece of land and plant some corn or something. There is so much land now. It would be a shame to waste it. Looking at the lush vegetable fields, Jiang Yuan was quite satisfied. This was the guarantee of her future life. However, the blizzard is coming. So you still need to be prepared. There is no problem with the 4 of them. Just the 2 sisters Fan Qing and Natalie Qianyu. I don't know what the situation is. Tomorrow, we still have to discuss it with Song Yi. Chapter 170 The Biggest Threat. Thinking like this, Jiang Yuan fell asleep. In the past, revenge was one of her main goals. Now Xia Qiang and Bai Mingming are gone. And Xia's mother has also gone to H.L. And the big stone in her heart has fallen to the ground. I slept very soundly. And I didn't get up all of a sudden. If Xiaowan hadn't woken up and grumbled under the quilt, she would still be sleeping. Mom, are you awake? Yeah. Baby, did you sleep well? Okay. Mom, can I go out and play today? This. Xiaowan. It's too cold now. Can mommy take you to play in the corridor for a while? It is normal for a little girl to want to go out and play. Other children may not be able to hold it in for such a long time. Can we go play with the dog? She was talking about the little one. Okay. After dinner, I will take you next door to play with Uncle Song's dog. Great. The world of children is really simple. Jiang Yuan touched her head, feeling soft in her heart. Just do what you say. Even if you can't get out, you must be satisfied if you can. Qin Yu heard that Xiaonuan wanted to see the dog, but she was unwilling to do so. My dear grandson, just play at home. Let's go ride a pony together later. Shake and shake. It's great. Mom, you can go if you want. It's just right. I also want to ask Song Yi. If it doesn't work, I'll seal the corridor. Qin Yu sighed. This was a serious matter, and she had no way to interfere. Then keep an eye on Xiaonuan. That dog is too big and can jump higher than a child. Don't let him knock you down. It's too scary. Don't worry. Mom, I know. Jiang Yuan did not go over immediately. It was already past 10 o'clock, and she would wait until it got warmer before going over. Moreover, people may not get up so early. The weather is very cold now, and I have to eat 2 meals at home. Qin Yu got up early and left steaming white porridge and fresh meat buns for them. Ding dong. Mom, someone is coming. Jiang Yuan threw the last bite of the bun into her mouth and said calmly, I'll go over and take a look. You guys eat first. It was Zhang Kaiang who came over. This time alone. Sister Yuan, are you up? Well, I've been up for a while. Is there something wrong? We want to go out and get some firewood. Can you lend us the ice truck? It turns out that this is the matter. And Jiang Yuan will naturally not refuse. Just wait. I'll go back and get it for you. Jiang Xingji heard about it and wanted to go with him. Jiang Yuan could not tell him that there was a lot of wood in the space. After much thought, I decided to go with him. My father wouldn't let me do it. He could see how hard my daughter had been working for so many days. The big ice truck was at Song Yi's house. He heard the noise and followed it out. Dad, please come together and don't get separated. It doesn't matter how much you have. We don't need that much. Do not worry. Jiang Xingji wore thick clothes and went with him. Jiang Yuan took Xiaonuan to 2102 and let her play with the little boy for a while. The dog is very clever. I haven't seen him for so many days, but he still remembers the child. It looked very harmonious, and a feeling of guilt arose spontaneously. My daughter's beautiful childhood could only be like this. By the way, Song Yi, the blizzard is coming soon. Should we reinforce the entrance to the corridor? Logically speaking, it should be done properly. At that time, we are afraid that someone will get jealous and harass us again. Song Yi has long classified Jiang Yuan's family into the same category as him. Naturally, we need to help each other and support each other. What should we do downstairs? If we make it too hidden, we have to separate Kai Kai Yang and Yi Mian Mian. After all, for people go through life and death together, not just once or twice. It's somewhat unjustifiable to just ignore it. Yes, let's discuss it after they come back in the afternoon. It is impossible to seal the entire corridor. Even if you cannot go out, you must at least reserve a space to go downstairs. By the way, what do you think of the Fan sisters and that Li Chanyu? Jiang Yuan felt that it was the end of the world, so it was his choice to open a foreign country to take in Fan Qing. It was understandable that the two men followed him, but after all, it has little to do with them, so we must not get involved. Song Yi looked at her deeply, making Jiang Yuan a little confused. I hate Fan Yao and have nothing to do with her. What kind of inexplicable emotion is this? Could it be that he wasn't happy when Yi Mian said Fan Yao was interested in him last time? I know you won't have anything to do with her. They are very close to Kaiyang. Should we be more careful or reach a united front with them? Song Yi's expression was very serious, and he said every word. It's not necessary. Just be yourself and it'll be fine. Jiang Yuan deeply believed that the reality was too terrifying. It is impossible for them to look forward and backward. They can help and tolerate their friends under the premise of their own safety. But if the cost of doing so is to threaten the safety of your life and property, then that is not possible. Today, Kai Kai Yang and the others went out to collect firewood, and those two people also went out with them. I guess they won't care about it later. Yeah, but it's a hidden danger after all. You have to tell Kai Yang that if you continue to cut off the situation, you will be subject to chaos. Jiang Yuan felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. What do you mean? As he spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Well, I hope he can figure it out. Sure enough, only Song Yi would be so decisive in killing. The relationship between the Fan sisters is not that good either. But if it comes to a point where they are fighting to the death, it probably won't be that bad. Moreover, he was afraid that Fan Qing would not be able to take action by then. This girl probably still thinks that the weather is just a little abnormal, and it will probably recover later. Many people who survive probably had this hope in their hearts. Therefore, if you ask her to do these things, there is a high probability that she will fail. Ignore them. I'm more worried about the people in the building. Song Yi sighed. He rarely did this. You mean? Those who, like us, choose to stay. Yes. Lao Wu and we met. Lao Su didn't even touch him. These two are not fuel efficient. And they have gathered a lot of people, which should not be underestimated. Jiang Yuan was convinced that these people did not go to the rescue center because they had something at home. Or, they really have the ambition to dominate one side. I saw today that Lao Wu also took people out, probably looking for food. I wonder if they will go to the second ring road. Last time, she didn't lie at all and shared the specific address. It would be ridiculous if we couldn't get anything back. I don't know. There's nothing around here anyway. Tomorrow, if it doesn't snow, I'll go out and take a look at the surrounding situation. Chapter 171 Caught collecting firewood. That's right. I'll go with you tomorrow and let's explore the surrounding situation. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Okay. I'll call you tomorrow. I don't know why, but I always feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan. Do you still remember the group of people we met at the supermarket on the mountain? Bad memories come back. Remember, that group of people is quite large, and they have weapons in their hands. If we really encounter them, they will definitely be powerful enemies. That's natural. In addition to these, there is also a bit of gangsterism. He regards human life as nothing, and even enjoys killing. Okay, don't be nervous. Maybe they also went to the rescue center. Or maybe they are perched somewhere on the mountain and will not come to harass us. Jiang Yuan really thought so. They robbed so many things from the supermarket, which would be enough to last for a while. Don't think so much. Take one step and take a look. Well, that's all we can do for now. Jiang Yuan didn't stay too long, and Xiao Nuan reluctantly said goodbye to Xiao Dodian. After returning, she changed her daughter's clothes. Children's immune systems are relatively weak, so they still need to be more careful after coming into contact with animals. Then, he washed her hands with warm water. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Xingji still hadn't come back. Qin Yu couldn't sit still. It was getting dark around 5 o'clock now, so she usually had to come back early when she went out. Daughter, your father and the others will not be in any danger. Right? Mom, don't worry. They are just out looking for wood. They won't go too far. Even so, she decided to go out and take a look. While changing clothes, Qin Yu knocked on the door next door. So, when she changed her clothes and went out, Song Yi was waiting for her at the door. This is? Auntie asked me to accompany you. Let's go. Okay. Thank you. There really isn't much time now. Jiang Yuan had bought skates before. Coincidentally, Song Yi also has it. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything more, but started to get busy, mainly the nearby shops, especially restaurants, because there were some tables, chairs and benches inside. The two of them moved very quickly, just taking a look at the door, because many of the shops are under the ice. There are not many above. No. What should I do? Are they going up the mountain? Damn it. I didn't ask in advance. No. It should be at the foot of the mountain. Let's go and have a look. In fact, she also felt that the possibility on the mountain was unlikely. For a skateboard, it is naturally more convenient to go downhill. The two of them went all the way down and soon reached a village below. Further down was the community hospital. There are not many houses in the village here anymore. They used to be quite big, but later they had to move back. A large part of it was dismantled, and now most of what remains is being used. Will it be here? Let's go in and have a look. After all, this is the place closest to the community, and most likely to have fuel. The two of them didn't dare to delay, and hurried to the village to look for him. There's something moving over there. Let's go and take a look. The two people slid hard towards one of the houses, and there was indeed movement there, but I couldn't hear it clearly. I could hear the faint sounds of people talking. Now, the sky is not clear outside. It was windy last night. Although it's not big, it looks like it's level 3 or 4. The wind in winter is colder, coupled with the cold temperature. It felt like a knife on the face. This is a 2-story residential house, well preserved, with a large yard and high courtyard walls. Song Yi was agile and jumped up directly. Jiang Yuan was wearing skate shoes. which was particularly inconvenient. There is no choice but to wait for the news from above. She saw Song Yi extending his right hand, and she immediately understood. The man exerted a little force, and she was pulled up. Brother, there is indeed no food. Just some broken tables and chairs. The situation inside was a bit complicated. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel nervous as she looked at it. There were many people in the yard, and they were all forced to squat on the ground and hold their heads. Obviously, Dad and the others are among them. Do not move. Song Yi pulled her and shook her head in disapproval. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. There were so many people on the other side that she couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, Dad will also be in danger. But why are there so many people? Isn't it weird that everyone comes to the same place to look for wood fuel? The group of people inside were anxious after all. What? There's no food at all. It's really a waste. The man called Big Brother was a little angry, and was wearing a thick down jacket and long leather boots. Click, click walking around. Useless things. Clean up this group of people. Keep the women. All the men. Yes. There were probably about 20 people squatting there, hearing their conversation. There was also a commotion. What are you doing? Lower your head. A man who looked like a guard went up and kicked a man who just looked up. Damn it. Let's fight. The first one to quit was Zhang Kaiyang. And there was also a guard next to him. Hearing the noise, he just turned around and was knocked down by him. The sound of awe was more like triggering some kind of switch. And the people below also got up one after another. Of course, that group of people are not vegetarians, and they are about to suppress them. Jiang Yuan's sharp eyes discovered that all their weapons had been put away. The shoelaces have been untied, and now they belong to the vulnerable group. Ouch. Hack you. The man who was pushed down by Zhang Kaiyang just stood up, got angry, picked up the machete, and wanted to take revenge. Jiang Yuan was worried, and pulled out her Tang Dao. Only a swish sound was heard, and the person on the other side fell to the ground with an ah sound. Just as he was about to turn around, Song Yi pressed him down. Who? The people below obviously noticed the difference and looked over. He also wears sleeve arrows. Although they are useful, their positions are easily exposed. Brother, I'm out of breath. What? Come out here. Stop pretending. As the man spoke, he also began to draw his sword and came out with a few people. The remaining people inside began to sort out the turbulent situation. But it couldn't be suppressed at all. Even without weapons, those people were not easy to mess with. The resistance continued. People outside came over, but did not find the person who fired the hidden weapon just now. No. It's right here. Why is there no one? Get out of here quickly. Ah. Song Yi is not stupid. He has already moved with Jiang Yuan. Seeing that the time was right now, none of the 7 or 8 people outside were spared. They all used sleeve arrows, and they were all sent away before they could get close. I could hear movement inside, and I was a little scared now. However, no one dared to come out to see the specific situation. Chapter 172. Ignore Fan Yao. Bang dang. Another person fell down in response, and Jiang Yuan's nervous palms were sweaty. She returned to her previous position, but her accuracy was incomparable to Song Yi's. I'm afraid that I might accidentally hurt someone else. Time was running out, so she quickly knocked down 2 more people. No matter where it landed, at least it hit. Song Yi also finished cleaning up the group of people, went over and kicked the door, and now half of the people were gone. Brother Song? Ah! Kaiyang rose up again, this time full of strength. When Jiang Xingji saw Jiang Yuan coming, he was afraid that his daughter would be hurt, so he also rose up to resist. Fortunately, the yard is big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for this group of people. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay. She brought the Tang Dao, mainly for those who had weapons in their hands. This group of people was not organized on a whim. They all have the value of force. It was a bit difficult for her to cope with it. Fortunately, it takes up the relatively sharp light of the weapon. After a while, the situation here became stable. Everyone in the group who could run ran away, and those who couldn't ran lay down. Dad? Are you okay? Are you injured? Just now, she saw Jiang Xingji being kicked down by one of them. It's okay, daughter. Dad is fine. Yi Minyan and Kaiyang also came over, and they were also very surprised by the appearance of these 2 people. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? Why did you come to save us? At this time, seeing that you haven't gone back yet, I'm a little worried. Let's go first and talk about it when we get back. It's already 5 o'clock. The sky is getting dark. And the temperature has dropped a lot. Wait a minute. You too. Thank you just now. It was the same person who was held down and came over to say thank you. It's easy. You're welcome. It's getting late. You should go back quickly. Song-yi didn't want to say anything more. But the other party obviously didn't think so. Heroes. Where are you from? Let's go back on the way. It's a smooth road. Naturally, it's not a smooth road. Fortunately, there is not too much entanglement. Time really waits for no one. It's too late, and it's really easy to freeze to death. Damn. They broke one of the ice trucks. Zhang Kaian was a little angry. And felt a little distressed when he saw the vehicle being split apart. Take them all back and repair them when you're done. With that said, several people were busy getting the two good ice trucks. At this time, Li Tianyu actively came over to help. Fan Qing was a little angry and pushed him. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Li Tianyu, you and Fan Yao can find a way to go back on your own. And don't have anything to do with us in the future. Fan Qing, you. Before he could say the threatening words, Kai Yang stood up and put Fan Qing behind him. After all, he had some scruples. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth, but didn't even fart. Qing, why are you so willful? Hurry up and talk about it when you get back. Fan Yao's main idea is to muddle through. But how can she let her get her wish? Go away. With this sound and a lot of effort, two people had already reached the door and turned back to see what was going on. After all, Li Tianyu and Fan Yao were not with them. The ice truck was used to haul firewood. So they basically walked back. When we arrived at the community, it was already 6 o'clock and the wind was biting. Everyone was busy cleaning up, not daring to delay. Jiang Xingji came back with a lot of firewood. There was no room at home, so he put it all in the corridor. The distance between the door and the corridor entrance is staggered, and it does not hinder normal walking. It is neatly arranged. Hurry back and eat, and then clean up after eating. Xiao Song, please come over and have a bite too. Qin Yu felt that she was the one looking for Song Yi today. It's normal for people to help out and come over for a meal. But Song Yi didn't come, so Qin Yu asked her daughter to give him some. What I cooked tonight was fat beef and sour soup, served with rice, which is a great addition to rice. Jiang Yuan took the insulated lunch box, scooped out the rice, and poured the vegetables directly on top. I hope he won't be picky. As soon as he opened the door, the little one suddenly jumped out and circled around her. This guy has a good nose. He can smell it. What's delicious? Song Yi smiled gently, which was very different from his usual image. My mother cooked fat beef and sour soup. I gave you a bowl and poured it on the rice. You can try it. Okay. Thank Auntie for me. After dinner, let's go downstairs to have a look. Good. The two agreed, and Jiang Yuan also went back to eat. However, he still couldn't resist his curiosity and asked Jiang Xingji what happened today. We were doing a good job collecting firewood, but that group of people came up and detained us indiscriminately without knowing where they came from. They also took away all the weapons we had on us, and the men had to untie their shoelaces and belts. Why did I feel like we were interrogating prisoners? Jiang Xingji complained that this method was indeed a bit like the routine of the detention center. Then why are there so many people? Are you all getting firewood together? No. I don't know where those people came from. They were all caught. Girl, let me tell you, those people are not good people. Today we have taken advantage of the weapons. If we fight with real guns and knives, we may not be able to defeat them. Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded and did not deny it. Song Yi was smart and killed them separately, which reduced a lot of casualties. By the way, Dad, don't go out again tomorrow. We don't need these pieces of wood. If something happens, my mother will be very distressed. When she came back, Qin Yu had already heard about today's situation and hurriedly scolded Jiang Xingji. Good girl. Dad knows and won't go out. After eating, Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay and was ready to go out to find Song Yi. He felt that something unusual had definitely happened to the Fan sisters. Jiang Xingji didn't say anything just now, so he probably didn't realize that his father was not a person who could hide things. Sure enough, we reached the 20th floor. The air pressure here is low, and when Yi Mian came over to open the door, she was quite pleasantly surprised. Where are Kai Yang and Fan Qing? It's inside the house. I went in as soon as I came back. For a long time, there was no movement at all. Mian, have you eaten? I ate the gnocchi my grandma made for me. It was delicious and warm. Sister Yuan, You want to know why you left those two people behind today? Well, she knew that after being together for such a long time, there is still some tacit understanding. Brother Song, let me tell you, Fan Qing is not to blame for what happened today. That Fan Yao is really a bit too much. And Li Tianyu, this scumbag is such a scumbag. If it were me, I would beat him up long ago. Good guy. What's going on? Gossip's heart was lifted high. What's going on? Mian Mian, please tell me quickly. Chapter 173. Clothes were robbed. Sister Yuan, you don't know that we went out to look for firewood. Like the uncle, they both disliked this and that. So no one said anything. They just picked it up for themselves anyway. Who knew that these two people would actually flirt with each other in public? And their connotations were clear. Kaiong is so protective. He and his ex-girlfriend have been fighting fiercely for the past 2 days. So naturally they stopped. And they started to quarrel. What? They still quarrel when we go out to work. They really do. Incompetent bungler. It wasn't nothing. But a few of us were arrested later. And nothing happened at first. They're all hidden. So it's a pity that the firewood is there. But who would have known that Fan Yao would actually make a noise on purpose and expose everyone? In fact, it was Fan Yao's intention. She just wanted everyone to know how fragile she was. So she came up with an excuse, which was that she was scratched by a barb while picking up firewood. Jiang Yuan's face didn't look good. There was something wrong with this guy's brain. And Jiang Xingji went with him today. If she and Song Yi hadn't gone through each other, what would happen if something happened? I couldn't bear to think about it. Is she crazy? If you want to die, just go by yourself. Why are you dragging everyone else along? Yi Mianmian was also angry and echoed. Who said it wasn't the case? She also deliberately told those people that there was food in our community. How bad is it? What? Does she have shit in her head? What does she say when people ask her? It's really off the mark. Not only is this guy a green tea brainless guy, he's also a jerk. Wrong. Yi Mianmian stretched out a finger and shook it disapprovingly. It's not what she said when people asked her. The key is that she didn't ask at all. I go. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say. She kept giving her thumbs up. She was so awesome. Finally, Kai Yang and Fan Qing also came out. The two came to say hello. And Jiang Yuan felt relieved when she saw the blush on Fan Qing's face. Brother Song and Sister Yuan, thanks to you today. Fan Yao and Li Tianyu. Let's just ignore it from now on. I'm so angry. Kaiong was the first to express his position, cursing and looking very angry. Yes, Fan Yao went too far. There are so many people today. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be any danger. The two sang in harmony, which looked quite harmonious. Fan Qing, please think carefully. Today's matter is not a trivial one. Your cousin has already offended the public by doing that. At the very least, I want to beat her up. Yi Mianmian felt that there were some things that had to be said first. When several people live together, they can't see each other when they look up, so as not to look ugly. Sister Mianmian, don't worry. I will do what I say. If you want to beat her, go ahead. If you can't beat her, I will help. Terrific. Still very satisfied with her attitude, Yi Mianmian didn't hold on to her and started to tell Jiang Yuan what happened today. Sister Yuan, let me tell you. That group of people today said they were from the mountains. It seems that many villagers did not go to the rescue center, and they all gathered together. They formed small groups of varying degrees in 2s and 3s. What the HL? That means that the villages on the mountain have begun to take hold. There are probably a lot of dark and evil forces. You mean? They've already set their target at the bottom of the mountain? Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have come down. Probably. But based on what they said, villages are generally the main unit in the mountains. Moreover, there will also be a fight between villages. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded. Normal. Even in a normal world, there will still be competition and conflicts between every village. What's more, the lack of food and clothing now reminded her of the primitive times. Territory and food are both objects of competition. We also need to be more careful. A blizzard is coming. Many people will take advantage of this period to search for supplies. Everyone understood what she meant. All four of them had something. It is very easy to become the target of competition. At this time, it is a crime to possess a treasure. By the way, we want to reinforce the corridor. If you don't have any problems, please tidy up the 20th floor as well, just in case you need it. When Kaiong heard this, he felt very sad. If you ask me, it's better to just crucify him. After saying that, he looked at the people next to him expectantly. I think it will work. Song Yi thought so at the beginning, but Jiang Yuan said it was inappropriate. So he came down to ask. Okay, that's just right. I brought back a lot of wooden boards and stuff today. He was already eager to try and started planning. Jiang Yuan secretly believed that this person was to prevent bad guys, and also to separate Li Tianyu and Fan Yao. Don't forget to tell your neighbors. Okay. Don't worry. Sister Yuan? There is no way. Everything must be considered. The 5 people were discussing when the door was knocked loudly. There was obviously a lot of anger. And there were also curses in the middle. Not very obvious. Though, Yi Mianmian glanced at everyone and stood up to see the specific situation. It's those 2 people. They're coming back. After all, it shouldn't be so slow. But what are they doing here now? Zhang Kaiyan was afraid that Fan Qing would be embarrassed. So he directly took on this task. What are you doing? What are you knocking on? Before I could say the curse words I had just prepared, I was stunned by the miserable state of these 2 people. Where are you? Your clothes? Quick! Quick! Li Tianyu said, and was about to go into the house. There was nothing I could do. It was too cold. Jiang Yuan also saw Li Tianyu squeezing in, and Fan Yao behind him. The temperature inside the room was much higher. But it was absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to recover. Apart from anything else. There were no heating measures in 2002. Where's your coat? Why is it like this? After Li Tianyu came in, he trembled and went to the kitchen to pour hot water. He knew there were 2 kettles over there. So he didn't bother to get the cups and just took out the big bowl. Fan Yao was also shivering from the cold, holding a big bowl of hot water. I can't relax at all. Her teeth were chattering. Jiang Yuan watched, especially worried that the big freeze-dried snot would fall into the water. Yi Mianmian is the same. That is the bowl they eat from. After drinking 2 large bowls of water, the 2 men recovered a little, seeing everyone staring at them. Li Tianyu was also a little scared. We all arrived at the community, and someone attacked us from behind and robbed us of our clothes. Hearing this, Fan Yao cried aggrievedly. They were so mean. They almost froze us to death in such a cold weather. Ching, you are so cold-blooded. You really don't care about me. Don't forget, I saved your life. Whoa! Jiang Yuan felt angry when she heard that, and couldn't help but curse loudly. Shut up. You. Chapter 174. If you make a mistake, you will be beaten. Fan Yao was suddenly yelled at, and was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he put on an expression that was about to cry. Just now, she had gone to get Fan Qing's clothes with ease. Now, with one hand covering her chest and the other hand tightly clenched into a fist, Xiao Baoyan's appearance was vividly displayed. Why do you? Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yuan rounded her arm and slapped her with a big slap in the ear. Fan Yao was about to start performing when she was knocked to the ground by a sudden slap. He was really lying on the ground, and the slap marks of his 5 fingers were immediately visible. There was still a faint trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, which she covered with her hands. Whatever you do, I have never offended you. Jiang Yuan walked straight over and looked at her condescendingly. Fan Yao, you have never offended me, but you almost caused my father to lose his life. It's a fluke that I came back today. If there were any trouble, I would definitely take your life. She squinted her eyes as if she were joking. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made a sound. Sister Yuan, don't be angry. As he spoke, he began to sob. Yi Mianmian couldn't stand it anymore. She could understand Jiang Yuan's psychology best. If anyone puts grandma in danger, she will definitely go crazy. Cry! 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 Why do you have so much cat pee? You are so ugly that you think you are a pear blossom carrying rain. But in fact it is Yiksha who is crying. It is so ugly. But let's not say it. She knows how to kill people and punish people. Fan Yao was indeed nervous for a moment and wiped her face. At this moment, the right side of his cheek was already swollen, and he looked really nondescript. 2 sisters, I don't know how I offended you to treat me like this. When I went out to collect firewood, I didn't mean it. Li Tianyu couldn't stand it any longer, so he went over to help the person up. Fan Yao climbed onto his arm like a dodder flower. Tianyu, I didn't mean it. Tell them quickly. I know they are hostile to me, but I really don't know that those people will hear it. He said he was hostile to her and looked specifically in Fan Qing's direction. For those who didn't know, they thought it was her cousin who deliberately caused trouble. You're almost done. I know you don't want us to come over. But now we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. And we should help each other. Yao is already like this. What else do you want? Fan Qing was particularly unhappy with this Li Qianyu. Today he deliberately came to talk to her. And he jumped in front of her intentionally or unintentionally. Otherwise, Zhang Kaiyang wouldn't be angry. After I came back, I didn't even eat anything. So I went to comfort my boyfriend. It's not what we want. It's what you want. Today, you almost killed all of us. And now you are still talking shamelessly. Who gave you the courage? Maybe it was because his eyes were too sharp. Or maybe he had other ideas and didn't refute. Qing, I am your sister. How could I harm you? Humph! You don't have to say these words. You did almost harm everyone. And Sister Yuan's father was also there. You deserved it when she beat you. Tomorrow, you don't have to go looking for supplies with us. Get out of here. Fan Yao wanted to say something else. But Xiaolu looked at Song Yi with frightened eyes, as if asking for help. Good guy. The purpose is not pure. Absolutely, the purpose is not pure. Li Qianyu also softened at this time and his attitude improved a lot. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm really embarrassed today. I apologize to everyone on Yao Yao's behalf. She didn't mean it. So don't be angry. We'll go out to find things by ourselves tomorrow. So we won't bother you. After saying that, he really urged Fan Yao to leave. Yi Niannian felt a little overwhelmed. Looked at Jiang Yuan and said meaningfully, why do I feel that this person is not holding anything back? Yes, this person is like this every time. And he seems to be quite sensible. However, considering the things he has done in the past, I don't believe that he will become a good person. The general environment makes people become more and more depraved. His behavior can only mean that he has other intentions. Fan Qing felt the same way. She didn't think that this person still had feelings for her. Even if there were, she wouldn't be surprised. You just said you wanted to seal the corridor. Right. Well, I heard all this. It seems that this room is indeed not soundproof. Well, that's the plan. After receiving a positive answer, Fan Qing turned to look at Kaiyang. Kaiyang, let's seal the corridor too, so they can't get up. Kaiyang nodded, now in good spirits and in a much better mood. Okay, if you say seal them up, then seal them up. I hate those two people too. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi, and the other party understood. So she said the matter seriously. I think Fan Yao and Li Qianyu may be time bombs. In addition to being on guard, the most important thing is to strike first and gain the upper hand at critical moments. The three of them looked at each other, especially Fan Qing, who couldn't react. What does it mean to strike first? Jiang Yuan sighed. This child is still too naive. It means that special measures may need to be taken. It is better for them to die than for us to die. Fan Qing's body shook violently. Today was indeed shocking to her. In the village, their decisive killing made her blood boil. At the same time, he also accepted his fate. Now, it's just different. What's moral? What's the law? Everything is illusory. Kaiyang has been instilling doomsday thoughts in her for the past 2 days. Thinking of this, his eyes became determined. Don't worry. If everything is fine, then there will be no problem. If they did something, I would be the first one not to let those two people go. Jiang Yuan nodded, expressing her acquiescence. Just wait. Not being a monster is definitely not the character of those two people. However, the most important issue now is defense. The discussion was almost over, and Jiang Yuan was about to go back. It's getting late now, so I still have to go to bed early because I still have a day's work tomorrow. Song Yi didn't wait long and followed her up. Jiang Yuan rummaged through the box and found a lot of clothes. Then went to the space and picked up the things she had put away before. After thinking for a while, I took out 2 more eggplants, 5 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes. I also took a lot of fresh chicken and vegetables. Xinyu had already gone to bed. She tiptoed to the kitchen and started chopping vegetables quietly. Although she was very careful, my mother still discovered it. Daughter, are you hungry? No. Mom, I want to eat steamed buns tomorrow. So I just want to cut some fillings in advance. Chapter 175. The rich lady comes again. There are so many steamed buns at home. I can just steam them tomorrow. Mom, don't worry about it. I'll be fine now. Go back to sleep. Xinyu couldn't hold her back and said she wanted to stay to help. But Jiang Yuan didn't give in. She makes big buns stuffed with green pepper and eggplant. Naturally, she can't ask her mother to help. Otherwise she won't be able to explain clearly. After working for a long time, I made 2 baskets and it was okay. There were about 20. The remaining fillings can be directly covered with plastic wrap and frozen. I can still eat several more meals. Tomorrow morning, I will make soup with tomatoes, cold cucumbers, and stir-fried chicken feathers. It's definitely a beautiful meal and fun. But you have to get up early. The buns were out of the pot. And Jiang Yuan felt happy. She can cook a little. But she has done relatively little of such complicated things. So this time she was relatively successful. It was steaming hot. So I couldn't help but have one and make myself a bowl of egg soup first, with the addition of tomatoes and chicken feathers. The aroma is fragrant. Just as I was about to enjoy my late-night snack, there was a reaction from the surveillance camera. Anyone? She quickly ran over to check. But the man just knocked lightly on the door and made no other movements. He lowered his head and couldn't tell who it was. But the clothes on her body were very familiar. Jiang Yuan searched quickly in her mind and suddenly thought of a person. She hurried out, not knowing what this person was doing at this time. The door was opened and the woman was very excited. Little girl, I'm sorry to disturb you. You're not asleep yet. No. What's the matter? When asked, the man didn't hesitate. That's right. I want to buy something to eat with you. I'm sorry to bother you. As he said that, he handed over a plaid hand luggage bag. Jiang Yuan looked motionless. So she quickly squatted down and opened the contents inside. My God. It's all money. There is 1 million here. I know this money is not worth much now. Just give me something. Sorry. I don't have any extra food at home. Last time, she bought a lot of food because she was short of money. Now, it's not that important. I know you have it. Little girl, there's going to be a blizzard soon. I'm not in good health and can't go out. Don't worry. I'll get my things and leave immediately. I won't disturb you. We've dealt with each other last time. And you know I won't talk nonsense. Speak sincerely and have a good attitude. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay. You wait here. She had been making steamed buns just now. And now she was covered in the smell of food. That woman couldn't help but smell it. 1 million is a lot. And this person is indeed what she said. He is a measured person. And I guess what he took last time is nothing. Jiang Yuan went back and brought out 10 packs of noodles. It's the most common kind. Usually in the supermarket, a pack is only 5 yuan. Now 100,000 per pack has increased hundreds of times. The woman had been waiting. And she had to be alert to the surrounding situation. When she saw her coming out, her eyes were full of hope. There's no more extra stuff. Just eat as you go. That's enough. Thank you very much. Little girl. By the way, I heard them say that they were planning to come to your place in the next 2 days. But I didn't hear all the details. It's not a good thing anyway. You should pay more attention. How can you sell something and get unexpected gains? Jiang Yuan held the principle of I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go, and began to inquire about the specific situation. Who are they? Who did you listen to? I don't know them either. I just know that they are from the 12th floor. They said that if possible, they would take it off the 21st floor so that the blizzard can be overcome. On the 12th floor. That's Lao Wu. Okay. Eldest sister. Thank you. This is the last time. Don't come here again. In addition, there will be a blizzard soon. So you should pay more attention. And if possible, stock up on more firewood or something. The woman knew that she was reciprocating a favor. She is a person by nature and usually lives in seclusion. Okay. I understand. Girl. Don't worry. I won't bother you again. When this bad weather is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Jiang Yuan waved her hand. It's hard to say whether the weather is good or not. No need. You also spent money. Money and goods are both taken care of. So there is no need to say anything about affection. The two of them said goodbye. The eldest sister was also looking around. Looking very wary. She also hurried home. It was already past 12 o'clock, and she was freezing to death. It had only been a few minutes. And the buns were already frozen. There were always fires in her house. One is cold and one is hot. And the corners of the kitchen are filled with ice. This is still the result of Jiang Xingji's frequent cleaning up. It may not be the same for other families. Go back to bed. There are still big things to do tomorrow. Jinyu knew that Jiang Yuan had made steamed buns. When she got up the next morning, she saw that there were also hot vegetables and chopped tomatoes. She didn't suspect anything. She just assumed it was taken from the attic. He warmed up the buns and made some soup. It's like this when the weather is cold. The soup tastes watery and can make it warmer. Jiang Xingji also got up early. And soon, he would have to repair the ice truck. It was broken by those people. And I don't know if it can be repaired. If you can't get it right, you have to hurry up and make 2 more quickly. While you have enough time now. If it really hits a blizzard, it will be difficult to go out. Jiang Yuan didn't sleep much. Now she has 2 meals. And she has to eat at 9 o'clock at the latest. Daughter, what you made is stuffed with eggplant. Yes. Mom, I froze a lot before. But yesterday I suddenly wanted to take a bite. Jiang Yuan said. Took the small shrimps nearby and sprinkled half a handful into the soup. And the small taste came up instantly. She was very eager to help with cooking and setting dishes. Just because she was afraid that Qin Yu would get to the bottom of it. So, as soon as he finished eating, he ran away. Faster than a rabbit. At the same time, she brought her daughter with her. Taiyang came over to open the door, and was surprised to see Jiang Yuan and Xiwan. It's so early. Sister Yuan. Little girl. Come in quickly. They were preparing to eat. Because of Fan Qing's arrival, the 2 families were now planning to eat separately. But they hadn't said it was too good yet. It's not nothing. I saw Qingqing didn't bring any clothes. So I packed a few items for her. Yesterday, Fan Qing was wearing the pajamas she had given Zhang Taiyang before. The one she wore at the rescue center had been thrown away a long time ago. And 2 more were taken away by Fan Yao yesterday. There were no clothes anywhere. That's great. Sister Yuan. You are so prompt every time. Otherwise, I might as well call you Timely Rain. Timely Rain. Song Jiang. This is not a good sign. What are you talking about? Why are you giving me a nickname? With that said, Fan Qing also came over. Jiang Yuan quickly greeted her and opened the bag inside her hand. Chapter 176. The rescue team arrives. Qingqing, come and take a look. These are my old clothes. If you don't mind, just wear them. I don't mind it. To be honest, Sister Yuan, I am worried about this matter. I have been wearing fancy clothes for the past 2 days. So you are giving me timely help. Fortunately, Kaiyang is not fat. But she still looks a little fat when she wears it. It must not be suitable and warm. Now that Jiang Yuan has set clothes, she is very grateful. Hearing her voice, Yi Mianyan also got up. Fan Qing was a little embarrassed and quickly greeted her. Sister Mianyan, come and take a look too. Sister Yuan has brought a lot of clothes. Hearing this, Yi Mianyan waved his hand. You choose. Sister Yuan gave me a lot before. Enough to wear. It was really enough to wear. In comparison, she wanted to give 2 more to Fan Qing. Now, it saves trouble. Jiang Yuan brought several pieces of clothing, including a pair of thick pink 3-layer quilted pajamas, and a super warm black down jacket. These are old clothes. In addition, there is also a pair of close-fitting German velvet thermal underwear, 2 pairs of velvet and cotton towel socks, and a pair of new, but not old snow boots. I have everything. It's great. Sister Yuan. Thank you. Fan Qing expressed his heartfelt thanks, and even made gestures on his body for a long time. Kai Yang went to get a piece of white chocolate, and gave it to Xiaowan. The little girl looked at her mother obediently, and saw that Jiang Yuan had no objection. So she took it, and thanked her sweetly. By the way, was the door on the 20th floor unlocked yesterday? Otherwise, how could the elder sister come up so easily? She didn't have the key. I didn't lock it. I didn't lock it either. Oops. I forgot. Zhang Kaiyang slapped his forehead, feeling this hatred in his heart. This was no small matter. So he couldn't be careless. Sister Yuan, did you come down yesterday? No. By the way, are you still going out today? Jiang Yuan didn't want to dwell too much on this issue. Talking too much might lead to loopholes. I'm not going out. I'm going to rest today. We'll see what Brother Song wants to do later, and reinforce the corridor. Yes. We are not ready to go out. Yi Mianyan also quickly agreed. Just because they were afraid of delaying the reinforcement work. And because yesterday was indeed dangerous. Everyone stopped thinking. Well, okay. I'll go over and ask him later. In addition, your house needs to be reinforced. If nothing else, this door may not be able to withstand a lot of trouble. If the door is broken, they won't be able to protect the contents of the house. Everyone knew it, and started planning how to deal with it. Okay. Then you eat first. And we'll discuss how to clean up later. Come on. Xiaowan. Let's go home first. Good. The little girl said goodbye to everyone with a warm and waxy voice, which was so cute. Before leaving, she stuffed a box into Kaiyang's head, which was mysterious. Jiang Yuan was not idle when she returned home. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were making ice carts. She found a cartoon for Xiao Yuan, and she also took a map and drew circles next to it. I didn't consider this village last time. I have to be aware of the other places around that can be lived in. By this time, it was 11 o'clock. Before Zhang Kaiyang and others came up, the downstairs was bustling. I don't know when. A big truck came in outside, right in the square in front of Building 9. We couldn't see it from their building, but someone came over with a loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Jiang Yuan found out after Song Yi said something on the intercom. Follow him out and go to the window on the corridor to see the situation. Open it a little, and the sound comes in. Dear residents, we are from the rescue team. A heavy snowstorm is coming. Please quickly pack your belongings. Bring all food and clothing. Gather in the small square, and follow the large team to the rescue center. Dear residents, from the rescue team? Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi with some confusion. You want to take everyone to the rescue center? The population there is overloaded. So why are there still people coming to pick people up? Song Yi also shook his head. It was extremely unreasonable. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Let's observe it first. Good. While the two were talking, Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Mianyan also came up, and Fan Qing followed them. Several people were watching from the windows in the corridor. The so-called rescue team would go downstairs several times. This is impossible. There are so many people over there. How can we come here to pick them up? Fan Qing has the right to speak. She has been there for several days. By the way, they said they have a car over there. How do we get there in this icy and snowy environment? At that time, they did not dare to drive down the cars they had obtained from the liquefied gas station. The rescue team not only has a car, but also takes everyone with them. This is unscientific. Yeah, I feel a little strange too. Could it be that the rescue center has expanded its location? Or maybe it's not the same place as before. Last time we were at the high-speed rail station, I listened to the two guards chatting, saying that several places were being vacated to be used as rescue centers. When Yin Yin said this, several people fell silent. It's also possible. How about we go down and take a look? Jiang Yuan thought about the path of this group of people. They could only rely on imagination now. No one can see it. The most people can see are the people who come to shout. Don't worry. Let's wait and see if anyone gets out. Look at that group of people. They are all wearing camouflage clothes and camouflage hats. They are quite formal. Yi Mianyan is now confused. She wants to go, but she doesn't want to go. I always feel that it would be better if someone comes to pick me up and there is a car. However, Grandma also analyzed it with her before. There is so much food at home. If you bring it all, you will definitely give it to others. If there is really enough space, it would be fine. But I'm afraid it will still be the same situation at the high-speed rail station. Not to mention Grandma can't stand it. Even a young person like her can't stand it. Otherwise, Fan Qing wouldn't have had to go to Kaiyang to rescue her so hard. Moreover, she wanted to see the attitudes of Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. Both of them had good ideas and could make quick and correct decisions at critical moments. Yan, wearing this clothes doesn't mean anything. Let's not worry and wait to see the specific situation. If someone goes out, we will sneak over and take a look. If there is really no problem. I always feel that this group of people is a little weird. Jiang Yuan did not hide her true thoughts. Now that we are together, we must be as safe as possible. Yes, let's wait and see what happens. Later, if there are many people out, we will sneak over and see what's going on. Song Yi also echoed her words. And both of them knew very well that even if they really came to pick someone up, they were not prepared to go there. We have everything at home, and it is safer to stay at home. Look, someone is passing by. Chapter 177 Strange Public Officials. Several people were attracted to it. Diagonally across the building, someone came over with something. It was a family of 3, and the adults were all carrying a bag, not knowing what was inside. The child was carrying a school bag and looked quite happy. It's from Building 10. I guess I wanted to go there before because I was afraid it would be unsafe on the road. Someone has gone out, and people on several nearby buildings are ready to move. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, 2 more people came from behind. Either Building No. 14 or Building No. 15. People wearing military green camouflage clothes underneath would also enthusiastically go over to pick them up and help them get something. Everything is in some unusual harmony. What should we do? Jiang Yuan felt a little cold. It was not the same thing to lean on here. She could either go down and have a look, or go home to warm up. Song Yi looked at the others, obviously wanting to ask for some opinions. Let's do this. Brother Song and I will go down and take a look. You girls are waiting for news at home. Kaiyang's proposal was approved by him. Go back and change clothes. I'll join you. Jiang Yuan's eyes were firm, and the two of them said nothing. Yi Mianyan also wanted to go and take a look, so she left Fan Qing alone at home and helped her take care of her grandma. Moreover, if Fan Yao and the others come up to make trouble, the family will not be left without a pillar. Qing, you go back first. We will come back after taking a look. Remember to lock the door. Don't go out when no one comes. And don't let Grandma go out. Good. Fan Qing listened attentively to her boyfriend's earnest instructions and agreed to them one by one. Jiang Yuan also went back to change clothes, while Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were still working on the ice cart. In addition to repairing the previous one, 2 more were made, including a small one specially for Xunwan. I don't know why, but this thing is so small and looks so cute. The old mother's heart turned into a puddle of water. The little guy was also happy. He was gesticulating around and dreaming about going skating. Jiang Yuan couldn't bear to interrupt her, so she went to change clothes. We don't know what's going on outside right now, so we should dress lightly. The top layer is a super warm thermostatic underwear, a cashmere sweater on the outside, and then an Arctic cold-proof jacket. The snow boots are warm and comfortable. And of course, I have not forgotten my weapons. Now, you still want to go out? Yes, Mom. We are going to go down and see what the rescue team is doing. Lock the door at home and don't open it when anyone comes. Okay. You can go, and your family will be at ease. Qin Yu thought it was a good thing that the people from the rescue team came over. Although their family is not planning to go, there is no harm in knowing more about them. If possible, it would also be good to leave a contact information or tell them the specific location and policies. When Jiang Yuan came out, the 2 boys were also ready. Grandma Yi didn't let Yi Mianyan go, so she stayed. There are quite a few people going out now, in 2s and 3s, and most of them are people who wanted to go there before, but never made it. Several households on the 13th floor also went down. So this should be the case. Now that the rescue team is here, it means that they can reach the rescue center safely, which will naturally make things much better. Song Yi was very careful and told everyone not to come forward and just watch from a distance, because there were so many people going out. They had people patrolling downstairs. A few people deliberately avoided those wearing camouflage uniforms, not afraid of 10,000. But just in case, there is a small square in front of Building 9, which is much larger than the fitness square in front of Building 12. Directly opposite is the office building of the community property. And there is a supermarket and express service center next to it, as well as a place for recycling old clothes and receiving purified water. Below is a garage for bicycles and electric vehicles. The main entrance of the community is also here, and there are usually a lot of people. Since the extreme heat, it has been a lot lonely here. Today there are suddenly more people, which is a bit uncomfortable. The 3 people did not follow the large army, but chose the side of Building 9, which is the easternmost side. In this way, no matter whether they are people coming out of Building 9 or coming out of other buildings, they will not be able to see them. Moreover, you can directly see the situation of the small square. There was a large truck parked there, a military-style truck with a box that could accommodate hundreds of people. Look, the wheels of that car are tied up with chains. Really, no wonder I dare to drive out. It's much safer this way. Not to mention freezing. Even if it snows, you won't be afraid of slippery conditions. There are quite a few people there. Probably 30 or 40. All residents of this community. Look, there are so many people. I thought there was nothing left in the community. There are indeed quite a few. I guess there are still quite a few that haven't come out yet. Let's take a look. Jiang Yuan was worried that she couldn't see clearly, so she brought a telescope. Now she could see the people over there clearly. The few people said nothing and continued to watch for about half an hour. Why do I feel something is wrong? What's wrong? Both men were very nervous and came over to ask about her situation. Look at, there are so many people, including the elderly and children. Why don't you let them get on the bus? It's true. It's freezing cold right now. And the temperature during the day is over -30. Almost -40. It's not very warm in the car. It's true that it can be sheltered from the wind. Logically speaking, this group of people should put the people first. Obviously, someone inside was unhappy too. Someone is coming. Be careful. The three of them were very nervous. They had come from the front and didn't know what to do. 5 or 6 people in camouflage uniforms, leading 2 people from the community, swaggered to the property. The place had been ransacked before, and now the door was not locked. So we went in directly. In about 5 minutes, everyone came out with some chairs, tables and other things. What is this for? Zhang Kaiyang couldn't understand why he still had to rest here in the open air for a while. He was really not afraid of the cold. They probably want to light a fire. Jiang Yuan's guess was quickly confirmed. Someone was already chopping firewood with a big axe. But they were all former residents. The group in camouflage uniforms also started to use loudspeakers and hurriedly greeted people in the community. Fortunately, no one came here. They are relatively safe for now. Why aren't those people working? It's so strange. Song Yi listened to her and came over. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Yuan directly handed him the telescope and expressed her doubts. They don't work. They just let the residents in the community do the work. They have no spirit of serving the people at all. It was originally a joke. But after saying it, I realized something was wrong. Oh my god. Could they be? Chapter 178 Reversal. Song Yi didn't dare to be careless. So he took the telescope and carefully observed the situation over there. What's wrong with him? Sister Yuan? Why are you half-talking? Kaiyang was a little confused. The only telescope was still in Song Yi's hand. He didn't know what happened. No. Let's go back quickly. Song Yi had just finished speaking and didn't dare to be careless. But he hadn't waited for the three of them to leave. The small square became agitated. Jiang Yuan quickly took the binoculars and looked over there. I saw a man getting off the big truck. He looked like he was giving instructions. He should be a leader. What's going on? Why did they make everyone kneel down? Jiang Yuan's heart tightened as she looked at the situation in front of her. It was really shocking. The people over there didn't know what they said. But they were definitely not good words. A person in front of him was kicked down. Later, the people who came to argue were beaten by 3 people in camouflage uniforms. The remaining people were indifferent and mostly trembling. Then, a series of them knelt down. Ha ha ha. The leader's laughter was so ferocious that they could hear it here, followed by scared sighs. The man was wearing big leather boots, and the laughter made Jiang Yuan feel numb. Song Yi. This person seems to be the group from the supermarket before. They were indeed fake. They actually robbed every one of their supplies and controlled everyone. What happens next is that this group of people will definitely have nothing to gain. What good results can be obtained by being imprisoned? No. Someone came running over. Yes. 2 men took the opportunity to escape while the guards were not paying attention. Damn. Stop for me. The group of camouflage uniforms were full of gangsterism. And they chased them out with machetes in hand. It's coming towards us. What should we do? Jiang Yuan was a little panicked and just wanted to come over to see the specific situation. Unexpectedly, she ran into a fake rescue team. Now, there is still life-threatening danger. Let's go! Song Yi was also very nervous looking at the situation in front of him. There was chaos in the small square. And those who fled would definitely choose their own home first. As for which building they are from, no one can say. If there was one in building 13 and it alerted the group of people, it would be troublesome. They still have to go home. And if they don't leave now, they're afraid they won't have a chance. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay. So they ran directly south from here, to the east side of the building opposite, and then walked towards building No. 13. That's it. Normally, it would take less than a minute to get there. But now that we have to avoid this group of people, it becomes a lot more difficult. There really is someone here. Hurry up. Zhang Kaiyang shouted because someone was already running over from the other side. I don't know if it's from building 12 or building 13. Anyway, it's not a good thing for them. The camouflage uniforms behind are also in pursuit. Oops. It's from building 13. Jiang Yuan was so angry. What kind of luck was this? Quick! Fortunately, they were very fast and arrived downstairs as soon as possible. But the people over there hadn't come over yet. However, there are only a few steps away. Brother Song. They locked the building door. Zhang Kaiyang was the first to arrive. But who knew they actually locked up the 7th floor? Because the previous glass was all broken. I don't know where I got a particularly thick iron chain, which sealed all the glass parts of the corridor. Although there is a gap, it is absolutely impossible for a normal adult to get through. Collapse. Collapse. Kaiyong kicked it twice angrily. The iron chain was very thick and only shook slightly. But it had no effect at all. What to do? They didn't pay attention just now. When did this group of people get this thing? It seemed that they were well prepared. The same thing must have happened in the building next door. Residents who wanted to go back were also shocked. And camouflage uniforms followed one after another. The two groups of people immediately fought each other. But because they had no weapons at hand, and the group of people were desperate for their lives, every move was made ruthlessly. And the outcome was instantly clear. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to look at her. And people from Building 13 also ran over. They were also shocked to see Song Yi and Kaiyong working on iron chains here. When the person behind slashed at him with a sword, Jiang Yuan faced him with her Tangdao. This person is dead. And they are behind him. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. And you must help. Especially in this life or death situation. Among those camouflage uniforms, I didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would come out halfway. And he was still capable of fighting. After scolding twice, he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. Song Yi would give Jiang Yuan some guidance when nothing happened. And her sword skills have improved a lot now. It's quite easy to deal with 2 or 3 people. However, these few cannot be regarded as ordinary people. Not only are they desperate for their lives, they are also extremely desperate. Her strength was limited. So when the 3 of them came up together, it was still a bit difficult. The man being chased took a wooden stick from somewhere. He hit a man in camouflage uniform directly on the back, causing pain to the man. After turning around with his teeth bared, his whole body felt bad. I see. Damn you. As he said that, he changed the target. The man was obviously scared to death and couldn't stop the machete at all. The moment it hit his face, the camouflage uniform suddenly let out an awe sound. Jiang Yuan was unable to deal with 2 of them. So Song Yi gave him a stone. Who the hell attacked me? The sound of rage filled his ears. The situation there didn't look good. So Song Yi also pulled out his short sword and came to help her. As expected of a professional player, he solved one as soon as he came up. And the remaining one fell down with 3 strikes. 5 divided by 2. Jiang Yuan was panting. She didn't expect him to be so relaxed. So she gave him a thumbs up. Kaiyong was still full of lawsuits. And he wouldn't be afraid if he had to do some technical work like opening a lock. But this most primitive thing really stumped him. Mainly because it was so messy that he couldn't figure it out. Just as they were settled here, another person ran over from the opposite side, heading towards Building 13. Damn it! Jiang Yuan cursed secretly, feeling uncomfortable as if she had been pestered all the time. The people over there are alarmed. It won't do them any good. Although Song Yi is strong in combat, he can't beat the 4 punches with both hands. And it's not known if they have any other weapons. I didn't have time to think too much. So I quickly helped this person get rid of the camouflage uniform behind him. This time the person chasing after him was a person. Jiang Yuan took advantage of him and quickly unsheathed the Tang sword. As soon as I die, I feel handsome. It's you. Can't you get in here? Chapter 179. I can't go back. The other party saw no reaction from Jiang Yuan and others, and looked at him warily. He quickly pulled the scarf around his mouth and nosed down on his face, revealing his true appearance. I am Lu Chao, Yan Yan's friend. Then I remembered. It was the young man on the 10th floor. Safe. Identified. We can't get up. This place is sealed. It's over. What should we do? The man just now collapsed a little, and it was obvious that he and Jiang Yuan and others were in the same category. Let's go up from here and smash the windows on the 8th floor. Song Yi immediately made a decision. The current situation cannot remain calm. Time is tight, and everyone thinks it's okay. He immediately stepped on Kaiyong Yang's shoulder. Lu Chao was very discerning and came to help. As soon as the 2 of them exerted their strength, Song Yi jumped up and took advantage of the inertia to jump upstairs. The current 8th floor is equivalent to the flat 2nd floor. However, the houses in Lushan Yayuan are relatively high, and there is nothing to pull around. So the difficulty is relatively high. If it were an ordinary house, it would be fine. There would be a shelf for the air conditioner. But now there is nothing. They didn't bring any tools. Fortunately, Song Yi was very skilled and could reach the window edge in one go. Jiang Yuan didn't know if there was ice over there. If there was ice, he certainly wouldn't be able to hold on for long. let alone make the next move. Song Yi hung his hands on the windowsill. The people below were very nervous. He needed to use the help of the outer wall to go up. Then open the window or break the glass directly. What a coincidence. A few more camouflage uniforms came over there. Hey, what are you doing? He looked furious, obviously not expecting anyone to do this. And it was successful. He came here with a big stick and was running very fast. He should be checking the results. People who ran out of other buildings were either defeated by force or blocked by the iron chain, and were quickly captured without any help. Those who resisted would be pushed down and beaten up. Let's go together later and buy some time for Song Yi. Good. Good. At this time, no one had any objections. If they don't resist, they will be the unlucky ones. Several people were looking forward to death. And Lu Chao also picked up the camouflage uniform weapon that he had just killed from the ground. Now that she had decided, Jiang Yuan did not wait for others to come over and took the initiative to greet them. This is a real fight. Nothing sloppy at all. Her Tang Dao is relatively sharp, and when she cuts it down, the opponent stretches out his knife to block it. However, he didn't know that Jiang Yuan's knife was cut off as soon as he exerted force. In the eyes of shock, Tang Dao cut his neck. This time, 5 people came over. There were 4 of them, and Zhang Kaiyang was not bad. They fought with one of them and gained the upper hand. Jiang Yuan turned around, gave him a knife from the back, and killed another one. Lu Chao and the other person were having a hard time. Neither of them had experience in this area, so they were completely suppressed. Moreover, fighting 2 against 3 is already difficult. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan and Kai Yang came over quickly and joined the battle, and the situation immediately changed. Song Yi also found the flaw and only heard a clang. It was the sound of breaking glass, and it was also the sound of their hope. However, Jiang Yuan did not dare to be distracted, and the 4 of them worked together to clean up the 3 camouflage uniforms. The last one actually ran away, but no one left to chase him. Oops. I should have gone to report the news. Hurry up, Sister Yuan. Kaiong. It was Yi Mianyan and Fan Qing who arrived, as well as Jiang Xingji. They opened the window and pulled Song Yi up. Daughter, come here quickly. Jiang Xingji was very anxious and waved at them. Jiang Yuan saw hope and ran over quickly, as did the remaining 3 people. Kaiong, come up quickly. Song Yi threw down a rope, and Jiang Yuan was the first because he could step on the wall and there was only 1 layer. When he could touch her, he was almost carried up by Song Yi. The lightweight was an advantage. Lu Chao, you go first. Hurry up. Good. Lu Chao did not hesitate. Now is not the time to be humble. The remaining person pushed him up. Kaiyang's idea is very simple. If someone comes later, he can still resist 1 or 2. The more you are afraid of something, the more it will come. As expected, that person went back to report the news. And now many people have come running over. A conservative estimate was that there were 10 of them, and they came running over in a swarm. Now we are next to building 11, and it only took half a minute to run over. Everyone is nervous. Quick! But now, there is only 1 rope, and it is impossible for the 2 of them to come up together. The man next to him suddenly became frightened and actually collapsed. She opened her eyes and quickly supported him with her hands, saying in a loud voice, "Cheer up and get up quickly." He didn't expect that Zhang Kaiyang would actually give him the hope of living. For a moment, he couldn't react. You, hurry up and get out of here. After he yelled, he put himself in a defensive position, and the man grabbed the rope and began to climb up desperately. Because of the tension, my legs were a little hard to use. Looking at so many people, Zhang Kaiyang suddenly felt as if he was facing death. Pulling off the scarf he was wearing, he said, "Damn it. I'm going to fight you today. Fan Qing. Live well." His voice shocked everyone upstairs and downstairs. However, there was no time to worry. The group of people had already gathered around him, really surrounding him. The remaining 2 people tried to pull the man upstairs down, but it was too late. He had already stumbled up. Get out of the way. Song Yi was carrying sleeve arrows, and there were a lot of stones in his pockets. Seeing his aiming action, Jiang Yuan understood immediately. She also hurried over and took aim, trying to fight for a glimmer of hope for Kaiyang. Kaiyang. Fan Qing's eyes turned red instantly, and now he actually wanted to run down to him. Yi Mianyan pulled her over, leaving the place for Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. Don't cause trouble. What can you do if you go down? Brother Song and Sister Yuan won't ignore him. Fan Qing knows that he can't do anything, and he doesn't dare to say anything now for fear of affecting their performance. He could only hold Yi Mianmian's sleeve tightly and look left and right. Mianmian, let's smash this open and take out the fire extinguisher. It must have been frozen by now. Yi Mianmian thought he wanted to use this, and quickly told him that they had attended a firefighting lecture before. Ordinary fire extinguishers will freeze at -10 degrees Celsius, making them useless. Kai Yang's eyes were already red, and he realized that it was not difficult. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan were escorting him, and they had already knocked down 5 or 6 people. Chapter 180 Join forces to escape. The group of camouflage uniforms also realized something was wrong and started shouting at the people above the window. Just wait for me. With that said, he ran to report the news again. Jiang Yuan has no confidence in herself. Everyone was moving in a small area just now, so she didn't do it in vain. Now, this kind of running is even more uncertain. Song Yi, kill the one who went to report the news. After receiving the order, Song Yi immediately changed direction, shooting 2 arrows in a row. The first one hit the calf, but the second one didn't go, and the range was not that far. We have to be careful. Kai Yang, come up, he yelled, before sending the struggling camouflage away. Now that he had some free time, Kai Yang ran downstairs, and Song Yi threw the rope down early. In just 1 minute, people came up. Jiang Yuan hurried over and closed the window. You should go home quickly. Those people will definitely not give up. So hurry up. This is not alarmist. After killing so many brothers, it will definitely not be so easy. If I was afraid, it wasn't very scary. I was just worried that those people had a secret weapon. For example, a gun. Then, there is no chance of winning at all. It is better to go home and defend. Fan Qing cried with joy as he looked at Kai Yang. And Lu Chao also held a fire extinguisher in his hand as a weapon. Several people began to climb upstairs desperately, fearing that it would be too late and they would lose their lives. At this time, a familiar environment can often give people a sense of security. Mian, when I left just now, a girl said she knew someone whose family had food. That person and her mother lived in our building. I feel she was talking about you. But be careful. When everyone was talking, they did not stop. And Jiang Yuan was shocked. There is no need for Lu Chao to lie. And he came here a little later. It is normal to hear this. No way. How did you know he was from our building? Yi Mianmian didn't believe in evil and asked a question. We went down together. I'm sure it was building 13. As they spoke, they reached the 10th floor, and Lu Chao hurried home. He also needs to be prepared. At least not to be easily dealt with by that group of people. The other man didn't know which floor he went back to. He was walking at the end and no one noticed. It was obvious that he didn't want to be noticed either. When they reached the 20th floor, Yi Mianmian and the others were ready to go back. You 3. Hurry back and put your weapons on. And then come to the 21st floor. Song Yi said again to lock the door of the corridor. And the others also knew that it was probably not safe here. When everyone is together, we can also increase our fighting power. Hearing the noise, the person from 2001 opened the door and came out. Are you guys out? I see why there's a fight downstairs. Jiang Yuan signaled everyone to act quickly. Time is of the essence now. Hurry back and hide. That group of people is a fake rescue team. They have controlled all the residents who went down. They will probably search the building soon. Be careful. When the man heard this, he became nervous. Jiang Yuan didn't stay long. There were still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with at home. Now was not a good time to talk. After going up, quickly closed the door at the entrance of the corridor. Jiang Xingji had found all the weapons and prepared electric batons for Qin Yu and Xiao Wan. The mother was also very nervous and hurriedly went to change clothes. And also changed the children's clothes at the same time. If you need to fight, you can't do it in pajamas. The trip downstairs was also very fast. I just packed up simple things and didn't even get much food. When Yi Mianmian came to knock on the door, Song Yi went down and took the hammer and wooden board. This is the key to my house. No one lives in the second bedroom, so put grandma there. After saying that, he followed Jiang Xingxia. Yi Mianmian was very grateful and took Fan Qing there, followed by Kai Yang to arrange the arrangements. Now, there is no time for pretentiousness. Everyone must act. Jiang Yuan found all the firecrackers and throwing cannons that she had prepared before. It is expected that there will be a fierce battle soon, so she must be fully prepared. The speed of that group of people was much faster than expected. In the corridor, movement can already be heard. Obviously, they were looking for someone door to door. If this continues, even if they can't be found, all the survivors in this building will be killed. Quick! Get up! Song Yi directed everyone in an orderly manner, and Jiang Yuan hurriedly called the door of the corridor, fearing that she would be a step too late. After a few people came up, they saw that many people had gathered downstairs, and the leader also came over. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the whole person was furious. Look for them all for me. Let these people look for them too. And whoever finds them, I will spare his life. This is to make use of the residents in the community. And they are really responsive. Jiang Yuan saw the mother and daughter who attacked Yin before, and the woman among them stood directly over. If you ask me, it was the people on the 20th and 21st floors who did it. Upon hearing this, the leader in the camouflage uniform went up and grabbed her hair. What did you say? Who was it? The girl screamed repeatedly and was obviously in pain from being pinched. Now she couldn't raise her head and was tilting her head to the side. Brother, I won't lie to you. This must have been done by the group of people upstairs. The rest are normal people with no fighting ability at all. But those people are very powerful. At that time, they singled out our entire building and killed 20 or 30 people in one go. All of them adult men. My father was killed by them. And I can never forget the appearance of those people in my dreams. She spoke loudly and could be heard clearly by people upstairs. Moreover, you don't even have to look at it to know that it is gnashing your teeth. The leader in the camouflage uniform really believed it and let go of the hair in his hand. The girl who was reborn continued her efforts. Moreover, they had a lot of supplies at home, which were all transported back by kayak. I can really see that even if I eat a lot of fish and meat every day, I still can't finish it now. Very good. The arch fire is in place. The leader in the camouflage uniform stretched out his hand and pointed at the girl. You take the people directly to the 20th and 21st floors. I want all the supplies. Good. Holding the chicken feathers as arrows, the girl raised her tail instantly and asked people to follow her up. The noise of sweeping inside the building was getting louder and louder, and it was estimated that they had reached about the 15th floor, which was half the distance. After all, it's the 7th floor. Everyone is here in the corridor, just in case something happens. Jiang Yuan began to make crazy plans in her heart. It was impossible to be accommodating today. What should she do to get rid of that group of people as quickly as possible? Song Yi did the same, letting Yi Mianzi watch the activities downstairs in front of the window, while he began to observe the entire corridor. Jiang Yuan, open the door. Open the door quickly. Chapter 181 Attack. There was a rapid knock on the door, and several people looked at each other. It seems to be from 2001. Do you want to open the door? Instead of making her own decision, she asked everyone for their opinions. Now that we are all together, life safety is at stake, and she must not be arbitrary. Open! Song Yi made the final decision. Time was urgent. They must really have something going on. Jiang Yuan hurriedly opened the door and saw the man from 2001 coming out with a stick, followed by his wife and a little girl about 5 years old. When he saw her coming out, he immediately knelt down. Oh! What are you doing? Something caught her off guard, making her unable to react. Jiang Yuan, the people downstairs are very fierce. Please let our family of 3 come up. Don't worry. Just let us hide in the corridor and I can help fight the bad guys. Please, let my wife and daughter come up. What he meant was that he could stay as long as his wife and children were safe. Jiang Yuan was a little moved. They all said that husband and wife are like birds in the same forest, and they fly separately when disaster strikes. It is not easy for this man to do this. Come in. Song Yi made decisions at critical moments, and there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you. Thank you. Hurry up. Xiaoling, take Jingjing and hurry up. He asked his wife to go up, and Jiang Yuan sighed. You come too. Really? Thank you. It was really a surprise. The man quickly stood up and took his wife and daughter to the corridor on the 21st floor. Song Yi looked at the situation in front of him and called Jiang Xingji, Kaiong, and Liang Kong to go down to the 20th floor. Liang Kong is the man of 2001. The people below have already come up. The 4 grown men were all together because the corridor door on the 20th floor was locked. After knocking several times and seeing no response, the girl who took the lead quit. Open the door. On the 20th floor. I know you can hear me. If you are sensible, open the door quickly. And I can still spare your life. Go ahead. This is such a fake person. You really treat yourself like a green onion. Song-yi was very patient. Not much. Just watching things happen. This group of people came up directly. And there was also the group that swept the building. In less than 5 minutes, he will come up and join them. Why? You don't have any face. Among them, a man's voice sounded. The girl became a little angry, cursed secretly, and then ordered the people next to her. You guys, open the door for me. I don't believe it. There are so many of us, and we can't kill these bastards. If I had known, I would have killed her last time. Yi Mian was also so angry that she was gnashing her teeth. Her hair hasn't grown out yet. And it's all thanks to her. The old grudges are not over. But new grudges have been added. Don't get excited. We can't mess up the situation on our own, Jiang Yuan said, catching a glimpse of the mother and daughter from 2001. Because Xiaoling had already come over. She took a kitchen knife and asked the little girl Jingjing to hide quietly in the corridor. Although the child was very pitiful, Jiang Yuan did not let her enter the house. Now, she can't trust anyone. Nor can she expose her family to outsiders. Well, I can come with you. Okay. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan's voice was very low. And people downstairs had already started kicking in the door. The door was crumbling before. But although it was reinforced later, it was of no avail. Song-yi and others wanted to deal with some people on the 20th floor. But they looked like they were about to break through. He took the other 3 people and hid in the corner upstairs. With a boom, the door fell to the ground, bringing up a lot of dust. Both sides were quiet for a few seconds. And the girl's words were full of excitement. Look, these people are just cowards. There are a lot of good things on the 20th floor. Let's go to the 21st floor first. Clean up those people. And then come down. She began to give orders unscrupulously. And the male voice next to her rang out at the right time. In this case, you take them up. And you guys go knock on the door. Good guy. I am afraid that things will fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, hearing what he said, it was a good idea to leave all the people behind and let the residents in the building take the lead. How about we go together? The girl is not stupid. She can't go alone. She has experienced the strength of that group of people. Go quickly. The threatening voice sounded. And the girl had no choice but to say loudly, let's go. Hurry up. Song-yi's knife has been drawn out. And he is the first one below. Those who came over did not notice that there was an ambush around the corner. Ah! If you don't check anyone, you will die directly. The second one behind him did the same. And further back, he started to retreat. Someone. The voices were trembling. And these people all wanted to follow him to the rescue center. I usually keep a low profile and rarely see such bloody scenes. When I saw my companion who was traveling with me having his neck wiped just like that, I was so frightened that I peed. Step aside. It was still the same sharp male voice. Jiang Yuan could tell that it was the man who had trouble dealing with girls. Song-yi was not willing to fight. And he eliminated 2 of them at once. And the rest were on guard. Things became complicated. As soon as he stepped back, the people above also quietly moved up. Don't dare to make a sound. And don't dare to be too slow. The same goes for the people below, who dare not act rashly at all. First, a resident was asked to come over. He was very nervous. But there was nothing he could do. The corner of the corridor is a blind spot that no one can avoid. When you reach the 21st floor, you can pass through the blind area on this floor. Hide and do some sneak attacks. Which is also a good choice. Jiang Yuan was also very nervous and kept holding the door open, waiting for them to come back. It's very simple. I'm also afraid of this group of people. If they have guns or weapons like sleeve arrows. If they don't retreat, it will be too dangerous and their lives will be in danger. Song-yi did not come into the corridor, but hid at the corner of the corridor. The people below also came over. And when they showed up, they were scared to death. He stretched out his hands, almost surrendering. No one. The man's voice trembled. And then, the corner of a camouflage uniform was revealed from behind. This is what Song-yi was waiting for. With a swish sound, the sleeve arrows struck, and the man fell to the ground. There was another sound of fear and squealing below, and the man in front fell directly to the ground. He was really scared. He kept muttering, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" I was forced. "Don't kill me!" Faintly, there was also a cry. "Damn it! Go ahead." Suddenly, another person was kicked over. You didn't need to think twice to know that this was another ordinary resident who had taken refuge in the past. These people are really dogs. They actually let innocent people come and clear the way. Chapter 182 Kill the Annoying Girl. At the moment of life and death, everyone wants to live. Even if Song Yi no longer wants to hurt innocent people, it is only when his own safety is guaranteed. In this situation, either you die or I live. No one can blame anyone. Hurry up. The man was thrown over and kicked, causing him to stumble. The corridor entrance itself is not very wide, but now it is blocked by two adult men, and there is no gap at all. The two men looked shocked, especially the first one. When he was forced to come up, he actually clasped his hands and muttered something in his mouth. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am forced. The two men started to go upstairs, but not very fast. They were too scared. Song Yi was in front, and now only Kaiyong and the others were outside the door. Jiang Yuan held the door open, fearing that something might happen soon. So Jiang Xingji brought a wooden stick over and blocked the door directly. The two men were already halfway up the stairs, but the people below still didn't respond. But the one who is poking his head is probably hesitant. Jiang Yuan's heart was pounding. She didn't know what Song Yi was thinking. If he didn't take action now, that person would come up soon. Go up. When the people below saw this, they immediately grabbed a few people and came up. Among them, there was that girl. Her voice was particularly sharp and harsh, and Jiang Yuan caught it immediately. She was a little worried that if such people were not solved early, there would be problems later. As if there was a tacit understanding, Song Yi now also made a move. The two people in front had already come up and knew that this was a corner, so they were very cautious. Kaiyong put his index finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture. Although the man was stunned for a moment, he didn't say anything after all, and was pulled in by him. The second person who came up was also confused, but seeing that no one meant any harm to them, it was a little better. How about it? The people below are also very thieves. They are afraid of danger, so they don't go up easily. Song Yi took out the short knife, put it on the man's neck, and then signaled with his eyes. No. No one. The door is closed. What should I do now? Knock on the door. When I heard that no one was there, the people below also became more capable. Dong dong dong. Song Yi knocked twice symbolically, and then motioned for the two of them to enter. Jiang Yuan was inside, and after getting the two of them over, she didn't dare to be too careless. Jiang Xingji held the dagger, motioned for them to raise their hands, and then squatted on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoling knew that she couldn't help, so she took the initiative to guard these two people. She has a kitchen knife in her hand and is not afraid. Jingjing was still in the corridor, not daring to make a sound. The little boy also came over and faced the two men majestically. The people below began to come up. Not so slowly this time. Keep knocking. Song Yi knocked twice more symbolically, and finally the group of people came over, with the girl behind. There are about 4 steps from the top. She couldn't hit the target with one hit. Jiang Yuan knew that she couldn't give up now. Bringing a cardboard box over, Yi Mianyan saw that it was a glass bead that had been used before, and she understood what she meant. After handing the things to her, he took out the throwing cannon and handed it to Song Yi. The other party was a little strange, but after seeing the words on the packaging box clearly, he understood. So, as soon as the group of people came up, they were greeted by the sound of thunder and banging of cannons. Ah! Help! This group of people didn't know why, thinking it was some secret weapon, and ran away in fear. Yi Mianyan threw the beads down without checking any of them, causing a large piece to fall. The people below are the worst off. In addition to falling, they also have to bear the oppression of the fallen people, especially on the stairs. It hurts like HL. The group of camouflage uniforms were also surprised for a moment, fearing that it was a gun, and ran a few steps downstairs. After realizing that I had made a mistake, I scolded my mother for a long time. Ah! Whoever steps on me, get out of here. The girl still looked domineering. Unfortunately, no one bought her account. On the contrary, that group of people were more skillful than her and could escape faster. After this, she was left alone. Song Yi Shirshiran stood up, stretched out his arm, and pointed his sleeve arrow at her. What do you want to do? I tell you, if you surrender quickly, I can still spare your life. Jiang Yuan listened to her threat and sneered in her heart. Even if she was about to die, she still dared to speak nonsense. Even in a normal society, this is a girl who was raised crookedly. Hand over all the supplies and come out with me, and I will beg for mercy from my eldest brother. Oh, then I also want to thank you. She actually didn't hear the underlying message, and she became arrogant again, struggling to stand up. Wouldn't it be okay if it had been like this? It would have been a waste of my time. She had just stood up, but before she could stabilize, she was knocked down by a sleeve arrow. She rolled down the stairs, and the pain hit her, making her a little unbelievable. The people who were waiting for her to negotiate were also confused now, and did not know the situation above. However, that group of people are used to running wild, and it is impossible for them to admit defeat easily. Mom, even if you give me a hack, I don't believe it. There are so many of us, and we can't kill him. Listen to me. Those upstairs. If you surrender now, I will spare your life. When Grandpa rushes in, he will definitely rip off your heads and kick them like a ball. Good guy. This threat is exactly the same as that girl. Zhang Kaiyang was a little angry and responded naturally. If you have the guts, come up on your own. Let others take the lead. What a good grandson you are if you are just a coward. Boy, don't be so awesome. I think you're tired of living. Whoever gets tired of living is not sure yet. Come on if you have the guts. Song Yi pulled him. It was really unnecessary to be quick and talkative at this moment. Those people were all desperados. Although they couldn't bear to be provoked. There was nothing moral at all. Sister Yuan. Look. There are a lot more people down there. Looking in the direction of Yi Mianmian's finger, Jiang Yuan found that there were indeed many people coming from other buildings. They were all escorted in camouflage uniforms. They should be the ones who survived in the building. But those who didn't go down. They searched the building and were discovered. It is conceivable that the people have been taken away and the supplies must have been confiscated. These people are bandits. Song Yi. Let's fight quickly, or the people downstairs will probably come up. She was slightly worried that the current situation was not good for them. Dear neighbors, this group of people deliberately hurt your lives. There are only a few of them. If you stand up to resist, there is still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 183. The main thing is to catch someone off guard. Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan. She actually wanted to instigate this group of people, which would be a good way. They don't treat you as human beings. If you don't resist, you will only die. It's also a knife to extend your head. And it's a knife to shrink your head. Why not have a fight with them openly? The people below listened quietly, and also had their thoughts in mind. Jiang Yuan didn't believe it. If they didn't pretend to be members of the rescue team, who would come out? Although life is difficult, at least there is no fear of life. Now, he has become a lamb to be slaughtered on the chopping block. Who can feel comfortable? You bitch. What are you talking about? This group of people has no strength to fight with us. It's just nonsense. Stop sowing discord there. Let me tell you, our eldest brother will be here soon. None of you will have an easy time today. Damn it. I actually went to find reinforcements. It seems that he is destined to fight to the death. You heard it. Their people are coming soon. And you will be attacked indiscriminately later. I can't guarantee your safety. Innocent or not. These people have deceived you. If you don't run for your life, you really have no chance. Jiang Yuan was still making her final struggle. Not to save anyone. It's just that there is one less hostile target. So everyone can feel more relaxed. What are you doing? Stop. Stop it for me. Damn. Let's fight. Sure enough, the crowd was furious. And the group of camouflage uniforms were attacked by the people around them. Most of the people who followed were adult men. Even if they didn't have weapons, their bodies and strength would be different. How much difference could there be? There seemed to be about 30 people in that group at first. But they had just dealt with about 10 of them downstairs. Excluding those searching for buildings on other floors. There are only 5 or 6 people coming here now. However, there were more than a dozen captured residents. Almost 2 or 3 times their number. 3 people fight against 1. And if they can't fight again, there's nothing they can do. Song Yi watched and asked Jiang Xingji to bring those 2 people over. I'll let you go back. How do you choose not to let me teach you? There has been chaos downstairs. And all fools know that the only way to gain a chance of survival is to fight back. Moreover, they are on the 21st floor and have to be watched by others. Which is really not worth it. It's better not to keep this kind of safety hazard around. The 2 people shouted and went down. Jiang Yuan listened to the movement over there. Called Song Yi back. And closed the door. Anyway, no matter who comes, they are not going to open the door. I've turned against you. The violent screams came. It must be the group of people coming up. Jiang Yuan had already locked the door to the corridor. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, someone stumbled up. Open the door. Open the door. The knocking on the door was harsh. But no one moved. The little one was walking around anxiously. And Xiaoling also went to hold Jingjing in her arms. The few remaining people were staring at the door and making fighting postures. Ah! The screams continued. And gradually, the knocking on the door stopped. Several people looked at each other and remained motionless. The camouflage uniforms outside the door were probably victorious. And they were shouting blatantly. Open the door for me. You bastards. It's the one who leads. Jiang Yuan remembered his voice and was 100% sure. Someone. Break it open for me. There was ruthlessness in his voice. He must get to the 21st floor today. Now they estimate that there are about 20 people left. And the residents don't know how many more there are. Compared with the people in the corridor, they really have an advantage. However, Jiang Yuan was not worried. As long as they did not open the door, they would be safe. People outside started banging on the door. And Qin Yu suddenly opened the door and came out. Mom, what's wrong? Yuan, I see someone is banging on the door. Are you okay? Yes. Jiang Yuan slapped her forehead and remembered it instantly. You can see the status of the platform through surveillance at home. Song Yi also understood and asked Kai Yang to guard him. And they quickly returned to 2101 to see the specific situation. There were only 4 people who came to kick at the door. All wearing camouflage uniforms. There is no leader. So he is probably below. Song Yi. Let's kill these guys first. 4 are missing. Leaving only 15 or 16. Even 13 or 14. Anyway, it's getting fewer and fewer. Good. The 2 of them agreed and were going to operate on these 4 people. It had to be a hit. And it had to be very fast. So that the group of people downstairs couldn't react. Everyone needs to work together. And Song Yi's leadership talent is revealed. Yi Mianmian was responsible for opening the door, and suddenly opened the door inside. People outside didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, I was shocked. Song Yi took the arrow in his sleeve, aimed and shot. And so did Jiang Yuan. Although her skills are average, she can always hit the target if she shoots them indiscriminately. The people outside fell to the ground in response. Close the door. Yi Mianmian slammed the door. And it only took a few seconds for the people behind to come up. They were not as fast as them at all. And they won a complete victory in this quick battle. Although nervous, it is very inspiring. Oh shit. The people outside cursed and started banging on the door frantically. All kinds of unpleasant words kept coming out one after another. Just when he relaxed his guard. With Song Yi's movement, Jiang Yuan quickly opened the door. Yi Mianmian was beside her and quickly took it over. Song Yi, who had been prepared for a long time, fired his sleeve arrows directly. And Kaiyang was also beside him, hitting him directly with an electric baton. The subtlety of this electric baton is that once it shocks one person, the rest of the people who come into contact with him will be shocked in the same way. However, no one dared to waste time. And the group of people outside were not vegetarians. Their outside door has a guardrail, which is an advantage. Receive, Song Yi shouted. And Jiang Yuan threw the firecrackers out. Yi Mianmian quickly closed the door and finished in one go. Yeah, that's great. There was a crackling sound outside. And there were also people screaming in fear. Jiang Yuan quickly opened the door again. And Song Yi's sleeve arrow was already loaded. Papa. He fired 5 more rounds. And when the group of people rushed over, he slammed the door. After these 3 rounds, the main focus is to be caught off guard. That group of people lost at least 7 or 8 people. At the same time, it also successfully angered the group of camouflage uniforms outside. Jiang Yuan knew that it would definitely not work if she wanted to use this unexpected method again. After locking the door, the remaining people became equally nervous. Nervous and excited. Damn it. If I don't kill you today, my surname is not Zhang. As he spoke, his voice lowered. The people inside also began to prepare. And no one was waiting to die. They don't know what means they will use. But it is definitely not a good thing. We must be prepared to face death. Chapter 184 Fire Attack. Sure enough, there was no silence for 2 minutes. And the commotion continued outside. What are they doing? Zhang Kaiyang didn't know why. But the unpleasant smell hit him, making everyone extremely nervous. It's gasoline. And they're going to burn us to death? Liang Kang's breath was a little out of tune. If they continued the fire attack, they would be choked to death even if they were not burned to death. Jiang Yuan was also a little flustered. The situation in the corridor was not very good. The two doors inside are the one left by the previous developer, which is the outermost one with a protective fence on top. There is another door, which was the door inside Jiang Yuan's house before. After the explosion-proof door was replaced, this door was installed here. If it hadn't been for the door at the back holding it up, the one in front would have been kicked out of shape. Now using fire attack, they are completely helpless. Even inside your home, it won't work. Although explosion-proof doors can isolate most things, smoke can penetrate everywhere. They are really in danger this time. What should we do now? Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold, and she put the question to Song Yi. After all, he has a lot of practical experience and hopes to have a good solution. Open the window first. The space in the corridor is really too small. Even if you rush out now, it will be very dangerous. They used gasoline and now wore more clothes. If they were not careful, they would be set on fire in a real-life way. Yi Mianmian didn't dare to delay, and Liang Kong also had the eyes to go over to help. These two doors will definitely not be able to withstand it. We still need to make plans early. Just as he was talking, smoke was coming in from outside, and there was smoke leakage all around the door. Although the windows are open, over time, it will definitely overflow to other places. Don't worry. Let's go back first. Although Song Yi said this, he didn't mean to wait and see. Jiang Yuan, you take the lesbians and cut all the beads in the house, and then collect all the powder in the firecrackers. The beads are threaded on a string, and there are about 200 to 300 beads in each string. Firecrackers also require a lot of effort to get out all the powder inside. Okay, come with me, Jiang Yuan said, welcoming everyone into 2101 and starting to prepare things. There were many more beads, and she took them all out. Xin Yu, Yi Mianmian, Fan Qing, and Xiaoling were all busy. Xiao Wan looked at Jingjing next to her, curious, and went up to hold her hand. Sister, Song Yi asked Jiang Xingji to observe the situation at the door, and went back with the other two people. Is there someone knocking on the door? I gonna go see. Qin Yu took the lead and hurried to check. This is Grandma Yi. Yi Mianmian heard it, and ran over quickly. Grandma, why did you come out? I'm here to help. Mianmian, don't worry. My old bones are fine. I can do anything I can for you. In fact, when she was taken upstairs, she felt very uncomfortable, and knew that something must have happened. Just now, everyone had gone out. Even the dogs were outside, and she was worried to death. When Song Yi took the people back, she quickly asked Kai Yang. When I learned that everyone was busy next door, I must come over. Even if I die, I still want to be with my granddaughter. Okay, hurry up. Jiang Yuan felt that they could not waste Song Yi's time. Although she didn't know exactly what he wanted to do, she chose to believe it unconditionally. The beads here are made very quickly, but the firecrackers are more troublesome. Fortunately, there are more people. Song Yi had already taken his things and left. Jiang Yuan also went out to see the specific situation, and saw everyone holding many buckets and ropes. The smoke is so thick now that the windows in the corridor can no longer be drained out. Jiang Xingji was not idle either, and removed both windows. Let's hurry up. The fire is burning now. People outside don't dare to act rashly. We still have time. Song Yi directed everyone in an orderly manner, and Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something and hurried back to the room. There is a lot of furniture in her space, and there are also a lot of door panels. If possible, take them out to block this side. When the time came, they rushed in with a little buffer. Big things are difficult to hold, but those solid wood tables are no problem. It was hard to explain, because she was afraid that people would ask. Jiang Yuan felt depressed, and suddenly saw the water guns she had collected at the maternal and infant store. Very good. Jiang Yuan hurried out, and her eyes lit up when she saw Qin Yu. Mom, where are our chili peppers? Dried chili peppers? It's in the kitchen and in the attic. What do you want this for? Mom, hurry up and find them for me. The more, the better. Qin Yu didn't dare to delay, and quickly went to find her. I have stocked a lot of this seasoning at home. Jiang Yuan started to boil water, and prepared to turn the chili into powder. What Qin Yu brought over were several packets of chili noodles, which was a lot more convenient. Boil it with hot water, and pour it into the water gun. The mother and daughter were so busy that they got 2 buckets in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, they had the habit of storing hot water in them before. Both thermoses were used, and Jiang Xingji came in a hurry. Have things been done? They started to attack. Boy, what a speed. Okay, it's all here. Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian followed suit and sent the things out. Jiang Yuan asked Jiang Xingji to move a computer desk out of the house. This was customized when I was making furniture. It was said to be a computer desk, but it was actually much larger. There are 3 drawers on the left and right sides, and the length is about 1.5 meters. Jiang Yuan and Qing Yu carried the buckets out and asked the 2 little guys to hide in the room and not come out. Then ask everyone to come over and fill the water gun. Be extra careful with this. Otherwise you may be easily injured. Song Yi was also making final arrangements. The group of people went crazy. After a few bumps, the door was crumbling. The preparations here were almost complete, and the men all retreated and hid on both sides of the corridor. The computer desk is placed at the entrance to the corridor. Bang! The door fell to the ground, and the laughter of Ha came. Let me see how capable you are. Next year today, I will see who will visit your grave. Ha ha ha. The leader of the camouflage uniform gave an order, and someone passed through the thick smoke and walked inside. In view of what just happened, these people were not careless. However, the end is somewhat vague. Brother, they opened the window, so they probably didn't get smoked to death. Just as he was talking, Song Yi suddenly pulled a rope in his hand, and 2 buckets of water suddenly fell from his head, turning the 2 people who came in into drowned rats. Chapter 185 Corridor Battle. Just before they could react, Song Yi suddenly attacked with an air rifle. It's the kind that's used to make furniture. It has a short range, but it's very fast. It can shoot 5 to 7 centimeters of nails. Pa bang bang. An indiscriminate shot. He moved quickly, hiding from the right to the left. Jiang Yuan was also here, and neither of them acted rashly. The 2 people who came outside were now speechless. Damn it. Give it to me. I won't believe it. This time, the group of people did not come blindly. They had wooden boards of various sizes in their hands. It must have been found temporarily, and was intended to be used as a shield. However, it is not that suitable after all. 3 people came up this time, and were already standing on the platform. There was no response from them. Song Yi raised his head and looked at the convex mirror, which was installed just now. Inside, you can see the details of the stairwell. The 3 people, not knowing the specific situation, lowered the board slightly and looked at the surroundings as safe. Brother, it seems no one is here. The camouflage uniform behind him also said, everyone comes together. I don't believe it. We can't kill these people. As he said that, he actually started to move. Kaiong and Liang Kong both had ropes in their hands and were taking deep breaths, fearing that they would not be prepared in time and delay the important event. Song Yi was very calm, and the group of people came up quickly, wanting to attack in a group. 2. After giving the order, Kaiong quickly pulled the rope on his hand. Flower bombs came from all directions and hit the group of people. There were probably 7 or 8 people there. They quickly covered their eyes. This dust was very dangerous. Superior, Jiang Yuan also shouted, and all the lesbians picked up their water guns. Line up in a row. Use the computer desk as a barrier, and start shooting at the people opposite. Because of the flower, they couldn't see the specific situation clearly. However, Jiang Yuan said that it is filled with chili pepper water. Just spray it directly on the upper part. It is best to attack the eyes, mouth and nose. Although girls are scared, they are also very crazy now. The whole process lasted only 1 minute, and Jiang Yuan shouted retreat. Everyone was unwilling to fight and hid themselves. Song Yi was in the dark and began to attack indiscriminately. There was also a set of sleeve arrows in his open hand to help him shoot. No one at the bottom came up, but someone was anxious. The trump cards haven't been revealed yet, which proves that these people don't have guns. Otherwise, the leader in camouflage uniform would have been so angry that he would have started shooting wildly. Superior. As soon as Song Yi said these words, Kai Yang took the lead and ran out directly. He wanted to check the specific situation on the corridor. It was now scattered all over the place, and people were all lying down. He had to make sure that no one could get up. Last hitting. Professional last hitting. Song Yi jumped over and held a bag, which was the improvised cannonball just now. The firecrackers Jiang Yuan had prepared before were used. Although the firepower value could not be compared with real bombs, the effect was pretty good. There was a crackling sound from underneath, and Song Yi started from the nearest one and unsheathed the short sword. The 2 people were quickly dealt with, Jiang Yuan looked at the situation here and realized that her water gun was of no use. There were corpses strewn about in the corridor, and they couldn't even get down. Liang Kong was still holding on to 2 ropes over there, and he couldn't get away now. Damn it. Try your best. Mian Mian. Fan Qing. Come here and be on guard. Good. Yi Mian Mian has fought with her many times, and now they have a good understanding. She rushed into the corridor and moved the people who were in the way out of the way. Dad? Come here and help. Okay. Jiang Xingji took the corpse from Jiang Yuan's hand and threw it directly towards the window. She was frightened by the sudden strength. She had no choice but to at least leave a path for walking. I just threw 2 away. Jiang Yuan was beside me, pulling the middle one to the side. Song Yi and others hurriedly stepped back, and when they saw Jiang Yuan clearing the road, they also praised it. Quick! Come back! Several people quickly retreated, and the people below ran over like crazy, taking 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. The moment came before his eyes. His eyes were about to burst. It was really terrifying. Jiang Yuan could clearly see the red bloodshot eyes in his eyes, which meant he was truly anxious. Liang Kong. 3. Song Yi's voice was full of energy. After receiving the order, Liang Kong quickly pulled the rope. The cloth on top suddenly fell down. This time, it was not water or flour, but they just made round beads. Jiang Yuan looked at these things falling and didn't know why. No. What are those white ones? Those beads are very small. Basically 8 millimeters. And some are 6 millimeters. There were some white balls mixed in the middle, which she had never seen before. The person who came up hadn't figured it out yet, so he instinctively shrank when he was hit by the beads. However, it was only for a short moment. When they moved again, it was actually a bit difficult. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised, as if she was stuck by something. Could those white balls be glue? Without any time to think, Song Yi quickly took action and started shooting at the group of people. However, in the end, it is impossible to resist the temptation. Liang Kong. 4. Coming. People had already rushed in, and the computer desk was knocked upside down. All of them were carrying machetes, which was extremely dangerous. Liang Kong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly pulled the last rope. Cover your mouth and nose. I saw what looked like smoke bombs flying down from all around the wall. There were 5 of them, with white smoke coming out of their tails. Song Yi had just reminded them that now everyone cover their mouths and noses and put on masks. The remaining group of people obviously did not have such good luck. I started sneezing like crazy, as if I had a bad cold. Very serious. Superior. This is a perfect opportunity to break free from being stuck. But sneezing is a bodily function and cannot be controlled so easily. The leader in the camouflage uniform also reacted and asked everyone to cover their mouths and noses. But it was too late. Song Yi also led everyone to start a counterattack. Jiang Yuan knew that the hunting time had come. This group of people are all cancers of society, and no one can be spared. The Tang sword was unsheathed, and blood splattered everywhere. There are many people on the other side, and there are also many of them. The entire corridor cannot be used at all. However, the opponent was no weakling and began to fight passively. Song Yi faced the leader in camouflage uniforms and stabbed him, but he unexpectedly burst out with an unknown force. He pulled out the knife and shouted like crazy. Chapter 186. The entire army was wiped out. You little bastard. I will kill you. Immediately afterwards, he threw the short knife out. Song Yi nimbly dodged by turning his head, and the blade was directly inserted into the opposite wall, which shows how much strength he used. Then, he rushed over regardless of his own safety. This person really has a bad temper. But Song Yi is not a vegetarian either. In comparison, his mood is much more stable. The knife struck directly at the door in front of him, and he quickly came to meet him with the knife. The 2 of them went back and forth, so they blocked the surrounding roads. Jiang Yuan knew the principle of capture the thief first. Capture the king. As long as the leading camouflage uniform falls, the rest will be a mob. However, she was not a professional after all, so for a while, she was unable to help. That man was furious, and he couldn't get even a cent off. Some were furious and brandished their swords randomly. The people behind were obviously not able to help. Mian Mian, give me the water gun. Yi Mian Mian heard this, and quickly took the water gun from the ground. Fan Qing next to him scooped up a ladle of chili pepper water. The 2 quickly filled the water gun and handed it to Jiang Yuan. They were all within a safe range at the back, and now passed through the side and shot directly at the leading camouflage uniform to buy Song Yi time. Sure enough, The other party couldn't help but cover his eyes. Song Yi got an opening and went straight in with a short sword. But the man didn't notice for a moment. Still a little unbelievable. I looked down at my heart, and there was already gurgling blood flowing out. Song Yi didn't do anything and kicked him directly. The man fell to the ground and let out a muffled groan. Equally unbelievable were the group of people behind him. Big brother. Big brother. However, everything is in vain. Song Yi rushed out first, followed closely by Kai Yang. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to explain, so she wanted to go down and have a look. No one in that group of people can be let go. The people below didn't understand what was going on and began to passively respond. Jiang Yuan was also anxious and waved the Tangdao, leaving no room for maneuver. However, this place is really closed, so be careful not to hurt your companions. They want to run away. There were only 2 or 3 people left, running frantically downstairs. Most of the people in the group just now were their own people, and only a few were property owners in the community. Now, escaping downstairs is a staggering process. The 3 young men had already chased away, with Jiang Yuan following closely behind. Jiang Xingji also wanted to go, but she stopped him. Dad, please clean up this place and we'll go down. In fact, everyone must die. They are all poisonous snakes spitting out letters, so we must not be careless. Okay, be careful. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing went down together. It looked like there were about 5 people down there, who were responsible for guarding the owners of the community. The 3 people who were on the run were eliminated before they reached the 7th floor. Taiyong felt that he had to give them a blow, so he threw the body out of the window. The people below were screaming. And now Song Yi and Liang Kong also arrived downstairs. They are all dead. If you don't resist, what are you waiting for? Maybe the sentence is too magical. Down there, something started to move. The remaining 5 camouflage uniforms should be suppressed quickly. It's a pity. Just now, someone's hands and feet were numb from the cold. Not only did they remain unmoved, they even started beating them. Just imagine, squatting on the ground in such a cold weather, motionless. After a long time, no one can bear it. Sure enough, someone stood up and started to resist. And Kaiyang also started running downstairs. We happened to meet Jiang Yuan and others who were coming down. When they arrived, they found that neither Song Yi nor Liang Kong took action. So the group of people surrounded them and beat them up. With some vengeance, the camouflage uniforms were beaten badly. Kill them to avoid future troubles. Kaiyang started to fire. And sure enough, someone took away the weapons of the group. And then a bloody scene began. Song Yi looked at it and frowned. It's a bit too much to kill people with just a single blow. Let's go! Jiang Yuan took a look. But there wasn't much. Every injustice has its owner. And every debt has its owner. They all deserve this. Several people started walking upstairs to make sure that none of the 5 were alive. No. Go check out the truck. Are you afraid that something might slip through the net? Have to guard against? Saying this, several people did not dare to chat and hurriedly walked to the small square in front of Building 9. The people behind saw it and followed. There was a big truck parked there. Before Song Yi could pass by, the owners of the community ran over and looked around. No more. All dead? Jiang Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. This is mine. I took it. Let it go. From what I heard, it turned out that 2 people were fighting over a bag of bread. Seeing more and more people behind him, one of the men let go and went to get other things. This was brought over by everyone when they came here before, and was put together by this group of camouflage uniforms. The person who took the thing started to run wildly for fear of being intercepted. The people behind saw it and ran over, ready to get a share of the pie. Human nature is like this. Friends of life and death, who were enemies of each other just now can now turn against each other. Since it's gone, let's go back quickly. Jiang Yuan was also worried about her family. As Jiang Xingji and Qin, you were both dealing with the battlefield in the building. A few people moved very quickly and reached the 20th floor. They looked at the walls that were clean and tidy the day before. But now they were in disgrace. Dad? Mom? Are you okay? It's okay. This person is still alive. He has a dagger in his hand, and Xiaoling found it. Speaking, Jiang Yuan raised her head and glanced at Liang Kang's wife. The other party smiled miserably and didn't say much, because there was a lot of blood on his hands and face while helping to carry it. Song Yi and 3 men rushed over to help, and the group of people just threw them downstairs, and that's it. Even if he still has breath, he will be thrown to death. Jiang Yuan thought of Bai Mingming's previous incident of eating the Xia family's mother and son, and wanted to stop it. Later, I thought it was meaningless. Everyone has their own destiny, so I just threw it away. Today has been a scary day, and it will only be more difficult in the future. Everyone is busy. They also got a lot of things just now. The corridor is already in a state of disgrace. It needs to be cleaned up briefly. Brother Song, this tear gas is really effective. I took off my mask just now, and I feel like crying now. As Kaiyang said, Song asked him to fetch a basin of water. This is a specific product, and has no medicinal effect as long as it is dissolved in water. For the remaining residue, just wipe it off and it's okay. Chapter 187 Blizzard is coming. Although there were many people, they still worked for nearly 2 hours. Except for the 21st floor. The situation on the 20th floor is not very good, and needs to be tidied up. The scariest thing is that what was once filled with water and flour has become frozen. They were all cleaned up with a small shovel. And those little white balls were actually prank toys. There is strong glue inside, and it will burst out when you step on it. The effect is good, but the battlefield is difficult to clean. But if we don't do it now, it will be more troublesome later. It's almost 7 o'clock. It's been a busy day. Now the door on the 21st floor is completely unusable. Plus they used fire attack before. The wall was severely damaged, and the outer wall had fallen off, exposing the cement inside, which looked a bit ferocious. This door can't be used. We still have to find a way later. Everyone knows that an extra layer of doors means an extra layer of protection. Today, these 2 doors provide them with a lot of convenience. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the key to victory. But it is really a pity. I see that many of the downstairs are unoccupied. If that doesn't work, I'll just remove the doors and install them. What Zhang Kaiyang said is a good idea. As long as there are no people on this floor, there will be no problem. And there's no way to repair this wall. It's too cold. Jiang Xingqi felt a little regretful that his abilities could not be used. It's okay, uncle. It's not a problem. Everyone is tired today. So let's go back and rest. We still need to be vigilant. There are a lot of people in the community now. When those people in camouflage uniforms came up, I guess a lot of people knew what was going on in our building. So don't sleep too hard. Song Yi's reminder was not unfounded. And several people nodded. Liang Kong and Xiaoling came to take Jingjing back. The little girl had a good time with Xianwan, and was a little reluctant to leave. Xianwan, sister is going home. If you are not busy anymore, let her come over and play with you. Okay? Xiaoling is a very patient person. And it is said that she was engaged in education-related occupations before. Okay. Aunt, don't forget to ask sister to come over. Okay. Auntie promises you. After the family of 3 left, Xinyu started cooking. In the afternoon, everyone was overloaded with work. And now they are very tired. Don't make it too complicated. Just add dumplings and make sour soup. Just right. Everyone likes it. Jiang Yuan went back to wash up. There were a lot of blood stains on her body, which was not good looking after all. There is still time and conditions to clean it now. If it comes to a tense moment, hygiene is really dispensable. In the last days, how many mysophobias have been cured? Xianwan, come here. The little girl heard her mother's call and ran over. What's wrong? Mom? Jiang Yuan looked at the snack bag in the trash can inside secretly. Xianwan, did you treat your sister to something delicious today? Yes. I brought snacks to my sister. And she said she hadn't had them in a long time. When you can't even put food in your mouth, snacks are naturally a luxury. Baby, listen to what mommy told you. You can't take out these food easily in the future. Do you understand? Xianwan blinked her big innocent eyes, with a look of confusion on her face. Why? Didn't mom say you should learn to share? Forehead. Yes, you have to learn to share. But it's not for everyone. I can only share it with my mom, grandma and grandpa, because we are a family. For example, my sister today cannot share. Why? The little girl didn't understand it particularly. Her mother had said before that she wanted to share it with the children. That's because the supermarkets are closed now, and we can't buy new snacks. After you finish eating the things at home, we won't have anything delicious. The same goes for the food we eat every day. If you share it with others, your mother, grandma, and grandpa will be hungry. God knows. She doesn't want this either. But there's no other way. Since this child has caught up with this apocalypse, he must get used to the survival rules of the apocalypse. Generosity is definitely not an advantage. Mom, I don't want you to be hungry. And I don't want Grandma and Grandpa to be hungry either. I will never give food to others again. Mom, don't be angry, the little girl said, approaching her. Jiang Yuan held the child in her arms and comforted her softly. Xiao Yuan is not wrong. Mom knows that you like your sister. But today is different from the past. Well, there is no other way. Just teach these things slowly. After all, he is only a 3-year-old child. How much more can he ask for? Yuan, come over and eat. Here we come. Qin Yu was very fast, making 3 large bowls of sour soup dumplings, plus a small bowl. The little warm one doesn't have any chili pepper, and it smells delicious. The family of 4 each sat on a chair and ate deliciously. Daughter, I understand what happened today. No matter who comes from now on, we won't go out. Thinking about it now, Qin Yu still has lingering fears. Yeah, I almost didn't come back today. By the way, Dad, why did you go out to pick us up? When Jiang Xingji said this, he was also very shy. You have been out for such a long time. And I don't worry about it. I went downstairs to see what was going on. The 2 little girls were watching from the corridor. I thought about it. And when I came back, I would stare at it too. Then we saw a fight starting downstairs. And we hurried down. Who would have known that those people would actually surround the 7th floor? We went upstairs again. And Xiao Song came up. Jiang Yuan knew what happened next. Thank you for coming. Otherwise nothing would have happened today. It was precisely because of this that she felt that she really couldn't fight alone. In the past, I just thought about protecting myself. But if your own abilities are not good enough, there are always some external factors that you cannot predict. If he had Song Yi's skills, he might be able to survive on his own if supplies and weapons were sufficient. Their family probably has no such hope. However, there is no need to deliberately change anything. Everyone should have this idea now. In normal times, we live individually. But at critical moments, we can work together to defend ourselves against the enemy. Not being together often can also reduce a lot of conflicts. After eating and washing up briefly, Jiang Yuan took her daughter to bed to rest. Today, the little guy didn't take a nap either, and he can no longer keep his eyes open. She is also very tired. If there is anything else, we will talk about it tomorrow. I slept until midnight and suddenly felt a little cold. Jiang Yuan woke up from her dream and saw something unusual outside. It was actually snowing. So fast. No wonder the group of people jumped over the wall in a hurry. The snowflakes outside are white and very big, really like goose feathers. However, it is not that fast after all, but it will have a thick layer the next night. Chapter 188 The Sorrow Without a Door. Jiang Yuan didn't stay long. It was too cold. It stands to reason that it would be colder if the snow melted. But it feels like it is unbearable now. Instead of going back to sleep, she checked the electric heater and plugged in the humidifier next to it. There is no way. The temperature of this electric heater is too high, and the room will be extremely dry. Looking at her sleeping daughter, Jiang Yuan suddenly had a bold idea. She quietly picked up her daughter, and the little girl nuzzled her in her arms and did not wake up. She felt much relieved and entered the space directly. Put my daughter on the bed on the 1st floor. It is very warm here, and there is a summer quilt next to her. It is okay to cover her with this. After finishing it, I went out and locked the door again so that my parents couldn't find it. Otherwise, there will be too many things. People's hearts are not as old as they used to be. There are so many bad people. The less you know, the safer you are. Jiang Yuan was also tired. Instead of doing anything, she fell on the bed and slept with her daughter. Early the next morning, I had to take my daughter out quietly. Fortunately, Qin Yu was worried that Jiang Yuan was tired and did not come to call her. She didn't get up until 9:30. Xianwan suddenly returned to the real world. Still a little uncomfortable. However, you can't stay in the space forever. You have to adapt slowly. Are you up? Go wash your hands quickly and come over to eat. Qin Yu cooked white rice porridge and paired it with shredded pickles fried by herself. Her mother also specially added a lot of sesame seeds to make the batch fragrant. There are also steamed buns stuffed with pork, scallions and pork sauerkraut, and 2 green pepper and eggplant buns made 2 days ago are also hot. Who wouldn't be confused by this food? Jiang Yuan enjoyed breakfast quietly, and Jiang Xingji came over to tell her about the snow. It's already -10 degrees inside our house, so we can't turn on an extra electric heater. It's okay, but I don't know if it will be overloaded. I don't have to worry about the battery. But the wiring is an issue. It's okay. I've seen it all. Although the electric heater is relatively powerful, our batteries are also good. It won't be a problem to carry 4 or 5 at the same time. That's good. Jiang Xingji rubbed his hands. He just went out. Daughter, you don't even know that it's already minus 50 degrees outside. The coldest night in our hometown is 30 degrees below zero. I was really furious. You don't even know it. When I went out, my teeth were chattering. This is still inside the corridor. And there is still wind outside. If it were in the open air, I would probably freeze to death. Jiang Yuan was shocked in her heart. The snow had no intention of stopping now. It looked like it was at least 20 centimeters from the outside. The last sudden extreme cold had already killed many people. This time a blizzard. The temperature is even lower. So many people are expected to be affected. There are probably not many people alive in this building. Jiang Yuan murmured. And Jiang Xingji looked stern. Oh, many people probably froze to death. Not necessarily. Given the previous experience of extreme cold, I guess many people have stocked up on firewood at home. Qin Yu also expressed her thoughts. She always felt that the effect would be different if she was prepared or not. That's true. But the snow doesn't look like it will stop so easily. So we should pay more attention. Everyone else. Whatever. Yes. I see this snow. I don't know how long it will continue to fall. I will go and clean up the upstairs later. Jiang Xingji just went to the attic to see that it needed to be renovated. If it freezes behind, it will be troublesome. The terrace is only 3 steps lower than the attic. The official news is that it is snowing, so it is easy to get out. A little is fine. But if there is a lot, it will be easy to soak in when the snow melts. Most of the food in the attic is food, which is a guarantee of life. So of course you can't be careless. Okay, I'll go with you later. No, it's cold. Girl, just stay at home. If it freezes you, your mother will feel bad again. Qin Yu rolled her eyes at Jiang Xingji and said with some displeasure. Then you don't feel bad? 2101 was having a good time. But there was a commotion downstairs. Jiang Yuan heard no movement at home and wanted to go to the corridor to see the specific situation. Yesterday, she said it would be sealed up. They still had to find a place to get a door panel. Their wood was still in the corridor, so they couldn't leave it alone. Who knew? As soon as I came out, I heard a noise. She quickly came down to check the specific situation and found that Liang Kong and Xiaoling were in the corridor, trying to break up the fight. What's going on? What kind of monster is this Fan Yao? This girl wants to go in, but Miss Fan Qing won't let her in. So there will be a quarrel. Fan Yao knew that Jiang Yuan would not stand on her side, so she did not come forward to complain. Instead, I chose to cry with the couple in 2001. Brother, eldest sister, tell me, the weather is so cold now. My sister really doesn't care about me. She wants to freeze me to death. How can there be such a cruel person in the world? Yi Mianmian looked at Jiang Yuan and spread her hands, feeling helpless. This is so cruel. When we were besieged yesterday, I didn't see any of you coming to help. When she said this, Liang Kong and his wife also reacted. Unconsciously, he distanced himself from her. I was sent downstairs by someone yesterday. By the way, Tian Yu caught a cold. Xing, even if you don't like me, he is innocent. For the sake of your love, give him some cold medicine. It was such a big departure that she actually had the nerve to say this. Fan Qing looked at Kaiyang next to him. The man's face had turned cold. Shut up. Why do I have any feelings for you? If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude. She was really angry. This Fan Yao couldn't see her being good at all. Look what you're doing. You can't just die without saving me. Xing, don't be too cold-blooded. I'm really... Fan Qing's rank is not as high as this cousin's. And now he has gritted his teeth and ran back. When he came out again, he had a broom in his hand. He hit Fan Yao. I told you to talk nonsense. So get out of here. If you come to harass me again, I will make you look good. Fan Yao was caught off guard and was beaten twice. She was really cruel. The person who was beaten was in pain and began to run away with his head in his arms. Although he cursed a lot, it really had an effect. At least, this person got down. Oh, every family has its own sutras that are difficult to recite. I'm furious. Fan Qing was also very sad and quickly looked at Kai Yang's face. Fortunately, the other party was not obviously angry. Okay, don't talk about that. Let's go take a look quickly and get a door back. That's the serious thing. Yes. I'll go up and call Brother Song. And then go downstairs to look for him. Chapter 189 Counting Survivors. Kyong opened very quickly. And now there are no doors on both floors. It's easy to get in and out. But it's dangerous if you don't feel comfortable getting in. Songy also finished cleaning up and followed him out. Let's do this. Start from upstairs and go down one floor to inquire. His idea was that if there was no one on any floor, he could remove the corridor door and move it back for them to use. If there is no one in the house, it is okay to remove the door. Anyway, there is no one left. So I just want to contribute to everyone. It's really the door to the stairwell. It's too confusing. There is also an anti-theft net on it. And anyone with a little bit of sagacity can't guard against it. Of course, if there are people at home, they will never do those things. Although it is the end of the world, no one has offended them. And they will not take the initiative to end their lives. Okay, let's go together. It can be faster. As a result, people from the 21st and 20th floors began to move out. Liang Kong also came to help. And Xiaoling went back to take care of Jingjing. In such cold weather, the children are worried about being alone at home. Jiang Yuan didn't let Qin Yu go out. And Xiao Yuan couldn't do it alone. Jiang Xingji is going. Such a master must not be wasted. Starting from the 19th floor, they have to go out and knock on doors to find out the specific situation. It's strange that no one opened the door on the 19th floor. Hello. We are upstairs neighbors. We don't mean any harm. We would like to borrow the corridor door. If anyone is there, please open it. Zhang Kaiyang was very polite. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. What should I do? They didn't speak or open the door. We don't know the specific situation? Is it possible that there is no one at home at all? You see, there are axe marks here. It should be left by the group of people yesterday. Maybe they are gone long ago. Okay, let's open the door and take a look at the specific situation. The rest of the people had no opinions. Fan Qing suddenly said, "This is not good." In her mind, this was breaking into a private house. Seeing everyone's confused looks, she felt as if she had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered her head. Kaiyang took the lead and reached his area of expertise. The first door opened was the door of 1902. As expected, there was no one in the house. Several people still spoke very politely, and only came in after making sure that no one was at home. There are no people left, and there is no food at all. They probably left with a plan. Zhang Kaiyang looked around the kitchen, but there was nothing there. Moreover, the house was very clean. It may be that he went to the rescue center or left the West City in advance. It's not necessarily true. Well, let's forget about this house. Maybe they will come back in the future. If there is no one next door, the stairwell door can be removed, but the entrance door cannot be moved. Songy made the decision immediately, and no one had any objections. Just like that, we went to 1901. This time it was Yi Mianmian who knocked on the door. Girls usually want to be more convenient and not offensive. Besides, she is such a beautiful girl. After knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? Is there no one here? I don't know. Kaiyang. Coming. They also opened the door of 1901. But the scene inside was shocking. There are people at home. More than one. An old couple and a child. However, none of them were breathing. Oh my god. Not to mention other people. Jiang Yuan was shocked. His face was blue. How long had he been dead? And he didn't feel peaceful at all. Songy frowned. Obviously not surprised. It must have been there for a while. It was cold weather, so there was no smell. Damn it. If it's extremely hot, it will stink to death. They live so close. You can definitely smell it. Hey, it's not easy to deal with this. Let's burn these people. Jiang Yuan is afraid that if it gets warmer next year, it will still stink, which is really a bad experience. Don't worry. Let's go downstairs and have a look. I think there may be more than just this one. Several people looked over and understood what he meant, but it was somewhat difficult to accept it. This feeling is worse than those who actively seek death. The world is impermanent, and we will always lament the horror of nature and the insignificance of human power. Therefore, it is easy to think of yourself. There is always a feeling of harm to oneself, and there is always a sense of loss. Okay. By the way, we can also see how many people are in this building. There may not necessarily be any danger later. Although natural disasters are terrible, man-made disasters must also be guarded against. Let's go. Several people started to go to the 18th floor again without separating. There were not many residents here. In addition, there is no one below the 7th floor. There are 2 households per staircase, which is just over 20 households. It's safer if we all are together. There was no one on the 18th floor either. Fortunately, it was all empty. Going down to the 17th floor, the situation got even worse. Several people felt uncomfortable. There were even 2 people who saw that scene. They must have frozen to death last night. Fan Qing took a small book and recorded the specific house number and the remaining people in the house. There are people on the 15th floor, and the old lady and her family are actually still alive. When I saw them knocking on the door, I was very angry. It was indeed a disaster for thousands of years. It went down like this. And when they reached the 12th floor, several people were silent. Song Yi knew that there was someone in 1202. And it was the very powerful Lao Wu. There is no way. I still have to be sure. I can only bite the bullet. Dong dong dong. Is anyone at home? We are neighbors upstairs. No one responded. So he was not in a hurry and knocked a few more times. Is anyone at home? It's too cold now. We want to see how many people are in the building. If they are there, please answer. After waiting for about another minute, there was finally movement inside. And she knew that someone was there. The person who opened the door was a young man. If I remember correctly, there were 3 men in the house. Except for Lao Wu. The remaining 2 are all young. There is someone at home. What do you want? It's a familiar face. Someone I've seen before. It's okay. I just want to see if anyone is at home. It's been too cold recently. And many people have died from the cold. Just hope you're safe. With that said, they were ready to say goodbye. There are a few more floors downstairs, and I must go there today. Oops. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from inside. And Fan Qing was a little confused. Fan Yao? Is that you? She was a little in disbelief. But the voice was too low. So the people inside shouldn't be able to hear it. Chapter 190 Fan Yao cheats. The man looked embarrassed. He also knew the people on the 20th and 21st floors. Well, do you have anything else to do now? No. The weather has been too cold recently. So you should pay more attention. Okay. Thanks. That man was a little strange. Didn't he say that the group of people upstairs didn't show any kindness at all? It's strange why you are still so polite today. A few people didn't stay too long. And there was no one at the other restaurant on the 11th floor. When they reached the 10th floor, Song Yi asked everyone, yesterday. Any of you saw the people from 1202? He was talking about yesterday. When the group of people came over. I didn't see it. It seems that there are no 3 people from 1202 downstairs. Jiang Yuan told the truth. She also paid special attention to the specific situation of that group of people in order to better win. I didn't see it either. It seemed like they didn't come out. Yi Mianmian also echoed. But didn't see it. I know. They must have not opened the door. Those people didn't knock. So they thought no one was home. Now, there is only one explanation. By the way, Fan Qing, did you see Fan Yao just now? Hearing Jiang Yuan ask her this, Fan Qing blushed instantly. If it is really Fan Yao, then it is self-evident what she is doing. It sounded like her voice to me, but I wasn't sure. Yi Mianmian couldn't stand this kind of person, and felt very contemptuous of him in his heart. Yes, you will know if you go to the 9th floor and take a look. That's right. We are already on the 10th floor. Just go down. Although Fan Qing said she didn't care about Fan Yao, she still couldn't accept what happened now. Zhang Kaiyang knew that his girlfriend was a kind person, but she definitely couldn't bear it now. He was also afraid that she would do something bad and make Song Yi and the others unhappy. Come over quickly, hold her hand, and give her silent comfort. When we got to the 9th floor, we went directly to 0902. Kai Yang had the key, but he still knocked on the door. After all, there are people living inside now, so you still have to be polite. After knocking on the door for a long time, no one opened the door, and he became impatient. How about I just open the door? Song Yi was right behind him and nodded. With the support, Kai Yang had no scruples. As soon as I inserted the key, before it turned, the door suddenly opened from the inside. What caught his eye was Li Tianyu, whose expression was not particularly good. It's you. Come in. With that said, he opened the door. Zhang Kaiyang also wanted to come back and see his house. So he was not polite. The house was relatively clean. They had lit a fire, and now put the charcoal in an iron pot. It looks quite red. It must have just been burned. Where's Fan Yao? Isn't she at home? Speaking of this, Li Qianyu was also a little curious. Didn't she say she went to find medicine with you? I have a cold. Why didn't Yao Yao come back with you? As he spoke, he coughed. Jiang Yuan hurriedly stood a little further away. But she couldn't get infected. There were a lot of old people and children at home. So she had to be extra careful. It seems that Li Qianyu is still unaware of the unpleasantness just now. Fan Qing was about to tell him, but didn't let anyone else speak. We don't have any medicine. She came down a long time ago and hasn't come back? Ahem. No. I haven't come back yet. Nothing will happen. She has no friends here. So where can she go? Oops. Could it be that the group of people from yesterday are back? Li Qianyu really looked a little nervous. It seemed that he still had some feelings for Fan Yao. No. I have to go out to find her. As he spoke, he coughed violently again. It was really powerful. I felt like I was out of breath. However, no one stopped him, which was a bit unexpected. While they were in a stalemate, the door opened and it was Fan Yao who came back. Several people's eyes widened. And she also felt something was wrong. What are you looking at? What are you doing here at my house? So many people have taken up a large area in the living room, which looks a bit crowded. Don't forget, this is my home. Don't live here for a few days, and you won't be able to find your place. Although he was angry, he couldn't say anything more. What Kaiyan said was the truth. Fan Qing was even more interested. This man really overestimated his abilities. This house doesn't belong to me. It belongs to a foreign company. If you live under someone else's roof, you have to be a little self-conscious. Obviously, she was a little angry. By the way, we were on the 12th floor just now. Fan Yao became visibly nervous and quickly interrupted her. What on the 12th floor? They are good people. If you didn't give me medicine, they did. What kind of close relatives are we talking about? Bah. They can't even compare to a stranger. Why are you like this? Fan Yao, don't act like a mad dog and bite people everywhere. I know things are different now. And you need to know what you can and can't do. So I don't need to remind you. When Fan Yao heard this, he immediately became furious. Well, Fan Qing, you have taught me a lesson now. Let me tell you, even if we die of hunger or illness, it has nothing to do with you. Do you think you are a good thing? You have clearly broken up with someone. But now you are shamelessly living in the same bed with someone just for food and drink. Snapped. Fan Qing was really angry and slapped him in the face. His whole body was shaking horribly. You hit me. Why did you hit me? Even though she said that, she didn't fight back. There is no way. These people are all Fan Qing's accomplices. If a fight really breaks out, she won't get any advantage. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Am I wrong? If things weren't different now, would you come back to find him? Although Fan Yao is soft and weak, she is still a thorn in the side. Killing people and killing people. Zhang Kaiyan was already very uncomfortable. But now, he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Yao Yao. Stop talking. You and Qing Qing are sisters. Don't make her angry. Li Tianyu said and coughed again. Tianyu? Just go to her and don't even give her cold medicine. You know how angry I am. She shed a tear at the right time. Fan Yao knew how to show weakness. By the way, take the medicine quickly. With that said, he went to get hot water for Li Tianyu. The main character was a virtuous person. Jiang Yuan pulled Jiang Xingji and motioned for him to go out together. There's someone with a cold in this house now. If it's the flu, it'll be troublesome. Yin Yin saw them going out and followed them out. Fan Yao waited on Li Qianyu to take the medicine as if there was no one around, and then looked at Fan Qing with some disdain. Yesterday that group of people took away all the food in the house. And now it's snowing outside. Since you are not cold-blooded, just give us something to eat. What a guy. You are so arrogant when you ask someone for something. Chapter 191 Collective Burning. Sorry. I'm just cold-blooded. If we can't protect ourselves, what does it have to do with us? No. After saying that, he became gentle again and pulled up Kaiyan beside him. Let's go. We have other things to do. Ignore these unimportant people. Good. The two left together. And Sonya left behind. It doesn't matter. Listen. If you use her, I will be the one who doesn't matter. Fan Qing. You really deserve to die. No matter how much she cursed behind her. She didn't say anything and slammed the door. The sound was isolated in the back. And it was really noisy. Jiang Yuan noticed that Kai Kai Yan was a little unhappy. It was probably Fan Yao's words that made him listen. Alas, young, several people did not dare to waste time. I quickly went down to see the specific situation. And then I had to remove the door. Several floors below were empty. So they decided not to remove the door on the 19th floor. By the way, you can also lock that one, which is an extra layer of protection. Along the way, there were only 8 households in the whole building including them. There were estimated to be more than 20 corpses left. Let's just remove the doors on the 16th and 17th floors. And also remove and install the entrance door. Taiyang looked at Fan Qing's small notebook and felt that these 2 layers were the most suitable. Okay. But do we need to dispose of those corpses in advance? Jiang Yuan feels that next year will be a problem. If some people are so hungry that they can't bear it now, it's not guaranteed that they will make wrong decisions. Well, let's burn it. It's okay to burn it. But where to burn it? It's not suitable inside the building because there are so many people. Kaiyang is not just talking nonsense. The goal is really too big. People alive today also burn some firewood to keep warm. But the meaning is completely different. Then go downstairs. 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 Several people were a little surprised and a little incredible at Song Yi's words. Brother Song, it's snowing outside now. If we go out, there will be a place. However, that group of people will not ignite. Kai Kai Yang is right. The situation down there is not very good. On snowy days, the humidity is already high. It's still raining non-stop. So putting it downstairs is not a wise move. Song Yi disagreed. He said this after careful consideration. It doesn't matter. Let's just get some gas and go there. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? There is gasoline in their homes. With some furniture or something. It can be set on fire. Let's not delay. Let's hurry up. Just do what you say. Fortunately, there are more people. They don't want to cause too much trouble. If they can burn people, they are already doing a good deed. Just go to each floor. Throw the people down and that's it. Mian Mian. Look at these people's houses to see if there is anything to eat. Anyway, there's no one around. So we can find whatever we can. Yi Mian Mian heard it, and also agreed. That's what I thought just now. Sister Yuan. Then I'll go find it. And we'll share it together later. Let me help you. Fan Qing was not to be outdone, and went to work together. The people in the building opposite didn't know why. They were trembling with fear, when they saw so many people thrown down, from building 13. When they reached the 10th floor, Lu Chao also came out. Well, what are you doing? These people are dead, and we want to burn them. That's it. It scared me to death. Song Yi didn't say much. And he and Lu Chao were just acquaintances. If you didn't know them, you would probably be scared. It was all thrown away quickly. And I even picked out some furniture and threw it down. It would be impossible without wood. After finishing, Yi Mian Mian and Fan Qing sent back the things they found. Not a lot, but a few. You can't take this out. It will make people jealous. The rest of the people have come down. And it doesn't matter if they are all put together or stacked. Place some wood and the like around it. And then sprinkle gasoline on it. Song Yi took a lighter, lit a piece of clothing on fire, and threw it into the crowd under everyone's gaze. In an instant, the flame started. The effect of gasoline is indeed very good. Within 5 minutes, there was already a raging fire here. The thick black smoke floating up will definitely shock many people. If we do this, many people will probably gossip. That's right. I guess after today's event, we will demonize him. After all, so many people were gone and burned to death. The rest of the people, who didn't know anything about it, would probably think that they had killed someone and destroyed the body. Look, the bad reputation of Building 13 has spread. Jiang Yuan half-joked, feeling a little helpless. It's best to let them be afraid and stay away. Yi Mian Mian said angrily that she was a little tired after being harassed by everyone and bleeding and sacrificed every time. No one went back and waited until all these things were burned. The heavy snow continued to fall, and the dark ground was immediately covered. Let's go! After making sure there was nothing, everyone went back. Let's go back and have something to eat first. Then come over and remove the door and install it. She was indeed a little hungry. So Yi Mian Mian happened to take out the thing she had just found. Although it's not much. One family can share some. The happiest person was Liang Kong. He didn't expect that there would be food. and he was almost moved to tears. Jiang Yuan returned home and asked Qin Yu to cook some noodles for everyone, and then went down. As a senior master, Jiang Xingji naturally took the lead, and Song Yi didn't let him do everything. Basically, Dad directs and he does the work. After a whole afternoon of clanking, the doors on the 20th and 21st floors were finally installed. In addition to the unified partition door in the community, there is also an entrance door, all of which are installed. There are not only keys, but several. Originally, Jiang Yuan thought she would use the lock in the space, but it turned out that she didn't need to worry at all. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. 0902 inspired her to bring a big iron pot back and burn some firewood to keep warm. I had some at home, but they were useful, so I went to other people's homes. Yi Mianmian also took one back and prepared to light some charcoal fire. To be honest, I'm afraid that little oil won't be enough. Grandma is in poor health, so the electric blanket needs to be plugged in every day. Well, that's what happens when you get older. So be careful. Jiang Yuan's parents are also elderly, and she is also very worried. Then there is Xiao Yuan. The child's resistance is even worse. Fortunately, the little guy was more upbeat and didn't get sick. By the way, Sister Yuan, what did you think Fan Yao was doing at 12:02 today? Fan Qing's face was not very good, and I was too embarrassed to ask. What can she do? That family is all men, and she is not familiar with them. What good can she do? Chapter 192, I want to climb a high branch. Speaking of this, Yi Mianmian's gossip began to stir. He came over mischievously, smiling a little. Sister Yuan, she won't continue to use her green tea properties. After all, those people gave her cold medicine. Jiang Yuan sighed, suddenly feeling that this Fan Yao was not simple either. I don't know, but if it's really unfamiliar, the fact that she can get things like medicine proves that she really has two brushes. Those people are not stupid either. How could they let her get things easily? She must have to pay something. Yi Mianmian clicked her tongue twice and said with some regret, it seems that this person is quite affectionate and righteous. That Li Qianyu can be considered lucky. Not necessarily. Even though Fan Yao is usually soft and weak, she is very scheming. No matter how loud Fan Qing was, he could never beat her cousin. Yi Mianmian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he had met a close friend. Sister Yuan, you are absolutely right. The three of them have that kind of relationship. So logically speaking, they would all be embarrassed. This Fan Yao is so flexible that she still insists on coming with everyone. She is definitely a ruthless person. Look at just now. She said those words on purpose. Kaiyang's face turned pale. If we weren't all there, he would have turned against him long ago. Jiang Yuan also felt a little embarrassed just now. Fan Yao was definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. So, she went to get close to Lao Wu and the others. Not necessarily just for Li Tianyu's pill. Oh my god! Yi Mianmian also came to his senses. He probably wanted to climb a high tree. After all, Li Tianyu was too weak to count on him. She was interested in Brother Song before, but she changed her target so quickly. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan was a little lucky. If Song Yi really accepted that Fan Yao, their lives would probably be turned upside down. It's so capable and on the same level. It's scary to think about it. Song Yi is a rock. She can't lift it. 2. The two people were talking and went over to see everyone's work progress. Because there are 4 men, and none of their girls are of use. The door has been finished, but now there are some gaps that need to be cleaned up. When Jiang Xingji was at the building materials market, in addition to tools, he also bought a box of styrofoam. It's just the right time to come in handy. Otherwise, this door will not be strong. And even if it is a little ugly now, it will not look good. Daughter, you little girls, please go back quickly. We'll take care of it. That'll be fine. Jiang Yuan knew that Jiang Xingji was afraid that she would freeze. Okay, then go back. We have been busy for so long today, and everyone is tired. Jiang Yuan went home and couldn't help if she stayed downstairs. Just in time. Go back and try this big pot. Qin Yu listened to her wishes and wanted to use this to burn firewood. If you ask me, there's no need for it today. Let's wait until tomorrow. They won't be working in the corridor anymore. She was a little confused. Why did people have to carry this thing on their back? Didn't everyone have firewood? If it didn't work, the furniture at home could be used. Why? If we burn it, we can use it. We could also roast sweet potatoes and so on. Qin Yu smiled faintly and reached out to tap Jiang Yuan's forehead. You greedy girl. If you want to eat sweet potatoes, tell Mom. You don't have to go to so much trouble. No. Mom. I think this is good. I just want to make some charcoal fire. Qin Yu was not angry, and continued to explain to her gently. Daughter. If you light a fire in the pot, it will smoke. The smoke will blacken the house. All we want is a charcoal fire. It would be great to go directly to the corridor, to burn it tomorrow. Qin Yu's idea was very simple. Anyway, it was already dark there, and couldn't get any darker. Even if you light a fire in the past, there will be no problem. And the home will be cleaner. Oh! Why didn't I think of this? Mom is smart. What's wrong with being smart? In our hometown, no one has a wood stove. Isn't this common sense in life? Indeed. Jiang Yuan admitted that she was impatient. By the way, Mom, I'll cook the dinner tonight, and you can have some rest. No. I'll just keep exercising. Jiang Yuan naturally fought for it again and again. Otherwise, how could she secretly use the vegetables in the space? However, it was still early for dinner. She came to the window and looked at the heavy snow outside, sighing in her heart. In her previous life, she had never experienced this time. Now everyone is living desperately, just hoping to have a chance of survival. If it doesn't stop, the snow will probably reach my thighs. There's not much wind outside. It's very light. It's cold. The kind of heartbreaking cold. By the way, Mom, you look at Xianwan. I'll go to the attic and take a look. Okay. Go ahead. In the morning, Jiang Xingji said to clean up the snow and burn it if possible. That's water. And it's very clean water. She didn't want to waste it. So she brought 6 large buckets over to catch the snow. At that time, the upper layer can also be collected. Her water purifiers are super insulated and can be used now, and can store water. During heavy rains before, a lot of it was collected inside, filtered and transformed by the system, and then passed to the home. Nowadays, many people use the water here, and there is no problem at all. Jiang Yuan also took the opportunity to collect some bottled drinking water in the space. Sometimes, we also bring some well water in the space for everyone to drink, or put some in when cooking. She always felt that the water in that well was of better quality. After doing this, go down. I found a TV series for my mother, the kind that is over 50 levels. Let her go to the room and watch, wearing headphones, so she can watch Xianwan. She herself took out some green vegetables, Chinese cabbage, and fresh mushrooms from the space. Qin Yu has been freezing a lot this time, and she is not worried about being cheated on. I also soaked some black fungus and boiled some wide noodles. Put all these vegetables in a small pot. Take a piece of beef, and cut it into thin slices. By the time Jiang Xingji comes back, the beef pot will be ready, steaming hot and especially fragrant, served with hot rice. The greedy bugs in the stomach will be hooked out. My daughter's craftsmanship is really good. Dad, hurry up and clean up. Get ready for dinner. Qin Yu also brought Xianwan out, helping to set the bowls and take out some of the pickles that were fried before. Daughter, I see Xiao Zhang and Xiao Fan are angry. What's going on with them? Well, she didn't expect her father to ask this question, so she didn't know what to say for a while. Oh, the 4 of them are messy. Dad, please leave them alone. I don't want to care. Xiao Zhang came to me to complain. Chapter 193 Applying for a job at Gold Cave. What the HL? He actually complained to you? Outrageous. 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 How could Zhang Kaiyang do this? After all, it was a matter between 2 people. Telling it to others would not be good after all. I'm not alone. We are all there. I just think he is a man. Dad, please don't get involved. Zhang Kaiyang and Fan Qing used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but later they broke up. Then, Fan Qing started dating Li Tianyu, and later he cheated on Fan Yao. Fan Qing is back to find Kaiyang again. There is chaos between them. But don't worry about it. I didn't say anything. I don't understand what's going on with you young people. Jiang Yuan knew that Jiang Xingji had lived for more than half his life and must be measured in his actions. So she didn't need to worry too much. Qin Yu was also worried. This kind of care was really rare. Now we've finished fixing the corridor door, and we'll just wait until the snow stops. There is food and drink at home, so there is no need to go out. As he said that, he also looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Xingji feels that his daughter is older and has her own thoughts and ideas. Either he no longer needs the little girl behind him, or he is afraid that she will do something dangerous again. That's natural. We are at home. Just like Mao Dong when we were little. With the daughter's assurance, the old couple became happy. Just in time. The pot was steaming and fragrant. And the family happily enjoyed a delicious dinner. Jiang Yuan felt that since she was not planning to go out next time, she should talk to Song Yi and others about this matter in advance. However, it's getting late now, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. At night, while the child is sleeping, I bring my daughter into the space. She wasn't too tired during the day, and she was very energetic, so she decided to tidy up the space. Apart from anything else, the ground needs to be turned up, and the seeds prepared before are all for vegetables. She had to find a way to get some grain seeds, so that she could really sit back and relax. However, there are also potatoes and sweet potatoes in the ground now, and they can be used for a while at critical moments. I was still not fully prepared. Of course, I came back a few days early, and am already very satisfied. I picked a lot of fresh vegetables, and there were a lot of fruits in Boss Ba's refrigerator. The grapes she ate a few days ago have sprouted, and today she picked lemons and passion fruits to plant. They are all planted in flower pots. And there is also a box of cherries. Jiang Yuan does not dare to eat more. They will be very good in the future. I only ate one, and then peeled 8 more. I can give the pulp to Xiao Yuan tomorrow. These 9 seeds are planted in front of the yard. If they can grow, Cheerily will be free. After finishing these things, it was already 10:30. Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay any longer, so she quickly packed up and started to go to bed. The next day, it was still safe and not discovered. This feeling of being sneaky is the same as being a thief. Qin Yu prepared breakfast for everyone, and after Jiang Yuan finished eating, she was ready to go find Song Yi. The other party had already gotten up and was exercising. When he saw her, he thought something was wrong. I just want to tell you that the snow won't stop for a while. Later, I don't want to go out. What do you think? Song Yi nodded and let the person in. I'm not going to go out either. Let's just stay at home. Jiang Yuan. Song Yi suddenly became serious, making her involuntarily nervous. You listen to me. You must not lie flat at home. They have to exercise every day. And uncle, aunt, and Xianwan can't be lazy. It turns out that this is what happened. And it really should be the case. Don't worry. We won't do it. If you stay here, your limbs will easily deteriorate. I will supervise everyone's activities together. Well, just remember, the situation will get worse and worse later on. Physical fitness is the most important thing. Good. The two were talking when suddenly someone knocked on the door. It turned out that Yi Mianyan and Fan Qing came up. When Jiang Yuan didn't open her eyes, she asked, Sister Yuan, please stop talking about this. Kaiyang is downstairs. You and Brother Song quickly put on your clothes and come down with us. Why is it so easy for people to misunderstand this? What's the matter? Mian, are you so anxious? Song Yi noticed something was wrong with her and asked. Yes, it's urgent. You hurry up. Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay and followed her out. Song Yi put on his coat and followed her downstairs. Kaiyang was talking to a man sitting on the sofa at home. Lu Chao. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. Please sit down. Lu Chao. Please tell us what you just said. What's going on? It's so mysterious. Jiang Yuan didn't know why, but she really didn't like such a serious atmosphere. That's it. You too. I want to go to the mountain. Go up the mountain now. Yes. With such heavy snow. Why are you in a hurry? If it takes too long, you probably won't be able to come back. Speaking of this, Lu Chao suddenly smiled, feeling a little helpless. I have gone there and have no intention of coming back. To be honest with you too, I went up there this time to find a job. There is nothing left at home, so we might still be able to give it a try while the snow is not heavy yet. The more he spoke, the more confused he became, and Jiang Yuan couldn't help but interrupt him. Are you sure you want to find a job? Lu Chao, you should know what's going on outside. But the other party took his time and explained the whole story to her. I just went to find a job. I had a friend who went there before. At that time, it rained. Yesterday, I also heard the group in camo chatting. He said that after gathering enough supplies, he went to the ethereal world on the mountain to be happy. What kind of place is this misty world? Lu Chao sighed, but patiently explained to everyone, it's a gold-selling cave, where you can eat, drink, have fun, and have everything. It's pretty much the same life as before. By the way, I used to be a bartender. You probably don't know. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianyan looked at each other, really unable to accept it. Is there actually such a place in this apocalyptic world? Is what you said true? Of course. Although my friend didn't come back. What the group of people said yesterday definitely didn't sound like a lie. I want to try it. Jiang Yuan didn't care so much, but became interested in the one who had everything. If I want to buy something, there should be some. Right? It depends on what it is. It is said that they occupied a previous emergency granary there. Many things are stored. At least the common ones. Is the place you mentioned in Jinyo village? Lu Chao also became interested when he heard what she said. Do you know this place? Chapter 194 Looking for Seeds in Jinyo village. I don't know. But there is an emergency granary in Jinyo village up there. Is that where you were talking about? Jiang Yuan was not talking nonsense. They had planned to go there before. Later. I didn't go there because my plans couldn't keep up with the changes. However, now that I think about it, it was right not to go. It is estimated that many people want to occupy that kind of place. I'm afraid that if I die, I won't be able to come back. It's right there. Not far away. I thought. The snow is not very heavy yet. I want to go and have a look. If you are waiting for death at home, you might as well fight to the death and gain a chance for yourself. If nothing else, at least this Lu Chao has an idea and is willing to take action. This can also explain why I wanted to go to the rescue center with that group of people yesterday. Or maybe he really couldn't keep an eye on him. When are you leaving? I want to leave at noon. Come and talk to Mianyan. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment. And it should be possible if she went along. If there is an emergency granary over there, there must be corn, millet, and rice. It can also be used to make seeds. If she was really sleepy, someone would give her a pillow. If she didn't follow her this time, she probably wouldn't get the seeds. At least, not in a short time. The situation will be complicated next year. If there is no way to farm, then these things will become less and less. There was even no possibility of her getting the seeds. Okay, I'll go with you. What? Sister Yuan? You want to go too? Not only Yi Mianyan. Song was also shocked. Didn't you just say that you would stay in the building and not go out? Jiang Yuan did not hide it, and was ready to tell everyone her thoughts. Sincerity is also very important now. I want to go up there and buy some grain. Not food, but preferably seeds. There is an emergency granary above, and there will definitely be some grain in the sh.l. Sister Yuan, do you want to farm? It's so cold now, so you probably won't be able to get out. Right. Kaiyan had a question in his mind, so he asked it directly. To be honest, he didn't understand Jiang Yuan's behavior. Yes, I feel that the weather can't stay this cold forever. If next year, the situation outside is not very good, sitting still and waiting for death is definitely not the best option. Now that the heavy snow has not drowned anyone, go back quickly, and you may still be able to get some. If possible next year, I will plant some corn or something on our terrace. When she said this, everyone fell silent. It seems to make sense. Okay, I'll go too. With you. Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan and said very seriously, this person seems to be a little different today. No, Song Yi, it's not a trivial matter to go out now. I can do it myself. You don't have to go out on adventures to accompany me. In her own words, if she encounters danger and can enter the space, it will be safe no matter what. It's also for myself. You're right. If I can't do it next year, I can grow something myself. When he said this, the other people also became interested. Then I'll go too. I want seeds anytime. Even if you can't plant it next year, you can still use it later. Yes, I'll go too. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say when she saw these people. Although she had her own ideas, in the final analysis, she still wanted to accompany her. That's it. Let's go back and clean up. And bring the money with us. After Song Yi finished explaining, he was ready to go back upstairs. Everyone has received a lot of money before, so there is nothing to worry about. The most confused person was Lu Chao. He didn't expect that he could gain so many companions by saying goodbye. Then he will be safe and happy along the way. Jiang Yuan went back and spoke to Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu. Although the two people were unwilling, they couldn't persuade them after hearing about the seeds. They are all farmers, so they naturally know the importance of planting. With seeds, they can be passed down from generation to generation. Daughter, No matter whether you can buy it or not. You must come back before dark. Don't dare to delay. Mom, Dad, don't worry. If you can't make it back today, don't worry. The situation over there is much better. And many people are there. From what Lu Chao said, there might be a hotel. I will definitely come back safely. Just take care of yourselves. By the way, Fan Qing is not going either. He will be downstairs. If possible. Dad, please remember to visit Grandma Yi and Fan Qing. It's safe. This is what Yi Mianmian asked her to do. It is also necessary to tell her father. Okay, don't worry. Sonny also gave him a key to his house and asked Jiang Xingji to put out dog food for the little one. If you put too much in one go, the guy will eat them all. After preparing all this, the four of them, plus Lu Chao, set off. At this moment, there was no one outside. The snow was up to my knees, and it was not very convenient to walk. Time is running out, and no one dares to delay. So hurry up and leave. I think we might as well use this branch to spread the snow a little bit, which will make it easier. Sonny looked at it. It had been 20 minutes since everyone had reached the green belt, and they were still breathing heavily. He thought it was a good idea. So, I used local materials, cut 2 large branches, and tied them together. One person drags it and walks in front, picking up the snow where the branches pass. Although it won't be very clean, it will be much easier for people behind. Let's alternate. Each person drags a section. No one has any objections. In this case, everyone still has time to rest. It's much better than trying everything hard. It was neither close nor far to Jinyo village. It was 11 o'clock when they set off. At 3 o'clock, we finally arrived. Looking at the archway still standing in front of them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, where this misty human world is still unknown. There's no one here, and we don't know the exact location. What should we do? Go in and look for it. Otherwise there is no other way. We can't wait here. We'll freeze to death. Okay, let's go. A group of people entered the village in great force. When they reached the street in front, Song suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Look, there are people's footprints here, although there is snow behind them. It's a pity that they are not completely covered. Indeed, you see there are black marks here. It shouldn't be a person. Moreover, the snow here is obviously much thinner, so it must have been swept by someone. The 5 people were very excited, and some people had hope. Come on. Let's keep going and see if we can meet anyone. The 5 of them had just taken a few steps out when a lot of snowballs were thrown at them. Chapter 195 Weapons confiscated. They were all thrown on them. Although they were wearing more clothes, they could still feel that those people used a lot of effort. The 5 people stretched out their hands to block it, but did not fight back. It was best to show weakness at this time. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Brothers and sisters, we are here to come to the misty world. No offense intended. No offense intended. Lu Chao felt that he had brought these people here, and now he had to stand up. Sure enough, the snowball stopped, and a man came out of the shop on the right. Who are you? And what are you doing in the misty world? As soon as he saw that there was a door, Lu Chao quickly took 2 steps to the right and said like a dog-legger, Brother, I'm here to apply for a job. My friend told me that we need a bartender here, so I came here. Jiang Yuan felt that if there were cigarettes at this moment, he would definitely smoke one. Applicants? Are you all? Lu Chao looked at Song Yi. After several interactions, he also knew that these people were following his lead. What? You are not together? The man was a little impatient and became visibly alert. Lu Chao hurriedly stepped forward to accompany Smiley. No, brother. It's not that there is no food at home. These friends of mine want to come over and buy some things. The man looked up and down, his critical eyes clearly visible. I'm going to buy something. Have you brought the money? Bring it with you. Don't worry, brother. We all know the rules. Kaiyang immediately stepped forward, took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it over. Now, this is a good thing. The man's eyes brightened obviously. Good boy. If you have some discernment, come with us. Okay. Thank you, brother. Zhang Kaiyan gave everyone a look and started walking forward. Jiang Yuan looked around, and it seemed that there were people inside these facades. If they take action, they will definitely be wiped out instantly. What are you looking around for? Hurry. Come here and register. Now we are in front of a very small and inconspicuous front house. There is a brazier inside, which must have just been lit. And you can hear the popping of sparks. Okay. Lu Chao went over to sign, followed by Song Yi and others. The man had already confessed. And he left. He should be on patrol. Okay. You're looking for a job. Go with him. Hey. Okay. Okay. Please. Brother. Lu Chao looked back at everyone, nodded and followed that one, without even having time to say goodbye. Yi Mianmian also nodded to him. After saying goodbye, she wondered if there would be a chance of meeting him again in this life. You guys, take off all your weapons. When Zhang Kaiyang heard this, he felt a little nervous. He was not allowed to bring anything with him. If a fight breaks out later, wouldn't it be very giving up? Hurry up. Don't wait. Okay. Okay. Song Yi understood that now he was under the eaves and had to bow his head. Jiang Yuan didn't bring too many things. It was to reduce the burden. Now that the thing is saved, nothing else. Just in case someone falls in love with it. Even if I don't give it to you, there's nothing you can do about it, and you'll lose. She wanted to take Song Yi's sleeve arrow, but the people over there kept watching, and there was really no chance. After taking away all the weapons, Taion was a little reluctant, nodded and bowed and asked, Brother, when we come back, can you return these things to us? Oh, who cares about your junk? The man didn't say any more and took the 4 of them to a front room. It should be that Jinyo village has been occupied or expropriated. This side is all their people. This is a powerful side in the true sense. Apart from anything else, the people on duty are holding real things in their hands. This time, they took a big risk for the seeds. Inside the shop, there is a table and a chair in the front. There is a camp bed in the back, which should be suitable for temporary rest. What do you guys want to buy? The speaker was a big man with a full beard, who looked quite intimidating. Kaiyang was quite scared when he saw the thing on his waist. He didn't dare to say much. But fortunately, he was standing at the back. Song Yi is the first. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian are in the middle. There were too many men here, and he didn't dare to take risks. It was very dangerous for girls in front and behind. We want some seeds. Ha ha. The bearded man actually laughed. And the people next to him also laughed. As if he heard some joke. He burst into tears. There are no seeds here. You are in the wrong place. Song Yi wasn't angry either. He was also very careful today, and his aura had been reduced a lot. Brother, if you have any corn, millet, rice, etc., just bring the SHLs with you. It's very obvious. It just depends on how people answer. The man snorted coldly, but stopped laughing. Boy, you have to understand that the weather is so cold. Even if you have seeds, you may not be able to plant them next year. Brother, I know. This weather is too abnormal, and it may not be like next year. Could you please help me get in touch? The bearded man listened and said nothing. Have you brought any money? Bring it. Bring it. The man waved his hand, and a man from behind came over. After whispering, he waved a few people away. This man was holding a gun and looked like a guard from a TV series. Jiang Yuan didn't understand this, and could only take a look at the appearance. They walked all the way. It was already very cold now. It would be 4 o'clock soon. Time is running out. If it's any later, I won't be able to go back today. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu would probably be very worried about her. Fortunately, I have been vaccinated before, and I hope the next transaction will go smoothly. The man led them all the way to a small passage. At first, he was extremely narrow-minded and talented. You really can only pass one person at a time, and you can't be too fat. After walking about 300 meters, I finally saw a very strong light. When the time is over, don't talk nonsense and answer whatever you ask. You know? Don't worry. Brother, we understand the rules. Hearing what he said, the man was quite satisfied. He led them through a small passage and then into a more ornate hall. It can't be seen from the outside, but there is a cave inside, marble walls and a large bar. Outside there are leather sofas and mountain and flowing water furnishings. The most surprising thing is that it's actually very warm inside. Probably around 20 degrees above zero. Jiang Yuan looked at this place. It looked like a footbath hall. The decoration was too similar. Maybe the boss here has done this before. Shiwu, is Sister Qin here? This group of people came here to buy things. Chapter 196, Greasy Man Mopping. None of the 4 people dared to speak, waiting for the next instructions from over there. Sister Qin is over there. Go find her. Okay. The two said a few more words, and then Jiang Yuan and others were taken to the so-called over there. It's at the back of the hall. Very close. As soon as I turned around, I heard deafening music. Under the influence of this environment, the guard in my heart has dropped a lot. It feels very much like a nightclub in the civilized world. When the door inside was opened, the four people were shocked again. Good guy. This is indeed the paradise on earth. The music was blaring. The people inside were wearing cool clothes, and the lights on the stage were in gorgeous colors. There were girls wearing Miss Rabbit miniskirts, walking among the crowd. Suddenly, someone grabbed me around the waist. Then she danced wantonly. Jiang Yuan frowned. She really couldn't adapt to the situation in front of her. The voice was loud, and the man asked everyone to follow closely, and not to fall behind. Several people passed by the edge of this hall, and Yin 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 pulled Jiang Yuan tightly. The scene here made her a little scared. I don't know why, but they didn't separate. Obviously not everyone can come here. It is too magical. Ah, what are you doing? Suddenly, someone grabbed me. Jiang Yuan heard Yin Yin Yin's voice, and quickly turned around to look. The music was loud now, and her screams were not obtrusive. Hey, beauty. Since you're here, let's play with my brother. Let's go over and have a drink. He was a bald man in his 40s, wearing a floral shirt. I don't know, but I thought I was on vacation in Hainan. My whole body exuded a greasy smell. Don't touch me. Jiang Yuan quickly pulled hard. But the man also pulled Yin Yin Yin. Her strength was weak, and she couldn't pull it at all. Instead, she was dragged along with her. Do what? Kaiyan quit. He walked to the front just now. Putting Yin 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 and Jiang Yuan at the end was because he was afraid that if there was any danger ahead, Song Yi would not be able to handle it alone. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Song Yi also came over. The man was holding a wine glass in one hand and stroking Yin Yin Yin's waist with the other hand. She naturally resisted vigorously. But the situation was not very optimistic. Jiang Yuan immediately found the problem. It was too hot here. They used to wrap their mouths and noses with scarves. After coming in, I pulled it off. Yin 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 is a top beauty. She is very beautiful even without makeup. Those who belong to the thick-faced family will be targeted. Song Yi hurried over, grabbed the man's hand, and exerted a little force. Click. The man screamed. Boy, you are looking for death. As he said that, he threw the wine glass. And immediately 4 or 5 men in the same flowery shirts ran over. They look like they are in the same group at first glance. They are really neither fish nor fowl. Damn it. I'm going to show you who the master is. Come on. As soon as the man stretched out his hand, 4 or 5 people behind him rushed towards him. There is really no room. And this posture is all about hand-to-hand combat. They had no weapons. And neither did this group of people. Jiang Yuan quickly pulled Yin 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 back. Song Yi's skills were fine, and they would definitely restrain his performance in the middle. Before he could even take 2 steps, the first person came up with a left hook and a right hook. Song Yi knocked him to the ground with one kick, and then easily dealt with the remaining few people. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked over. They were so happy that some people even started to cheer. The music has also been changed to a more exciting one, and it really feels like just watching the excitement is not too big a deal. Seeing his little brother fall down, the greasy uncle was also very angry, and pulled out a dagger from nowhere. He stabbed Song Yi, and he quickly turned sideways and narrowly avoided it. Taking advantage of the gap where he didn't stop the car, he just stabbed him with his hand. The man grimaced in pain. They were also talking dirty. And as they watched the situation get worse, the man who led them came over to break up the fight. Go away. The greasy uncle didn't buy it at all. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still had to live or die. Don't move. Before Jiang Yuan could react, a group of people suddenly came out from behind. They were immediately surrounded, and the greasy uncle took the opportunity to commit murder. After Song Yi noticed it, he kicked him again. The music also stopped, and a chair was brought in from somewhere. A woman wearing a cheongsam, smoking a cigarette, sat upright on it. She has a slim figure and looks dignified and elegant, giving her a feeling of being a lady of the Republic of China. It seemed out of place with the noise around here. Sister Qin, this person doesn't understand the rules. Picks up fights casually, and even hides weapons. The man who led them immediately went to complain. This Sister Qin looked like she was no ordinary person. And Jiang Yuan and others did not speak. Bah! This is how you treat customers in the Misty World. I am your god. The man was obviously not happy about having lost face and being suppressed by two people. His eyes could cut people. It is estimated that everyone here has died 1,800 times. Shut up. It's not your turn to act wild here. A little girl next to Sister Chin walked over and gave the greasy man a big mouth. The force was so strong that 2 teeth were knocked out. Jiang Yuan was stunned. This girl looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old. But she had so much strength. Humph. Throw these people out. There is never a shortage of ancestors in the Misty World. If you come to spend money, we will provide you with delicious food and protection. You agree with me. No one is God. Remember? Sister Chin's pressure was so strong that the man was holding his neck and actually gave up. Okay. Okay. Then you can't throw us out in such a cold weather. Pooh. The little girl went up and kicked him again, knocking him to the ground. It's a taboo to hide weapons privately. Sister Chin spares your life. This is already an act of mercy outside the law. Take her away. Several people stared blankly, not caring about the man's cries. He and several of his younger brothers were dragged out. In this kind of weather, if you dress like that, one of you will freeze to death. What happened to them? Sister Chin glanced over. Yin Yan could not help but tremble. Jiang Yuan quickly held her hand. Sister Chin, you are here to buy something. I asked you to bring her to you. Sister Chin did not answer, but stood up and looked at Song Yi with a strange smile. He was completely different from her dignity and elegance. In that case, come to the office. Okay. Okay. The leading men quickly agreed and asked them to follow. The music outside continued to sound, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 197 Smiling Tiger Sister Chin. The 4 of them followed and arrived at the back office together. It's not far from the front and a little noisy. After the little girl came in, she closed the door, shutting out all the excitement outside. Sister Chin was sitting on the sofa, and someone immediately came over to light a cigarette for her. What do you want? Grains in their LS? Or seeds? Oh! Sister Chin slowly blew out a smoke ring. Obviously, she was a little surprised by this. Why do you need these? We have everything here. Food, cigarettes, beautiful women. Song Yi didn't speak, and Jiang Yuan didn't know whether she should speak. After 2 minutes of weird silence, Sister Chin suddenly smiled. Okay, there are no seeds, but there is a lot of grain in the SHL. How much money do you have? Everyone agreed, and each person brought out 70,000 yuan, which was the cash they had shared together before. A total of 280,000. Song Yi answered briefly, and Sister Chin frowned. It's not much. I can't give you much. How many? Count how many. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan felt that this Sister Chin was the same kind of person as Song Yi. Although he is gentle on the surface, he is cold on the inside. Ha. Alright. With a look from Sister Chin, the little girl next to her went out. I think you are quite skilled. Why don't you stay and be my bodyguard? I'll go. I'm attracted to Song Yi. Sure enough, a person with 2 brushes can do well anywhere. I'm sorry, Sister Chin. There are other people in my family who need to be taken care of. I can't leave. Jiang Yuan thought he would give in, but she didn't expect him to refuse so simply. Sister Chin wasn't angry either and continued to smoke. Just in time. The little girl is back. He was carrying a bag in his hand, and judging from the weight, it seemed to be 20 or 30 kilograms. Sister Chin, I brought the things over. 280,000. These things are really not much, but as a seed, it is enough. Where's the money? Song Yi heard her words and directly took a bag over. The same goes for the remaining 3 people. Everyone keeps their money separately and are not together. Sister Chin just thought that they were afraid of problems, so they were separated into several people. The little girl was very disdainful and cut it. After taking the money, he handed over the bag. This business is over. I think it's getting late now, so I won't keep you here. If you regret it later, come find me again. Her words were meant for Song Yi. Zhang Kaiyan was a little anxious. It was almost 7 o'clock, and it would probably freeze to death outside. Letting them go would cost their lives. With so many guests here, they must have somewhere to stay. However, due to Sister Chin's intimidation, he did not dare to say anything. Please. Okay. Sister Chin, I'll take them away right now. The man who led the way before nodded and bowed, and then asked a few people to leave quickly. Song Yi nodded and no one hesitated. Although it's cold to go out, it's not necessarily safe to stay here. Several people returned the same way. And this time, there was no one who was short-sighted. There was singing and dancing outside. And everyone was in a state of revelry. Jiang Yuan knew that it would definitely not be as simple as it seemed. In a place like this, all kinds of transactions are probably possible. Even in the open. Without betraying anyone. Just leave. Song Yi has a city in his heart and must have a plan. When we arrived at the door, the temperature dropped suddenly. Jiang Yuan shuddered involuntarily. The person leading the way cursed in a low voice. It's so damn cold. The life outside is really hard for people to live. Brother, you have worked really hard. I still have a pack of cigarettes here. Take one when you are sleepy. Seeing that Kaiyang was so polite, the man smiled and started talking more. You guys are lucky enough to have met me today. If it had been anyone else, the fate would have been the same as that flowered shirt. That's right. It's all thanks to Big Brother. By the way, brother, you look at the cold weather. If we go out now, we may not encounter anything. Our weapons. The man glanced at Zhang Kaiyang with some displeasure and thought, just now I thought this guy had a good eye. But now he is confused again. He also gave full play to Shinia's attributes and directly put his arm around the opponent's shoulders. Brother, please help me. This is also for self-defense. As he spoke, a piece of chocolate was stuffed into his pocket. Ha ha. You kid is really lucky today. You met me. With that said, he led a few people to a room at the back. Kaiyang was still complimenting him. But Jiang Yuan didn't blush when she saw that he was lying. It's really suitable for sales. Although the work is not very high-end, it is really profitable. There are several large cardboard boxes here, containing various weapons. Hurry up. Hey. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Brother. Several people hurriedly looked for their weapons. Among other things, Song Yi's sleeve arrows and dagger were to be taken away. I didn't dare to take it randomly. They were all registered just now. And now a person came over with a list. I was afraid that they would do something they shouldn't, because there were some powerful characters in that group. I found my weapon and felt a little more at ease. Okay. You can leave now. I won't keep you. The man who led the way was polite. Thanked Zhang Kaiyang repeatedly, and then said goodbye to him. Several people were so cold that they shivered all over. It was really cold. Move! The snow seems to be getting heavier now, and it keeps falling. On the street here, there are 2 people cleaning with bamboo brooms. The 4 of them didn't dare to stay any longer and walked out along the streetlights. When we arrived at the entrance of the village, there was no light. Jiang Yuan quickly took out the bright flashlight from her backpack. Before she could turn it on, Song Yi suddenly held her hand down and shook her head. After receiving the signal, she said nothing. Song Yi pulled her, and then grabbed Kaiyang with his other hand. Jiang Yuan understood and quickly pulled Yi Mian Mian along. The 4 of them started to walk back, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. There are no lights here, but the white color can still be seen in the snow. No one is cleaning up outside, and the snow is already up to my thighs. Every step was very difficult. Don't speak, and don't look back. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for several people to hear. Jiang Yuan felt scared in her heart. Song Yi's investigative ability was very strong. Since he said so, I guess there is something going on behind me. If someone follows me and it's so cold, that's not a good thing. No one dared to speak, and they work even harder. I'm afraid that I can't keep up with the speed and lose my life. Chapter 198 almost froze to death. Jiang Yuan only felt that Song Yi was so fast that she couldn't keep up. In such a cold weather, I actually feel a little sweaty. However, no matter how fast he moved, he didn't get very far. The feeling of walking in the snow is quite unpleasant. There was a turning here, and it was pitch black. She didn't know why Song Yi could grasp the direction so keenly. When he got here, his speed suddenly increased. Jiang Yuan was a little scared. The feeling of struggling to move forward and then not being able to see clearly was disappointing. After taking a few steps, Song Yi suddenly changed direction. Jiang Yuan couldn't see, so she could only follow his strength. The speed became faster and faster, and then he squatted down suddenly. Song Yi also whispered something. Then several people hurriedly squatted down. The snow covered their bodies, and no one dared to speak. Stopping still, I heard someone speaking. Although it's quite far away, the frustration is there. Okay, let's go back. These people are really not afraid of death. It's so dangerous. If they take a few more steps, they will be able to find them. In the snow, you can easily identify them just by looking at the footprints. Fortunately, they had gone far enough. And fortunately, the weather was cold enough. So the group was impatient. Thinking of this, she still admired Song-yi very much. In this snow, it feels like the temperature has suddenly dropped. I was sweating just now, but now it's cold. And it's very torturous. However, Song-yi held her hand, and she could feel the temperature through the thick cotton gloves. The man's firepower is strong. I have to be convinced by this. The long wait, every minute and every second feels particularly difficult. Yi Mian felt that her legs were numb, and she was slightly cold. The rustling sound seemed a bit abrupt in the quiet night. She was a little embarrassed, and didn't know whether to speak. Song-yi spoke at this time. With a small voice, "Let's go down a little further." None of them responded, but they followed him diligently. After probably walking for about 20 minutes, I felt warm again. Jiang Yuan feels particularly bad. She is hot and cold, and her skin is very tight. Okay. Now, turn on the flashlight. I had long been fed up with not being able to see, and now I couldn't wait to take out my flashlight. Brother Song, why are you wearing glasses? It was the first time Kai Kaiyong saw Song-yi dressed up like this, and he was quite surprised. Night vision device. He calmly uttered 3 words. Stopped talking, and started to break branches from the tree next to him. No wonder he could still walk fast and steady without turning on the lights. It turns out that there is such high technology. Jiang Yuan is a little tempted, and she also wants one. He hurried over to help Song-yi. He probably thought that it would be better to use branches to spread the snow a little bit as he did before. Kai Kaiyang also went over to help, and she and Yi Mian held flashlights to illuminate. Now the snow is thicker than before, and few people dare not delay. I quickly walked back, but before I had gone far, I felt a little out of breath. Slowed down. I'm too tired and can't breathe. The temperature is really too low. If you pull down your scarf and expose your mouth and nose, it will be too cold and your teeth will chatter. If you stand around, your breath will freeze immediately. They were walking fast just now, but now the scarf is freezing. Song-yi looked at everyone in a state of embarrassment and felt a little worried. There was nothing anyone could do about their physical problems. He waved the flashlight around, and Jiang Yuan was a little overwhelmed. Hold on. There is a village down there. Not very far. Let's take a look there and find a place to rest. Good. With this guarantee, everyone also had hope, and indeed walked faster. In about 10 minutes, we arrived at the village Song-yi mentioned. There are houses on both sides of the road here, and the road in the middle is surrounded by facade houses, because there is a university town below, and there are many picking gardens above. The shops along the street here used to be very prosperous. Let's go to the front and find a shop to stop. Song-yi knew that most of the shops here were opened by people in the village. There were very few outsiders, so they chose a convenience store. The rolling shutter door here has been pried open. It has obviously been patronized, and there should be no one there. It was a house of about 20 square meters, and the shelves inside were all thrown away in a mess. Song-yi took the flashlight and took photos back and forth. It should be safe. Let's take a rest here today. Good. Because of the high terrain, there is no ice inside the shops here. However, it is estimated that the rain came in when it passed by, and there were watermarks on the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at the situation next to her. There were 2 shelves here, both made of wood. It should be enough to burn it tonight. I am really speechless. If I come out on my own, I can still hide in the space. There is really no other way now. This is a separate facade. There is no way out from the back, and there is no temporary place to stay. It was full of miscellaneous food, and there was nothing to eat at all. The 2 girls packed it up decisively, and threw aside all the things they couldn't want. The middle seat was reserved, and the 2 boys brought the chairs and prepared to light the fire. Fortunately, there are still many cardboard boxes in this store. It's perfect for starting fires. She took out the lighter, and then took a bag of baby warmers. I attached a few of them, and I hid them in the middle of my backpack, and the group of people didn't notice them. With that said, he gave 2 to everyone. Yi Mian gave 3, and she kept 3 for herself. There were 10 in a pack, which was just enough to use up. It is said that it is placed in the mezzanine, but it is actually taken from the space. Song-yi moved quickly, igniting the fire, and opened the rolling shutter door a small gap. There is no way. If you are poisoned by carbon monoxide, it will be even more troublesome. Fortunately, the fire started and warmth followed. Yi Mianmian also brought out some beef jerky and chocolate, which were small, but convenient foods. The four of them sat around the fire, ate some food, and felt a lot more relaxed. Tonight, we will take turns keeping vigil and watching the fire. Also keep an eye on the outside. We are not familiar with this place, so be careful. Jiang Yuan agreed with both hands, and the others had no objections. Let's do this. Brother Song, you'll be here to watch in the first half of the night, and I'll be here in the second half of the night. Just let Sister Yuan and Sister Mianmian take a rest. Zhang Kaiyang was still very gentleman to a certain extent, but she felt it was inappropriate. Okay, then you take the time to rest for a while. Song Yi agreed directly without giving her a chance to speak. In fact, there is no way to sleep here. They can live by sitting on top of cardboard boxes and leaning on the fire. It's okay to cuddle up with each other and take a nap. Chapter 199 Siege by Wild Wolves. Zhang Kaiyang asked Song Yi to watch the first half of the night, and the second half of the night was the most tiring. However, Jiang Yuan didn't sleep either, leaning against Yi Mianmian. Tell me about Sister Qin. Why is she so powerful? She's just like the big sister in the movie. Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. However, with so many people obeying her, she must be a ruthless person. Otherwise she would not be able to control the group of people. Yi Mianmian also felt the same and quickly echoed, that's right. You see, they are so fierce and have strong fighting power, but they have special respect for her. By the way, Brother Song, she still wants you to stay. It probably depends on your skills. That's natural. Brother Song, it's okay to be the eldest brother, but it's not okay to be her little brother. Zhang Kaiyang became energetic, and his admiration for Song Yi had reached the point where it could not be increased. However, it should be said that the little girl in front of Sister Qin is really amazing. That's right. It scared me to death at the time. It was so powerful. She looks like she's only 14 or 15. She's really awesome. Song Yi listened to everyone's discussion and added another stool leg to the fire. I think she may be in charge of the front affairs. The boss behind the scenes is probably someone else. Why do you say that? Brother Song, what did you find? Song Yi just shook his head and said no more. Kaiyang didn't want to ask for trouble, so he didn't ask too many questions. It was now past 9 o'clock, and several people closed their eyes and began to take a nap. The warm fire made Jiang Yuan feel a little uncomfortable. Although the temperature had come up, she still felt uncomfortable. Drowsily, he could be considered asleep. However, it is extremely unstable. Whoa! Her heart skipped a beat, and Yi Mianmian next to her woke up with a start. Sister Yuan. Song Yi had already gotten up and quietly walked to the rolling shutter door. Kaiyang also hurriedly followed. It was agreed that he would be on duty for the rest of the night. Song Yi saw that he was sleeping soundly and did not call him. At this moment, quickly follow and go to the rolling shutter door to see. As soon as I arrived, the rolling shutter door was slammed hard, and the sound of rattling was very scary. Yi Mianmian was frightened away from her sleepiness, and the two girls quickly got up. He took out his weapons and prepared for battle. The crashing sound continued, getting more and more violent. Who is this? He wants to come in, but he doesn't open the door. Isn't it stupid to use bumping? Although I don't understand it, I don't dare to take it lightly. Song Yi had already drawn out his dagger, nodded to Kaiyang, and opened the rolling shutter door a little. Mom! A dog actually ran in. Very fast, looking like a wolf dog, and looked very fierce. Moreover, as soon as it came in, it saw Yi Mianmian and Jiang Yuan and immediately launched an attack. At that speed, it came over in a whoosh, with Yi Mianmian behind her. Jiang Yuan quickly raised the tang knife and stabbed it subconsciously. The dog ran too fast and did not stop the car. Jiang Yuan accidentally hit it and scratched it. Song Yi was frightened for a while, so he rushed over from behind and stabbed him down. The dog was almost stabbed horizontally, and blood spattered instantly. Mom! Zhang Kaiyang exclaimed because 4 more dogs came in from behind, and they seemed to be of the same breed. When they came up, they surrounded him and launched a fierce attack. He jumped back in fright, and when he reached the fire, unexpectedly, the dog stopped. Jiang Yuan didn't know if she was afraid of the flames, so she tentatively picked up a stool leg that was on fire. Sure enough, the dog stepped back. Now, 4 people and 4 dogs are facing each other, with a fire in the middle. The one that came in first just now probably won't survive either. Yi Mian and Kai also picked up torches and started waving them. Song Yi saw the opportunity and fired 2 sleeve arrows, both of which were hit. One was shot in the neck, and the other got defensive and jumped up, but still injured his front leg. Jiang Yuan quickly picked up the torch and waved it, and the 3 dogs were forced to retreat. She thought it was a solution, so she pulled Yi Mian along. The left hand is a torch and the right hand is a tang sword, slowly moving forward. Sure enough, these dogs were not stupid and kept walking backwards. Song Yi saw the opportunity, followed Zhang Kaiyang to the left and right, and quickly closed the rolling shutter door. Because the lock is on the outside, it can only be pulled down now. Those dogs probably can't drive. Several people were still frightened, and 2 men were on guard there. Jiang Yuan plucked up the courage and ran over to see the second dog. He was hit by an arrow, but he was not dead yet. She hurriedly hit the target, although she felt it was immoral. They were going to kill these people. In the last days, human beings' friends are no longer reliable. This group of dogs has lived for such a long time, and they are not thin. It seems that they have done a lot of harm to people. Oh my god. So many dogs came so suddenly? It's not a dog. It's a wolf. What? The rest of the people were shocked. Wolf? Although this is a suburb, it is not an inaccessible place. How could the wolves come out? Brother Song, are you mistaken? These big ears look like a dog or a wolf dog. It's a wolf. Didn't you hear that they didn't howl? Well, this is indeed. This pack of wolves is probably from the mountains. There are many deep forests on the plateau here. He probably had no food, so he attacked people. Moreover, they will probably be waiting for us to go out at the door. Mom, what should we do? Are we trapped here? If they don't attack in the middle of the night, just wait until dawn. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and if we had to wait for dawn, there would still be at least 6 hours. Now it gets dark earlier and lights up later, and many things are different. Yes, when it's dawn, even a wolf will have taboos. The village here is not small. There is no way there is not a single living person there. These wolves, fat and strong, will definitely make people greedy. They are not stupid if they can survive. So, if we can wait until dawn, we still have a glimmer of hope. Yes. The 4 of them were silent. In this situation, they were afraid that the wolf would feel too cold and attack in advance. I don't know why, but I'm not particularly scared when I think they are dogs. Now that I know it's a wolf, I feel so scary. Kaiyang swallowed, and Yi Mian also shivered. The 4 of them were all scared, and it would definitely not work if this continued. Do we want to add to the fire? Jiang Yuan issued a soul torture. Don't add it. It's too cold. Moreover, there is one less thing they are afraid of. If you really wait until the attack begins to light a fire, it will be too late. Tim, now that the rolling shutter doors are closed, this enclosed space is more susceptible to carbon monoxide poisoning. It's really a dilemma. The key is that there is not even a window here. Chapter 200, smashing the wall for ventilation. This is indeed a problem, and all 4 of them know that it will definitely not work if it continues like this. They either froze to death or were smoked to death. The fire still needs to be stoked. If that doesn't work, break a hole in the wall. Song Yi said it was simple, but the reality is much more complicated. We don't know what material this wall is made of. If it's a brick wall, it's fine. If it's made of cement, it can't be broken open. Moreover, there are no handy tools, and no one has ever done this kind of work. There is nothing heavy or light in my hand. What she meant was simply that if the house was damaged, a big hole would be made. The wolves came right in, without even using a rolling shutter door. It doesn't matter. Let's knock on the wall behind and I'll do it. With that said, he motioned for Jiang Yuan to come over and step on the rolling shutter door here for him. Song Yi has been on reconnaissance missions before, and he is very versatile. Yi Mian followed him, wondering if she could help. He took out his short knife and scraped the wall directly. The putty on it fell off very quickly. It seems to be brittle. It must be frozen. However, it's not that easy inside. The first floor is relatively humid, and there is water vapor in the walls. It's such a cold day. It had long been frozen into little bits of ice, but fortunately it wasn't thick. However, his short sword is really sharp. How about it? Kaiyang was very anxious, always feeling that he had just missed God. The fire is no longer strong now. If it really goes out, it will be too uncomfortable. At this moment, It is the coldest time. Red brick. Ah, that's great. The three people all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There was no tool available for them to take advantage of. And the remaining two people began to think about the supplies. Trying to find something that can be used. Smashing walls is not an ordinary job. Jiang Yuan thought for a while and quickly called out, Mian Mian, come here. Why? Let Yi Mian Mian take her place and start rummaging through the backpack. Hey, is this okay? She pulled out a small hammer with no handle on the back. He said he took it out of his backpack and it was easy to hide. In fact, it comes out of the space, and it is not large or complete. I'm afraid that everyone will become suspicious. After all, everything on their bodies was searched everywhere just now in the misty world. It would be outrageous if she could hide a hammer. But a hammerhead will be fine. It is very possible to ignore something the size of a fist. This is acceptable, Song Yi said, and went to the counter at the back. He knelt down, groped for a long time, and took out a stone. I saw it just now. They just happened to be used together. If I had known there was a stone, she wouldn't have taken the risk. Really? Song Yi didn't hesitate too much and found a small wooden stick to pack the hammer. It was a little thick in the middle, so I used a dagger to cut some of the stick off. Then I went to smash the wall. I didn't know the specific load-bearing capacity, so I didn't use much force for the first time. There was a boom sound, and all three people became nervous. The dog's ears are very sharp, and the wolves are probably even more powerful. At this moment, if they heard the noise, they might attack. The three of them didn't dare to be careless and stepped firmly on the rolling shutter door below. Song Yi also knew that. So the first time was just to test the thickness of the wall. Now, I know it in my heart. The second time, it cracked. It's okay to do it with a small hammer, but the sound is indeed a bit too much. We could only speed up, but we couldn't do it too much. The cold air outside hit us, and several people shivered involuntarily. There is no other way to warm up the fire. Back and forth. It was only 5 minutes, but it actually felt like a century. Fortunately, it's finally done. If there's no movement, will they leave? Don't take it lightly, Song Yi said, taking the stone over and trying to press the corner of the rolling shutter door. This kind of rolling shutter door is the most common on the market, and it can have an extra side at the bottom. However, it is not a very wide one, so if you step on it with your feet, you can only step on it sideways. Let's take turns to rest. Jiang Yuan, Mian Mian, you go over there. Song Yi came to take over and asked the girls to come down. Jiang Yuan thought about adding more firewood, so she did not refuse. They don't know what's going on outside. They have no way of seeing it. However, if they are targeted, the wolves will definitely not give up. In this case, the small animals in the forest are probably half dead from starvation. They will attack humans when they have no food. I didn't even know there were wolves around here. It's so scary. Nothing is impossible. There are many deep mountains and old forests on the plateau. Moreover, it is adjacent to the Qinling Mountains in the south. It is possible that it came from there, but not necessarily. There are so many uncivilized places in the 800 miles of Qinchuan. There are even places where no one has ever entered. Mystery and danger coexist. It's so scary. Do you think there are others that are more powerful? Yi Mian Mian was a little impatient. Why did Kai Kai Yang always say such things? Okay. Shut up now. These beasts are not enough to cause trouble. What are you talking about? Really? Okay. I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore. He smiled broadly, feeling that what he said was inappropriate. There was no need to make the atmosphere heavier, and it was no wonder Yi Mian Mian was disgusted. Jiang Yuan was not sleepy and kept looking at her watch. Every second is like sitting on pins and needles. After half an hour, she went to change Song Yi and Zhang Kaiyang. The two boys didn't give in, and she and Yi Mian Mian were not idle either. Adding firewood to the fire is also a technical job, and it is not easy for anyone. Finally at 7 o'clock, I could feel the faint light from the hole in the wall over there. Several people felt a lot more comfortable, but they didn't dare to relax. Brother Song, why don't you open it and take a look? No. Wait a moment. Kaiyang, don't worry. You've been waiting for so long. It's not too late. Well, don't worry. Sister Yuan, I just want to go to the toilet. Well, this person has 3 urgent needs that no one can ignore. Jiang Yuan replaced him in the past. The conditions were limited, so there was nothing to pay attention to. There are a lot of shelves here. We'll just take care of them later. Kyong was also embarrassed. But he really couldn't hold it in any longer. And he hadn't had sex all day. So, when I walked under the hole in the wall, the smell dissipated a little faster. By 9 o'clock, it was already broad daylight. But Songy still refused to let everyone go out. Let's wait a little longer. By noon, there will definitely be someone in the village. Everyone will come out to look for something to eat. When there are too many people, they become scared. When they run away on their own, we will be safe. And wait. Chapter 201 discovered by the villagers. The plan is beautiful, but reality often backfires. They continue to wait, but no wolves came to attack. However, there was still a rustling sound outside. Kion was extremely nervous, and his voice trembled when he spoke. What's going on? Why are the voices of people talking? Are those wolves gone? Songy shook his head. No one knew. How about we go out and take a look? Someone obviously yelled a few words outside. And then, there was no movement. Going out or not going out now is not the best choice. Hold on. Songy knew that what was needed now was patience. If someone outside really discovered these wolves, I definitely won't let it go so easily. It would be great if we could scare these guys away. Even if it can't, they won't lose anything. Why is there no movement? Don't worry. There may be few people there. And it won't necessarily matter if we go back to bring in reinforcements. Just as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the outside became lively again. And even the sound of surprise was heard. It's true. It seems like people are coming. And there are quite a lot of them this time. Damn it. These people don't think they are dogs anymore. After all, in today's society, it is still rare to see such a beast. Although this is a village, the businesses are pretty good, and the location is not blocked. Except for going to the zoo. Anyone who has seen something like this would probably not be able to remember it. It's not good to underestimate the enemy. If you treat it like a dog, it may cause unnecessary harm. Jiang Yuan was also a little worried. But nothing else. The victory or failure of the group of people outside will directly affect their life safety. It's okay. The wolf is an animal, not a bear. If it encounters danger or is stronger than itself, it will run away. Song Yi's popular science did not reassure her. But it's different now. They can all come out of the mountains. Will he do some crazy things? People have no rules anymore, let alone animals. Song Yi did not refute. It was indeed possible. Just wait and see. Several people have no choice but to listen to what's going on outside. It's getting more and more lively, and it feels like there are a lot of people here. Moreover, there is no organization. To be so happy, I guess I am just pretending to be a dog. And maybe I am thinking about having a full meal. Kyong was startled when the sound of pang pong pong hit him. Reason forced him to stay. Otherwise, he would have to jump away. What's going on? What's this? I don't know what hit me. But then, there was no movement. There was obviously a fight going on outside. And I couldn't see anything. I was really anxious to wait. Open the rolling shutter door a little, and see what's going on. Song Yi spoke. And several people slowly let go of their feet. Pulling up slightly, Kyong lay directly on the ground and observed the situation outside. Brother Song, the fight is about to begin. I can't see anything else clearly. The gap is really too small. If I make it bigger, I'm afraid it won't be safe. Come on. Let's go out and have a look. Song Yi heard the shouts outside. His heart sank, and he made a decision immediately. However, a few people did not act blatantly. After gently pulling away, it reached half the distance. Song Yi ducked out and went out, followed closely by Kai Yang. And Jiang Yuan thought about it. After closing the rolling shutter door, Yi Mian didn't know why. What's wrong? Sister Yuan, why don't you go out? Mian, come here. Let's hide these two wolves. When she said this, the other party understood immediately. Last night, these two wolves were placed in the corner. But you could see them as soon as you came in. The two brought over the cardboard box they had packed last night and covered it. Nowadays, people's hearts are not as old as before. So be careful in everything, which is definitely the right choice. After doing it, Jiang Yuan opened the rolling shutter door again and prepared to go out to help. The battle has become fierce. Except for one of the three wolves who is injured. The other two are becoming more and more courageous with each defeat. He even bit a few people. There was one right at the door. Jiang Yuan looked at the blood on his neck. This is to directly seal the throat and even tear off a piece of flesh. Too cruel. At the same time, I am very lucky that all 4 people were intact yesterday. With this thought in mind, he stood behind him. The rest of the people didn't know what was going on. Songyi and Kai Yang did not step forward. The man in the big fur coat and cotton hat should be from the village, and was following the confrontation. The injured wolf also participated in the battle, showing no fear at all. Songyi had silently prepared his sleeve arrows, and now he could not act rashly. If something happened, it would be devastating. Therefore, it must be hit with one hit. There was movement over there again, and now it was daylight, and everything could be seen clearly. It was the first time Jiang Yuan saw a wolf attacking people so intuitively. It was such a cruel animal. The movements are also very nimble. I thought that the little one was already very powerful. Compared to this wolf, it is comparable. Ah! The crowd was outnumbered and someone was injured again. Songyi saw the right moment and fired his sleeve arrows. And the injured wolf was hit by another arrow. However, the shot was a bit off. The wolf actually turned around and saw him, and even had a faint feeling that he wanted to come for revenge. Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat. She quickly raised the Tang Dao and waited for help. Quick! Over there, diagonally opposite, a group of people suddenly rushed out, listening to the movement. There were at least 20 people. The group of wolves were still gnashing their teeth. But when they saw so many people, they actually backed away. Oh my god! The wolf still knows how to show weakness. He is really a spirit. Yi Mianyan patted Kaiyang. Talking nonsense in broad daylight. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Animals have always done better than humans. Their living environment has no restrictions. How can they survive without knowing how to advance or retreat? Sure enough, seeing too many people, the 3 wolves actually took 2 steps back and then ran away decisively, running towards the mountain. The injured horse was also limping. Run away. The big dog ran away. Seeing their regretful looks, Jiang Yuan couldn't bear to shatter their dreams. That's a wolf, not a dog. Be careful. Sure enough, after hearing this, the person who was about to chase him stopped. You said that was a wolf? Well, whose dog is so vicious? Zhang Kaiyang rushed to answer. Songyi had said before that Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianyan should not be exposed as girls. I'm afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Oh my god! It's actually a wolf. That's what I said. The leader was an older man, leading people to check on the injured. Songyi took a look and found that it had nothing to do with them. Come on. Let's go back. The 4 people were about to go over and take the 2 wolves away, when the leading villager suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Who asked you to leave? Chapter 202 Making Things Difficult. Just very confused. Songyi turned around and looked at the older man. How? The man had been squatting on the ground to check on the injured. But now he stood up. I just saw you guys coming out of this room. They didn't even say thank you for using our stuff. Thanks? You? He didn't expect that Songyi would actually follow his words, and he was speechless for a moment. Then, he laughed again. Young man, you are not a local. Why don't you understand any rules? You have to pay rent for this house. Zhang Kaiyang looked at the old man with a scoundrel look on his face. Obviously, he just wanted them to peel off his skin. What's wrong with not being locals? Just because we don't speak dialects? Humph. It's good to know. Let me go. This is an old scoundrel. You guys are so shameless. If it hadn't been us just now, then one more of you would have died. Aren't you afraid of retribution for treating your savior like this? The villager seemed to have heard some joke and became excited. Retribution? Oh! God doesn't even give me a way to survive now. What retribution should I be afraid of? Do you guys think so? Right. That is. The people below responded one after another. The old man also gained confidence and looked at them with a burst of ridicule. If you ask me, you may have brought this pack of wolves. How come everyone was fine when you weren't here? He was obviously provoking trouble. But the villagers actually believed him and looked at them with unkind eyes. Tell me, is it you? The question came. And Jiang Yuan knew that she would never admit it. Some people on their side died. Even if they were not dead, they were bitten. Those who are short of medical treatment and medicine will not end well. What are we? We are also victims. Okay. Don't talk nonsense. Although this is your village, you still have to be reasonable. Sister Yuan, what nonsense are you talking to them about? Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us. Zhang Kaiyang was really angry and even wanted to take action directly. Humph. Stop talking about those useless things. If you don't give me money today, Just leave some food. You can't live in our house in vain. What if we don't? Kyong has a tough attitude and has no patience with this group of people. Then leave your weapons. Otherwise you won't be able to leave. Song-yi even laughed. It turned out to be this idea. Bah! You're such a calculating person. You can hear it from 100 or 8 miles away. He still wants our weapons without even checking whether he is worthy. Your shabby house has nothing left. Even the door is broken. It's your blessing that I can live here. Well, he is really rude. This group of people is like this. They bully the weak and fear the strong. There are so many snowflakes outside now. And no one is in a good temper. I don't know how many people were robbed using the same method before. If you don't eat the toast, you'll be fined. So don't blame us for being rude. The old man said, and waved his hand. 2 young men came up from behind, both holding things in their hands. What? You want to play? Kyong waved the dagger in his hand, which was quite intimidating. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us. Let's beat them to death. The 2 men rushed over after receiving the order. It was obviously not the first time they had done such a thing. Song-yi pulled Kyong over and greeted him. The 2 men held hoes and the like in their hands, with long sticks. He dodged sideways, and then with a flying kick, the person behind him fell down directly. If you turn around, the person in front of you will not get any good results. This process happens in the blink of an eye, and many people don't even see it clearly. I heard the 2 people shouting ouch. 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 The villagers were all shocked, but no one stepped forward to help the 2 young people. Kyong was also very proud. This skill was so handsome that he was worthy of his brother's song. What? If there are still those who are dissatisfied, come here. His voice was not too quiet, but no one really dared to come up, and they looked at each other, which was a bit funny. How dare you hurt people? The old man raised his finger, somewhat disbelieving, but he didn't want to lose face. I see. You are the ones who started the trouble first. Why don't you count out to express gratitude while we spare your life? Seeing his stinking fart, Jiang Yuan felt quite happy. Go. Pack your things. Song-yi didn't even take out his weapons just now, but he is still looking majestic now. Jiang Yuan took Kyong and Yu Mianmian over to get the 2 wolves out. This end also has to weigh several dozen kilograms, which is difficult to handle. Zhang Kyong even ran out and snatched the hose from their hands. Then I fixed the wolf on it and carried the hoe handle myself, which would be better. The other end was carried by Song-yi. The people down there were all crazy. What the HL? They actually killed 2 wolves. Moreover, it is too awesome to take it away. Jiang Yuan held the Tang Dao and faced the crowd with murderous intent in her eyes. Someone took a step forward, and she directly picked up the stick she had just picked up. Ha! He chopped it down very hard, and the wooden stick as thick as his arm was cut open in an instant. Oh my god! This time, the people below did not dare to speak, or even dare to express their anger. Yi Mianmian took the branches that were tied together before and cleared the snow in front to clear the way. Now the snow had reached her thighs. She had no choice but to delay. So she used almost all her strength, just for fear of something unexpected happening. The group of people behind were watching eagerly. The 4 people cooperated quite well. Jiang Yuan left step by step, and then followed after keeping a little distance from them. The villagers were really scared and cold, and they could only watch them leave helplessly. Although several people worked hard, they were not very fast. The snow is too thick. When passing a tree, seeing no one following her, Jiang Yuan asked everyone to stop and rest while she picked up some more branches, paving the way with Yi Mianmian. I didn't expect this job to be so hard. Before, going up and coming back was done by boys. He really takes good care of these 2 girls. It's almost 12 o'clock. I haven't eaten well in the past 2 days, and there are so many bad things. Fortunately, we were almost home, and everyone became excited. Here in Lushan Yayuan, there were actually people at the door. What Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that everyone was actually clearing the snow. There are them at the bottom of every building. Among other things, there are passages. Some people were shocked when they saw the 4 of them, especially when they saw the prey carried by 2 men. They were shocked and hurriedly came up to chat with them. Chapter 203. Everyone clears the snow. Here, brother. It's so fierce. Where did you do this? The 2 prey on the stick are really tempting. I went out yesterday and accidentally met a wolf. What? The people next to him were shocked. It was actually a wolf. That was too scary. You said these 2 are wolves? Yes. I narrowly escaped death, and just went back to make a leather jacket. Kion did it on purpose. Just imagine. A wolf can be beaten to death. How terrifying is the fighting power of this group of people? The reason why he was so high profile was to put those people at rest. All three of them knew his purpose, and did not stop him. By the way, brother, what are you doing? After showing off, don't forget to ask. Isn't this a blizzard coming? The snow in our community is too thick. We thought that we would still have to go out to find food in the future. If nothing else, it would be good to at least sweep the snow in front of you so that you can pass by others. This is to organize everyone. The principle is this. It seems that when it comes to their own interests, many people are willing to pay. Is everyone coming out? Oh, no way. Some people don't open the door at all. And some say they feel uncomfortable. There are many children and elderly people at home. There are all kinds of reasons. So how can we do it? If we can organize one, it will be one. Indeed, the most uneven thing now is probably the human heart. Moreover, many people probably don't dare to come out. It's not impossible that they might be tricked. Then let's go back and take a look. If there's any need, we can also help, Kion said, ready to leave. By the way, brother, what building are you from? Building 13. Brother, leave first. I didn't hide it because I couldn't. When they go back later, if they really want to know, they can follow them. It's better to say it openly and appear more sincere. When we arrived at the bottom of building No. 13, there were indeed people clearing snow. I didn't see Jiang Xingji and Fan Qing, but I saw the people from 1202 and Fan Yao. She didn't seem to notice and was flirting with one of them again. Brother is so awesome. He shoveled away all the thick snow in one go. That's right. I usually exercise regularly. What a good guy. He actually has the mind to seduce men. Why? You still need to clear the snow, Zhang Kion said angrily. And Fan Yao also looked up. None of your business. Just mind yourselves. Good guy. Who cares about them? Oh my god. Brothers, are you going hunting? Old Wu also came over, followed by a few people. I wasn't interested in the chatter of several people, but I was really excited about the prey on my shoulders. Yes, Angkor. It's snowing, and many animals have come down from the mountains. If you have time, go up and take a look. There are a lot of things. A person next to Lao Wu suddenly became interested. That's right. In such a cold weather, the rabbits will probably freeze to death. Brother, we were on the plateau before, but we got a lot of hares and pheasants every year. If we can't go take a look, we can probably just pick it up. This man was very excited, but Old Wu was dubious. With such deep snow, you probably won't be able to go up. When Zhang Kion heard this, he knew that he didn't believe it. As long as he didn't put his ideas on their heads, nothing would be a problem. You are wrong. There is no need to go far. It's not easy to mess around in the forest now. All the animals have come down to look for food. If you go 2 villages up, there will be a lot of things coming down. He was deliberately exaggerating to add authenticity. Okay, then let's go take a look. Song Yi didn't say anything and led everyone back. Now, there are not many people left in each building. There are even fewer people who are willing to come down and help clear the snow. Hurry back home. Several people are very anxious. I haven't been home for a day, and I'm worried to death. The iron chain on the 7th floor has been removed, and you can go directly from here now. Some of the remaining people also became excited and talked about going up to hunt. Several people directly put the things on the 20th floor, and Jiang Xingji had already come out to take care of them. Seeing these 2 wolves, I was also surprised. Go back and clean up first, and then deal with these 2. Zhang Kion was afraid of losing it, so he suggested putting it in his home. Jiang Yuan hurried back to see her daughter, who happened to be taking a nap. She went to change her clothes and then eat. I feel very bad now. My skin is tight, and I feel dizzy. She had been busy before and didn't say anything, but Qin Yu discovered something was wrong with her. As soon as I touched it with my hand, I screamed, "Hurry up and take your temperature. You must have a fever. I'll get you some medicine." Jiang Yuan felt weak all over and didn't want to move, letting her mother do whatever she wanted. During this period, Song Yi came and knocked on the door, saying that he was going down to see the 2 wolves. Jiang Xingji followed her and found out that she was not feeling well. So he went back and brought a lot of medicines that were always available at home. 39 degrees 5. It's so powerful. Hurry up. I found medicine for her, and drank a lot of hot water. Daughter, listen to me. Go to our room and sleep under the quilt. Xiaonuan. Just let her sleep by herself, so as not to get infected. Jiang Yuan now has faint symptoms of a cold, with a slight cough and runny nose. One of them is already sick, so we must not let the little baby get sick again. Okay, Mom, then I'm going to take a nap. I can't even open my eyes anymore. You look at Xiaonuan. When she wakes up, don't let her get close to me. Qinyu packed her up, turned on the electric heater, filled her with a hot water bottle, and covered her with a thick quilt before leaving. Not idle, I went to find some ginger. I am going to make some brown sugar and ginger soup for my daughter. This is the best way to dispel the cold. Jiang Yuan has been struggling for 2 days and 1 night, and she can no longer bear it. She fell asleep in a daze, and Qinyu drank a large bowl of ginger soup, which made her feel spicy and hit her throat. It was also very busy downstairs, with 2 wolves to deal with. You need to peel off the skin completely and make this into clothes, which will definitely keep out the cold. No one had any experience in this area, but Liang Kong heard the noise and took the initiative to come over to help. He had learned to be a chef before, so he could easily change knives. In return, everyone gave him some meat and bones. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say, but he just kept saying thank you. Jiang Xingji also got back a copy, which belonged to Jiang Yuan. None of them had ever eaten wolf meat, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Liang Kong was cut into pieces, so it was not difficult to clean up. Stop looking. Let's wait until my daughter wakes up. Chapter 204 Glorious Sickness. Jiang Yuan slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. Qinyu came over and asked her to get up and eat. She was drowsy and felt even worse. What time is it? Mom? It's 8 o'clock. Listen. The voice has changed. Is it uncomfortable? It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. It feels like I've swallowed a razor blade in my throat. My limbs are weak. My whole body is sore, and I feel weak everywhere. Qinyu came over and touched her head. A little surprised, the fever went away just now. Why is it so hot again? It keeps happening over and over again. Which is the most torturous? Girl, please take your temperature first. Eat something later, and then take medicine. Good. Jiang Yuan obeyed and went to take her temperature. Qinyu also brought the thick pajamas and put them on her. In the evening we had porridge and side dishes, which tasted very bland. Mom has always said that when you are sick, you should eat lighter. Jiang Yuan had no appetite and went back to sleep after eating a little. After learning that everyone came to check on her, they just said a faintum. Among them, Song Yi is especially anxious. I gave medicine twice and fruit once. They were 2 apples, bought before, and they were a little wrinkled. Qinyu didn't accept it, thinking it was too precious, but he insisted on staying and said nothing more for fear of disturbing Jiang Yuan. In the evening, Jiang Yuan returned to her room, and Qinyu took Xiaonuan to the second bedroom to sleep. She was really feeling uncomfortable, so she didn't care too much. In the evening, her mother came to see her twice and took medicine again. Make sure there is no recurrence and feel relieved. Although the fever is gone, Jiang Yuan's condition has not improved. My throat hurts, and it hurts to swallow. Runny nose, hoarse throat, cough, and phlegm. I feel like I have to hold my breath sometimes, and it has never been this serious. Jiang Xingji is worried that there is some respiratory problem, which will cause pneumonia, which will be troublesome. Fortunately, although I feel uncomfortable, I feel much better. When I woke up this time, I wasn't that tired after all. Qinyu cooked small wontons for her and drank a bowl of soup, which was really comfortable. However, she has no appetite and only eats to take medicine. Song Yi came and knocked on the door early in the morning, and Jiang Xingji let him in. This was his first time in 2101. He didn't bother to visit and quickly asked about Jiang Yuan's situation. The concern in his eyes is real. It's okay. I probably have a cold. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine. Well, that's fine. I still have a lot of medicine at home. Just take it. If you don't have enough, come and find me. Why does this sound so awkward? Okay. It's okay. He didn't know what to say, so he stayed for a few minutes and then went back, telling her to take a good rest. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. By the way, my daughter, Song Yi said this to me yesterday. Take a look. How to deal with it. It's those seeds. What they worked so hard to change this time. Give it to me, Jiang Yuan said. Took it over, and then brought it into the room on the pretext of going back to sleep. Qingyu brought her hot water and medicine and watched her finish eating before leaving. When my mother wasn't paying attention, she quickly went to the bathroom and then ducked into the space. It was warm inside, and I felt much better. Thinking of the well water, she went to boil a pot for herself. Originally, my throat was like this, so I had to drink more water, hoping it would get better. Jiang Yuan looked at the seeds she brought over. There were only two kinds: corn and rice. The land dug before was not big, so we planted corn first. You also need to use a rake to dig out the trenches. Then plant the seeds and water them. She didn't have much strength to begin with, but after this pass, she actually broke out in a sweat. Not to mention, I feel a lot more comfortable. Put the remaining rice seeds in a large pot and soak them in water first. After doing all this, she was ready to sleep in the space for a while. Suddenly I heard the sound of the door opening and came out quickly. Sure enough, it was Qingyu who came over to see if she still had a fever. It'll be fine if you're sweating. Girl, please change your clothes quickly so you don't catch a cold again. Good. It was a false alarm, and she didn't dare to be careless. By the way, the two little girls downstairs came to see you. They are in the living room. Okay. Mom, you go out first. I'll change my clothes and come back. Yi Mianmian was really worried about her. Kaiyong thought it might not be convenient for him to come over, so he asked Fan Qing to come over. Sister Yuan, are you okay? It's okay. I slept for a while and felt much better. Oh, my voice is like this. Is it frozen from the cold to the hot? I didn't feel well when I went back yesterday because I walked in the snow for too long. Yi Mianmian also complained, and Jiang Yuan also expressed some token concern. Yes. Take the medicine quickly. How are you doing? It's okay. You look lively and energetic. By the way, yesterday we saw Fan Yao hanging out with people from 1202 downstairs. Do you know about this? Fan Qing nodded. In fact, Kai Yang told her yesterday. To tell you the truth, Fan Yao should be breaking up with Li Tianyu. How to say? 3 women and 1 drama. Again in this environment without any entertainment. The heart of gossip is burning. You didn't come back the night before yesterday. Li Tianyu came up to see Fan Yao. You mean she's been up all night? Yi Mianmian was also very excited. This melon was quite good. I don't know. Anyway, it would have been around 9 o'clock. I don't know if I went back later. Let me go. She really has a way with her. However, from what I saw, she seemed to have a good relationship with one of them. It doesn't look like he was forced. Maybe he was really having sex with someone. Jiang Yuan said her question. When she heard her voice for the first time on the 12th floor, she thought she was being forced to betray herself. However, after these 2 contacts, it was completely different. I'm not sure. She is the best at sizing up the situation. It is much more comfortable to follow the people on the 12th floor than to follow Li Tianyu. Moreover, she doesn't necessarily like him that much. She just wants to make me feel uncomfortable. Hearing what she said, Jiang Yuan's heart turned over and over again. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, well, Qing, what are you doing to Li Tianyu now? She hesitated to speak, which made Fan Qing understand immediately. Sister Yuan, what are you talking about? Maybe I liked him before, but you still want me to forgive you for doing that kind of thing? That is absolutely impossible. Yi Mianmian also breathed a sigh of relief at her words. You were right to think so. Look at how nice that boy Kaiyong is. He is devoted to you and doesn't want to be a philanderer. She looks better than Li Tianyu, so you have to cherish her. Fan Qing nodded, indicating that he understood. Sister Mianmian, when you said that, I thought you liked Kaiyong. Ha ha. Just kidding. Don't mind. Chapter 205 Wolf Meet Pot Boy. Qing, don't get me wrong. He and I have nothing. Don't forget, I'm much older than you. Yi Mianmian never expected that Fan Qing would say this. Sister-brother relationships are also very popular now. Not all sisters like little puppies. No. 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 The rabbit won't eat the grass next to the nest. Don't get me wrong. Fan Qing smiled lightly and touched his right hand. I'm just kidding. Sister Mianmian, don't take it seriously. Jiang Yuan could hear some tense feelings. Something must have happened somewhere she didn't know. Okay. Mianmian and Kaiyong have known each other for such a long time. If they had feelings, they would have been there long ago. Qing, don't worry too much. Moreover, there are many people chasing Mianmian. Yes, Sister Mianmian is so beautiful. I believe that. By the way, Ching, do you know that they are clearing the snow downstairs? I know. Someone came up and informed me that they were residents on the 8th floor. I didn't go down. Could it be Lao Su on the 8th floor? Yi Mian also thought about this problem, with surprise in his eyes. What does he look like? Do you remember? About 40 or 50. Neither fat nor thin. Because I was wearing a mask. I didn't pay much attention. What's wrong? Sister Yuan? Ching, we are a united front now. And I won't hide some things from you. Before you came here, there was a building manager upstairs named Sun Yan. They often targeted us and even recruited many people to besiege them. But we later killed them. It's very possible that there are people behind him. Namely Lao Wu from 1202 and Lao Su from the 8th floor. The one who came up to inform you. Jiang Yuan explained this. And she was a little scared. Kaiyan also mentioned this matter to her. Oh my god. I looked so peaceful at the time. But I didn't know there was such a secret. When Kaiyan left, he told me not to go out no matter what. So I didn't go out. Originally, I didn't even open the door at that time. But he kept knocking and kept knocking. Now that I think about it, it might have been a test. Fortunately, I didn't say that everyone was leaving. Otherwise, I would have shown my cowardice. Oh my god. If I spill the beans, they will probably have other ideas. Fan Qing looked at Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian, and his palms began to sweat. They have had this idea for more than a day or two. No one can believe it. Yi Mian said so seriously that she couldn't help but take a breath. It's okay. Just be fine now. And be more careful in the future. Didn't they come up to the 21st floor? Jiang Yuan was a little puzzled. She had been feeling uncomfortable after being back for so long. And she didn't bother to ask her parents. If you want to come, let me open the door. I said I will tell him. And he went down. I remember that he specifically told me that I must tell you. These people don't know what their intentions are. Is this a good sign? Jiang Yuan shook her head. She didn't know either. Anyway, no matter who it is, don't believe it. That is to say, everyone will unite together when they face the same difficulties. In fact, they are still working on their own. We have no intention of harming others. But we must be on guard against others. Sister Yuan is right. Take good care of her. I still have some medicine at home. I'll bring it to you later. No, there are a lot of them. Yi Mian did see a lot of medicines on the dining table. So he stopped talking. Nowadays, medicines are also very expensive. The two of them left without further interruption. Jiang Yuan felt a little confused. She always felt that Fan Qing seemed to be somewhat hostile to Yi Mian. The two didn't get along for long. And they didn't know what was going on. If this is really the case, then it is really inconvenient to live together and not see each other when you look up. Daughter, have they gone back? Well, I'm back. Mom, has anyone come downstairs during the 2 days I've been away? The three of them were talking just now. And Qingyu poured water for everyone and went back to the house. She always felt that it was not good for her to chat with young people here. So she didn't know what they were talking about specifically. Qing came over and said she wanted to go downstairs to clear the snow. Your dad said he was worried about me and Xiaowan being at home. So he didn't go downstairs. Well, you shouldn't go down there. Who are the people down there? They're eyeing us. By the way, my daughter, your dad brought back so much meat yesterday and said it was wolf meat. Can that be eaten? Forehead. It should be edible. I've never eaten this before. How about we make hot pot tonight? Hot pot is so useless. I think the pot you made last time is pretty good. You can also eat some staple food, which contains a lot of ingredients. Okay, let's take this. After agreeing, Qingyu took a piece of wolf meat and came back to melt it. It's so cold outside that I can't even take out the knife. Jiang Yuan plans to cook it herself. And she can also use some vegetables in the space. Qingyu is always here because he is afraid that she will feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is a door between the kitchen and the dining table, so she can use it secretly. Cut the wolf meat into slices and blanch it in hot water. This kind of wild animal may have parasites or something on it, so it is best not to cook it directly. Pick all the green vegetables you need and arrange them neatly in the pot. Jiang Yuan put some small green vegetables and lettuce at the bottom, and on top were mung bean sprouts and mushrooms, soaked daylily, vermicelli, fungus, and tofu skin. Qingyu is not afraid of seeing all of the above. Qingyu knows all of it. Then heat the oil in a pan. Stir-fry the wolf meat slices. Add some hot pot base ingredients and bean paste. Stir-fry the red will. Then add onions and garlic. Finally, add water. Boil the pot. And add some seasoning such as soy sauce, oil, chicken essence, and salt. Finally, pour it on the vegetables you just prepared. Light the alcohol underneath. And wait for it to slurp and boil. Chin steamed rice and ate it with sweet and sour radish. Wow! This wolf meat is also delicious. It's firmer than pork and quite fragrant. Try it. Jiang Yuan had a good experience eating it for the first time. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu also thought it was good. So they gave Xiao Wan 2 slices. The family finished dinner happily. Because she was not well yet. And the daughter had to sleep with her grandma for the time being. Eating mung bean sprouts just now gave her inspiration. I went to the attic and brought out some mung beans, soybeans, and red beans. These can be used as seeds and planted directly in the space. The rice soaked before was already very wet. They had grown it in their hometown, and they didn't want to bother with it now. Just sow the seeds directly into the ground without matting the seedbed. It saves trouble. I just don't know what the output is. Soak the seeds of beans and plant the rice a little bit. But there is no place left for plowing. I had no choice but to do this physical work first. Unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise. I sweated all over and became more comfortable. Chapter 206 Request for Cooperation. Today, my body temperature has stabilized, and I no longer have a fever. After coming out of the space, I changed into clean clothes and went to bed quickly. The snow clearing downstairs did not go very smoothly, and no one came by on the 3rd day. Jiang Yuan did not expect that a group of uninvited guests would be welcomed on this day. The person called from the 19th floor and opened the door to open the ocean. Fan Qin came up and called her and Song Yi down. And Jiang Xingji also followed. His daughter was not well yet, so he was not very relieved. Zhang Kaiyan did not open the door. After returning yesterday, he even locked the door on the 19th floor. There is no one on this level anyway, so doing this can also protect your own interests. Here you come? I'm so proud of myself. It's so difficult to meet you all. Huh? Jiang Yuan didn't expect Fan Yao to be here, so she couldn't help but frown. Fan Qing, however, didn't give her any face at all and just yelled back. Who are you? If you want to see us, I won't even open the door. You, Qing, why did you become like this? Now that my second uncle and aunt are not around, I am qualified to take care of you. Oops. She's acting like a senior. People hate her, so they can't tell. I really don't know what to say. Okay. Yao Yao, please stop saying a few words. It was old Wu who spoke. Fan Yao had a fierce fight with his younger brother, so she naturally wanted to give him face. There was an indignant look on his face, but he didn't say anything else. Guys, don't be angry. We came here today to discuss things with you. In our building, we are organizing everyone to clear the snow together. As you know, there are not many families left. The first 2 days were fine, but today no one came out because it was too cold. However, if the snow is not taken care of, we won't even be able to get out of the house later. Known by reason and moved by emotion, Lao Wu is indeed a good leader. The people here just listened quietly and didn't say anything. He thought he had heard it and continued to take vaccinations. I know that you are all stakeholders, and you are better than ordinary people when you go out to find supplies. But if this road is gone, it will be inconvenient for everyone. We can cooperate and mobilize the people downstairs. After saying that, he looked at Song Yi and others expectantly. Zhang Kaiyan looked at him and spoke first. It's not stopping snowing. It was cleared yesterday, and it started to snow again today. It's normal for everyone not to want to do it. It's a waste of effort. Oh, little brother, you can't say that. If it is not cleaned up, the snow will probably reach the 8th floor. At least people can still go out now. Hearing this, Lao Su, who had been silent until now, also spoke. That's right. Can we just ignore it? Otherwise it will only get thicker and thicker. And by then we won't be able to get out of the house. The truth is this. But there will be nothing wrong if they go out. You're right. Brother, have you agreed to cooperate with us? Lao Wu relied on himself to talk to them several times and behaved very affectionately. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's necessary to do useless work. How can it be useless? Don't you want to go out? I want to go out. But if I want to go downstairs, I might as well stay at home. I know what you two are thinking. But if you can clear the snow underneath, what about the snow outside? wandering around the community. What's there to do? When Songy said this, people couldn't help but think about it. If there are roads connecting each building, it is definitely not for helping each other. When the fake rescue team came last time, how many people came out? They all had things at home. We have enough to eat and drink. But we haven't come out yet. After Blizzard shuts down the city, everything will be different. When the time comes, the weak will prevail over the strong. And who will be facilitated by this road? Brother, don't think too much. People are social animals. And you can't stay alone at home all the time. When the time comes, no matter what problems arise, our buildings can still unite together. Lao Wu's reaction was a little too hasty, as if he had been told something. I think it's good to be alone. If we clear the snow downstairs, we won't participate. Yes, 2 eldest brothers. We will not participate in this. There is no other meaning. The weather is really too cold, and we are not in good health. We have had several colds, which is very uncomfortable. Kaiyong also came to help and gave a reason, which at least saved him face. Why are you so stubborn? It will be good for you if everyone goes to clear the snow. Besides, it's not just us. There are other people in the building, and they can't do much work. Fanyao hurriedly came over to act as a lobbyist, but her words were full of complaints. If you want to go there, go and take Li Tianyu with you, and you won't have to worry about us here. Good to go. Don't give it away. Everyone can see that the sisters are not dealing with each other. And Old Wu did not say anything about Fanyao. Instead, he sighed and said with some regret, I respect your ideas, but I will continue to mobilize others. You should also consider it carefully. If you want to join, we are always welcome. Fanyao was humiliated by Fan Qing, and now she was like a cat with explosive fur. I don't know why, but since she got involved with 12th floor, she doesn't even pretend to have green tea anymore. Brother Angkor, why are you being polite to them? These people are like the stones in the latrine, smelly and hard. Yao Yao, why are you talking? Old Wu said casually that Fanyao was actually his mouthpiece. There are not many people left in our building. We should unite together. We are all brothers and sisters. You can't say that. Okay, you go back and digest it internally. We will leave. Songy didn't want to listen to the insinuations of this group of people, who had to use 800 tricks to say a few words. Just in time, Jiang Yuan coughed twice and sounded like she had a bad cold. So she simply refused to go back. He turned around and said softly when passing Jiang Yuan, go back quickly. Jiang Yuan didn't want to be here either. So she followed up. Then let's go first. Zhang Kaiyang said something and everyone left. Brother Angkor, look, let me just say that these people are hard to talk to. Well, Old Wu sighed and asked everyone to leave first. Although that old Su came over, he didn't say a few words. Several people arrived directly at 2002, and they definitely needed to communicate about what happened just now. I'm so angry. This Fanyao came here to make me angry on purpose. Don't talk about her. She's just a little Kara. Brother Song, what do you think Lao Wu and Lao Su mean? Song Yi frowned, with a solemn look on his face. The visitor is evil. Indeed, I think there's something wrong with that old Su. Chapter 207 Arrangement of Mechanisms. Hearing this, several people looked at Jiang Yuan. How to say? You see, he doesn't talk much, and he looks kind, but this person is actually listed as the most dangerous person by Sun Yan. We rarely see him in normal times. He must be the kind of boss at the end. Jiang Xingji had the same idea as Jiang Yuan, and the father and daughter also agreed. Although he didn't say much just now, he kept observing the big guy. There is definitely no good intention. We have to be careful. Oh my god. I didn't even pay attention unless Uncle said anything. Old Wu came out to look for supplies before, but we have never met him once. What does this mean? A flash of panic flashed in Kai Yang's eyes, and Yi Mian took over the words. This shows that there is no shortage of food in his family. Maybe like us. You went out to stock up early. Or maybe you grabbed it later. Yi Mian's analysis made everyone feel a little anxious. If nothing else, this so-called Lao Su is definitely a more powerful being than Lao Wu. It's like a depth charge that could burst out at any time. This makes sense. Most of the people in the community are dead, and the only ones who are alive are those who have something in their hands. Finally, there are some ways to obtain supplies. They have left passages between each building in the community, so that they can do things later that we cannot see. What? This is too much. They actually lied to us. Zhang Kaiyan was very angry. Obviously dissatisfied because of this incident. Fan Qing saw this, and went over to hold his hand. Kaiyan, don't be like this. We have now understood the intentions of those people. And it's not too late. Well, Qing, I know. But I just can't get angry. Zhang Kaiyan sighed, feeling that those people were really hateful. Okay. Don't say so much. They are willing. And others probably won't think so. You see? When we came back the day before yesterday, how many people were there? In the past 2 days, there has been no one around. Yi Mianyan feels that human nature is selfish. At first, everyone thought that snow clearing was good and good for themselves. However, when it gets so cold later, there will inevitably be complaints. After coming and going, no one went out. This is normal. That's true. So their plan is probably difficult to implement. We can just be more careful. But, will we do it in advance? We are all in the same building, which is relatively convenient. Moreover, everyone knows that there are supplies on the 20th and 21st floors. Originally it was just a group of people. But everyone knew about the annoying girl's trouble last time. It's really annoying that it doesn't stop even after death. Soldiers are coming to block it. And water is coming to cover it up. If it doesn't work, let's attack first. Kaiyan was angry, and said everything based on the worst-case scenario. Jiang Yuan understood what he meant. But she hadn't reached that point yet. Kaiyan, don't be so excited. Let's observe it for the next 2 days. After experiencing so much, they also know in their hearts that we are not people who sit back and wait for death. Otherwise, we would not come forward to discuss cooperation. If they don't come to provoke us, we can avoid offending the river. If they have bad intentions, then just follow your instructions. After Jiang Yuan said these words, everyone fell silent. Song Yi looked at Fan Qing with gloomy eyes. She felt the gaze and trembled involuntarily. Song, brother Song, what's wrong? That look was really scary. Fan Qing, that cousin of yours. Fan Yao is with Lao Wu, which means that he is Lao Su's accomplice. Upon hearing this, she immediately expressed her stance. Brother Song, don't worry about me. I have no relationship with her at all. Just do whatever you have to do. Don't worry about anything. I will not be soft-hearted at the critical moment. Song Yi nodded, relatively satisfied with her answer. Kai Yang was also very satisfied. She didn't care about Fan Yao anymore. So she definitely wouldn't care about Li Tianyu. He held her little hand with his backhand and smiled at her sincerely. In this case, everyone should be careful these 2 days and observe the situation underneath at all times. Good. Don't worry. Brother Song. By the way, in addition to this matter in the past 2 days, let's also see if we can strengthen the corridor again. Also, I think those traps you made last time were pretty good too. After saying that, he looked at Song Yi. The other party understood instantly and nodded. Then set it up and asked the people next door to come over. Okay. The Liang Kong family next door also lives on the 20th floor. If they want to set up some traps or something, you must let them know. Otherwise you will be easily tricked later. Now that the decision was made, everyone started to get busy. It was done temporarily last time, so it was relatively simple. Now that we have more time, we can make long-term plans. It can be made more precise and meticulous. Liang Kang's family came out and went to Kaiyang to communicate. There was no problem there. Jiang Yuan also put on thick clothes for Xianwen and asked her to come to the corridor to play with Jingjing. Song Yi let the little one out, and the 3 little guys ran around. However, it didn't come close. Apart from anything else, it really felt like it was before the end of the world. Jiang Yuan looked at her daughter with emotion. If it is normal now, then Xianwen should go to kindergarten. Learning knowledge is secondary. At least I can play with many children. Pity! Xiaoling, come here to help. Everyone was threading threads on the roof. Liang Kong called his wife to help. It suddenly occurred to her that this person was a teacher before. Asked back to see if she is willing to teach Xianwen to learn. There are some things that she herself can teach. However, after all, they are different from other professional educators. But now, safety must come first. Song Yi was very meticulous, and she couldn't figure out the weird traps he created. So, don't think too much. Just follow the work and it'll be fine. Brother Song, why don't we get some buckets and water him down? The feeling last time was very good. Everyone remembers it. No. Let's talk about that later. The bucket's target is too big. Moreover, at this temperature, if you put water on it, it will freeze in a short time. That's right. I forgot. Taiyong touched his head and started working seriously. Jiang Yuan, how are you doing over there? There are almost more than 100. Can you come over and take a look? Jiang Yuan's mission is to sharpen some sharp arrows. Like sleeve arrows. Chapter 208 Asking for a tutor. Sonny came over, picked up the weapons made by the lesbians, and observed them carefully. The tip should not be too thin, as it will easily become unstressed. In addition, the transition here should not be too fast. Little changes. Several people listened patiently. These are all survival skills. After learning them this time, they can all be used. Okay, then take a look at it. Pick out the ones that can be used, and put the ones that need improvement separately. And we can cut some more. Good. At this time, no one felt that Sonny had too many things to do. On the contrary, they all worried that they were not doing well enough and would affect the arranged organization. After all, it is a major matter related to life safety, and no one dares to be careless. Work was also in full swing over there, and Jiang Yuan also took out the remaining beads. I don't know what Sonny wants to do, but he just cooperates unconditionally. Her condition is relatively stable, but her cold symptoms are really obvious. There are so many people, and we are afraid of infecting everyone. So in the afternoon, I didn't ask her to come over to help. We have been together for a long time, and we won't care too much. Jiang Yuan also felt a little tired, so she simply took a nap. And Xiao Yuan also wanted to take a nap. He was afraid of affecting his daughter, so he put her on the bed in the space to sleep. She took a recliner herself and rested in front of the window, where she could watch her daughter without infecting her. About 2 hours later, Jiang Yuan took her daughter out and took some enlightenment books from the space, which were basically used by kindergarten children. There are many story books and books about learning things through pictures at home. In addition, 2 copies of various notebooks are prepared, as well as pencils, watercolor pens, and crayons. After doing this, she went back to the space to look at the beans she had soaked yesterday. It's already bulging and ready for planting, but the ground hasn't been plowed yet. Now there is a shortage of some modern tools, such as tillers, seed drills, sprinkler pumps, etc. It's a pity that I didn't prepare these at the time, and I can't get out now. Xiao Yuan is getting warmer, and she has not been idle. She has bought a lot of frozen glutinous rice balls before. I cooked a large pot, and then poured in a large bottle of canned hawthorn. This glutinous rice dumpling is stuffed with black sesame seeds. Jiang Yuan thinks it is too sweet, so it goes well with canned hawthorn. The sweetness and sourness are balanced out, and it's a delicacy in the world. Moreover, on such a cold day, a bowl of it is very warm. The little girl was no longer calm and looked at her with a confused look on her face. Mom, why do you make these food for everyone? Doesn't it mean you can't share it? Well, her daughter's eyes were so curious that she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yuan, that's because it's a special situation now. You see, neither you nor your mother went to help because her mother was sick and Xiaonuan was still young. So everyone took care of us. But my mother and Xiaonuan will also enjoy the fruits of the uncle's and aunt's busy work. So I need to do something else. Otherwise everyone will feel uncomfortable. All right. The little girl nodded in understanding. She was so cute. However, Xiaonuan did a very good job. Remember, don't tell anyone your stuff. And don't share it with anyone else. Even if it's for mom, grandma, or grandpa. It must be secret and cannot be discovered by others. But mom, when does sharing need to happen? Like now? Jiang Yuan raised her voice, thinking, and then answered her daughter solemnly. Xiao Yuan, just remember what mom just said. Mom will tell you when you need to share. When you are older, you will naturally understand. As a child, she had a strong sense of disgust at having grown up to understand this. Now, it was her turn to say this to her daughter, which was really ironic. However, it also made her realize the importance of education. Children, in addition to learning knowledge, also need to understand something on their own. This is absolutely indispensable. And it is also something that may be missing due to her words and deeds. Let's go and deliver glutinous rice balls to everyone. Good. The little girl followed her obediently, holding a disposable lunch box. People outside are very busy. Seeing her coming, Qin Yu quickly scolded her. Daughter, have you taken your medicine? Just stay inside the house. It's very cold outside. Mom, I've taken the medicine. It's okay. Everyone has worked hard. I cooked some glutinous rice balls. Let everyone come over and eat some. Qin hurried to say lo. And Kai Yang came over after smelling the smell. On the other hand, Liang Kang's family was a little embarrassed. Jiang Yuan served it to everyone. And Qin Yu helped distribute it. Everyone had a portion. We also used disposable lunch boxes and spoons, which are clean. Xiaoling, come on. Give this to Jingjing. Why? Xiaoling was flattered. Originally, they were working for themselves. They have a different relationship with people like Yiminyan. They have always been together. In comparison, they are just passing by. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan actually called her, which was a great relief. This is for you. Eat more. Thanks. Looking at this bowl of glutinous rice balls, I suddenly felt like crying. In order to avoid embarrassment, she deliberately ran to the corner to eat with her daughter. After the distribution was completed, Jiang Yuan came over with Xiao Nuan. Xiaoling quickly stood up and gave up the small bench under her, but to Xiaonuan. It's okay. You sit down. Little girl. Stand for a while. How can we let the child stand? Xiaonuan, come over and sit with your sister. Thank you. Aunt. The little girl happily ran over and sat next to him quietly. How polite. Xiaoling is also generous with her words. She knows that it is better to praise Xiaonuan than to praise Jiang Yuan. It can make Jiang Yuan happy without making her appear too flattering. By the way, Xiaoling, I remember you used to be a teacher? Yes. I am a primary school teacher. In this situation, I don't know what is happening to the children in our class. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan could tell that she was really worried about those children. Maybe she is really a good teacher. Xiaoling, if you have nothing to do, can you teach Xiaonuan? She hasn't gone to kindergarten yet, and doesn't need too complicated knowledge. Hearing this, Xiaoling was ecstatic. She loves education, and is very happy to be able to return to her old career. Of course, I'm so busy at home every day that I'm almost growing hairy. It's impossible to go out in this weather now. So it's just the right time for the two children to stay together. Jiang Yuan was also very happy when she saw that she agreed. Okay. When this is finished, you can come over to my house and take Jingjing with you. I will give you 5 kilograms of rice or white flour a week. No. I'm fine. Xiaoling quickly waved her hand and refused. It's just a little effort. Besides, I also like teaching. So I don't want anything else. Chapter 209 Ice and Snow. She might really not want it. But Jiang Yuan had to give it. If something happens in the future, it is not good to owe others favors. It's better to agree on the remuneration in advance to save yourself the trouble. 5 pounds of rice or flour a week is already a lot. If nothing else, a family of 3 can survive if they save a little. Now, of course, there is no way to compare it with normal circumstances. No need really. You've already helped us a lot. She may be talking about selling things before, but it is indeed the case now. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Especially food. That's it. It's settled. One code will be the same. Once it's done here, you can come over. Xiaowan also likes Jingjing very much. Letting the two children play together and having a companion. Okay. Thank you. Now that I can get some food through my own labor. It is unexpected. Xiaoling also secretly vowed to do her best to satisfy Jiang Yuan. After Jiang Xingji finished eating, he asked Jiang Yuan to go back. Everyone ate the glutinous rice balls and were very grateful. Disposable bowls and spoons were all made of plastic, so she took them back without wasting them. It can still be used for washing. So save everything now. Maybe it will come in handy later. Moreover, with such heavy snow, there is no shortage of water at home. It's just a bit of a waste of liquefied gas. It seems that if this situation doesn't get better, we'll still have to find a way to make fire with wood. Jiang Yuan grew up in a rural area and is not unfamiliar with or disgusted with this primitive way of burning fires. Right now, space is limited. Maybe, when the weather gets better, we can set up a wood stove on the terrace. Jiang Xingji can do these things. Nothing happened now, so I brought the tablet over. I have downloaded a lot of wilderness survival videos before. Take a look now. Maybe they can come in handy too. Xiaonuan also wanted to read it, but Jiang Yuan felt that it was not good for the little girl to read it for too long. So she asked her to read and play with toys next to her. Even brought Jingjing back. Just think of it as the end of the world and give her a little sister. If everyone can grow up safely, they can be regarded as partners. Jiang Yuan cooked the dinner at home. After a day's work, it was hard to be too perfunctory. I couldn't make it too flavorful, so I steamed the rice, and then took out the previously stewed ribs and heated them up. Afraid of not eating enough, I added some beans. These are the new beans in the space. They are juicy and tender. After it's cooked, you can't tell whether it was frozen before, but the taste will definitely be improved to the next level. There is also cucumber, and a piece of musu meat is fried with carrots, eggs, and fungus. I put a lot of cucumbers in it. I originally wanted it to be served cold, but my mother could tell the fresh cucumbers at a glance. If you don't want to take risks, you can eat this way. They didn't work for long and came back at 5 o'clock because it was already dark outside. If you keep going, you'll have to turn on the lights. Daughter, you have prepared the meal. Yes. Mom, you and Dad should wash your hands and eat quickly. I told you not to do this if you are sick. I will cook it when I get back. Qinyu felt a little distressed. Her daughter was busy all day long for the sake of this family. Now that I am so seriously ill and still have to cook, I feel very unhappy. It's okay, Mom. It's really not a problem. I always make it simple. Jiang Xingyi stopped his daughter-in-law from continuing to preach. It was not easy for her daughter. During the meal, I was quite happy. I think Xiaosong is not an ordinary person. He made us wear those ropes in a mess. Who knows? With a slight pull on the other side will start to move. Jiang Xingyi was surprised and still couldn't understand the principle. Last time, he was able to set up several useful mechanisms in such a short period of time. I think this kid was definitely not an ordinary person before. He only knew that Songyi was a veteran, and no one knew what kind of job he had before. That's right. He seems to be a leader or something. I think he knows a lot about those weapons. Jiang Xingyi particularly admired such young people and kept praising them. At the same time, I also felt that I was a neighbor to him and had benefited a lot from him. Jiang Yuan did not say that many people knew him when he was at the rescue center. I haven't said it myself, let alone others, but I have to have a sense of boundaries as a human being. At night, the temperature is even lower. Jiang Yuan got up in the middle of the night and changed the hot water bottle twice more. The snow is still falling non-stop. The next morning, the whole world was different. Above the ice is the snow-white galaxy. Looking up the mountain, it is all white, and all the buildings are covered with white snow. Directly opposite, you can see the faint outline of the Qinling Mountains. There are many mountains and mountains, and Jiang Yuan has a feeling of snow-capped mountains. The entire community is no longer what it used to be. Heavy snow lay on the ground and upstairs, and everything was covered. The remaining branches were sealed, and the ice and snow were clearly distinguishable. Many of them had their branches bent and looked decadent. It seems that the wind has picked up and the snow has begun to drift to the northwest. I don't know how many people can carry it this winter. At about 10 o'clock, Xiaoling came to the door with Jingjing. Auntie, I'm here to teach Xiaowan. Jiang Yuan heard the movement and hurried out to greet them. Please come in quickly, Teacher Xiaoling. Last night, she had already cleared out a place in the living room. Xiaowan originally had her own room and study, but now they have all the supplies. I don't want to be seen by others, so I have to do this. There were 2 layers of carpets on the floor. The upper layer had long fur and was very warm. There are also 2 small tables for sitting on and studying, and children can also adapt to this height. Wow, Xiaowan has so many books. Can you read the ones brought by the teacher today? Good. The little girl was very happy. Yesterday, her mother said that Aunt Xiaoling was coming to teach her. She was excited all night. Now, Sister Jingjing is here too, and she is even happier. Xiaoling took over Jingjing's kindergarten book and read it with Xiaowan. At her age, it's just a small class, and she doesn't need to learn too much knowledge. It's just a matter of getting to know things and learning some simple principles, and that's it. Jiang Yuan did not let Xiaowan go downstairs. The child still had to be under her eyes to feel at ease. Daughter, it's this time today. Why hasn't anyone gone down to clear the snow yet? Jiang Xingyi didn't say anything, and Jiang Yuan forgot about it. Is it because it's too cold and people don't want to go down? Qinyu also joined the group chat. She also felt that it would be colder today. The reluctance is true. As for why, it remains to be explored. Chapter 210 Beaten to the point of dying. Jiang Xingyi's eyes flashed. He had lived for more than half his life, and he couldn't understand anything. Alas, those who talk shamelessly are doing it for their own selfish interests. Yes, fortunately we didn't agree. They probably just wanted us to be free laborers. If nothing else, this kind of useless effort is probably what those people came up with. I guess only they themselves can tell whether it is wasted effort or not. Dad, will the snow be heavier today? Jiang Xingji looked outside and nodded. It seems to be bigger. And the snow has stopped. It's a blizzard. How can it stop so easily? Look at these big snowflakes. They are no worse than goose feathers. This is really more unfair than Dou-yi. Qin Yu's words successfully resolved the awkward atmosphere. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll go next door and ask Xiao Song to see if there is any other work. Xiaoling next to her heard it and was a little embarrassed. I just came here to teach my children and forgot that I still have to work today. Jiang Yuan saw her uneasiness and comforted her, Xiaoling. Don't worry. I'll go take a look first. If I need your help, I'll come up and call you. Okay. Then please go over and have a look. Songyi had also packed up a long time ago. He was afraid that everyone would get up late, so he didn't call anyone. When Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xingji came out, he was checking the things he got yesterday. Xiao Song, is there anything else you need to fill in today? There's basically nothing upstairs. We'll talk about some specific things later. Uncle, let's go to the 20th floor today. Okay. Jiang Xingji was very happy and felt that he could learn a lot. When he was young, he especially liked reading martial arts novels. Maybe boys of that era had a martial arts dream, especially the Chimen Duanjia and other things in it. I like it very much. When we got to the 20th floor, we called everyone out and made some simple planning first. Songyi felt that if someone attacked him, the 20th floor would bear the brunt. So gonna get some quick wins here. Although Zhang Kaiyang is not good at this, there are many strange things in this child's mind. Even Fan Qin can provide a lot of advice based on professional expertise. Liang Kong asked Jiang Yuan to go back and replace Xiaoling. I don't think there's much going on in the morning, so let her watch the two children upstairs. She won't go back either. Qin Yu is at home, so she can rest assured. A few people just took out their things when they heard what sounded like a quarrel below. What's going on? Is there a fight going on downstairs? There are only a few houses left. Why is that? Fan Qin's face was not very good, and he frowned. Oh my god. Why do I feel it's Fan Yao and Li Tianyu? As soon as these words came out, several people fell silent. They say they are old acquaintances, but the relationship is not good. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. Let people decide on this matter. Why don't you do it first? And Qingqing and I will go down and take a look. After all, it's still in my house. It's not good to go too far. Okay. Then go ahead. If you need help, just come up and shout. What Yi Mian meant, and what everyone meant, was that this was a private matter, so it was best not to speak. The two of them went down, and everyone got ready and started working. The voice was really loud, especially Fan Yao's shouts, which were particularly sharp. I feel like this is not coming from the 9th floor. It's too clear. Indeed, the sound is a bit too clear. Could it be? Yi Mian immediately thought of it, and an unknown premonition hit her. Let's go down and take a look. Songyi went downstairs immediately, and Liang Kong quickly followed. Jiang Yuan turned around and told Jiang Xingji to lock the door and go home. Then she pulled Yi Mian down. Although Fan Yao lives on the 9th floor, she has been having a heated relationship with the people on the 12th floor recently. The voice sounded real, not like it came from so far away. If it was really the 12th floor, then the people in the room would not be easy to get along with. Kaiyang and Fan Qin had a grudge against her, and were afraid that it would be dangerous if they went down suddenly. Sure enough, it was the 12th floor. When Jiang Yuan arrived, Songyi and Liang Kong were at the bottom of the stairs heading to the 13th floor. If you don't go down, it should be safe. Kaiyang and Fan Qin were below, standing still and watching the three people fighting in the corridor. If it's a fight, it's obviously two people fighting each other. The one who was beaten was none other than Li Tianyu. Let me go! Why did this person come up? Could it be that he discovered Fan Yao's behavior and was dissatisfied? Why is it getting more and more bloody? It's so embarrassing. Yi Mian also felt incredible, but was too embarrassed to say anything, so she could only look at Jiang Yuan to signal. Old Wu watched everyone upstairs come down and finally spoke. Okay. Don't fight or cause any more deaths. The two young men stopped reluctantly. Li Tianyu's condition was not very good. He curled up on the ground, unable to speak, and even vomited blood. Uh-huh. A few children have something to do with their feelings. Old Wu actually explained it to them, while Fan Yao was crying beside him, looking at Li Tianyu. He probably felt a little distressed. Tianyu, please stop pestering me. It's impossible for me to be with you. Why can't you figure it out? Although Li Tianyu was severely beaten, his eyes were filled with resentment. One of the young men saw it and went up to give him another kick. He was kicked right in the stomach, and the pain made his whole body bow. If you look again, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Li Tianyu naturally did not dare to continue, but instead turned his attention to Fan Qing next to him. Helpless, sad, hurt. Fan Qing was startled and quickly took Kai Yang's arm to declare his sovereignty. It turned out that Fan Yao never went back last night, and Li Tianyu's cold was much better. I was worried, so I came over to look for him. Unexpectedly, people said that Fan Yao was his partner. Suddenly, he felt a green light coming from his head. I got worried and shouted loudly to ask Fan Yao to come out. The man from 1202 was so easy to mess with. He blocked him in the corridor and beat him up. Now that the truth is out, they don't care. Kai Yang is worried about his house. But now is not a good time to talk about this. Lao Wu still wanted to explain a few words, but Song Yi reached out and interrupted him. He just shut up. It seemed that these people really didn't care. Even if Li Tianyu is not dead, he will only have half his life left. Fan Yao did not handle this matter well. However, these have nothing to do with them. We have to continue working on the 20th floor. Song Yi won't let Jiang Yuan help, so it's okay with Jiang Xingji here. In this case, she would not insist on it. If it was infected with everyone, she would become a sinner. Chapter 211. Li Tianyu is missing. What just happened didn't affect anything. After everyone came back, they were still busy arranging the mechanisms in the corridor. In one day, the 2 floors were almost completed. Song Yi was afraid that it would be unsafe, so he even carried out simple treatment on the area up to the 19th floor. It's the kind that's very covert, just afraid of being spotted by others. Once precautions are taken, the agencies above will have less opportunities to shine, and everyone's hard work may be wasted. Jiang Yuan admired Song Yi's meticulousness and was able to prepare everything in advance. It seems like no one is coming downstairs to clear the snow anymore. Not even the people on the 8th and 12th floors. In the beginning, there was a road underneath. Now it's connected to the one next to it. It may be a little lower, but it's really hard to see from the top. The snow has been falling for a week, and it hasn't stopped. Jiang Yuan's cold has improved a lot, and no one in her family has been infected. Everything seems to be going in a good direction, except for the problem of not being able to go out. They will check the situation outside every day to ensure that the mechanisms inside the corridor are normal. Xiaoling came over to attend classes, and it became morning. Xianwen was still very happy. She was going to bed in the afternoon, and when she woke up, it was 3 or 4 o'clock. Jiang Yuan, we will take advantage of this time to take the whole family to do some exercises to strengthen their resistance. But we didn't train together anymore. It was too cold, and no one wanted to come out. She also took the time to plant soybeans, mung beans, and red beans. The space has also been carefully planned, and all the land must be utilized. It's almost the Chinese New Year right now. We don't even have to watch the Spring Festival Gala this year. Qingyu sighed, feeling uncomfortable in her heart. Not because of that Spring Festival Gala episode, but because I feel a little emotional about the lack of this kind of civilization. Mom, it's okay. Look, we've been living a peaceful life these past 2 days. Moreover, I have downloaded all the Spring Festival galas from previous years, and will show you your favorite skits later. Good. Don't talk about those useless things. No one can do anything about it. At least we have food and drink. How many people are starving to death? Jiang Xingji didn't know how to feel relieved, but he just felt that he was very satisfied with the current situation. 2. Seeing that her parents have been supporting each other all their lives, and in the end, they have to experience the Shura field of the apocalypse. Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable. However, there was nothing she could do. Due to the general environment, human power seems too small. After breakfast, I followed Song Yi to see what was going on outside as usual. Zhang Kaiyang was hesitant to speak, so she couldn't help but ask, Sister Yuan, don't you think it's strange? I went back to my house last night. Li Tianyu is not here, and the door is still locked. Do you think it's strange? Not here? Why isn't he here? He has nowhere else to go. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I wonder if it was the group of people on the 12th floor who killed him while we were not paying attention. Well, it's not impossible. But is Fan Yao so dark-hearted? Last time, Li Tianyu was beaten. Even if he survived, he'd probably lost half his life. She wouldn't kill him. That's what he said. But no one dared to guarantee it. She might not. But the 3 and 1202. I can't say for sure. After saying this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In the apocalypse, having such neighbors is definitely not a good thing. There are no legal restrictions at all. And you can literally do whatever you want. Be more careful. Let's take turns on duty these 2 days and observe the situation downstairs. Also pay more attention to things inside the building. None of the people objected to Song Yi's proposal. Now they have 4 families and can be divided into 4 groups. Song Yi was alone, so he asked Yi Mianmian to join him. By the way, I arranged my shifts so that everyone knows when they need to work. The past 2 days have been comfortable, and Jiang Yuan is in a good mood. After returning home, I arranged for beef hot pot. She cooks a lot recently, and Qin Yu is used to it. There are more and more vegetables in this space. If you don't take the time to eat them, you will get old. She didn't want to waste it. Even if she secretly got some every day, there would still be a lot. Today, in addition to beef hot pot, I also made dry pot shrimp. Potatoes, cauliflower and celery were used as side dishes. The decision was made based on the stock at home. Except for the cauliflower. Everything else was fresh. Served with spicy and sour cucumber strips and stir-fried shredded pickles. Qin Yu thought it was extremely delicious. These frozen vegetables are really delicious. Look at how tender this celery is. Yes, Mom. At that time I said don't blanch them. Just scald them. Look. These leaves all have the same shape. Yes. My daughter is still smart. Jiang Xingji also eats a lot and seems to have gained weight recently. By the way, I went up to the terrace to clear the snow, and it felt a little weird. That's weird. What's wrong? Dad? Jiang Yuan didn't pay too much attention and just asked in general. Daughter, the snow is too heavy. The goosefeather snow mentioned before is already the biggest. But above, snowflakes as big as a child's palm fell. The strangest thing is that after landing, it seems that every snowflake will not merge together, and the outlines on it can be seen. It's really just like the one on TV. It's textured. Well, this is indeed a bit strange. Could it be the same situation downstairs? But we didn't go down, so we don't know. It's not impossible. In today's world, any situation is normal. Let's eat quickly. After eating, I'll go up and take a look. Okay, I'll go with you. Qin Yu asked Qin Yu to clear away the dishes. And father and daughter Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xingji went to the terrace. Because it was dark, they brought flashlights and nightlights. Daughter, don't take that. The target is too big. If someone discovers it, it will be bad. Okay. Jiang Yuan obediently put down the nightlight, and then also took a strong flashlight. As soon as the attic door opened, the coldness hit me, the feeling of wind and snow. It was terrible. At that moment, Jiang Yuan felt that her face was stiff. If the temperature inside the corridor was so cold that she could cry, then the conditions outside would probably freeze someone to death within 5 minutes. The two of them didn't go far away. They just wanted to look at the snowflakes in front of them. The flashlight was gently pushed up, but I didn't dare to shine randomly. This is the top of the building, and it was accidentally captured by people around me. There is darkness everywhere now, and the light is too conspicuous. Mom, what is this? Jiang Yuan was startled and went out of tune. Jiang Xingji didn't know what was going on, so he quickly took a photo and was shocked. Chapter 212 Gray Snow. Why is this snow gray? He couldn't believe his eyes, and continued to shine the flashlight forward. Everywhere you look is gray. The brighter the place, the darker the color. Jiang Yuan was also extremely shocked. It was obviously not like this tomorrow. Dad, when you came here during the day, were you white? It's white. Absolutely white. Jiang Xingji almost swore that when Jiang Yuan came here 2 days ago, there was no problem with the snow. This situation now is completely unexpected. She wanted to do an experiment and turned off the flashlight so that nothing could be seen here. When it snowed before, it didn't matter whether there was a moon or not. This white snow will reflect light, even just a little bit. But now, it's so dark that I can't see my fingers. She tried to go to the attic again and turned on the light inside. Looking at the situation here, it was still dusty. Before, she was afraid that the things in the attic would freeze. So Jinyu changed a quilt into a cotton door curtain and hung it on the door between the attic and the terrace. Therefore, if both sides are not opened, they cannot see each other. This is the first time I've seen this happen today. Daughter, please wait for me here. I'll go over and take a look. Maybe the thing behind you is still normal. Jiang Xingji still wanted to find out what was going on, but Jiang Yuan quickly stopped him. Dad, don't go. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I don't think this matter is that simple. Let's not take the risk. In the past, he would have thought his daughter was making a fuss. But after going through so many things, Jiang Xingji did not dare to be careless. Okay, let's go back first. Well, there are also these shoes. Let's take them off and don't put them back on. Because I stepped on the snow just now. I don't know if this thing is harmful to the human body. Be careful. You are right. Jiang Xingji did not refute, but immediately took off his shoes and placed them outside the terrace. There is an eaves here, which should be able to cover it. Dad, what are you doing? Asking my mother to send you a pair of shoes. I'll call her. Jiang Xingji wanted to go back barefoot. Although he was wearing socks, he couldn't keep out the cold. Qin Yu heard the shouting, came over quickly, and brought furry slippers for the father and daughter. I was still puzzled, thinking I was wet by the snow. Jiang Xingji was worried that she would be scared, so he didn't say anything about the black and gray snow. The next day, when everyone went out to check the condition of the corridor, Jiang Yuan mysteriously called everyone to Song Yi's house. The things I say next may be a little bizarre, but they are all true. Zhang Qiang was a little nervous. Jiang Yuan was never like this. You shouldn't have seen a ghost. Right? Shut up, Sister Ting Yuan said. Yi Mianmian was a little disgusted. If it were in the past, he would definitely kick him or give him a slap in the ear. Now that Fan Qing is here, she is more restrained. Look! Jiang Yuan didn't show any concern and directly took out a transparent glass. It's full of snow. White. What's so good about this snow? There's so much downstairs. Jiang Yuan looked at Kaiyang and explained extremely seriously. Ordinary snow is naturally nothing to look at. There seems to be something wrong with this snow. As he said that, he turned on the flashlight. When it shines on the cup, the color becomes gray. Song Yi, please close the curtains. His house has 2 layers of curtains, with gauze on the outside. The kind that can let light in, but not let people in. During the day, I only wear this layer. Song Yi didn't hesitate, and went over to close the blackout curtains. The effect was good. The room instantly became dark, like the dark sky. Jiang Yuan shined a strong flashlight on it again, and the color became darker, from light gray to dark gray. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god! Sister Yuan, what's your reasoning? Kaiyang is a science student. He believes in science and always thinks it is some kind of trick. Jiang Yuan sighed and told what happened last night. I don't know what's going on. I didn't want to come over today and ask everyone. Song Yi silently opened the curtains. His brows furrowed and his face extremely heavy. Let's all be careful and don't touch this snow recently. That's what I say. But everyone has been exposed to it before when they went out. Even walking through the snow. This is a normal color under sunlight. But when you hit it with a flashlight, it turns out to be black and gray. The snowflakes are also much larger. If the plants or animals have mutated, just like the mung bean flies and long-legged mosquitoes before. I can't accept it. But this snowflake has also mutated, which makes it a bit unreasonable. Jiang Yuan thought about it all night, but couldn't figure out the reason. She paid close attention to Song Yi's expression, and had always suspected that he knew something in advance. Even, like her, he was reborn. However, it shouldn't be this solemn expression. Could it be that I have gone astray? In other words, he didn't live long either? Everything has become confusing. Then what should we do? They are still clearing the snow. I feel like it is poisonous. It's a pity that I don't have any experimental equipment at home. How about testing the elements inside? Kai Yang and Fan Yao are both top students at key universities, and they think about things differently from everyone else. Now it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Maybe it can be tested. If there are any harmful substances, that would be bad. There is no water now. So many people probably use the snow to boil water for drinking. In one fell swoop, all the survivors could be wiped out. Suddenly I thought of the extinct dinosaurs. Could it be that humans have also reached a desperate situation? In this way, everyone should go back first and continue to be on duty according to the schedule. At 9 o'clock in the evening. Let's go see it again. After Song Yi finished speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Yuan and asked politely, "Is it convenient?" "Ah? You mean, go to my house at night?" "Well, it's okay if it's inconvenient. We can go downstairs." "Of course it's inconvenient. If you go to the terrace, you will definitely pass by the attic. Then wouldn't all the supplies she hoarded be exposed? However, it would not be justified if everyone was not allowed to go." Jiang Xingji also obviously thought of this problem and said quickly, "It's too late. There are still children at home." Zhang Kaiyan was careless. But he felt like he didn't really care. "It's okay, uncle. We'll do it quietly. Don't worry. We won't disturb Xiaonuan." Jiang Yuan is also very conflicted. But if everyone is allowed to go down and get along with each other in the future, there will probably be a thorn in her heart. Now, after all, is the time for small groups. Okay. Then at 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone's voices will be lowered then. And we will observe again. Chapter 213 Great Storage of Things. Damn it. Give it a try. I have to pack it up quickly when I get back. But I can still take the opportunity to get some things into the space. Which is a good thing. The look on Jiang Xingyi's face showed that he knew that wealth does not reveal wealth. Now, having supplies means having the courage to live. There are so many things at home. How do you pack them? The attic is their main battlefield for hoarding things. It's really hard to say. After returning home, he did not complain about Jiang Yuan, but began to worry. Qin Yu didn't know why, thinking something happened again. "What's going on? Why do you look so ugly?" "Oh, they want to come to our terrace at night." "Why are you going to our house? It's full of stuff. Did you agree?" "Oh, there's nothing we can do about it." Jiang Xingji sighed, not knowing what to say. Mom was also surprised. She didn't know about Gray Snow yet. "Old man, go talk to them quickly, and don't let them come over." Seeing how excited she was, she probably resented the lack of steel and felt that Jiang Xingji was not doing anything. As for Jiang Yuan, that can't be blamed. And he didn't even think about her. "Mom, don't get excited. Just listen to me. Hurry up and explain this matter clearly." "Mom, my dad and I went to the terrace last night and found that there was something wrong with the snow there. Just look at it with a flashlight, and it turned out to be gray. Under normal sunlight, it is white. What the HL? How is this possible?" Qin Yu's attention was immediately diverted, and Jiang Yuan became more confident in persuading her mother. "It's like this. My dad was afraid of scaring you, so he didn't let me say it. She also didn't forget to win back some favor with her father. And she was undoubtedly considerate of her little daughter." Sure enough, Qin Yu looked at her husband and said nothing more. "This morning, we took a look next door, and it was still the same. So we felt it was not normal. I don't know if this thing is poisonous or not. I want to come and study it. Of these 4 houses, only ours has a terrace. If you open the door at the top of the attic, you can see it without coming into contact with the snow. If I go downstairs, I'm afraid the snow itself is dangerous. Do you understand?" After all that was said, there was something else she didn't understand. "No wonder you two didn't want any shoes yesterday. You should have told me about this. Your mother is not scared." Yes. Doesn't my father feel sorry for you? Moreover, everyone is helping each other now. If I am not friendly at all, I'm afraid that everyone will be angry and unwilling to help later. This is not possible. Qin Yu is facing a formidable enemy. What is the situation outside now? People will die at every turn. No matter how powerful the daughter is, she is still a girl. Her physical strength and fighting ability are definitely not as good as those of the men. This guy was looking for trouble on a large scale. Although she didn't go out, she was still watching from here. Of course, I also understand that we all fight against the enemy collectively, and the power of one person is too small. Moreover, that gray snow belongs to something unknown. If it is really poisonous, it will harm everyone. After all, they should be allowed to come over. This is the dilemma. Alas. Mom, don't worry. Let's pack up the things upstairs. There are some rooms down there that can store things. You and my dad can put them away. I went up and took a look at the top. If something didn't work, just cover it up. If I couldn't see it, it would be fine. Now, what everyone is worried about is nothing more than being discovered by others. As long as this problem is solved, it's okay. Okay. Several people are action groups. And Xiaoling happened to be here too. So I won't say more. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu went to clean up the 2 houses while Jiang Yuan watched from below. He didn't dare to let his daughter out of his sight. It was too dangerous. The other 2 rooms at home have a lot of stuff in them, but they are not full 3-dimensionally. Even if it doesn't reach the top, it can still be released, but it needs to be sorted out. Heavy things should be placed underneath, and it should be made as flat as possible so that things can be placed on top. Although busy, it is not chaotic after all. Normally, Jiang Yuan would secretly collect some things into the space. Although it's not much, it can reduce some workload. After lunch, Xianwen was put to sleep, and the 3 of them started moving non-stop. Daughter, I think the bedroom we live in can also be used. There is still a lot of open space. Yes, the balcony in our room can also be used. Jiang Yuan said this and asked Qin Yi to clean up the house where they lived. Jiang Xingji followed her up to the attic and brought some light things over first. She took the opportunity to sort out things above and sneak some things into the space. I don't dare to go too far, as it would be bad if my parents see the flaws. Her balcony now contains a few woven bags and a set of storage cabinets. This cabinet was customized before and is used to store some miscellaneous small things. In addition to the wall cabinet, there are drawers underneath, which is very good for storing small gadgets. You don't need to clean it up. You can just put your things here. Jiang Xingji also moved it downstairs, and she also moved it one by one, taking care not to wake the child. The space on the balcony of the master bedroom is not small. It is estimated to be more than 2 meters wide. She took away the woven bag and put some rice noodles or something underneath. It's relatively heavy, but relatively flat, so it's easy to place it on top. Because they work separately, Jiang Xingji didn't know how much she took. There are more and more things that can earn space. Of course, the room was packed. Those bottled water are frozen, so it doesn't matter. Let's just put them aside and it'll be fine. I also think this is not a problem. There is nothing but ice and snow outside. If you move a little bit, there will be no shortage of water. Even if this is too much, it will not make others have bad thoughts. If asked, they would say that they were afraid when the water supply was cut off before, so they connected it themselves. After a busy day, I was so exhausted that I couldn't even lift my waist. The remaining things were covered with quilts. Originally, there were a lot of things in here, including sauerkraut jars, pickle jars, and a lot of potatoes, cabbage, etc. Before, it was packed in a foam box and covered with a quilt. Now it's not impossible to put more things in it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone arrived as scheduled. Jiang Yuan went over to open the door in advance. Qin Yi wasn't asleep either, but she didn't follow him. She wanted to stay and watch Xianwen. The temperature at night was freezing. When I got to the attic, I didn't open the door. I just opened the cotton door curtain. Jiang Yuan took a strong flashlight and shined it at the nearest snowdrift. Sure enough, the place where the light beam hit changed color instantly. Oh my god! Things have changed. Although I knew the result, I was still surprised when I actually saw it, especially in so many cases. Chapter 214 Testing. Don't be so excited. Okay. Yi Mianmian rolled her eyes at Kai Young, feeling that this person was a bit unpleasant to look at recently. I'll go over and take a look. Song Yi took the lead and was about to open the door as he spoke. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan quickly went to the shelf next to her and brought a lot of plastic bags and disposable gloves. I sorted this out this afternoon, just in case I could use it. Take this with you. Not to mention disposable gloves. Plastic bags can also be used as shoe covers. If there is really a problem with this snowflake, it can be prevented. Song Yi nodded, put it on gratefully, then opened the door and walked out. The snowflakes were falling outside, but there was still no intention of stopping. He squatted on the ground and observed carefully. I took out the flashlight again and looked at it for a long time, but found nothing. How's it going, Brother Song? The people inside were very nervous, hoping to know what was going on, but afraid of hearing bad news. Have no idea. Song Yi shook his head. He had no clue about this snow. How about this? Let's collect some and take them back. Don't we have a magnifying glass at home? Although it is not as useful as a microscope, it can still observe some things. In addition, we can imitate some instruments and use some existing things at home to conduct simulations. At this time, the temperament of a top scholar emerged. Fan Qing's whole person was sparkling, exuding an intellectual beauty. Okay, what do we need to cooperate with? At this time, doing something is better than doing nothing. A few people didn't care whether it was late or not. They took a bottle with a lid and collected a lot of snow in it. Then they went to Kai Kai Yang's house. But Jiang Yuan did not let Jiang Xingyi follow. It's getting late, and it's no use having so many people in the past. It's better to have a good rest. Everyone also has a sense of boundaries. They saw the things in the attic, but didn't say anything. If nothing else, at least she was satisfied. To put it another way, these people have food at home and don't stare at others very much. When they reached the 20th floor, Jiang Yuan took out the big night light and closed the thick curtains. It was as bright as day inside, and nothing could be seen outside. Go to Kaiyang to get the magnifying glass and some other useful items. Sister Mian, do you have any cotton swabs or face towels? I might need them. Yes, I'll look for it. A beauty anchor has a lot of these things. Fan Qing asked everyone to sit down, and she went to the kitchen to get a spoon. There are a lot of things in Kai Kai Yang's house, many of which can be used, but they lack precision instruments. Qing, we can use these two mirrors as a base, and then use a magnifying glass to observe. That's what I think too. Kaiyang, let's take a sample. Seeing the professional looks of the two people, the people next to them didn't dare to express their anger. At the same time, they stared nervously, fearing that they would miss something. Sister Yuan, please bring the light over. Okay. Fan Qing at this time was indeed very attractive. No wonder Kaiyang was jealous at the time. If she were a boy, he would probably fall under her skirt. The two of them tinkered with it for a while, and finally heated it with fire. Everyone wears masks for fear of producing harmful gases. However, the snow turned into water and turned white again. This is too incredible. How's it going? Qing, did you find anything? Fan Qing took off his mask and looked confused. I don't dare to draw conclusions now. What can I say about this thing? It seems that the color is different. As for the others, the conditions are really limited and nothing can be seen. I want to use a magnifying glass to see if there are parasites inside. But the magnification is not enough, and I can't confirm it now. In this situation, there is nothing we can do. The conditions are just like this. You can only do your best. Then this snow means you can't boil water for drinking? Liang Kong is particularly worried about this problem, as his family now depends on it. I don't dare to vouch for this. Logically speaking, as long as there are no toxins and no parasites in it, it's okay. But now, you have also seen it, and you are not sure. Well, Fan Qing was also helpless, and Jiang Yuan was secretly glad that she did not drink the snow water. I was thinking of collecting that snow and saving it for later use. Fortunately, there are a lot of things going on recently, so I haven't thought about it yet and implemented it. We drank a lot of this snow water, and now we are so worried. It's okay, as long as it is boiled. Most parasites can be killed. It's boiling! Liang Kong was a little excited. Now, he especially wanted a positive answer to ensure that there was nothing wrong with him. Fan Qing is also very rigorous and uses words more carefully, without being overwhelming. She said most of it, not all of it, leaving enough room for everyone's imagination. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest first. Observe more. Be careful lately, and try not to touch this snow. After Song Yi finished explaining, he went out and said goodbye. Everyone went home, and when they reached the 21st floor, he suddenly spoke. Jiang Yuan, have you touched the snow? There's no drinking. But when we went out, we touched it all over our bodies. She even touched Shua's with her bare hands. Well, be careful. If possible, you can take a bath recently. Good. She didn't feel it was out of the ordinary. She was just concerned. This was the situation now. Eating and drinking is a problem. And the weather is cold, so no one can take a shower. Jiang Yuan can go wash in the space, although she knows that it may not have any effect after so long. But just to put her mind at ease, just do it. It's already so late anyway. Don't worry about it being a little later. She went to the space to take a shower, washed all her clothes, and placed a floor-standing clothes rack under the window. It can be used to dry clothes, which is quite convenient. It seems that there is no black sky in the space. Or rather there is, but she has never encountered it. If the time is right, it seems, she still had to stay in here for a while. There were too many things in the space that she didn't know about. Maybe we can discover some secrets. Maybe even save lives. After finishing it, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She quickly came out to sleep, and Xiaowen fell asleep with her mother. She was left alone today, enjoying the big bed to herself. But it was too cold and not so happy. There is something wrong with the gray snowflakes. I'd better take a closer look tomorrow. She didn't go out these days, and she began to worry about the terrace problem again. If the snow is too deep, the attic will suffer too. Whether to deal with the snow is also a question now. Chapter 215. Everyone has stomachache. It's really annoying to finally have 2 days of rest. However, what should be said should not be said. The apocalypse is really a hidden murderous intention. Even though it is a normal thing, it can become a deadly weapon. It is scary just thinking about it. The next morning, Jiang Yuan reported the situation there to her parents. This kind of thing is of great importance, and everyone should pay attention to it. Through this incident, I think we should also pay attention. From now on, no matter what it is, it can't be too casual. It's best not to let it come into contact with skin. It's just too scary. As a daughter slave, Qin Yu immediately came to second the proposal. My daughter is right. We all need to be careful. This matter is not a trivial matter. Who would have thought that snowflakes could become like this? And other things may not be safe either. That's right. It's really necessary. Jiang Yuan was worried. After eating, she started disinfecting again. Every corner of the home has not been spared because the temperature is relatively low. They are all disinfected and dried at the same time. The corridor outside was not spared either. Instead of spraying disinfectant in a hurry, a fire was lit in the corner. I'm using the big iron pot I found earlier, and I'll put it away when it gets a little warmer. The remaining charcoal fire can still be used for heating, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They made a lot of noise. And Sonny also came out. Help with chopping firewood and keep the noise down. After all, there are other residents in this building. The windows were also blocked by the wind and snow, and there was frost everywhere. It took a lot of effort to open a small crack. Jiang Yuan felt that it was a waste to keep the fire burning like this. So she brought sweet potatoes and potatoes over. After a while, it exudes a charming and sweet fragrance, which makes people hungry. Fortunately, the people downstairs also came over. What did I think we were doing? Ding dang 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 dang. Yeah, it's time to bake some sweet potatoes and potatoes. You all can come over and eat some. Kai Kai Yang smells really good, but it's not enough to eat for free. Food is so precious now. Wait me a moment. With that said, he ran down in a hurry, and when he came up again, Fan Qing followed him. Only he and Liang Kong came here just now, and Yi Mian came up in the middle. Look, I have so much chocolate here. Let's melt it. Add some water and drink some. It will warm you up. Yi Mian also wanted to go back and get some meat to lean on. There was still a lot of wolf meat from last time. Jiang Yuan didn't let her go. It was just a whim. In this case, it would be a bit deliberate. It's worth eating and drinking. Everyone came over to help, and the Liang Kong family was a little embarrassed. Jiang Yuan was not stingy and shared some equally with everyone. Especially Jingjing, as a child, received a lot of attention. After finishing, everyone was busy disinfecting. The more people there are, the more powerful it is, and it will be done in no time. Even the downstairs was tidied up. Yi Mian and Song Yi were on duty today, and they performed their duties diligently. In the morning, Yi Mian was watching, and in the afternoon, Song Yi was watching. So they didn't have to be together. When the time comes, we'll meet and hand over things and that's it. Everything was fine at first, but something happened in the middle of the night. Song Yi came and knocked on the door. Jiang Yuan was shocked and knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Put on your clothes. The temperature is estimated to be minus 60 degrees at this moment. I just went to the monitoring office to check it out, and my calf is sprained. Don't be careless now. If you have cold legs, you will suffer disaster for the rest of your life. However, it is possible that in the rest of his life, a person will be useless. What's wrong? What happened? Are you so anxious? Song Yi was relieved to see that Jiang Yuan was in good mental condition. The guy from downstairs came over and said he had a stomachache. It's very serious. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wait, I'm going to see my parents. Time waits for no one. And Song Yi is not idle. Okay, then you go first. I'll go downstairs to take a look, and you can come over later. Okay. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu slept soundly, but they were also a little confused. But when I heard something happened, I got up quickly. Dad went down with her, and Mom came over to look at Shanwan. People in 2002 had some symptoms. but they were okay. But those in 2001 were very serious. Sister Yuan, please go over and take a look. Brother Song has already gone. Now that he's gone, there's no need to worry. Mian Mian, have you taken any medicine? Have eaten. There are navafloxacin capsules at home. And Sonny also brought Xieli Ting. Although I don't know if they are symptomatic. Both of these can cure diarrhea. So how do you feel now? It's just a stomachache. Very painful. Sister Yuan, do you think it's because we drank snow water? Jiang Yuan nodded. This should be the situation now. Both his family and Songy were fine. The biggest difference was that they didn't touch the snow water and used the water they had stored at home. Grandma, how are you doing? Do you have any symptoms? When Yi Mian Mian said this, she couldn't help crying. Grandma is also very serious. She ran to the toilet several times. Now she is asleep and keeps humming. As I get older, it is difficult to encounter this kind of tormenting problem. I don't blame her for being worried. But there's no point in being anxious. Stop crying. If Grandma sees it, she will probably feel uncomfortable. After a few words of comfort and telling them to have a good rest, Jiang Yuan went next door. The situation of Liang Kang's family is even worse. Even 5-year-old Jingjing is in serious condition. The room smelled like going to the toilet. And Xiaoling was a little embarrassed when she saw her and Jiang Xingji coming over. She was about to open the window for ventilation. But she quickly stopped her. It's okay. It's a special period. Don't catch a cold. Wait a minute and see which house is unoccupied. It would be good to open the windows a little for ventilation. But they can't open the room they live in. If it blows directly, it will be dangerous. This toilet has been out of use for a long time. We put up the plastic bag and threw it down when it was full. But now we can't help it. The smell is too strong and it makes you laugh. It's okay. Don't think too much. Have a good rest. Take the medicine. And sleep a little longer if you can. Xiaoling is also very weak. She has a stomachache, which is not a big problem. But it is really annoying. I'm just pitiful, Jingjing. The child is too young. It's really painful and makes me sweat. As he spoke, he burst into tears. As a mother, she understands this feeling of powerlessness. There is no other way now. Just take medicine and let the child rest more. I'll go back and take a look. I still have brown sugar at home. I'll boil some sugar water and give it to Jingjing to drink. Chapter 216, Seeking Medicine. It's too much trouble for you. I really don't know what to say. Xiaoling excitedly took Jiang Yuan's hand. A friend in need is a friend indeed. She knew how precious brown sugar was. But now for the sake of her children, she really couldn't say no. It's okay. Okay. Be strong. The child needs a mother. You are her strongest support. Jiang Yuan clapped her hand. Feeling unhappy. Jingjing's child has been attending classes at her home for the past 2 days. He was a sweet and sensible person. And that was what made her feel even more uncomfortable. Jiang Xingji and Songy didn't stay long and went back together. Dad, please sleep a little longer. I'll make some brown sugar water for them to drink. Her thought was very simple. She had a stomachache and must be very weak. This brown sugar water can warm the stomach, which may make it better. Qin Yu also came out and wanted to help her. Jiang Yuan didn't let her go. Her parents were already old, and they had to be taken care of. If either party fell, she would probably collapse. Now that I am alone, some things are easier to do. The brown sugar was bought for 0 yuan in the supermarket before, but the water was from a well in the space. I always felt that this water was better. It tastes sweet, and the most important thing is clean. This time, it was probably drinking snow water that made everyone become like this. If you say that, there are probably parasites or harmful substances in it. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to add anything else. The ginger was too spicy, and she was afraid that Jingjing wouldn't be able to bear it. I cooked half a pot and sent it downstairs. Both families are giving away some. I hope everyone feels better. In 2001, Liang Kang came to open the door, poured out half of it, and sent the rest to the next door. Here Zhang Kaiyang came to open the door. He was so weak that he came out holding on to the door frame. Sister Yuan, I won't keep you anymore, and I won't be able to clean this pot for you anymore. I can't hold it in any longer. Go quickly. She wouldn't have stayed longer. And since they were using snow water right now, she would definitely have to go back and wash the pots by herself. This busy work lasted until 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yuan went back and lay down, but couldn't fall asleep. So she simply took out the tablet to read. I have downloaded a lot of videos and articles about diseases before, and I specifically looked for ones about diarrhea, hoping to make some discoveries. By 7 o'clock, her eyes were sore, and she put down the tablet helplessly. Rest for a few minutes, then get up and make breakfast. Millet porridge, meat buns, boiled eggs, and a lot of pickles at home. All made in the past. If you want to eat it now, just take out some, and it will be okay. Today is pickled cucumber and salted eggplant. Delicious and convenient. When Xinyu got up, she had already finished it, and the family hurriedly started eating. She didn't prepare anything for breakfast downstairs. Sheng Min and Domi Cho were almost okay. However, after breakfast, she was not idle and asked Song Yi to go down and take a look together. I didn't even get up, but I heard it would be better in the middle of the night. There was nothing left in my stomach, so I started to pass water. Jiang Yuan gave me brown sugar water, which was better. After being told to take medicine and have a good rest, the two came out. Now that everyone is sick, duty becomes even more important. Today is their turn. Song Yi is also walking around in the corridor, stepping up vigilance. If this snow cannot be imported, then drinking water will be a problem for everyone in the future. You can't eat snow. There's still ice underneath. When it rained heavily before, they drank the same rainwater, so there was no problem. When Song Yi said this, Jiang Yuan also reacted. Lushan Yayuan has long been without water, or the entire West Market has long been without water. At first, they used rainwater from outside. Later, when the rainwater froze, they melted the ice and drank it. If it was possible then, it is possible now. Yes, but is there a possibility that now that the snowflakes are falling, can they seep into the ice? Song Yi suddenly laughed. Jiang Yuan looked like this, which made him feel a little funny. She couldn't figure out a problem that was obviously easy to figure out, and she wasn't usually very smart. Suddenly I felt stupid, but I still look so serious. No, the snowflakes all fall on the top, and the bottom is frozen. They have nothing to do with each other. That's fine. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble. She was just thinking about how long the water in her attic would last. I wonder if the purifier above can purify the snow. It's probably impossible. Or it would be too powerful. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Open the door. A knock on the door sounded, and both of them were startled. Song Yi's eyes indicated that Jiang Yuan knew that he wanted to go down and have a look. Go back quickly, pick up the weapon, and follow. Here on the 19th floor, someone is knocking on the door. It was none other than Fan Yao, and those who looked over were Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. He quickly shouted, "Brother Song. Sister Yuan, please help me," shout Ching Ching. "I'm sick, and I can't hold on anymore." Fan Yao looked pale and clutched her stomach. If she guessed correctly, she should be in the same situation as them. Ching Ching has a stomachache and can't get up anymore. If you have anything to do, just tell me directly. What? She also has a stomachache. I just have a stomachache and want to ask her for some medicine. Jiang Yuan hugged her shoulders with a scrutinizing look on her face. There should be medicine on the 12th floor. Why did you come up here? Besides, Ching Ching and the others probably don't have medicine. They started troubled last night. It's not cured yet, but it's getting worse. How did that happen? Fan Yao obviously didn't expect it. But this is the fact. Huh? They didn't notice that another person came up. I was also surprised to see so many people on the 19th floor. Jiang Yuan and Song Yi inside the door, neither humble nor arrogant, looked on with cold eyes. Fan Qing, why are you here? Can you? I came here to find Ching Ching to order some medicine. I have a stomachache and feel so uncomfortable. You have a stomachache too? Li Tianyu was a little surprised. Obviously, they all encountered the same problem. Where have you been these days? As he said this, Fan Yao's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very worried. Li Tianyu's expression changed, probably thinking of what happened before. I don't need to worry about it anymore. My life and death have nothing to do with you. Can you? How can you say that? I can't help it. At that time, I also wanted to get you cold medicine. Ching Ching didn't care about us. Have you forgotten? Good guy. At this time, don't forget to pull in step. Li Tianyu was also determined and would not give her a good look. What happened before is in the past. Let's just be strangers from now on. As if feeling his heartlessness, Fan Yao covered her chest with her other hand, looking in agony. Can you? How are you? Do you have any medicine? Chapter 217 New Love. Old Love. Old Lady. Suddenly, another woman came up from below. I went. I was just watching the show, and didn't notice when this person came over. Song Yi heard it, but didn't say much. My God. No wonder Jiang Yuan was surprised. This person was actually the daughter of the 1501 old lady. How she and Li Tianyu met is too incredible. Reminiscent of this, Fan Yao said just now that she hadn't seen him in the past 2 days. Could it be that he was taken in by 1501? He wouldn't be so small. That time, he was seriously injured. He couldn't have been saved by them. A series of questions left Jiang Yuan confused. Over there, the two women dislike each other. Tianyu? Who is she? Fan Yao looked wary and spoke unhappily. Who are you? Why are you calling Tianyu one after another? Don't be so familiar. Self-made? We have known each other for a long time. And we share the joys and sorrows together. What does it mean to be familiar with each other? Fan Yao stopped immediately and looked at Li Tianyu with tearful eyes, crumbling like a fragile product. Li Tianyu didn't even look at her. His face was indifferent. What's the use of talking about that? I've already told you. And we have nothing to do with each other from now on. The woman heard it, chuckled, and came over to climb on the man's arm. Tianyu, isn't this your ex-girlfriend who cuckolded you? She doesn't look very good. And she's so slutty. I really don't know what to say. Who are you talking about? I'll blame anyone who makes trouble. Why? Are you feeling guilty? Tianyu, are you just looking at her and bullying me like this? Fan Yao's eyes were red, as if she was not the one who did those things before. And she was not ashamed at all. What Xiaoyan said is true. How can I be bullied and not bullied? With Li Tianyu's support, Xiaoyan became even more arrogant and looked at her triumphantly. Jiang Yuan remembered that when she first came here, she was holding her stomach. It probably doesn't hurt anymore now. This love is really a good medicine. However, this person is also very powerful. The previous boyfriend was gone for only a few days, and now he picked up another one. However, compared to the previous social men, this pretty boy is more lovable. Who am I doing this for? If you hadn't been sick, would I have been with them? Do you know how scared I was? If Xiaolong hadn't felt sorry for me as a girl and was willing to help me, you would have died a long time ago. Last time, I had no choice but to wink at you so many times. But you didn't pay any attention to me. Tianyu, look at me. Please don't treat me like this. Oh my God. What a weird plot this is. Jiang Yuan was shocked. Did she find a new love and quit? But that little dragon, the guy from 1202, is even more difficult to mess with. Li Tianyu was somewhat moved. When he was sick before, Fan Yao did take good care of himself. Once upon a time, the two of them were very much in love and had a sweet past. Tianyu, don't forget. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been almost beaten to death. Well, when he thought of this, his expression immediately changed. I really can't forget it. And my body still hurts now. I've told you. It doesn't matter in the future. So don't pester me. After saying that, he looked at Song Yi and Jiang Yuan with a good look. You too. Please help me call Qingqing. Finally, they came. Sorry. I can't help you with this. If I guess correctly, you want to come over and ask for painkillers. Right? Yes. Yes. Please ask sister for help and say something to Qingqing. Now, Fan Yao is no longer making trouble. They all look forward to calling Fan Qing out. Love and love are naturally not as important as life. It's not that I won't help you. I told Fan Yao just now that Fan Qing is the same as you. Now I'm exhausted and can't even get out of bed. She doesn't have any medicine either. So you better ask for your blessings. Impossible. There are so many things in his house. They must have medicine. Li Tianyu didn't believe it, which was equivalent to destroying his hope. To tell you the truth, you are poisoned because you drank snow water. Ordinary medicines don't work at all. Unless you go to the hospital now. There is no need to think about anything else. Xiaoyan has a bad temper and is a little angry now. Pointing at Jiang Yuan. You really can't stand and talk without your back hurting. The hospital has been closed for a long time now. Besides, how can we go there in this weather? Then there's nothing I can do. You just wait to die. Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched, with a look of disgust on her face. Let's go quickly. Don't be annoying here. I'm afraid you have forgotten what happened before. Do you want me to help you recall your memories? When Xiaoyan heard this, he was immediately frightened. Tianyu? In this case, let's go. My stomach hurts so much and I want to go to the toilet. Although he was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to follow Cheyenne down. Why don't you leave? Danielle wiped her tears now, and returned to her usual brightness. Let's go now. But everyone is sick. How can you be okay? Well, it's not like I'm completely brainless. It's none of your business. I won't tell you. I'll make you mad. Jiang Yuan looks very stinky. This guy is not a good person. With green tea and white lotus. He should be beaten up to relieve his hatred. After the two of them finished talking, they were about to go upstairs. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again. I'm telling you, Fan Yao. You'd better shut up. If you yell and delay everyone's recovery, I will kill you. You. Snort. Fan Yao knew that Jiang Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. And now even her escape route was cut off. He gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say anything. So he could only stamp his feet. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan didn't care about the lawsuit, since there was no medicine anyway. Only half an hour after I came back, there were knocks on the door again. Really? Too much. What are you doing? Don't let people stop. Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan, who had just gone back to get the tools. You go back. I'll go over and see what's going on. It's okay. I'll go with you. Their family was originally on duty today, and Song Yi was here to help. It would be too inconsiderate to let others do everything. Well, let's go together then. Just after she came down, Jiang Yuan was very angry, and was about to curse. Who would have known that the person who came up was actually the old woman from 1501? What are you here for? This is really strange. But she is no longer what she used to be. The whole person was skinny, with sunken cheeks, which looked like they were caused by long-term malnutrition. Daughter, don't be angry. Come on. Look here. Mysteriously, Jiang Yuan gave her a roll of her eyes, and did not move. Come on. Come and see. This is what you want. As he spoke, he opened the black wrapping cloth in his hand, revealing the red banknotes inside. Chapter 218. Grandma Yi is not well. Daughter. Look. I came here with money. Do you have any medicine for stomachache? Give me some. The old lady had a fawning smile on her face that disgusted her. Okay. Keep your money. No one sells medicine here. You can figure it out on your own. And don't knock on the door. I won't be polite. As she spoke, she stretched out her fist to show that she was not talking nonsense. Naturally, the old lady refused to leave. She knew there was definitely something on the 21st floor upstairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here shamelessly. Girl, don't leave. I really need it. No matter how much it is. Just sell it to me. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes. This old lady is not a fuel-efficient lamp. It's not like she hasn't dealt with it before. How could she still be in the gutter and capsize twice? Joke? If you can believe what she said? A sow can even climb a tree. Okay. Go away quickly. I don't have it. And even if I do, I won't sell it to you. Who knows if you'll not get back? Old witch. Her words were not polite. And the old lady was not angry. However, Jiang Yuan really thinks so. This person is unreliable. Just in case the medicine doesn't work. She didn't want to make a fuss if she came over again. Daughter, it was my fault before. So don't worry about me. An old woman. I really want to buy something. How much does it cost? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000 is fine. Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't speak, she gritted her teeth, as if she was risking her life. I have 50,000 yuan, all of which I will give to you. Please give me some medicine. I really have no choice. I have 2 children at home, and they both have severe stomachaches. Please do me a favor and save them. There was actually a hint of true feelings in the old woman's eyes. But what does that have to do with her? This is because Li Qianyu didn't get the medicine from Fan Qing and wanted to take advantage of her. He is really naughty. This family can live so well without going out. The family probably has a lot of food. Otherwise they would not accept Li Qianyu, an outsider. As for where things come from, apart from buying them yourself, there must be various shameless ways to get them. It was even stolen or obtained secretly. Song Yi, let's go! Jiang Yuan didn't want to answer her. This person was like a candy. Once he got stuck, he couldn't get rid of it. You go up first. She was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was doing, and went up without lingering. Oh, my dear, don't leave. I really want to buy it from you. Don't worry. I'll give you the money. She stretched her neck and looked over. But Jiang Yuan didn't even look back. There is a guardrail blocking it there, so you can't get close at all. Song Yi didn't even bother to sharpen it. He just pulled out the dagger, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. The old woman was frightened and couldn't speak. What do you want to do? Don't do anything, Song Yi said and waved twice. The old woman was so frightened that she almost peed and ran away quickly. Her footsteps going downstairs were messy. Jiang Yuan has not gone far. She is still in the corridor, but she can't see it from below. Good for you. The two looked at each other and smiled, not saying much. Everything was said without saying anything. Back upstairs, Jiang Yuan was about to enter the house. It's too cold in the corridor. There's no need to keep watching here. In addition, she didn't want to trouble Song Yi all the time. Later, let's go over and see the people downstairs, and then go back and have a rest first. Good. The electric heater is on at home, and the temperature is much higher than outside. The little warm boy ran over and threw himself into her arms. Baby, don't make trouble. Mom is too cold. There is a chill. You come down first. Yes, little ancestor. Don't make trouble with your mother. Let her warm up before playing with you. Qin Yu was worried that Xiaonuan also caught a cold, so she quickly came over and took her away. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to be careless, so she quickly went to the electric heater to warm up, and then went back to change clothes. Mom, is Sister Jingjing okay? Not yet. Xiaonuan, be good and wait until my sister recovers from her illness. I will come to accompany you to class again. The child was very obedient, which made her very happy. It's really a crime. The children also suffered. We don't have much water at home, and we don't know what to do next. Qin Yu is always like this, taking care of herself and others, fearing that her own family will also face the same situation. It's okay. Our family can still hold on for a while. Apart from anything else, we still have so much bottled water. The water tanks on the top are all full, and it has nothing to do with the snow. Mom, just use it normally. Even if it is used normally, it is also very economical. The rice water is used to wash vegetables and dishes, and the face water is used to wash feet. The weather is too cold now, or the remaining water will be used to mop the floor. However, the amount used is very small. Jiang Xingji even just wets the face towel every day and wipes it off. I have been using towels for most of my life, but now they say they absorb too much water, so I switched to soft cotton towels. By the way, where's my dad? Your dad went up. He said that the snow was not a good thing, and he had to shovel it and throw it away. Ah? If you know it's bad, why do you still touch it? Really? I'll go up and have a look. Qin Yu hurried over to pull her away. This girl had the same personality as her father, and she was very hasty in doing things. Don't worry. Your dad is sensible. He bought a lot of protective clothing before, so I put them on for him. At this moment, it was still snowing outside. He used a shovel and couldn't see anything if he threw it. As long as you're careful, there's no problem at all. Qin Yu knew that if the snow was not taken care of, the attic behind would definitely suffer. Besides, as long as there is no physical contact, there is no problem. Even if a few of my daughters have come into contact with snow, there will be no problem. So, as long as you don't drink it or eat it, it's okay. Jiang Xingji was stubborn and would go secretly even if he was not allowed to go. It's better to be generous and take care of it for him, so as to have less worries. Jiang Yuan was still worried and ran up to take a look. It's hard to say anything, and her father won't let her stay any longer. I have no choice but to come back to make dinner and give him a good patch of health. Sherwan still misses Jingjing, but she is very well behaved and just reads there by herself. Jiang Yuan thought about it and boiled a lot of brown sugar water, ready to send it to them. The water from the well in the space is still used, regardless of whether it is effective or not. At least it is clean. As soon as this was done, the sound of rushing footsteps could be heard. It was now 7 o'clock, and she was going to ask Song Yi to go with her. By the way, they could also take a look at the specific situation. The sound was so loud that they both looked at each other. Sister Yuan, Brother Song, hurry. Grandma Yi is not feeling well. Zhang Kaiyan was panting. Obviously he came here to report the news, and a bad premonition came over him. Chapter 219 Space Guardian. What's going on? Hurry up. Song Yi quickly took over the large pot of brown sugar water in her hand. If you miss the mark in a hurry, it's over. It doesn't matter if you spill the sugar water. But it won't be good if you burn someone. By 2002, the house was very quiet, and Fan Qing stretched himself out and waited for them at the door. Sister Yuan, you are here. Go and see Sister Mian Mian. Her voice was very low, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Song Yi held the pot of brown sugar water and did not go over. He felt it was a bit inconvenient, just waiting in the living room. The old lady also had diarrhea. After all, he was of the opposite sex. Even to Grandma, he was just a child. Their symptoms were getting better, but they still couldn't help but go to the toilet. The smell in the room was not good. Fan Qing was a little embarrassed, so she went to open the window of her room. This way it won't be too cold over there, and the air in the room can still circulate. Jiang Yuan was very anxious, but a little timid when she arrived at the door. She knew what Grandma Yi meant to Yi Mianmian. The door was ajar, and there were a lot of things stuffed inside. The room was a little dark. Hearing the movement, Yi Mianmian raised his head and looked over. She was half squatting on the ground and needed to raise her head. The sight of tears streaming down her face made her heart sink. Sister Yuan, he spoke with a cry, and although he tried his best to hold it back, it still came out unnaturally. Look at Grandma Yi again, lying weakly on the bed. She was originally a skinny little old lady. There are wrinkles and ravines on the face, and the eyes are yellow and cloudy. Mian Mian, don't cry. She comforted her and went over to see the old lady. She also looked over and actually grinned. Girl Yuan, you are here. Yes, I'm here to see you. Grandma, how do you feel now? Grandma Yi's face was kind, but it didn't affect her calmness when she was in such a mess. It is a kind of solemnity after years of precipitation, which makes people feel at ease inexplicably. People are old and no longer useful. In fact, Jiang Yuan had a lot to ask, and she was obviously fine a few days ago. I can't say that I am in high spirits, but I will never be in this situation. If it was because of drinking the snow water, the remaining people would be much better. Even if the elderly are in poor health, it will not be a problem. Grandma, don't say that. You will definitely live a long life. Her comfort did not make Grandma Yi happy. I know my body well, and it's enough for me to survive until now. When she said this, Yi Mianmian couldn't control it anymore and burst into tears, not daring to cry out. I could only turn my head and cover my mouth with my hands. Just in time, Fan Qing came over. Sister Mianmian, give Grandma some of the brown sugar water cooked by Sister Yuan. Yi Mianmian quickly wiped her tears and got up to take it. Thank you, Fan Qing. You're welcome. I'm going out first. If you need anything, just call me. We are all outside. Good. She also specially brought a spoon, just because she was afraid that it would be inconvenient for Grandma Yi. Yi Mianmian was very gentle and wanted to give her water, but Grandma shook her head. Mianmian, don't waste it. Keep it for you to drink. Grandma, what are you talking about? What is waste? Brown Tang still has a lot of water at home, and the well water is inexhaustible. Jiang Yuan was afraid that she thought it was hard to find water now, so she came to comfort her. Grandma, just drink it. I'll cook it for you after you finish it. Hey. Good. He helped her up, put a pillow behind her, and sat half reclined on the bed. Yi Mianmian's eyes were swollen like walnuts, and he fed her spoonful after spoonful. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the old lady's energy had improved a lot. However, I'm more afraid of a comeback, because the previous state was really bad. Mianmian, I have a few words to say to Yuan Yatu. You should go out and stay for a while. Yi Mianmian looked at her grandma, a little confused. The two of them usually didn't communicate much. Looking at Jiang Yuan again, she nodded and agreed. Okay, Grandma. I'll go out then. You can call me later. Grandma Yi didn't speak, just nodded, watched her granddaughter leave, and closed the door behind her. Grandma, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. Oh, it's so dark today. Girl, please help me open the curtains. It's not a good idea to open the curtains now. However, the old man may not be able to do it. Jiang Yuan sighed, stood up and went to the window, opening it silently, trying not to make a sound. Grandma, is this okay? Good. In fact, the sun did not come out today, but the snowflakes were showing off. In addition, the wind picked up at night and the flying was messy. However, it is a bit brighter after all. Seeing her signal, Jiang Yuan sat on the bed next to Grandma Yi and took the hand she extended. I don't know why, But she also feels strange. Until Grandma Yi touched her hand and neck and touched the bracelet. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. She had hidden this thing so well that it couldn't be seen from the outside. How did she know about it? Is this thing easy to use? Grandma. You? A million reasons came to mind. But she didn't know what to say. Grandma Yi was calm and patted her hand gently. Child. Don't be afraid. I have protected it all my life. And now it is finally back to its original owner. Let me go. What does this mean? This thing didn't belong to Yi Mian. How could it be returned to its original owner? Seeing her doubts, Grandma Yi told her everything. Kid, don't be nervous. I got this thing by accident. Although I know it's secret, I have no way to control it. Later, I gave it to Mian. The world had changed, and I hoped that it would find its owner. If he was panicked just now, he was completely shocked now. Jiang Yuan felt it was so incredible that she stuttered when speaking. Grandma, what do you mean? Hearing this, Grandma Yi showed a kind smile. Child, you are destined to it. You are both an anomaly. It was originally yours. Jiang Yuan was completely confused. Was it because of her rebirth that she was an anomaly? Grandma Yi and Yi Mian are both guardians of space. And she opened the space. So she became the master of the space. The guilt I felt for the past few days has turned into a fuss. The ups and downs of life came too fast, leaving her overwhelmed. Grandma, does Mian also know? No. She doesn't know that my whole life has been ruined by this thing. I lost my husband when I was young. And I lost my son when I was middle-aged, leaving only this granddaughter to depend on me. I don't want her to follow my old path. You understand? Chapter 220, Leaving an Orphan on Deathbed. Old road? Jiang Yuan was completely confused and had bad suspicions in her mind. Grandma, what do you mean? Children, it is our responsibility to protect the space bracelet. Now that it has found its owner, we have completed the task. If I am gone, Mian will be next. And I don't want her to be unhappy. This child has had a hard life since he was a child. I had heard her say something about Yi Mian's life experience. Having had no parents since childhood, and growing up with my grandma, it was inevitable that I would be looked down upon by others. Fortunately, Yi Mian wanted to be strong and fight his way out. Life was getting better. But he encountered this apocalypse again. Grandma, I know it's not easy. And it's not easy for you either. But this space belonged to her, which surprised her even more. My child, I can't do it anymore. Please help me take care of Mian in the future. Please. The old man's eyes were full of prayer. This change was so fast that she couldn't accept it for a while. Grandma, don't do this. Girl Yuan, for the sake of protecting me all my life, please give me some advice. This is the only concern I have left. Please. Well, Grandma, don't worry. As long as Mian is willing, I will treat her well in the future. It sounds like they are boyfriend and girlfriend. But it's not good to say they are sisters. There are parents in the middle. Forget it. Don't care about that much. As long as the old man is at ease, there is nothing to worry about. Well, Grandma Yi was a little excited, and the hand that patted her trembled slightly. Child, please call Mian in. Hey, wait a moment. As soon as Jiang Yuan opened the door, Yi Mian came forward nervously. Sister Yuan, how is my grandma? Mian, go see grandma. At this time, she couldn't say that everything was fine. Although this kind of lie was kind, everyone could see that it didn't mean that everything was fine. Yi Mian burst into tears again and hurried to the house. Jiang Yuan thought for a while, but did not follow. It is estimated that Grandma Yi has something to say to Yi Mian. It is inconvenient for her to be an outsider. Song Yi looked at her and sighed. Are you okay? Jiang Yuan nodded and smiled helplessly. Song Yi had already distributed the sugar water to everyone, and the neighbor also sent half of it over. Hearing that Grandma Yi was not well, Xiaoling also dragged her tired body over. Seeing her, Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of Jingjing, and couldn't help but express concern. Everything else is fine, but I don't have much energy. I went to the toilet less frequently today, and I didn't eat much. It's been a long time. Children's stomachs are already sensitive, so please pay more attention. Why? With the example of Grandma Yi in front of us, no one dares to be careless, just for fear of something unexpected. Several people were standing outside, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Grandma, Grandma, Yi Mian cried louder, and everyone was startled. This was not a good sign. Jiang Yuan was in front, and came over quickly to check. Just in time. Grandma Yi saw it and reached out to her. She hurried over, and the old man put Yi Mianmian's hand together with hers. The brilliance in his eyes disappeared and became the same cloudy appearance as before. Mianmian, you must listen to girl Yuan. You must be obedient. Yi Mianmian burst into tears and could only nod. Turning around, she told Jiang Yuan, my child, you must help me take care of Mianmian. You must. Grandma, don't worry. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. 2 minutes later, Yi Mianmian's heartbreaking cries came from the room. Song Yi was worried and opened the door to take a look. Sure enough, it was just as expected. Fan Qing and Xiaoling both came to persuade her. And Jiang Yuan also patted her back. Mianmian, don't cry. Let Grandma find something she likes. Let her go in a dignified manner while her body is still cold. Yi Mianmian raised his head, with tears in his eyes as if they were broken. Sister Yuan, my grandma is gone. My grandma is gone. Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable and held her in her arms. Stop crying. If you act like this, Grandma won't feel at ease when she leaves. Everyone gave me a piece of advice. Although I was sad, I still had to do what should be done. Song Yi was asked to find Qin Yu as well. Mom has been through a lot and has more experience in this situation than them. He took several people to change Grandma Yi's clothes, wiped her face, and combed her hair. Yi Mianmian cried until she couldn't help herself. But she still insisted on participating in every step. Jiang Yuan knew that she was sending her grandma off for the last journey in her own way. After sorting out the remains, we faced another problem. After everyone discussed it, let her speak. Yi Mianmian held her grandma's hand and ignored everything. Mianmian, the deceased is gone. You have to look forward. Grandma's body. She had been thinking about the next words for a long time, but she didn't say them out yet. Sister Yuan, I want to stay with Grandma for 2 days. You go and tell everyone. 3 days later, let's cremate Grandma again. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed. She could understand this kind of thing. After closing the door, there wasn't much left. So he left. How's it going? Yuan? Mianmian said that he would be cremated in 3 days, and she wanted to stay with her grandma for a while. Just listen to her. Song Yi immediately agreed. Grandma Yi left too hastily. It was normal for her to not be able to accept it for a while. Do you always have to give people a buffer of time? It won't be a big deal if it's cold now. Good. Kai Yang and Fan Qing did not object. And the remaining people had nothing to do with them. In the past 2 days, please take more care of Mianmian. Sister Yuan, don't worry. Having them under the same roof is much more convenient after all. She won't sit back and ignore it. After all, she promised Grandma Yi. Several people went back. Qin Yu sighed. Mom, don't think too much. Grandma Yi is over 80 years old and her life is difficult now. It's also a blessing to leave. Qin Yu let out a long sigh to express her understanding. No one can escape birth, old age, illness, and death. So I'm worried about that child. And she's the only one left. If your father and I are gone in the future, what will you and Xiaowan do? Mom, what are you talking about? We all need to be good. Okay. Mom won't tell me. Qin Yu still sighed and went to cook without saying anything else. Jiang Yuan can now especially understand the feeling of a child wants to be raised but cannot be loved by relatives. So she must take advantage of the opportunity to spend time with her parents. Cherish every moment. It may be the beginning that you can never go back to. Mom, what should we eat tonight? Make more and bring it out to Yi Mianmian. Okay, then you can send it to her later. I'll take some out and put it in the insulated lunchbox. Chapter 221. Everyone sends the last journey. Yi Mianmian's condition has not been very good, but she can't say what's wrong with her. He stayed in the room all the time and never came out except to go to the toilet. Jiang Yuan would send her food, and Fan Qing and Kai Yang would make more. On the 3rd day, she came out on her own, and the remaining people were worrying about how to persuade her. Mianmian, Sister Yuan, it's okay. I've been troubling everyone these past 2 days. As she spoke, she tried her best to smile. It's just that the eyes are red and swollen, and it's really uncomfortable to look at. I've thought about it, and sent Grandma to 1101. She should be happy if she leaves at her own home. I would like to trouble everyone to help me today. It's no trouble or not. We are all our own people. There is no need to be so polite. Yes, Sister Mianmian. If anything happens in the future, Just give me your orders. What I can't do is to open a foreign country. Fan Qing was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so he also came to comfort her. Okay. Thank you. Grandma Yi was going to be sent to 1101. So Yi Mian carried her by herself. The little old lady is thin and doesn't weigh much. Qin Yu said that it is important not to let others see the face of the deceased after he has passed away. Xiaoling took out a white gauze scarf from home and covered her face. This isn't used. New. Afraid that Yi Mian would misunderstand. He even explained it for a while. Thank you. No. It's okay. Now, everyone's situation is not particularly good. But it is much better than the first day. The hard work in the past few days has made everyone look sallow and thin. Qin Yu came with him, while Jiang Xingyu watched Xianwan at home. Liang Kong brought Jingjing over, and both of them came to help. The child was worried about being at home alone. I was afraid that it would be bad for Xianwan when I sent him upstairs, even though I knew it was not contagious. However, still be cautious. There is a lot of firewood on the 20th and 21st floors. It is a bit unrealistic for Grandma Yi to not put anything away in this situation. Jiang Yuan also told Yi Mian, and she agreed. In addition to firewood, you still need to put some gasoline. Otherwise it will take too long. Kaiong, Song Yi, and Liang Kong spread a thick quilt on the ground. Place Grandma Yi on top and place some firewood around it. This should not be too neat. There must be a certain gap. Otherwise it will not catch fire easily. Sister, these are the little flowers my mother and I folded. Jingjing obediently came closer and showed Yi Mian what was in her hand. They are all small white and yellow flowers. And there are many varieties. You can tell that they are made with care at first glance. Suddenly, her tears fell. Jingjing was at a loss and turned to look at Xiaoling. Thank you, little sister. Thank you. The little girl was confused. Xiaoling came over and took her in her arms. I bought some for my children before, but the conditions were limited. I hope you don't mind. Yi Mian shook her head. Such a delicate little flower showed care at first sight. Moreover, there are so many. I guess I have to light up the lamps and cook for the past few days. Sister Xiaoling. Thank you. My grandma loved flowers the most when she was alive. She will definitely like them. After listening to her words, the little girl was also happy and followed everyone to arrange them. They were all placed around Grandma Yi. Originally, the death of the old man was a big deal. But now, there is not even a thin coffin. This mother and daughter gave them the greatest dignity they could. Song Yi took the lighter and gave it to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan sighed and handed it to Yi Mian. Even if there is a lot of reluctance, there is still a time to say goodbye. When the flame started, Yi Mian could no longer control it. Tears burst into her eyes, and she even wanted to step forward. But Jiang Yuan and Fan Qing stopped her. I cried so much that it moved the heavens and the earth. And it was so heart-wrenching that it really saddened those who heard it, and made those who listened to it cry. After adding gasoline, even if it was very fast, the windows would open a small crack. At the end of the day, Jiang Yuan took out a tea can. White porcelain jar with yellow patterns on it. I can't tell what it is. It's just a winding hook. Mian. I don't have any suitable ones at home. This one has a lid. Looking up, seeing Jiang Yuan's complicated expression, all she had left was gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yuan. What I said the most today seemed to be thank you. No one will be idle. So prepare and earn at home. With this, I can still take my grandma with me. And she is very content. Song Yi and several boys helped to dress up, which was considered a small contribution. After doing all this, I looked at the black ground, and the white floor tiles had changed color. Thank you for your help. After saying that, he actually bowed 90 degrees. And the other girls hurried to pull. Mian, don't be like this. Cheer up quickly. Grandma also hopes that you will be well. I will, Sister Yuan. Don't worry. Now that nothing happens, I'm ready to go back. Yi Mian held a box containing the ashes and walked ahead. Passing by the 12th floor, Fan Yao stumbled out. It looked like that, but it was not good. Ching, please help me. Give me some medicine. He was indeed very weak. He had to hold onto the wall to stand up. And he was still breathing heavily when he spoke. Fan Qing took a look and saw that there was not much disturbance. And they were also tortured quite a lot. Sister Mian, you go up first. She was afraid that Fan Yao would make Yi Mian unhappy. So she asked her to go back first, accompanied by several women. There will be no problem if a boy is with Fan Qing. The three men in 1202 probably cannot protect themselves. They didn't say much, wanting Yi Mianyan to take a rest. It doesn't matter. It's been a busy day. You should go back quickly. She placed a desk beside her bed, and Grandma Ye's ashes were just right on it. Jiang Yuan didn't know how to comfort her. She just said something high-sounding. Live well, and look forward. After all, Qin Yu is the one who has been there. So let everyone go back. At this time, it is best to be alone. It happened that Songyi and the others also came back and met in the corridor. How's it going over there? It's not good. It's worse than us. I told her last time that I couldn't drink snow water anymore. But she didn't listen. It's strange that it's not serious. Fan Qing complained that although everyone was not completely healed, it was nothing serious. Now, what are you going to do? Sister Yuan, I told you. Her life or death has nothing to do with me. Don't worry about it. She said this and warned Fan Yao not to drink snow water. As for whether they listen or not, that has nothing to do with them. However, it's time to say it or not. We have to make preparations and go down to dig some ice and come back. I have been living off drinks for the past 2 days. If it lasts for a long time, it will definitely not work. Yes, I want to go too. Chapter 222 Taking Ice. Liang Kong has had this idea for a long time. There was no way before. But there was really no water at home. If Zhang Kaiyang hadn't given them a large bottle of mineral water worth 3 yuan, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive these 2 days. I still have water at home. If you need help, you can call me. Jiang Yuan felt that the weather was too cold and it would not be easy to go down to get ice. She caught a cold when she was in the snow before. If you have something at home, don't go out. Besides, it's really not necessary with the heavy snow now. However, these people are all sick now. As a healthy person, it is still necessary to help in the past. Song Yi was in the same situation. But he didn't say it. Anyway, I won't go out today. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And no one has had lunch. It's time to go back to eat. I'm hungry after a busy morning. At Jiang Yuan's house. If there is nothing going on, there are only 2 meals. I need to go out to eat 1 more meal. Because at home, I can get up later in the morning. Later, Xiao Wan learned from Xiao Ling and resumed the habit of 3 meals. Jiang Xingji had already prepared food. And when he saw his mother and daughter back, he also greeted them. After a simple meal, Jiang Yuan went back to rest. She continued to deliver brown sugar water in the evening. She thought these people were in good health. In addition to not continuing to drink snow water, there is definitely a role for space well water. It just so happens that the houses downstairs no longer have clean water. Moreover, she didn't forget to give some to Song Yi. Song was very surprised when he received the sugar water. I thought, the weather is too cold. Drinking some brown sugar water can also keep me warm. I'm fine. Let's give them a drink. When Jiang Yuan heard this, she was not polite and directly stuffed a bottle into his arms. It doesn't matter whether you are sick or not. I've given them all away. I cooked a lot today, so I especially saved your portion. It was specially reserved. The corners of Song Yi's mouth raised slightly, as if he thought of something happy. Jiang Yuan didn't know why. Who would have thought that in the next second, this guy actually drank the bottle of water in front of her. Tons! 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 She twitched the corner of her mouth. This is the big bottle of iced tea drink you used to buy in the supermarket. The kind that cost 4 yuan. He actually drank it all in one breath without pausing. This was 2. Jiang Yuan. When they make ice tomorrow, let's go with them. Okay. Nothing happens. I'll go back. Okay. This bottle. Give it to you. The bottle is clean. Something Qin Yu has rinsed several times. I just used this for convenience. Jiang Yuan also told her parents about the matter when she went back. Jiang Xingji wanted to go alone and would not let Jiang Yuan go. But she didn't agree. Grandma Ye's death made her panic. The 2 old people in the family had never seen each other for the last time in their previous lives. In this life, she must be guarded. Everything was planned. But the next day, several people on the 20th floor went down. But no one came up to call anyone. If Song Yi hadn't been on duty today, fearing that Yi Mianyan would be in a bad mood, he would have taken the initiative to take up the morning's tasks and wouldn't have noticed. Jiang Yuan quickly tidied up. The weather was definitely not good for her now. Although that big snowflake would be fine as long as it didn't come in. She was still worried. I took a lot of disposable transparent raincoats from home and brought them with everyone except myself. She had used them before when there were mung bean flies and long-legged mosquitoes. And she still had a lot of them at home. Songyi saw it and immediately put it on. No one would joke with their own safety, especially in this situation. Brother Song and Sister Yuan are here. Opening his sharp eyes, he immediately saw them wearing thick clothes. These few people were chosen to be a little east of Building 13. There were few people coming here, so even if they dug a big hole, there would be no problem. The snow underneath has almost reached Jiang Yuan's armpits. Coming down from the 7th floor, there is no need to jump anymore. They dealt with a lot of snow on the road. They said they were dealing with it, but they just shoveled it and threw it on both sides. I can barely leave, but there is still some distance to where I want to go. Why didn't you say anything when you came down? Jiang Yuan scolded, but she wasn't really angry. How are you today? Mian Mian? Put this on quickly. Looking at the raincoat she handed over, Yi Mian Mian was moved. Grandma told her that she must follow Jiang Yuan from now on and never have any second thoughts. She also knew that Sister Yuan promised to take care of her. However, I still really want to cry. Sister Yuan, don't be angry. It's not too cold. It's better if you catch a cold. Stop talking about that. Take this and share it with everyone. And put it on. Hey. Good. Seeing that she really didn't care, she not only took the initiative to help, but also brought them raincoats, which made Kaiyang Yang feel warm in her heart. Songyi has already started working. This man doesn't like to talk, but his subordinates are never lazy. Several other boys also quickly got their shovels and started working without being fooled. Jiang Yuan found this at the flower market before, and everyone took some back. I originally wanted to make a weapon, but who knew? It would actually come in handy. Everyone worked very hard, and soon a path was opened. Why don't we just stay here? It's quite far away as you can see. I think it's okay. Let's send 2 people up there to bring some containers down. There must be no place to put the ice. The rest of the people will continue to clean up, and the ice will melt when the time comes. If there's snow on it, it still won't work, no matter how much ice or snow is on the surface. It needs to be cleared away. Finally, it was decided to let the 2 girls, Fan Qing and Yi Mian Mian, go up and get it while they continued working. Jiang Yuan just came down and started to remove the snow too, so she could stay warmer. Why haven't you come down for so long? Kai Yang was a little worried. Both Fan Qing and Yi Mian Mian were powerless. There are 2 more houses above that are potentially dangerous. They all got 2 or 3 square meters, but the 2 girls haven't been seen yet. They say Chow 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 is here. Look, that's not what happened. Well, I did come, and I brought a little tail. Fan Yao's condition seems to be much better, but she is still weak. Even the 3 people in 1202 are all hunched over. Jiang Yuan was worried that if she got excited later, she would burst out. The smell is not good. Don't dirty their ice. Fan Qing had a dark face, but Yi Mian Mian was indifferent and had no expression. Old Wu came over cheerfully and thanked him directly. If you hadn't told us there was something wrong with the snow, we probably wouldn't have gotten out of bed. It's all thanks to you this time. Chapter 223 Lao Wu's Temptation. He is the kind of person who is in his 40s and looks harmless. In fact, Jiang Yuan has never seen them do anything harmful to nature. However, the person Sun Ian was afraid of was definitely a ruthless character. She could feel it when she beat Li Tianyu last time. You're welcome. It's just a little effort. Angkor, what are you doing here? Zhang Kaian was a little confused. They worked so hard to get ice, but they couldn't let them pick up the missing ones. Isn't this because I want to get some ice to melt into water? Now the snow can't be used. There was no water at all at home. You can go without food for a short period of time, but you cannot live without water. It's okay in winter, but it would be too troublesome in summer. Old Wu, like a smart man, immediately noticed his worries and explained quickly. Brother, don't worry. Let's go over there. With that said, he went in the opposite direction. Jiang Yuan smiled and said nothing. Kaiong made a face. He did it on purpose. Fan Qing was also very angry. And even though he was working on his hands, he didn't stop complaining. As soon as we went up, we met them and said they wanted to come down. I can't stop it. Alas, this kind of thing is normal. It's a public area downstairs, and she has no way to restrict other people. We all know. It's okay. The road has been made. So if they come now, they can take advantage. At this moment, everyone's situation is not very good. If you work less, you will have more energy. They took down 6 buckets, and Jiang Yuan still had quite a few at home, which were used to catch snow. Later, Jiang Xingyi was defeated, but I didn't clean the bucket either. I always felt like it was a waste of water, mainly because it wasn't used. Let's send these up. Okay. Liang Kong took the lead in carrying 2 buckets and walked upstairs. This thing is precious and cannot be wasted. However, there is one who has no eyes. Fan Yao actually came up to her, saying that she wanted to have sex for nothing. Sister, I'm really sorry. I have a wife. Ha ha. Behind him, Kaiong couldn't help but laugh. This Liang Kong was really a straight man. This feeling of giving her a head-on blow was so satisfying. The boys had 2 buckets each, and they all went up. All of them have a lot of firewood stored in their homes, especially in the 2001 house. Because there was no gas installation, I had to look for it a lot. Now it is enough for boiling water and cooking. As soon as the people here left, Fan Yao walked over with cat steps, twisting and turning. Very enchanting. It's a pity that the rest are lesbians and no one will accept this. What are you doing here? Fan Qing gets angry just looking at her. And now Fan Yao refreshes her worldview time and time again. Let me borrow a shovel and use it. Even now, she still looks aloof, holding his shoulders. He didn't take Fan Qing seriously at all. This was because I had something to ask them for, and my attitude immediately changed. We don't have enough, so we won't borrow. Fan Yao looked at the 3 shovels stuck in the snow beside her, and suddenly became angry. That's not for free. Let us use it, and it won't hurt. Are those eyes of yours used to vent your anger? You can't see the person as soon as he goes up. He comes back in less than 2 minutes. Why should I lend it to you? It's funny. What's wrong with lending it to me? They haven't come back yet. Saying that, he reached for it. When Fan Qing saw this, he smacked the shovel in his hand. What are you doing? Oh, Fan Qing. You are going to die. I think you want to die. But why are you so shameless when you rob me openly? The 2 sisters were incompatible with each other, and they scolded each other very fiercely. The people nearby heard the noise and ran over. The first person to bear the brunt was Fan Yao's later boyfriend, who seemed to be named Xiaolong. What are you doing? Xiaolong. They bully people. Whoa. Fan Yao immediately hid behind him, looking weak and unable to take care of herself. This is such a chameleon. So fast. While Jiang Yuan sighed, she also stood firmly behind Fan Qing. Don't you stay here? The bad guy will complain first. I lend you the money out of kindness, but not the loan to you out of duty. The moral kidnapping thing doesn't work here. Good guy. Sisters are so tough. Yao Yao is indeed right. You are a shrew. It's just a loan. If you don't accept it, forget it. As for hitting someone, when Fan Qing heard this, she was a little speechless. It seemed that this cousin had arranged a lot for her. I don't care what Fan Yao said. Those who are clean will be cleansed. As for me, it was because she came to grab things first. Jiang Yuan also took a step forward and looked at Xiaolong. Qing is right. Fan Yao, so many pairs of eyes are watching. No one owes you anything. So why come here to ask for trouble? Seeing everyone's disgusted expressions, she was naturally unwilling and started to act like a baby. Xiaolong, stop talking. It's not necessary. If you don't want to borrow it, don't borrow it. Anyway, I've hit a wall here. Not just once or twice. You are so good at pretending. You must have been brought up by a garbage bag in your previous life. Oscar even owes you a statuette. Fan Qing said Cud disdainfully, his eyes almost rolling out of his head. Just at this time, Zhang Kaiyang and others also came down and saw Fan Yao here. He took 2 quick steps and even slipped. Qing, are you okay? It's heartwarming to see her boyfriend care so much about her. It's okay. Don't worry. Kaiyang stood directly in front of her, facing Xiaolong. Let me go. My boyfriend is so powerful. Olbu came over quickly, shouting as he walked. Oh! What are you doing? Xiaolong, you don't dare to make these beauties angry. Turning around, he looked at Fan Qing and others. Don't be familiar with him. This kid is still young and just a fool. If there is anything he did wrong, I apologize to you on his behalf. This man is really smart. When the 3 of them were here just now, she couldn't believe it. When Songyi and others came over, he immediately became the peacemaker. He said all the good things and let him do all the good things. Dizzy, after seeing several people without speaking, he started performing alone again. The smile on his face has never been gone. And even with a mask on, You can feel his folds. Now is a special moment. And we should unite together. This time. Many people probably had stomachaches. I was thinking, how about we come together and tell everyone in the building? It's considered a good deed. Brother. What do you think? Well, the pressure is on their side. Zhang Qiang was in front and expressed his opinion. There are only a few households. And we talk about each household. If we come down today, everyone alive will probably see it. Chapter 224 officially breaking up the skin. He does not mean that. Ah. You know who is left here. So tell me, and I will go over and inform you. Neighbors should help each other. Why does Jiang Yuan not believe that he has such good intentions? Kai Yang didn't think that much. And she didn't have a clue. But she couldn't. We don't know very well. But there are only dozens of households in our building. Apart from us. Who else? I have never met. Obu had already thought about it and asked quickly. Ah. Last time you threw down so many corpses. I thought you had cleaned up the whole building. After saying that, he looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone is not stupid. And the people in 1202 also know what they do. Now, if I really ask, don't I just want to know which other households are occupied in the ground floor? If you can't move the 20th and 21st floors, there's nothing to fear about the others. Song Yi snorted coldly and spoke coldly. Now that you know it, do what you should do. This was the first time Jiang Yuan saw him like this. So she declared war. Obu also didn't expect that Song Yi was so inexperienced and could speak so harshly. Little brother, I know you are capable, but you can't be too conceited. If not, this time, Kai Yang couldn't listen anymore. Song Yi was his god. How could he let such an ordinary man blaspheme him? It's nothing. Young man, talk less and watch more. There will be no harm in it. Good guy. I can't stand this anymore. They were the ones who came here to provoke me first. Fan Qing was furious. The culprit was Fan Yao in front of him. Caught off guard. He went up and pushed her. It's all because of you. You came to the West Market to look for me. And you took away my boyfriend. If you go to the rescue center, it will be overloaded. When you come to Lushan Yayuan, everyone will be in trouble. Now, if it weren't for your dirty hands and feet, we wouldn't be at war with each other. Why don't you die? In the end, she actually gritted her teeth. She was just angry at first. Thinking back on every bit of the past, I became more and more angry. As if all the misfortunes were caused by her. Anyway, her misfortunes are all related to Fan Yao. Fan Yao was pushed down and was just thinking about showing off. But who knew Fan Qing was angry? Without saying anything, he just took the shovel from the ground and hit it. Hey, stop. It took a solid moment for Xiaolong to react. He was going to take action when he got up. But Kion was guarding him. What are you doing? The two men also got into a fight. The three men from 1202 came over. Jiang Yuan went up and pulled Fan Qing away. Qing, there's no need. After saying that, he shook his head. This is not how revenge is repaid. Fan Yao was beaten and rolled twice in the snow, feeling extremely embarrassed. After he stopped, he started to cry. Xiaolong had a bad expression and was in a hurry to comfort his girlfriend. Obu over there also twitched the corner of his mouth. He knew that this group of people all followed Song Yi. His words were rude and even contained a hint of threat. Brother, if you do this, you are going too far. Song Yi also refused to give in, showing no fear at this time. Just kidding. A little friction between girls won't happen. If you serious, you lose. Then, he smiled slightly. Obu snorted twice and called everyone to leave. He really left and didn't even go back to shoveling the snow. Damn. Bad luck. Zhang Qiang cursed. But he couldn't swallow it. Don't worry. Get down to business first. A few people continue to make ice. Today's goal is to fill up all the containers at home. Those scum are not worth the distraction. One after another, people came to ask. They all saw it from upstairs and thought it was strange. In addition to Building 13, there are other buildings. Jiang Yuan did not hide it and told the news that the snow water could not be drunk. There are only a few households left in Building 13, down from 8 last time. Of course, this does not count the 20th and 21st floors. Lao Wu lives in 1202 and Lao Suibao lives in the 8th floor. 1501 is an old lady with a strange family. And 0902's Li Tianyu and Fan Yao are also separated now. Lu Chao from 1001 went to the Misty World. And there was also the rich eldest sister. The other two families only talked to each other at that time. But no one came out. It is not known how many survivors there are, and who they are. However, this does not affect it. The rich lady also came over to ask, because she had dealt with him before, and she was indeed honest and trustworthy. He asked her to get some ice from the hole they dug and left with a lot of thanks. You see, this is the difference between people. Fan Yao took it for granted that someone would be grateful if he got a bargain. It will not be comfortable on anyone. They went back and forth and made many trips. Others followed suit and came to clear snow and dig ice. Inside the community, it became unusually lively. However, the snowflakes kept falling. Even if the ice surface is exposed, it will be covered with a layer of snow within a few minutes. I was busy until night. It was getting dark soon. So Songy asked everyone to go back together. The whole dug was not filled back. Whoever needs it can come over and get ice directly. Which is a good thing. Because they haven't eaten for a day. Everyone can't bear it. We agreed to have dinner, and then go to 2002 to discuss the matter of 1202. Jiang Yuan was afraid that it would be too late. So she moved very quickly. In addition, Qin Yu had prepared the meal in advance. So she still had time to tidy up briefly, and put on comfortable home clothes. When they got downstairs, Zhang Kaiyang brought Coca-Cola to cook. He hadn't drank it for a long time. And Jiang Yuan still missed it a little. Added 2 pieces of ginger. It tastes good. These people on the 12th floor are so shameless. How can we deal with them? I came here just to discuss this matter. So there is no need to set the stage. Just get to the point. Yi Mianmian sat next to Jiang Yuan and became more active now. Sister Yuan, you don't know yet. When they came up just now, people on the 12th floor actually poured water into the corridor. Ah, they actually did it. How shameless. She just said. Why is there so much ice on the stairs? This is what happened. In this weather, as soon as you splash water, it freezes instantly. The men among them went back and forth so many times that it was easy for them to fall if they were not careful. Adding stairs and not flat ground. How can it be better? How shameless. This is just hurting others without benefiting oneself. I just pray that I don't leave. Otherwise he will break his front teeth. Zhang Kaiyang was very angry. Songy refused to speak just now, fearing that the girl would be burdened. When he came back, he told Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian everything like he was pouring beans. Chapter 225. The situation is tense. Yi Mianmian couldn't wait to tell Jiang Yuan these things. And several people were very angry. I'm particularly puzzled. Just because Fan Yao came to borrow tools, and we didn't borrow them, it wouldn't be like this. In the afternoon, Zhang Kaiyang kept thinking about this issue, and always felt that it was not worth it. This should be just a flashpoint. People have probably been targeting us for a long time. I saw what he said before was quite polite. Who knew he would fall out so easily? No wonder Yu Mianmian thought this way. It was really Lao Wu's appearance that could easily deceive people. He looks honest, but turns out to be extremely scheming. If nothing else, if someone who didn't know saw it, they would probably think that they were bullying honest people. Look today. We just didn't say anything. Later, he wanted to know the number of people left in the building. If I didn't tell him, he wouldn't be happy. Speaking of this, Zhang Kaiyang also reacted. He was still trying to trick me. But unfortunately Sister Yuan interrupted him. This man is really smart as H.L. Jiang Yuan also nodded. The current situation has been figured out clearly. It was Lao Wu who wanted to know the specific situation inside the building. But as the only people who knew about it, they didn't tell them. So when they were annoyed, it was natural for them to break up. I think so. Listen to it, and see if you have anything to add. Several people looked over, waiting for her next statement. Today's situation did not happen in a moment. The people in 1202 must have been involved in this several times. We were besieged by people in the building before. Although we didn't pay attention. It is absolutely indispensable. Overtly or covertly. Then, their previous politeness was all an illusion. To confuse us. To lower our guard. Or even to take advantage of us. For example, he wanted to go looking for supplies with us before. Another example was that he wanted to borrow our ice truck. And last time, we cleared the snow together. Yes, they just want to take advantage. Kai Yang strongly agreed with Jiang Yuan's statement. After all, he had experienced these incidents personally. Like today. They couldn't have just seen it. We've been clearing the snow downstairs for so long. Why do they come down after we've finished it? It's not that they don't want to work. They just want to have sex for nothing. Jiang Yuan nodded. That was indeed the truth. This is all beside the point. The most important thing is that they want to know the survivors in the building through us. What does this mean? Why don't they go door to door and knock on the door themselves? Why? Is it because of trouble? Fan Qing couldn't help his curiosity and asked. I feel that on the one hand, he finds it troublesome. But more importantly, he wants to do something without knowing it. For example, killing people or robbing supplies. Jiang Yuan said while looking at everyone's expressions. Sure enough, all the faces were not very good. They have gone too far. If someone has a problem, they will put all the blame on us. Yes, no one from them went to knock on the door and count the people. We did it. Even if we were not the perpetrators in the past, we would still be punished by others. Jiang Yuan sighed. There was really nothing we could do about this kind of thing. However, Zhang Kaiyan became more and more angry as he listened. He walked around as if he was about to go out and fight in the next second. Kaiyan, don't get excited. They have many tricks. And we are not the ones to be bullied. We can't just sit back and wait for things like this to happen. Do you think we should end things with them? Jiang Yuan did not make the decision herself, but asked everyone. The enemy is not her enemy alone. She needs everyone's advice. Song Yi was the first to express his position. He had been silent just now. However, he listened carefully to what Jiang Yuan said. Apart from anything else, today has already been like this, and it is absolutely impossible to live in peace in the future. They all live in the same building, and if they are not careful, they become targets of attack. The 20th and 21st floors have long been the target of public criticism. Everyone knows that there are supplies on these two floors. Because of one bite, I suffered many unreasonable disasters. Now, it's much better. After all, there are not many people left, and those two families are in danger. Now that they have broken their skin, there is no need for us to tolerate that group of people. From now on, don't keep any favors. Jiang Yuan quickly took over the words. Not that she had any objections. Song Yi is right, but we still need to make plans in advance. Just look at their behavior of splashing water, which proves that people are not afraid. And if they are so anxious, they must have an idea. As for whether there are not enough supplies in the house, it's hard to say. Anyway, I always feel that they will definitely make some moves recently. If it's not us, it could be someone else. Yi Mianyan felt uncomfortable listening to Jiang Yuan's words. She had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Although it looks light and rainy on the surface, everyone can see the heavy mood. Sister Yuan, you are right. Since it is a time bomb, we might as well strike first, to avoid having to worry about others all day long. I won't be able to sleep well. Her words were like a revelation, and everyone was thinking about the feasibility. After all, this is related to the personal safety of everyone on the 2 floors. I think so. If we can't live in peace, we should solve the problem as soon as possible. This heavy snow is not sure when it will stop. Even if we stop, we can't get out from behind. These people are on the same building as us. You never know which day you will go crazy. Instead of guarding and watching, it is better to take the initiative. Fan Qing hurried over and made her position clear, saying that she didn't want everyone to have any scruples about her. After what happened today, she really had no sympathy for Fan Yao at all. He even wanted to deal with her personally. Jiang Yuan looked at this girl. Her transformation was quite obvious. Of course, this also requires Kai Yang training. Now it seems that Fan Yao's incident is probably part of their plan. How to say? Think about it. At this time, wanting a woman is not easy for 1202. Although I don't want to admit it, there are no legal or moral constraints. Fists and strength are absolutely convincing. That little dragon is a thorn in his side at first glance. His character is not developed in a day and a half. Would such a person fall in love with Fan Yao at first sight? Yi Mianyan is a beautiful woman and has the best say in this matter. Sister Yuan is right. There are so many people who fall in love at first sight, and even give cold medicine as a gift when they meet for the first time. Such a precious thing. There must be something else going on. Chapter 226 Showing love for nothing. As for what he was planning, Fan Yao had no value. He just wanted to use her to get into the attic. Now that I think about it, the recent piles and piles are also very illustrative. In this case, she should be very dangerous now. After all, she has no use value. Yi Mianyan said this specifically and looked at Fan Qing's expression. She deserves it. Who asked her to be a bitch? I have always felt that I am incredibly beautiful. But now let me experience the sufferings of the world. However, The price is too high. It's not that it has no use value at all. There are still 3 men in the house. Liang Kong never spoke. And when he did speak, he would never stop talking. However, everyone understands the meaning. Fan Yao. This time she got herself involved. Okay. Let's talk about the specific things tomorrow. At night, you have to be extra careful not to sleep too hard. If anything happens, we must notify everyone as soon as possible. Song Yi said this and everyone nodded. By the way, let's do this. I get up every 2 hours at night to see what's going on outside. You can sleep peacefully. If there is a problem, I will call you. Zhang Kaiyang's suggestion is naturally a good one. If someone is on duty, many things can be discovered. Liang Kong felt sorry, so he discussed it with him. 2 hours is too long. How about this? The two of us take turns on duty. It's still 2 hours, but one more person is equivalent to watching the wind every hour. Okay, Brother Liang. That's it. I'll get up on odd numbers, and you will get up on even numbers. Okay? No problem. The two of them had discussed it, and the rest of them felt at ease. Song Yi said that he would be on duty on the 21st floor tomorrow and took everyone up there. I don't know what the specific situation will be tomorrow. When we got to the door, we went home. It's getting late now. This day has been full of physical work, and Jiang Yuan is also tired. Daughter, are you back? Well, why aren't you asleep yet? Mom? I'm not worried if you don't come back. Xiao Wan is in the room. You should go back quickly. Why? As long as she had something to do at night. Qin, you would come over to stay with Xiao Wan, or bring the child to their room. In short, I won't let my daughter be alone. Jiang Yuan also felt at ease. No matter what she did, she had no worries. Have a good night's sleep, and there's nothing going on outside. The next day, the heavy snow continued. Jiang Xingyi got up early and went to the roof of the building. He was afraid that the snow was too thick and would be difficult to clean up later. By the time it was 9 o'clock, it actually became lively downstairs. Jiang Yuan looked at the window. There were several people where they took the ice yesterday. They all continued to dig along the place they had opened. How can I put it? At least it can save a lot of trouble. Moreover, so many people came to ask yesterday. It is estimated that the several buildings in front of us all know that snow water is inedible. Otherwise, not everyone would come to get ice. After getting dressed, she went out. Today she still had to discuss how to deal with the people in 1202. Everyone gathered in 2102 this time. She brought Xianwan with her, and Jingjing also came with her. She is much better now, and the two children are playing together. Jiang Yuan saw that there was little space in Song Yi's home, so she sent them next door and let Qin Yi watch. There are many toys at home, all of which were from Xinwan's time, and some that she got later. When she came back, she also brought 2 large bottles of Coke and boiled them with Song Yi's liquefied gas for everyone to drink. Look, aren't they from 1202? Kaiyang had been observing at the window. Song Yi was originally helping Jiang Yuan. When he heard this, he quickly came over and picked up the high-powered telescope next to him. Really? It was Xiaolong, the one who flirted with Fan Yao. He was talking to others, and even doing some work. They also went out to get ice. They are still where we were yesterday. Zhang Kaiyang was a little angry. He really should have filled in the area to make it easier for these grandsons. It's not right. Song Yi looked around, and everyone below asked him to look carefully. What's wrong? Seeing him put down the telescope, Jiang Yuan asked nervously. Of the 1202 people, only Xiaolong went down. I have never seen the person in front of him. Ah? Jiang Yuan didn't know why. So she also took the telescope and observed it for a while. Now, they had 2 telescopes. Yi Mianmian also took the one in Kaiyang's hand and followed the situation below. Xiaolong was obviously helping a stranger to them. Look, they left and went to building No. 12. Building No. 12 is next door, so it's very convenient to come here. People from buildings 9, 10, and 11 across the street also dug a hole in front of them. There was no passage between them and no footprints from their side. If you show your love for nothing, you will commit adultery or steal. Song Yi's eyes darkened, and he murmured to himself, I'm afraid someone is going to suffer tonight. Xiaolong is a person who has absolutely nothing to do with respecting the elderly, loving the young, being diligent and kind-hearted. If you can help others, you definitely have a purpose. Combined with what happened before, What can we do? It's nothing more than eating and drinking. This person was targeted by him. And now he went to his house. Which proved that he had succeeded. Song Yi. Do we need help? Zhang Kaiyang feels that such bad people should be punished since they have done bad things. However, Song Yi actually shook his head. Jiang Yuan saw this and hurried over to talk to him. Kaiyang. We can't handle this kind of thing. Moreover, if there is really a danger, if we go there, our own safety will not be guaranteed. Yi Mianmian quickly took over the words. At this time, she could tell the difference clearly. We are not saviors. We are already in this situation, and we don't pay much attention to it. If you save him once, you can save him again and again. Besides, it's all our guess now. Don't think too much. At this moment, he also felt that he was talking too much. He was obviously a problem. If everyone fights, more people will die and fewer will be left. Relatively speaking, they are also much safer. Although this idea is somewhat evil. What can be done? Now that we are in this situation, he would be kind if he didn't take the initiative to hunt. We must take care of the people on the 12th floor. They are expected to take action tonight. So we might as well wait and wait. Song Yi's proposal was basically the final decision. No concrete, feasible solution has been discussed. But at night, I have to go. This is a rare and good opportunity. Everyone went home to recharge their batteries, as there was still a tough battle to be fought in the evening. Chapter 227 Fan Yao's Dark History. After Jiang Yuan returned home, she was not idle either. There were more and more people downstairs. And by the afternoon, there were actually more than a dozen people there at the same time. Alas, what about this group of people? They have become someone else's meal, and they don't even know it. This little dragon helps at least 3 people a day. The rest of the people did not show up. Of course, it's not safe. The more dark it is, the more dangerous it is. The venomous snake's nostrils all attack unexpectedly. Jiang Yuan didn't hide it. 1202 was too close. If she didn't take precautions, someone else would come up from behind. In her absence, at least her parents are on guard. Jiang Xingyi was also very happy seeing the excitement downstairs. Someone represents hope. Daughter, I'll go down and take a look too. Qin Yu looked at him angrily, complaining, it's such a cold day. What did you do in the past? It's really idle. I haven't been holding it in for too long. Wondering if there's someone down there. So why don't I just go for a walk? Dad, it's better not to go. You know whether those people are good or bad. In case we are targeted. That's right. I see you. Just stay at home. Qin Yu found a way to talk and began to arrange for her father. Jiang Xingji simply felt that what Jiang Yuan said was reasonable. So he surrendered. Okay. I won't go. Don't worry. Even though he said that, he was not idle, but ran to the terrace to clear the snow. Jiang Yuan knew that she didn't want to accumulate too much. Otherwise it would be too difficult to clean up in one go. With her parents at home, she really felt relieved and basically didn't have to worry about anything. Every time this time, she would be reminded of the old lady of the Xiao family. He has been scheming for a lifetime, fighting her in various battles of wits and courage. She even felt that by marrying Xia Chaoyang, she had robbed her son. I deserve to end up in that situation. Thinking about it now, I still feel angry. If the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, if she had correct values, she would not be able to raise that kind of son. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was already too dark. Jiang Yuan specially wore a black windproof suit because she was afraid it would be too obvious. Song Yi, Yi Mianmian, Kai Yang, Fan Qing and Liang Kong all came, and several people gathered on the 20th floor. Then go downstairs. You need to squat down today. I don't know what's going on the 12th floor, but there happens to be no one at Yi Mianmian's house on the 11th floor. Since He Xinghiyu left, I came over 2 days ago to burn Grandma Yi. It's usually empty, so it's convenient to come here now. Song Yi and several boys were squatting on the corridor leading up to the 11th floor. Not inside the stairs. If you take the stairs directly, you won't be able to see them. The girl went inside, where it would be warmer. Yi Mianmian brought out a few stools for them to sit on. Everyone was dressed warmly, but there was nothing wrong. It's much more convenient to be in the house. Turn on a night light and sit together. Jiang Yuan wore a lot of baby heating patches on her body, and even filled her with a hot water bottle. Yi Mianmian asked everyone to sit on the sofa and brought a quilt from before to cover them to keep them warm. The weather was too cold at night, and there was nothing we could do. By the way, do you think the group of people on the 12th floor will go out? It is said that 3 women play a role. So this is a sure thing. Definitely. As for whether it's today, I don't know. Jiang Yuan gave an absolute answer, just to reassure the 2 girls. Then it's best today. Otherwise it's so cold, and we'll have to stay here tomorrow. They do bad things and let us suffer along with them. I am really speechless. Jiang Yuan touched Yi Mianyan's head. The girl calmed down and finally looked like her usual self. She was also amazed by this sudden touch and felt a little sad. By the way, Qingqing, has Fan Yao always been like this? Speaking of her, Fan Qing was full of words. Not only is she like this, their whole family is selfish and stingy. Come on, let's talk about it. If it's not too boring. Jiang Yuan came here to get to know this cousin, and to divert her attention to make Yi Mianyan happy. Didn't I tell you before about the affairs between my family and his family? Yes, because of a job opportunity. Everyone knows this. My uncle is a very lazy person. When he was young, he was a famous lazy man in 8 villages. In other words, my father has a formal job and the conditions at home are relatively good. When you marry a daughter-in-law in the countryside, you can pay for the bride price and so on. You may not know that our area was really poor back then, so we didn't have to worry about getting married. I just made 2 new sets of luggage, both from good families. In order to find a wife for my uncle, I spent a lot of money and even bought a bicycle. However, when my eldest aunt came in, she found that it was not like that at all. The 2 of them fought frequently, but my eldest aunt was not a hard-working person either, and they had the same bad temper. Later, because my father gave the job to me, they intensified their efforts. My father was fine when he was alive, but when he died, he would come to our house every day to make trouble. When it comes to this, Fan Qing has already gritted his teeth, blaming himself for waking up too late. His parents' entire generation has been repaying so-called debts of gratitude. Fan Yao is even more like that. She stopped studying in junior high school. She is dating a boy, and my uncle doesn't agree. She ran away and asked my dad to get her travel expenses. You know, just because my dad didn't let her go and told my uncle about it. She hated us. In the past, they just robbed me of some food, drinks, toys, clothes, and so on. Later, she stared at me specifically. Why is she staring at you? Sure enough, Yi Mianyan was attracted and started asking questions. Wait for me to find someone, and then tell me the secret. Yep, everyone is like her. When I was in high school, she asked my dad to ask someone to go to the school supermarket to find a job for her. The school supermarket, if you do it well, is not bad. It is still at your doorstep. Speaking of this, Fan Qing suddenly came over mysteriously. Speaking of it, you probably won't believe it. She actually got close to the boss in the school supermarket. Wow, that's awesome. I'm going to be a boss lady immediately. Sister Yuan, it's not that easy. She is already 40. Almost the same age as my dad. The most embarrassing thing is that the boss's daughter is from our school. And it was really bad that time. She actually came to her door and forced her to get a divorce. The boss's daughter was not a good person. So she took some classmates and raped her in front of everyone. I'll go. It's so exciting. I didn't expect that such a weak and fragile person would have such a glorious history. Then, did they get divorced later? Of course not. She's so old. So I just want to play with her. Chapter 228. The benefactor turns into a murderer. Oh, isn't that just losing your wife and losing your troops at the same time? Jiang Yuan really couldn't accept it. If it was when Fan Qing was in high school, then Fan Yao wouldn't be that old. What's wrong with her? Is that man good looking? Yi Mianyan couldn't understand that although she grew up with her grandma, when she was a teenager, she still knew what she should touch and what she should not touch. It's not good looking. He's a greasy man in his 40s and only has a little money. Fan Yao is, how should I put it, not as favored as her brother at home? What? She also has a younger brother, which means her parents are patriarchal. If that were the case, it would make sense. Lack of love. It doesn't matter. In rural areas, it's normal to prefer the younger ones, especially since this younger one is a boy. But Fan Yao was proud and arrogant. When she was a child, she almost lost her brother. However, I think she did it on purpose. Ah, is it so exciting? Yi Mianyan couldn't believe how a little girl could be so vicious. It's true. She said more than once that she envied me for being an only child. At that time, my eldest aunt had just given birth to a little brother, and she was beaten because she always struck lightly. That was the first time she expressed this idea, and I didn't take it seriously. Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something and felt incredible in her heart. Ching. I remember what you said before. One time you fell into the water, and it was Fan Yao who saved you. Yeah. That time we were playing by the river and I fell in. I wasn't feeling well that day either. I seemed to be suffering from heat stroke. She had to drag me out, and I fell down in a daze. If it were normal, it would definitely be fine. It was on a bridge. They usually went there to play, and there was no big problem. Were you two alone? No. There is also a little girl. We are together during the summer vacation. However, when I fell, the girl came to the side to pick flowers. Jiang Yuan had a bold idea in her mind, but she didn't know whether she should ask it out. Fan Qing also began to recall what happened at that time. She was not young at that time, so she remembered it very clearly. In addition, I often think about this matter, and the details are still very clear. I was dizzy at the time and fell down in a daze. The water over there is very deep, and adults usually don't let us go there, because there is a dam over there, the kind that can artificially intercept water. But every time, I would sneak over to play. Then Fan Yao is probably a child too. Is she very good at water? No. Fan Qing shook his head and had no reservations with him. We don't know how to swim, and the water over there is also very deep. After she went down, an old man from the village came back from herding cattle and fished us both out. As for Fan Yao, she always said that if she hadn't pulled me out at that time, I would have choked to death long ago and wouldn't have been able to wait for rescue. No matter how slow he was, Fan Qing still felt that something was unusual. There was something in Jiang Yuan's words that was too obvious. Sister Yuan, if you have any ideas, you might as well say so. Okay. Ching, I'm just a little skeptical. You were sick and were taken out to play, and Fan Qing said that he envied you and wanted to be your parents' child. So, she might try to replace you. Did you feel that someone pushed you? Yi Mianmian instantly transformed into Sherlock Holmes, with a wise look on his face. I had a severe headache and can't remember it. However, if she wants to harm me, why bother to save me? I can't understand. I really can't understand. Don't forget, there is an old man who herds cattle. Fan Yao was standing on the bridge at that time. She must have been able to see it. So even if she didn't jump, you would have been rescued. But if she jumps, not only will she gain a reputation as a brave rescuer, but you will also be indebted to her for the rest of your life. No matter how you calculate it, it's a good deal. Fan Qing took a breath. After so many years, she had never doubted it. However, Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian's analysis was so reasonable that she had to believe it. Yi Mianmian also felt a little scared and clicked her tongue for a long time. It's really scary that a little girl can have such scheming thoughts. Even if she has a second child, it won't be like this. It can only show that she is such a person in her heart. One sentence is like an enlightenment. Fan Qing was not calm anymore. She had suffered so many injustices over the years. Every time, Fan Yao would use the grace of saving his life as an excuse. You don't know that something happened to her at school, and the boss's wife quit. She actually wanted me to carry her bag. If the boss's daughter hadn't been a student in our school, maybe I would have. What the HL? It's too bullying. That is, Jiang Yuan also found it puzzling. It seemed that this Fan Yao was indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp, and was even worse. Ching, don't think too much. It's over now anyway. She wanted to comfort her, because Fan Qing was already in tears. It was fine just now. But now this change was so sudden that Jiang Yuan was caught off guard. I can't make it. I can't make it. Whoa. As he spoke, he actually leaned on his knees. Grief-stricken, Yi Mianmian looked at each other in confusion. But she didn't know how to persuade her, so she could only act anxiously. Alas, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said anything. It took about 10 minutes before the man stopped. Yi Mianmian was anxious. If Kaiyang saw it later, she would have thought they were bullying her. It's okay. Sister Yuan. Sister Mianmian. I feel much better. Fan Yao did a lot of excessive things. And her parents also went too far. They wanted everything from our house. At that time, I fell in love with a boy. But I didn't dare to express my feelings, so I could only secretly watch from the dark. Later, Fan Yao found out about it, and went to their house to make a fuss. He said that we were in early love, that the boy led me astray, and so on. Even my parents don't know about it. But she just makes trouble like that. Later, his grandmother was so angry that she had a heart attack. And the whole family left our place. This murderer is all her. Oh my god. Didn't you punish her then, and just let her do whatever she wanted? Yi Mian really doesn't understand. This is a life lawsuit. Well, there were indeed a lot of things going on at the time. And my parents ended up losing a lot of money. I still remember that when the boy left, he had a look of resentment on his face. He said that he would rather never have met me, and that he hated me. This is why I must go to college elsewhere. Fan Qing's mind was now filled with things from that year. Suddenly, Ding Ling came out, and the wind chimes in the room rang. Chapter 229 Cheng Yao Jin shows up halfway. The three people immediately became vigilant. This was what they had discussed before. Put a piece of rope outside, if necessary. When you pull it, the wind chime inside will ring. In this case, no movement can be heard outside, and it can also serve as an early warning inside, which complements each other. Jiang Yuan quickly got up from the sofa, followed closely by Yi Mian. Let's talk about solving the case through gossip later. The three girls all came over and listened closely. If someone comes up, they can't open the door immediately. The sound of the door opening will alert the group of people. We have to wait for the next notification, which is what we said before. However, there was no movement for a long time. Yi Mian couldn't wait any longer. If Jiang Yuan hadn't pressed her down, she would have opened the door and gone out. Fortunately, about 10 minutes later, the wind chime rang again. This time, they didn't hesitate and pushed the door open directly. Of course, try to keep your voice as low as possible. Song Yi and Liang Kong were both observing outside. Kai Kai Yang was at the door. When he saw them coming out, he immediately made a gesture of silence. A few people were tiptoeing around like thieves. There was nothing to observe. It was all dark. And there were signs pointing to the safe passage in the corridor. The green one is reflective. And I don't know when it was removed by others. I guess no one will come down again. Song Yi suddenly said something and asked everyone to go back to 1101. Turning on a night light in the house naturally makes people feel at ease. Several people were sitting on the sofa and talking about what happened just now. It turned out that someone came out of 1202 upstairs. They heard the door open. A very distinct door open. In addition, it actually came out in two waves. I don't know what the H.L. happened. How many people are going out in total? What Jiang Yuan wanted to know was this question. As for what happened, that was another matter. 4. All out. Although you can't see it, you can hear the footsteps. What's going on? Are they two targets? So they split up? Yi Mian didn't understand. And neither did Jiang Yuan. If nothing else, the people who were in the same group as Fan Yao would be at a huge disadvantage. She is a girl. And she is so weak. What can she do? Unless the target on top of them is weaker and confident enough. What about us? What kind of charter? Jiang Yuan just wants to know what everyone thinks. Those who can come here have opinions about them. Now that everyone is united, we can't just monitor things and get things done hastily. I think they are not good people. So don't wait. Tonight is a good opportunity. Agree. Seeing that Yi Mian agreed to Kai Yang's proposal, Fan Qing immediately expressed his stance not to be outdone. I agree. Let's just do it today. I'm okay. Jiang Yuan also thinks it is feasible. And now Song Yi is the only one left. He nodded lightly. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This guy's strength is worth it. With him here, he can get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, this is just pulling out nails for yourself. And there is nothing to worry about. Even if they don't take action today, the day they will meet in battle is inevitable. Let's just wait here and observe. When people come back, we can go down again. You mean to solve it downstairs? Jiang Yuan didn't mean anything else. It was darker downstairs, and there were big holes dug during the day. So it was inconvenient after all. Song Yi had different ideas. So he nodded. It's okay down there. Or when you first enter the building. You can't let them come back. When it comes to a familiar chassis, accidents are easy to happen. Okay, let's just go down when they come back. Zhang Kaiyang said and went to monitor. Both of their telescopes have night vision functions. And now they can see clearly downstairs. Liang Kong also followed. And Song Yi just stood behind the two of them, not knowing what to think. Jiang Yuan and the other girls had nothing to do. and they were too embarrassed to continue the conversation just now. So they just sat on the sofa and waited. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. There was news from Kyong. Walk. Song-yi deliberately waited until they got downstairs before going out. Everyone had discussed it again just now. We were going to take care of them on the 7th floor. It was inconvenient to go downstairs, and there was so much snow. If you fall into the snow, it will be too difficult and not as convenient as going upstairs. Several people also went out quietly. If nothing else happened, they would meet them on the 7th floor. This time, 2 people came back first. Old Wu and a young man. Fan Yao and Xiaolong went out separately. No one saw where they went at that time. But if they just waited and waited, they would definitely be able to wait. With that in mind, I went downstairs. Holding a glow stick is a stage where you can only see the road clearly. Just after descending 2 floors, Song-yi suddenly stopped. He was the one who started. I don't know what happened next. But everyone is on guard. There was movement down there. Probably talking. The movements under their feet slowed down. Now they were on the 8th floor. Moving towards the 7th floor step by step. Old Su. What do you mean? Old Wu. If people don't tell secret stories, my brother's family won't have much food to eat. You can't just eat it all. Good guy. The great master from the 8th floor has also gone down. Moreover, he was ahead of them. You fart. I worked so hard to get this. And you still want to take advantage of it. Old Wu was obviously furious. And his words were full of cruelty. Don't say it so harshly. We are all brothers. You can't watch me go hungry. What about me? You just want me to starve to death? One is calm and calm, while the other is furious. This contrast clearly shows their superiority. Lao Wu usually pretends. But now he is definitely at a disadvantage. Otherwise it would not be like this. However, they are in front now, and cannot see the specific situation. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Then there were the sounds of hand-to-hand fighting, and the sound of weapons clashing. The fight was in full swing below. But the people above looked at each other. Unexpectedly, things have reached this situation. So, what should they do? Old Su, you are not a human being. I should have listened to Sun Ian, and made love to you earlier. Cut! A disdainful voice came, and Jiang Yuan knew that the outcome was decided. What's the use of talking about this now? Since you miss him so much, I'll send you down to reunite with him. Hack. You have to die. The last move has nothing to do with them. Song-yi waved his hand, and several people started to go up. I'm afraid of walking too slowly. And I'm afraid of making noise if I go too fast. Who knows the feeling of witnessing a life and death murder, with the murderer still underneath, and retreating in fear of being discovered. The few people didn't go far, but arrived at the 9th floor corridor. They are on the 8th floor, so they can't be seen even if they come up. And it's easy for observation. Chapter 230 Escaped. They are so stupid. There is so much food. This time it will last for a while. Oops. Why are you hitting me? What nonsense are you talking about? This is outside. Lao Su scolded. And it was obvious that he was a cautious person. So what? Anyway, everyone in the building is almost dead. Shit. There are still some quarrels upstairs. You'd better shut up. Then, he really shut up. Listening to the sound of entering the door. There were at least 4 or 5 people. Song-yi waited for a few minutes and asked everyone to go back. This time I responded directly to 2102. He had a heater at home, so he felt better. Brother Song, why has it become like this now? It's so chaotic. I don't even know what's going on. Well, it is indeed a bit messy, but it can still be sorted out clearly. Yes, we initially regarded the group of people on the 12th floor as our main opponents. However, the big boss turns out to be someone else. Liang Kong was also a little surprised today. He had never participated in such an event. If he hadn't lived on the 20th floor, he probably wouldn't have taken him with him. Those things don't matter to me. Did you hear what the people on the 8th floor said? They also noticed us. In addition, they all know when people on the 12th floor go out and come back. This time, he actually moved faster than them, which proved that he was also watching. 1202 only knew that the mantis hunted the cicada, but he didn't expect that the oriole would catch it. Yes, Jiang Yuan is right. We must not sit still and wait for death. These two groups of people are both evil and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Song-yi frowned, as if he felt like a gangster in Hong Kong movies in the 1980s. There seemed to be a lot of people on the 8th floor. If I remember correctly, they should live in 0802. There are only 2 rooms. Isn't it a bit strange? Yin 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 also remembered it now. She seemed to have an impression of the person on the 8th floor. I don't remember it very clearly. When it rained, there was an older brother on the 3rd floor of our community who took us to the supermarket above to buy a lot of things. It seems that the people on the 8th floor also went there. Everyone was chatting at that time. And it seemed that they were a convoy, running transportation. As for whether they all live in 0802, I don't know. People from the convoy? Yes, just because of this incident. He took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. So I have a certain impression. If this is the case, it can be used as a dormitory or shared accommodation. There may not necessarily be only 4 or 5 people inside. Or even more. Moreover, at least they are all young and strong. Then what should we do? The appearance of this group of people today was completely unplanned. They didn't know the other party's cards. So they didn't act rashly. Lao Su is much smarter than Lao Wu. He usually doesn't show his face very much. And he can basically hit the target with 1 hit. Everyone, please go back and think about it. Let's come over tomorrow morning to discuss it. It's not too early now. Okay. It is also good to leave some time and think more about it. After completing this order, it is estimated that they will not take any further action. Well, let me digress. Fan Qing's voice was small, but everyone heard it and looked over. What's wrong? Zhang Kaiyan was a little confused and asked. Well, there were only 2 people who came up just now. It seems that Xiaolong and Fan Yao haven't come up yet. Yes. Why did you forget these 2 people? Song Yi thought of it just now, but didn't say it. Now that everyone mentioned it, he didn't avoid it. It's okay. If the people downstairs get something, if we clean them up, there will be no one in 1202. For us, it's not a bad thing. Okay. That's right. There's nothing to be nervous about. Jiang Yuan and Yi Minyan looked at Fan Qing in unison. But she had a grudge that she had yet to avenge. In my heart, there must be some regrets. As if she had a tacit understanding. She also raised her head and looked back, shaking their heads firmly. The 2 felt relieved. Although he hates it, he knows that he puts the overall situation first. And he is a good person. Several people went home one after another. After Jiang Yuan finished cleaning up, she did not forget to think about what happened on the 8th floor. Oh, it's really troublesome. Why can't this group of people be finished? Early the next morning, the family sat together to have breakfast. Jiang Yuan also told what happened last night. Her parents were stunned for a while. But in the end, they accepted the fact. Daughter, there is probably something wrong with what you said. Ah, what do you mean? Jiang Yuan felt a little overwhelmed. So Jiang Xingji put down his chopsticks and said seriously, when I went to clear the snow on the roof of the building in the morning, I saw 2 people. If I guess correctly, they should be Fan Yao and Xiaolong. What? Dad? Where did you see them? Jiang Yuan was shocked. How could these 2 people do this? What are you thinking? I was on the roof of the building, and when I was about to throw snow down, I took a special look. These 2 people probably came back around 9 o'clock. I was still wondering what they were doing out so early. However, I didn't see the face. It was too far away. It was indeed quite far away. So how could we be sure it was a man and a woman? Jiang Yuan had doubts in her mind. So she asked, those who didn't run away, if they were 2 men, it would be impossible for them to hold each other's arms. Even if they were afraid of slippery roads, they would not make that gesture even if they were holding hands. Jiang Yuan nodded. Her analysis made sense. In other words, neither Fan Yao nor Fan Yao came back last night. Then, the group of people on the 8th floor will definitely not take action again. Dad, look at them. Have they taken anything? This? Jiang Xingji recalled it carefully. He only took a few quick glances and was not very detailed. There shouldn't be anything. But even if there is something, it won't be so grand. Well, that's true. Even if it's hidden in clothes, it won't be taken out. Xia Chaiyang and Bai Mingming were poisoned before because they showed off and missed their wealth. Okay, I'm done eating. Let's go next door. Eat some more. That's enough for what you can do. No, Mom. I'll be back in a moment. Of course, Jiang Yuan had to tell everyone such important news quickly. The others haven't come up yet. And Song Yi is at home alone. She was not polite. Sat directly on the sofa. And then told Jiang Xingji everything she saw. You mean that not only did these two people escape the disaster, but they didn't even know that something happened to the two old wuss? You see, this idea is different. No wonder the wise man said that in the eyes of 1,000 readers, there are 1,000 Hamlets. Well, it should be. Otherwise, they wouldn't come back so arrogantly. If he found out that old Wu hadn't come back, he wouldn't have thought that it was the 8th floor who did it. Song-yi, I suddenly have an idea. Chapter 231 Revealing Secrets. Jiang Yuan's eyes were shining. An inspiration suddenly came to her. Song-yi looked at her energetic look and was in a good mood. You say. You see? Since they don't know, they must be looking for it. Apart from anything else, the family they targeted was definitely their first target of suspicion. Well, you're right. Continue. Song-yi made a pleased gesture and gave her absolute respect. They don't have to know, but we can let them know. However, the process is a little more subtle. If that doesn't work, let Fan Qing go find trouble. She also briefly talked to Song-yi about what happened between the two of them. Of course, I only picked the essence, and the rest of the mess is correct. At this moment, several people from downstairs also came up. Xiaoling took Jingjing to 2101 to teach the two children, and the rest came over to him to discuss countermeasures. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw Fan Qing. Fan Yao's matter was directly exposed by her. It's really a fate. Even if you don't die, it will be a disaster that will last for thousands of years. Qingqing, don't be angry. We were busy yesterday, and we didn't continue talking about you. Sister Yuan, needless to say, I thought a lot when I went back. It was definitely Fan Yao who plotted against me. She did think a lot when she went back, and everything pointed to her cousin as the culprit. Their family was really in trouble. My parents never had a good day. Being stared at and sucked by this group of people every day was so infuriating. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have traveled so far to go to college, let alone stay here. The situation is so bad now, and my parents don't know what's going on. All of this is thanks to her, and I'm so angry. I couldn't wait to tear her apart immediately. Okay, that's all I need. The emotions have been heightened to this point. If there is no expression, it would be a shame for society. Qingqing, if you are willing, go down and seek revenge on her. Fan Qing was confused and didn't know what this operation was. Sister Yuan, what do you mean? It's very simple. 1202 designed us, and there's no way Fan Yao doesn't know about it. We were extremely kind to her. Not only did we bring her back from the rescue center, we also gave her a house to live in, including food at the beginning. However, she actually followed the group of people here to avenge kindness and revenge. Therefore, we can deal with her. Right. With this statement, Fan Qing's anger was aroused again. She is the most heartless person. I can take revenge for myself. Besides, if Lao Wu is dead, they will not have a good life. Telling her this news made her despair. That kind of injury is more terrible than physical injury. Go ahead. Good guy. This girl is not easy to mess with either. He glanced at Kai Yang next to him and silently shed tears for this big brother. Just do it. Fan Qingxiong went downstairs confidently and proudly. I'll go. Sister Yuan. Look. Chief Fan. He's so handsome. Ha ha. Yi Minyan summed it up really well. The rest of the people, who were not at home, followed. Even if you don't take action, you still have to cheer. Open the door. Open the door. Fan Yao, I know you are inside. Come out quickly. Pa bang bang. The door of 1202 was shot loudly. What the HL? You're looking for death. Xiaolong came out cursing, still holding the guy in his hand. Oops. I forgot this guy is a prick. Kai Yang followed, pulling Fan Qing behind him and flashing the dagger he carried. Well, this start is a bit unexpected. Where's Fan Yao? Let her come out. I have something to do with her. Xiaolong didn't want to do it at first, but when he saw the group of people behind him, he was a little scared. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4. What are you doing with her? Of course something is wrong. I know she is here with you. Tell her to come out. What's the point of hiding inside? Her voice was not quiet, and people inside could definitely hear it. Fan Qing, you are going to die. You didn't sleep so early in the morning, and why are you here mourning? Fan Yao came out cursing and looking unhappy. Fan Yao, you are shameless. When you were a child, you pushed me into the river and asked me to regard you as my benefactor. After all these years, Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Fan Qing didn't care about his image at all. He was so angry that he spent the first half of his life being played around by the man in front of him. Ouch. You suddenly became enlightened. Ha. Even if you know, what can you do? What else do you have now? Is worthy of my concern. Oops. He actually admitted it all at once. It seems that there is really something hidden about what happened back then. I have to get an explanation today. Fan Yao, your death has come. Saying that, he was about to reach out and hit. Zhang Kaiang looked at Xiaolong in front of him, fearing that she would be hurt. He stopped him for a moment. But Fan Yao, who was on the other side, was not to be outdone. But he didn't come over either. Huajiao hesitated for a long time. But there was no real harm at all. No wonder your parents don't like you. With your personality, you are really not as good as your pig-headed brother. Suddenly, as if she had touched her vagina, Fan Yao stopped immediately. Fan Qing, what qualifications do you have to accuse me? Let me tell you, if it weren't for your parents, you would be the one who stayed in the countryside. And I should be the girl who grew up with so many favors. It's you who robbed me of my life. And my brother. You should be a family. When she talked about the excitement, her eyes turned red. It seems that her original family had a great impact on her. Humph. Let me tell you, this is your fate. There is never any if. Just wait. Your good days are numbered. Huh? Bah. You only have a few good days left. Fan Qing, don't blame me for not reminding you. You won't know how you died if you were careful. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. They indeed had a plan. Humph. It's up to you. Forget it. If you are still dreaming, these people will protect you. Oops. You guys are so sleepy that you don't even know if someone at home hasn't come back. When Xiaolong heard this, he immediately became anxious and pointed it at him with the knife. What do you mean? Where are my eldest brother and the others? Do you know anything? Fan Qing looked indifferent and not afraid of him. Why are you quarreling with me? Everyone heard it yesterday. We all heard it on the top floor. You were on the 12th floor. But you didn't hear the fighting downstairs? She deliberately made an expression like, see if I believe it. It's too real. But it's also true. Of course Xiaolong had nothing to say. He was not at home yesterday. His elder brother and Xiaohu got into a fight with someone. Downstairs? Who else could it be? Lao Su. What about my eldest brother? How do I know? It's so cold and I didn't come down. Chapter 232, I don't want to be with her. Fan Qing pinched his waist and said confidently. At the end, I gave him a look of fool. Okay. This is very realistic. Just in terms of performance and emotion. Fan Qing is a winner. What the HL? Angkor is fighting with others. Who in this building dares to fight with us? Stop being alarmist here. Fan Yao couldn't believe it and thought she was making up nonsense. Kaiong. Didn't that person call him Angkor yesterday? Fan Qing looked confused. As if he really doubted himself. And even started to look for a sense of identity. Kai Yang looked helpless and winked at her repeatedly. Don't talk nonsense. You don't care about them. Good guy. As soon as the two people made this little move, the people over there became even less confident. I think you are just talking nonsense. Who in Building 13 doesn't know Angkor 1202? Shut up. Ah? Fan Yao was interrupted and couldn't react. Looking at Xiaolong with confusion. Shut up. Do you hear me? It turns out that she has no status here. I'm telling you, Fan Yao. Don't change the subject. Forget it for today. Don't let me see you next time. Otherwise, if I see you once, I'll hit you once. You are really awesome. The two sisters pointed each other out without giving in. The remaining people hurried over to start a fight. And it was a good time to leave. If you play again, it will be over. By 2102. Fan Qing's heart was pounding. How about it? I'm okay. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian raised their thumbs at the same time, expressing affirmation both inside and outside their words. It's great. Seamless. No trace at all. Fan Qing was also very happy. She had always hoped that she could help. And then, get everyone's approval. The news is out. What should we do next? Liang Kong felt that if these people were not dealt with, it would be very dangerous for them. Everyone else has the ability to protect themselves. But their family is in a special situation. I don't even have a weapon at hand. And I have to protect my wife and daughter. It's a lot of pressure. Let it go. This is all we can do now. If Xiaolong is bloody, he might go to the 8th floor to fight with him. If you are afraid of death, just stay at home and stay calm for a few days. We can't control it. It's all human nature and happens randomly. Jiang Yuan did not sigh. Because these two possibilities accounted for 50% each. Either way is possible. It's all human nature. However, no matter which one happens, it is a good thing for them. Jiang Yuan. I'm a little scared. What if they don't know that it was the people on the 8th floor who did it? After all, they were the only ones who saw it yesterday. Not to mention, there weren't many people left in the building. Even if they heard it, they would not dare to come out. It was a scene of murder and robbery. And if something went wrong, you would lose your life. Liang Kong. You don't have to worry about this. The people on the 8th floor are smart people. And the people on the 12th floor are not stupid either. They must have said these things before. We order as much as we can, and the rest is none of our business. Yes, Brother Liang. Don't worry about it. Yi Mianmian also came over to persuade him. And it was almost okay. Starting from today, we are still on strict duty. It is best to register how many people go out every day, how many people come back, and whether they follow you to other places. If there is any change, I will notify everyone immediately. Song Yi said what he thought, and was immediately recognized. In addition, monitoring at night has also become tense. They are all overwhelmed. But there is no other way. This is the situation. Everyone now needs to take action and participate in their own defense. As for how to deal with the 8th floor, they still focus on defense. After finding a suitable breakthrough, they will take the initiative to attack. Recently, I must clarify the specific situation there to facilitate the next step of planning. Everyone went back. And Jiang Yuan was about to go home when Song Yi suddenly called her. What's wrong? When you go back and have lunch, come over here. Ah? Okay. No problem. Just now, everyone's grouping has undergone some changes. The people on the 20th floor have a day. And the people on the 21st floor have a day. They are guarding today. Jiang Yuan. Well, is there anything else? Song Yi stopped talking and looked at her, frowning. I don't want to be in the same group as Yi Mianmian. This time it was her turn to be confused. And questions came out of her mouth. Why? Did you have a quarrel? Song Yi looked at her without saying anything, as if he was having a psychological struggle. After a long while, he sighed heavily. It's okay. Go back quickly. I'll take notes in the morning. You can come over in the afternoon. Oh, fine. What's the situation? The two of them had a conflict. Unlike Mianmian, who had been talking a lot in the past 2 days. Besides, her grandma just passed away. So Song Yi was a little too unkind. So is there a reason why we are regrouping today? A big man's mind is smaller than a needle's nose. However, didn't I like Mianmian before? It seems that this person has never expressed anything. At least, everyone is treated equally. Thinking of this, she realized that she had never seen how Song Yi cared about Yi Mianmian. There wasn't even a special look in his eyes. Whether this person was cold-blooded or she had guessed wrong from the beginning. However, if this is not the case, why choose Yi Mianmian to join them? The two of them are on the same level and are dependent on each other, which is understandable. Kai Yang has good craftsmanship and is considered indispensable. If she didn't like Yi Mianmian, why would she let her go? This girl didn't know anything at first. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. With so many things going on, there is no time to guess. After returning, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu hurried over to inquire. They were both very nervous. I didn't expect that a unit building would have so many things comparable to the international situation. It's okay. Just be more vigilant these 2 days. By the way, we are on duty with Song Yi today. Everything going on must be recorded, including how many people went out and how many people came back. There are other buildings that can be seen and counted. Okay, girl. I'll go over and watch. You don't have to worry. In fact, she wanted to say that Song Yi next door was also watching, so they could just go to work in the afternoon. However, my father happily passed by and didn't stop him. At least I have something to do. Otherwise it would be boring to be idle. Qin Yu was busy making lunch. Everyone had finished eating, and was still busy in the afternoon. The braised chicken that I made before has been brought back and melted. It is steamed in a pot. Steamed some rice. And it comes out in one pot. Yesterday I sprouted a lot of mung bean sprouts. I just blanched some, and put them in the braised chicken later. Jiang Yuan packed up, and came to help. Suddenly, Jiang Xingji became excited. My dear, come and see. Is that Fan Yao? Chapter 233 Invisible Hand. What? Jiang Yuan was startled and ran over from the kitchen. He picked up the telescope in Jiang Xingji's hand and looked down anxiously. That's it. Look. I know that dress. Because it was too far away. And because it was at the bottom. No faces could be seen. Jiang Yuan observed carefully. The way she walked was definitely a girl. In addition, Jiang Xingji knew her clothes. But what is she going out to do now? Can you still go grab something in broad daylight? No. We have to act quickly. Dad, you stay here and watch. I'll go over and inform everyone. Okay. Jiang Xingji was also very excited. He always had an indescribable excitement. As if he was in a police movie. As soon as she went out, she happened to meet Song Yi at the door. Song Yi. There is a situation. Fan Yao seems to have gone out. I saw it too. Come on. Let's go down too. Good. Jiang Yuan was about to go downstairs when Song Yi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? You go back and change your clothes first. And go directly to 2002 later. Jiang Yuan looked down and saw that she was wearing 3-layer quilted pajamas. It's fine at home. But it will really be unbearable if you go out. Good. Don't bother. Just go back and change it quickly. After leaving and coming back, Xin Yu was still puzzled. It's so fast. Did you tell them? I told you. Get ready to go down and take a look. I'll come back and change my clothes. With that said, he returned to the room. It's more troublesome to go out now. In addition to all kinds of necessary warm clothes, you also need to put on various heating patches. The workload is greater than before. But there is no other way. It is just a life-saving thing. As soon as I got dressed and arrived in the living room, news about Jiang Xingji came over. It looks like you went to the next building. But you can't see it after passing the front. The two buildings are on a horizontal line. So of course there will be blind spots. This is normal. Jiang Yuan nodded, indicating that she understood, and went out. Dad wanted to join him, but she didn't let him, and still had to monitor the situation underneath. Now that she and Song Yi have gone down, this job naturally falls on Jiang Xingji. By 2002, the boys had already gone down, including Liang Kong next door. Sister Yuan, don't worry, Brother Song said. Let us wait upstairs. If there are too many people and the goals are big, they will have some scruples about what they want to do. Well, this is also the case. So, the three women in the family sat together again. Sister Yuan, I have a lot of coke here. Let's make a pot too. Don't worry so much. Just wait for their news and it will be okay. Last time, she brought something to drink, so she probably felt embarrassed. Okay. Having said that, she is not one to sit still and wait for death. Song Yi left the high-powered telescope here, and Jiang Yuan took it to the balcony to observe the situation. There were many people down there, all busy with their heads down. I don't know how the news came out so quickly. They only told a few people, and now many people come to get ice every day. It's strange. These people are so well informed. Yi Mianmian heard her talking to herself and came closer. Sister Yuan, do you also feel that the news that the snow water cannot be used spread too quickly? Yeah. That's weird. We were downstairs that day and didn't meet many people at all. Moreover, most of them are from Building 13. Now, almost the entire community has been mobilized, which is really unbelievable. If it were in the past, there would be nothing to say. If you send a message to a large group, everyone would know about it. But now, the internet has been down for so long. How could it happen so quickly just by word of mouth? Moreover, we must inform all living people that this is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Yes, yesterday at Brother Song's house, I took a look at the small square diagonally opposite. It seems that there are people there too. Sister Yuan, believe it or not, the whole community is in motion now. Yi Mianmian found out about it yesterday, but she didn't say anything because she was busy discussing the matter. Today, Jiang Yuan mentioned it, and she took advantage of the situation to express her opinion. What's going on? Gray snow. Only we know. Before we went down to get ice, no one went down, which was so weird. Fan Qing also brought over cooked coke and poured a cup for everyone. Sister Yuan, Sister Mianmian, could it be Fan Yao and the others who told the story? If it was anyone else, she really couldn't think of who it was. It's also possible that Lao Wu and the others have been following Sun Yan. As this guy said at the time, the building directors of each of their buildings communicate regularly. So it is not certain how they communicate in places where we cannot see. At that time, she wanted to sell something. Sun Yan's words made everyone in the entire community know about it. That's not right either. Do you still remember that it was raining heavily and it was difficult for everyone to go out? How did they communicate information? Yi Yan's words hit the point. Think about it. There seems to be something wrong with this matter. It's like there is an invisible hand that can control the dissemination of information in the entire community. It reminded her of the so-called market, as an invisible hand that controls the lifeblood of the economy. Oh my god! Sister Yuan, stop talking. It's so scary. In this situation, how could anyone have such great abilities? No one can get out. And there are no footprints on the road. How can we still fly out? Fan Qing was talking to himself, unaware of the change in Jiang Yuan's eyes. What did you say? Her tone was slightly hesitant. The other party was a little confused and obviously confused. I did not mean anything else. No. Qing, you just said, fly out? Yes. I think unless we can fly, how can we deliver letters to people in this weather? Yes. You are too smart. Jiang Yuan excitedly held her shoulders and even shook her back and forth. Sister Yuan, what did you think of? Think about it. What if this person who knows the news can spread it through other things? People can't fly, but drones can. You mean? The three people looked at each other. Jiang Yuan nodded. Everyone understood. But who is this person? Then we need to go down and ask. In other words, this person is beside us. But he has not been discovered. Fan Qing had a look of horror on his face. Why was it getting more and more scary the more he spoke? Sister Yuan, don't scare me. If there really is such a person, does that mean that everything we say and do is under the control of others? I'll go. That's too scary. I can't even think about it. Chapter 234. Inquire about the enemy. Although he doesn't want to admit it, what Fan Qing said is very possible. Jiang Yuan didn't quite understand. Under the current circumstances, could it be that there was some kind of surveillance around them? However, before the end of the world, who could have imagined that there would be the current situation? And nothing else. This weather goes back and forth, and apocalyptic remarks are only prevalent on the internet, and many people do not agree with them. This is not the same concept as zombies being rampant. Many people cannot figure out how to boil a frog in warm water. How could it happen? Step by step. We are now where we are now. However, by the time you really react, the reality is already very serious. There is no other way but to be forced to accept it. I'm not trying to scare people. I don't know why I ended up talking like this now. Let's not think too much. Maybe we are just too nervous. Okay, let's go down. What are you doing down there? Fan Qing didn't understand that Song Yi asked everyone to wait above when he left. If they go down too, will their plans be disrupted? Let's go down and take a look at the specific situation. It's okay. Just relax and don't talk to them. That'll be fine. Yi Mianmian understood that Jiang Yuan did not want to sit still and wait for death. But Fan Qing was worried about the following situation. Sister Yuan is right. Let's go down and take a look and see what the specific situation is. Some concepts, once deeply rooted in people's hearts, are easy to keep in mind. Jiang Yuan also has her own ideas, and it is unlikely that she will be monitored. However, there are some things you have to guard against. The world has changed. Not just the weather, people's hearts, but other things. For example, the gray snow a few days ago was really incredible. Even if some of them have bad intentions, they are not necessarily fake. But now that there are internal and external troubles, everyone is suspect. She couldn't be sure, so she couldn't alert the enemy. From now on, beware of everyone around you. After a few people dressed up, they went down with buckets, pots and shovels. In fact, there is still a lot of ice at home. This is just a cover. The whole show needs to be done. Moreover, he didn't bring a shovel, just to avoid attracting attention. In ordinary urban households, few people have this tool, especially for buildings. Everyone has no land at home and cannot use them at all. However, this is perfect for removing snow and ice. It is inevitable that someone will want to come and borrow it. The three of them are all girls, so naturally they belong to a vulnerable group and are easy to bully. However, the spatula at home is different. Basically everyone has one, and it's pretty useless to work with. While not being watched by everyone, you can also protect yourself. The three of them went downstairs cautiously, taking advantage of this opportunity. Jiang Yuan also carefully observed all the stairs going down. Nothing was discovered, except for extremely hidden cameras. When we got downstairs, the cold wind was biting, and the snowflakes were floating down in big flowers. In one breath, his head turned white. The three of them did not wear disposable raincoats, but just wrapped their heads with plastic bags. There are many people down there who do this, and it's not out of the ordinary. Song Yi and the others were nearby, but Jiang Yuan did not go there. We ran toward building No. 12, where we could see the detailed situation ahead. There are also 4 people here to get ice, and they have already broken the ice. Seeing someone coming, the man below asked, "Do you also want to get ice? You can come down and get it." "Really? Thank you." She was very surprised by this kind of kindness, and the surprise in her tone was fake. The 3 people went down happily. The pit here was not very big, only about 30 centimeters. Several people took shovels and dug twice symbolically. I found that I couldn't dig it out at all. Fortunately, Fan Qing brought a fruit knife, which could lift it somewhat. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. "You definitely can't do this. That boring one." Jiang Yuan felt miserable instantly. Her tone filled with helplessness. "Ah? What should we do? We didn't know the ice was so thick. There are no sharp things at home." "Alas. How about this? Come here and do it with us. There are 2 brooms over there. You can help sweep away the fallen snow. When these are filled, we will fill the buckets for you." The 3 of them came down with buckets, 1 for each of them. "Okay. Thank you very much." Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian took brooms and began to sweep away the snow. Jiang Yuan pretended to step forward to help pick up the ice. Those ice cubes that are knocked off should be quickly picked up in the container and then covered. "Brother, you have been down here for a while, and you have done so much." The boy who greeted the 3 of them should be young from the sound of his voice. As for what it looks like and what the specific situation is, we can't see it. Those who came out only had 2 eyes exposed. "Well, it's been almost an hour since we came out. We came down yesterday. This snow is not easy to clean up. We really met good people. Otherwise there would be so much snow. But there would be nothing we could do." When she said this, the man became happy and started talking. "Sister, you are not from our building, right? I don't think I have ever seen you." "Yes, we are in the building next door. Seeing everyone coming to get ice, we came down." The man didn't say anything. He was just talking. "Then you came out really late." "We came down because our stomachs were not feeling well 2 days ago, and we waited until it was almost healed. This snow water can really kill people." When Jiang Yuan heard this, she knew there was a way. "Yes, we are also in poor health, so we didn't come down. By the way, brother, how did the people in your building know that the snow was not good?" Jiang Yuan seemed casual, but in fact she kept staring at him from the corner of her eye, fearing that she would miss even a tiny bit. "Our neighbor said that everyone was upset at the time, so we stopped the snow water with the intention of giving it a try. Sure enough, it got a little better, and then more and more people were digging ice downstairs. And they came downstairs." Jiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "He didn't mention Hui Shui. Could it be that he didn't know? By the way, did anyone notify you?" A rhetorical question brought her back to reality immediately. "No, it was our neighbor downstairs who said that ice was being dug downstairs, and he came down to take a look, knowing that the snow water was not drinkable. He kindly told us, otherwise we wouldn't have known. So that's how it is." No wonder. They were true to their word, and after filling their own, they helped the 3 of them fill the buckets. Sister, do you want me to help you take it back?" Chapter 235 Yi Mianmian's Cleverness. The man suddenly blocked their way, and Jiang Yuan immediately became alert. "No need to bother. We can take these things back ourselves. Thank you for today." "Ha. I really don't want to make everyone look bad in front of so many people. It's nothing. We have nothing to do anyway. By the way, are you 3 from the same family?" "Oops. This is where I started to find out their information. Yes, we are from the same family. It's okay. Let's leave first." Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing also carried buckets. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. It is better to leave as soon as possible. "Sister, we have to come down to get ice tomorrow. You guys probably won't be enough. Come along then." "Okay. Thank you very much." It seems that these people still have some scruples and want to take a long-term view to catch big fish. Jiang Yuan knew that there would definitely be no problem today. They looked ahead, and there were figures of people, probably from the buildings ahead. Now, everyone in the community knows this. so it should be a fact. Jiang Yuan wanted to leave, but another boy next to him suddenly stood up. Sister, why don't you come up with us? My brother will treat you to instant noodles. Hey, the temptation of this instant noodles is not small. However, she hates instant noodles the most. In her previous life, it was because of instant noodles that her life was worse than death. Ha ha. You can keep it for yourself. Why? We are so helpful, and you don't give us any face at all. Jiang Yuan squinted her eyes. But Yi Mian had already come over and pushed him directly. The ground was covered with ice, and the man lost his center of gravity and fell down. I see, the man exclaimed, obviously angry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I was walking in a hurry just now. I accidentally slipped and bumped into you. I'm sorry. You don't look at it. It's really... Although the man was angry, there was nothing he could do. There are a lot of people around here. If they take the initiative to admit their mistakes, can he still refuse to forgive them? Jiang Yuan cast an approving look at Yi Mian and quickly stood over. Fan Qing was already on top of the pit and quickly reached out to pull them both. Then let's leave first. After saying that, he left with the bucket without looking back. Song Yi and others also saw them over there. Jiang Yuan signaled and went back first. Oh my god! I was scared to death. Fortunately, Sister Mian reacted quickly. Fan Qing was still frightened and patted his chest, feeling like he was surviving a disaster. Let's talk after we get up. Jiang Yuan spoke, and several people began to climb the stairs. When they reached the 15th floor, Song Yi and others caught up with them. Give it to me. He couldn't help but take the bucket from Jiang Yuan's hand. The other two boys followed suit. On the 20th floor, Zhang Kaiyang and others went home, and then went to gather upstairs. The electric heater in Song Yi's house is always on, so the little one can't get too cold at home alone. Jiang Yuan also needed to go back and clean up for a while. The snowflakes were so big that even a plastic bag couldn't save them. Apart from anything else, a lot of snow fell on my body, and after shaking it off, I also needed to deal with the water damage. When Jiang Xingji saw that his daughter was back, he quickly came over to ask about the specific situation. Why are you so anxious? You didn't notice how cold your daughter is. Go and get a glass of hot water. Hey, I'll go right away. It's okay. Mom, I'm going to change clothes first. Where is Xiaonuan? Sleep. Go over and be gentle. Good. After changing her shoes at the entrance and going back to change her clothes, Jiang Yuan drank another large glass of honey water before she recovered. You didn't come back for lunch. Are you hungry? Can I order some noodles for you? No. Mom, let's eat together later in the evening. When Jiang Xingji saw this, he quickly went to get small fish, beef jerky, and konjac snacks. Daughter, if you don't want to eat, just eat some snacks to cushion your bed, and ask your mother to prepare something delicious for you tonight. This one was not rejected. By the way, I saw you were not with Xiao Song and the others when you went down? Yes. Jiang Yuan also told them the situation of going down, and the two people directly concealed the fact that they were making things difficult for them. The two of them were relieved. At least they knew the cause and effect. Okay, I'll go next door to discuss something. We'll talk about it later. Jiang Yuan went out directly. She just ate 2 beef jerky, and her mouth was full of happiness. By 2102, the rest of the group had arrived. She was the closest and was actually the last to arrive, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Tell me about today's discovery. Song Yi had no ink marks, nor did he point out why they also went out. Both girls looked at Jiang Yuan, obviously waiting for her to conclude. Then let me tell you. This is the result of my dad's observation today. Take a look. Song Yi took it and glanced at the numbers above. The time and specific circumstances were listed. He was very serious. Today we felt that it was a bit weird that everyone went out to get ice. It has only been a few days, but everyone seems to know about it. This reminds us of what Sun Yan said before about the connection between building management and building management. Several men said nothing and looked at her with a good look. I think they should still disseminate information through some kind of media, such as drones. Zhang Kaiyang was hesitant just now, but upon hearing this, he was immediately relieved. Well, so you went down to inquire about information? Otherwise, Song Yi is a leader. He can always grasp the key points. That's right. We went down and found out that the people in Building 12 also heard about it from their neighbors. This neighbor is most likely the surviving building manager. or someone related to the building manager. The reason why we are worried about this issue is that we are afraid that all our actions will be closely observed by others. In that case, we are extremely unsafe. It's like there are leftovers everywhere on the plate. But there is a piece of fat in the middle, and it will be a matter of time before it is targeted. Yes, but there shouldn't be that many people in other buildings. Even if drones are used to deliver messages. We haven't encountered them in so long. Kai Yang found it unbelievable. And there wasn't any clue. So he didn't want to believe it. Drones are just an example. It could be other media. As for the community, there is definitely a news network that we don't know about. Think about it. We didn't tell too many people that day. It turns out that it has only been a few days, and all the news that snow water is inedible has been known. I just saw someone taking ice in front of Building 9. This is definitely not an exception. Jiang Yuan's expression was very serious. This kind of thing was not a joke at all. Oh my god! Wouldn't it be very dangerous for us to be under surveillance at any time? Chapter 236 Ambush. You can say that. But if we keep it a little secret, there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, in this situation, weapons and fists can definitely hold up half the sky. Yes, this is indeed a problem. And it is a big problem. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi and asked about their results. Fan Yao went down and never came back. Uncle didn't see him here either. As he said that, he took the record book over. If he really didn't come back, that would be a little unreasonable. There were no footprints going to other buildings on the road. She could only have gone to building No. 12. But what was she going to do there? She was still alone. And she didn't know anyone there. Fan Qing was a little confused. He always felt that many things recently were strange. Yes, she went alone. And the little dragon is still at home. We will continue to monitor her to see when she will come back, and if there is anything unusual. Well, I told my dad. He will continue to observe. Don't worry. Song Yi nodded. For some reason, everyone couldn't help but become nervous when they saw his serious face. Today, someone also went down from the 8th floor, got some ice, and went back directly. We need to find a way to find out their truth. Yes, in this situation, it's impossible not to know how many people are in the family. Moreover, it is very important to have any weapons or tools that can be used. But how can we get in? They are not easy to mess with. What Kian was talking about was the actual situation. And several people couldn't help but be silent for a moment. It's okay. It's a fox. It will definitely show its tail. On the contrary, I think we should not act too hastily. Sometimes, the more you ignore it, the better your chances of winning. Song Yi agreed with this. What Jiang Yuan said makes sense. Calm down. We are neither too many nor too few. If you want to win with the least damage, then defeat them one by one. Liang Kong remained silent. But he listened carefully and had his own thoughts at this moment. Well, I think it's the same. There aren't many people in our building. There is no need to be too nervous. 1202 is our main target now. The people on the 8th floor are observing. And if you find the right opportunity later, it's best to finish it in one pot. What do you think? The rest of the people nodded. That is to say, we must start with 1202 now. Zhang Kaiyan was a little angry, and his tone became more and more contemptuous. That Xiaolong is not a man. He is shy in front of others. He doesn't dare to take revenge after such a big thing happened. What a coward. Fan Qing rolled his eyes at him angrily, always feeling that this man was being petty. If he goes, it will not be revenge, but death. Would such a person do such a stupid thing? I didn't tell him that he must go. Zhang Kaiyan muttered in a low voice. Fan Qing stopped talking to him, and Jiang Yuan also fell silent. I thought that if there was danger, the people on the 8th floor would definitely come out. Several people looked over, but she did not continue. Don't worry. Just go back and think about it. You can't move them anyway. In fact, she was observing the people in front of her. If there was no problem with everyone, it would be Amitabha. If there is a problem, she will not be merciful. Today's exchange had no results, and everyone went back one after another. Jiang Yuan deliberately walked at the end, and then followed Song Yi back to 2102. What's wrong? Song Yi, are you worthy of my trust? Her eyes were sincere, looking at him neither humble nor arrogant, even though the man was a head taller than her. However, there is no fear in the momentum. Since you have chosen me, you must believe in me. Jiang Yuan pursed her lips slightly and actually laughed. Okay, then have fun cooperating. The reason why she chose Song Yi was because his abnormality at the beginning made her trust him enough. Moreover, this person has strong abilities and good understanding. She didn't want to do dangerous things with a weak-minded person. How do you want to do it? The two of us will guard together. I don't believe Fan Yao won't come back. Go and block her. Frequently traveling between buildings 12 and 13. She definitely has her own little secret. It's also the only meaningful thing they can do at the moment. If the two of them quarreled, does that mean that if she went to building 12, she would not come back? Yes. Indeed. Then why are you so insistent? Song Yi, do you believe in the sixth sense? This time, it was his turn to be confused. Jiang Yuan was very confident. She stretched out her hands and pointed at herself and then at him. A woman's sixth sense must not be distrusted. In the evening, Song Yi was on duty at home, and Jiang Yuan slept in her clothes. She also had to monitor, but only after 5 o'clock, leaving the rest of the time to him. While I was drifting off to sleep, the intercom suddenly rang. Jiang Yuan, get up quickly. Wake up. Is it time yet? She thought it was her turn to take up the job. No. Please wake up. Someone has gone out. It might be Xiaolong. What? Jiang Yuan jumped up and sat up from the bed. It's coming. It's finally coming. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. A minute later, she arrived in 2102's living room. Don't worry. We're heading to building 12. Let's go out and have a look too. Good. Song Yi meant to go directly downstairs. The two of them would definitely talk on the way. But Jiang Yuan disagreed. It was so cold on the road that her tongue was frozen when she spoke, so she couldn't say anything. Let's go directly to 1202. Song Yi didn't expect this woman to be so courageous, but she still felt a little appreciative of her. The two moved quickly and reached the 12th floor directly. One guarded the lock, and the other went to pick the lock. This was a Class C lock, and it was quite difficult. It took a lot of effort to open it. Song Yi took the lead and went in first to check and make sure there was no problem before letting Jiang Yuan in. The layout of this house is exactly the same as in 2002. He should live in this house. The quilt is not folded, so we are just waiting here. This is the master bedroom, which leads to the living room. The two of them chose to stay on the balcony. If nothing else, most people wouldn't come here when it's so cold. Moreover, there is really nothing here. Just a lot of rags and rags. Here, the curtains are also drawn, and they are hiding, so there is no problem at all. After finding the correct position, the two stopped talking. Song Yi held the telescope, and he still had to see what was going on underneath. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally movement. It's two people who came back together. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I feel like I've been raped. Quick. Hide it. Chapter 237 Leaving and Being Discovered. Jiang Yuan was so excited that she directly pulled Song Yi over. In fact, because he was chattering, he didn't put away the telescope quickly and gave him a fierce look. This feeling is very novel, but Song Yi doesn't reject it very much. Two people were hiding on the left side of the balcony, where there were two things similar to chests of drawers. If they wait for people to come over, they can still squat down, which is really a perfect place to hide people. The two of them put everything away and waited quietly. Song Yi was very tall, and they were so close that they could even hear his dong 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 heartbeat. However, Jiang Yuan's attention was on the door and did not care about this. After a few minutes, the entrance door opened. The sound was not very quiet, probably because no one was up in the building, and the two of them didn't pay attention. Xiaolong sat directly on the sofa, took out a lighter, and lit the candle on the coffee table. In an instant, the whole room emitted a soft light. Jiang Yuan was frightened to death and quickly moved inside. Fortunately, the two people's attention was not on the balcony at all. Quick, baby. Show me what they gave you. Huh? Now you know how to call me baby. Xiaolong's voice became flattering, with a slightly flattering tone. Baby, didn't I pick you up early? Let me see what they gave you. Fan Yao was a little angry, and her tone was not very good. What can it be? Instant noodles and hot and sour noodles. Boring. As he spoke, there was the sound of something being placed on the coffee table. Oh, this is good stuff. Thank you for your hard work. My dear. That's right. They are so outrageous. There are actually two of them today. It's really frustrating for me. Damn. Why does this conversation feel a little off? Before he had time to think too much, Xiaolong immediately became concerned. What? Two people actually gave me this little thing. They are really too much. Good baby. I must try harder next time. And next time. I tell you. Just rest your mind. I won't be able to go again. Good guy. These two people must be using Fanyao to do business. Damn. Shameless. Men are really big pig's hooves. Sensing the killing intent in her eyes, Song Yi was a little confused. But Jiang Yuan didn't look at him. And he didn't speak. I won't go. I won't go. My dear. You've worked hard. Those people are nothing. Does it hurt? Husband. Give you a kiss. Oh my god. This is a bit explicit. I didn't expect Fanyao to have such a good time. Oh. No. I'm tired. Let's go to bed early. Xiaolong still applied it reluctantly. Like a dogskin plaster. Oh. Honey. You are injured. Let me help you take a look. Let's go. I'm very gentle. It's not like you haven't tried before. Hate. The two people talked and started kissing. Then, all the way to the bedroom. A few minutes later, a blushing voice sounded. Only then did Jiang Yuan feel that something was wrong. This was nothing. Fanyao was really energetic. I thought that was about it. But I didn't expect that it was just the beginning. The screams and moans were louder than the others, which made her a little embarrassed. The same goes for Song Yi. This is too embarrassing. They came here to eavesdrop on secrets. But who knew they were forced to listen to these things? Now, it's neither walking nor not walking. It's embarrassing to the point of picking my feet. It took 2 hours for the battle between the two to end. Fanyao really didn't care. That voice made people's ears turn red. Song Yi's heartbeat accelerated a little bit. And she didn't know how to get better. Finally it stopped. And the two of them didn't dare to move. They just stood there. After about half an hour, Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the steady sound of snoring. She raised her head just as Song Yi lowered his head. Their eyes met, and they blushed instantly. He quickly lowered his head. He was so embarrassed. Jiang Yuan stretched out her hand and pointed at the door, signaling him to go out. Song Yi nodded and walked out first. He is outside, and can easily go out. The candles in the living room had been extinguished. Jiang Yuan carefully judged the surrounding obstacles based on the memory in her mind. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands stretched out and held her. Even through gloves, you can feel the other person's temperature. She did not break away or resist. Song Yi was in front, and the road had already been explored. If you follow him, you can still walk more smoothly. This is not the time to be pretentious. The two of them followed each other step by step, fearing that they would bump into something or wake up the two people in the room. After finally reaching the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yi gently turned the door lock, and with a click, the lock cylinder inside rebounded. Who? Damn it. Xiaolong actually woke up. 1 second ago, he was snoring loudly. Song Yi secretly screamed, opened the door, pulled Jiang Yuan and ran away. There was a click, and the door was closed. As soon as the two of them ran up 1 floor, the door opened, followed by the sound of cursing. The running was downwards, and it didn't go very far. Just 2 levels. Just as the scolding over there ended, she heard the door slamming, and Song Yi pulled her away quickly. Why are you going up there? Isn't it blocked by him? Hurry up. He needs to go back and get dressed. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that in such a short time, and in such an emergency, his emergency response ability was too strong. The two of them didn't dare to make too much noise, so they climbed up the steps together. When I passed the 12th floor, I was very nervous. Just as we reached the 13th floor, sure enough, the door downstairs opened again. Damn it. I have to kill you bastards today. Listening to the sound of gnashing teeth, I suddenly felt a little lucky. Song Yi urged and walked back quickly, and the two of them did not dare to stop. Before taking 2 steps, there was a sudden scream from downstairs, and Jiang Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. It wasn't until he reached the 21st floor and returned to Song Yi's house that he asked her what she had just done. Nothing. Just some beads placed on the stairs on the 10th floor. Therefore, the man ran down regardless and naturally fell down. Not to mention those who scolded my father and mother. I must think it was a group of people who did it. Lu Chao on the 10th floor has already left. There is no one on that floor, so the target of his suspicion will go down. Jiang Yuan blinked her big eyes and smiled like a little fox. Song Yi, someone is going to take the blame for us. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. Jiang Yuan didn't stay long. It was a bit late. Or in other words, it was almost dawn. She had to go back quickly to catch up on her sleep, as there would be some good shows to watch later. Sleep a little longer. If you have any news, I'll find out for you and tell you later. Good. This result was completely unexpected, but it was also reasonable. She loved this Henry-style ending. Chapter 238, Being Dragged In. After Jiang Yuan returned, she tidied up and went to bed quickly. Oops. This night was a torment. I also saw that kind of thing with Songy. It was incredible. No matter. Go to sleep. Shan Wan did not follow her, letting her mother take care of her. When she went out, Qin Yu was aware of it. But when she got up, her daughter had already gone out. After hearing the news of his return, she didn't ask any more questions. The world today is so terrible. Even if you don't take the initiative to provoke others, it doesn't mean that others will let you go. Jiang Yuan is not that kind of bad girl. She has her own rules for everything she does. Both she and Jiang Xingji are very at ease. Therefore, I didn't call her when I got up in the morning, so it would be okay to sleep a little longer. Xiaoling came over to teach Xianyuan as usual. When Jiang Yuan woke up, get out of class was about to end. I learned a new children's song today, and the living room was full of laughter. It gave her the illusion that she was still living in a civilized age. Mom, are you awake? The little girl called her sweetly, with a happy look on her face. Wake up. Go ahead and don't worry about me. As he said that, he sat down next to him. The carpet is fluffy and very comfortable. In the past 2 days, Xiaoling's complexion has improved a lot. She had diarrhea before, so she made brown sugar water for everyone to drink. Later, after she recovered, she thought it might be the brown sugar. I made an exchange with Jiang Yuan. She went to class for a week, and she was given no food but a bag of brown sugar. There are a lot of them at home, and there are also a lot of them in the space. Of course she agrees. It's okay. It's time today. Jiang Yuan, after you finish your meal, go down and take a look. Go down. Sensitive nerves were immediately alarmed. What's wrong? I heard that there was a fight on the 8th floor. Xiaolong from 1202 passed by. I don't know why. However, when people discovered Lao Wu's things there, they suddenly became red-eyed. I'll go. Sleeping will delay things. Didn't Songy say that he would wake her up? What's going on? What happened next? The little dragon is noisy and very smart, but he just doesn't come into the house. We all heard it, and Liang Kong and Kai Kai Yang went down to see it. After scolding them for a long time, they finally let them drag them into the house. As if, speaking of the latter part, she was a little scared and even raised her head to take a peek at Jiang Yuan. It seems that he didn't come out. She was aware of the events on the 8th and 12th floors, although she had not participated in them recently. However, Liang Kong would tell her every day when he went back that it's probably more serious than bad. Jiang Yuan sighed. Although this little dragon was impulsive, he also had a brain. He chose to curse at the door so that he could escape at the critical moment. However, he forgot that people nowadays have nothing to worry about. Even if you kill him directly and be seen by many people, I guess no one will say anything. Watching with cold eyes is just to protect yourself. Oh, it should be. The two of them came back later. Xiaoling's meaning was obvious, and Jiang Yuan also knew it. That is, she didn't run away. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Good. He said goodbye to her quietly and obediently. Although the two children saw each other every day, they still reluctantly said goodbye. Jiang Yuan didn't go out either. This matter has become a foregone conclusion. It's the same whenever you want to understand. Qin Yu made him pot for her at noon, which was the large ham given by Yu Nian before. They didn't eat much, and there was still a lot left. The side dishes are the same as before, with a lot of shredded kelp specially added. A big pot of fragrant white rice is simply delicious. Daughter, eat more meat. Okay. Mom, you can eat too. You don't have to keep pinching me. Qin Yu picked up vegetables for her and Xiaowan at the same time. Daughter, how do I feel? What I cook is not as delicious as what you cook. The green vegetables you made are crisp and crisp. Why am I so wilted? Well, she used fresh vegetables, so of course it's different. Mom, did you take it out in advance and put it on? Yes. I'm afraid that the soup will be boiled watery, and the alcohol will be wasted. Jiang Yuan was secretly happy. With her excuse, this crisis could be considered safely passed. That's it. I always bring ice to the pot. So this is all. Well, next time. Just let me do it, And you don't have to worry about it. Qingyu nodded, didn't say anything, and concentrated on choosing meat for Xiaonuan. This child didn't eat any fat meat. When she cut it, she got a lot of pure lean meat. Daughter, Xiaoling also told you just now that that boy went down. If he doesn't come back, then the little girl will be the only one left downstairs. Will she come to find Kaiyang and the others? Jiang Xingji's worries are very possible, but she doesn't dare to guarantee what the situation will be. I don't know, but Fan Yao will definitely not be alone. As for coming to find Fan Qing, it should be impossible for her to come over. If she really comes over, it will be over, and it will never stop. After spending the past 2 days together, everyone knew that Fan Yao felt sorry for her. It is very possible that she will find another man to cling to. Li Qianyu is probably one of her candidates. And the people in 1501 are not easy to mess with. In this situation, it's not easy for this girl. Alas, what a world. Qingyu sighed, always feeling a little sad. It's true. Mom, don't worry. In this world, no one can control anyone. I know. Daughter, don't worry. I won't be soft-hearted. As long as our family is well and you and Xianwan are not sick or in trouble, the others have nothing to do with us. Even though I say that, I won't be soft-hearted. Don't worry. Jiang Yuan had shown her so many doomsday movies, and if she wasn't touched at all, she would be blind. Mom, I'm so happy that you think so. The situation in the future is expected to be even worse. Look at how many households are left in our building. If we had been soft-hearted, we wouldn't be alive now. This is not alarmist. Qingyu also understands. When I first came here, I was worried that others would see me when I was shopping. The elevators don't stop all day long. Now, there are only a few households. And except for those who left, most of the people are gone. They have been able to survive until now because they took advantage of the materials. Of course, Jiang Yuan was busy taking care of things. And she saw it. Who says it isn't? The world has changed and everything has changed. When Jiang Xingji saw what she said, he couldn't help but comfort her. Okay, it's useless to think about that. Let's take care of ourselves and consider ourselves lucky. Chapter 239. Please come to your door. The family cheered each other on again before giving up. Although I said there was no rush, I still had to ask about the specific situation. This matter can be regarded as a little secret between Songyi and him. So I went to him directly. Unexpectedly, this man was leisurely making tea at home. Where did this tea table come from? It's so domineering. In fact, she wanted to ask why she hadn't seen it before. I've had it for a long time. I just haven't taken it out yet. Come and have tea. Jiang Yuan was not polite, and sat directly on the small stool next to her. Song Yi's movements were smooth and fluid, making tea and ironing cups. Coupled with his cool temperament, he also had a noble feeling. A cup of tea was handed over. Jiang Yuan picked it up and asked before taking it in her mouth. A light fragrance comes and lingers in your mouth and nose. Do you know what happened downstairs? Well, he went to the 8th floor and was taken care of. Dead yet? She asked straightforwardly. Song Yi poured the tea without looking up. Can't survive tonight. That is, how can those people on the 8th floor be so kind-hearted if they are still alive now? Don't kill him directly. It's been a long day, and there's always some fun to be had. What the HL? These people are so mean-spirited. I silently sympathized with Xiaolong for 3 seconds. It was really relenting? Song Yi glanced up at her and said something absently. How could it be? His hands are not clean either. If he is still doing that kind of thing with Fan Yao, if he is allowed to live, nothing will happen later. What she said was true. This man deserved his death. The same goes for the group of people on the 8th floor. None of them are good. The most important thing is that their interests have been threatened. And this matter must be dealt with. Jiang Yuan. The snow is about to stop. And everything should be over. There was something in his words. But on the surface, it was breezy. He looked up and looked out the window. One corner of the curtains was closed. The snowflakes really slowed down a lot, flying all over the sky. Okay, I'll listen to you. She put the cup down. Even if she had reached some consensus. Let's go downstairs and watch the show. Watching a show. Now? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Isn't it all over? What other dramas can we watch? However, despite having doubts, I followed him out. As soon as we reached the corridor, we heard movement downstairs. It was Fan Yao who came over. She glanced at Song Yi and saw that this guy was actually amazing. Ching Ching. Please, Go and have a look. Xiaolong hasn't come back. I really don't know what to do. When she reached the 20th floor, she happened to see Yin watching a show. What's going on? Shameless. Come here and beg Fan Qing to save people. Good guy. There is nothing this person can do. However, this Fan Yao is indeed unlucky. Or has bad vision. No one can be trusted when it comes to people he likes. I told you. I don't owe you anything. I'm really speechless. Why do you still have the nerve to come to me? Fan Yao cried so hard that she looked really pitiful. Qing, I was wrong before. Please help me. I really have no choice. Now I'm the only one left, and I can't save him. You have many people and weapons. Please help me. Please. Her words were sincere. And she probably knew that the days ahead would be difficult. Sorry. Don't think too much about it. We won't meddle in your own business. If you're not meddling, I'll reward you. Can you do it with rice? Let me go. This man still has rice at home. It seems that old Wu did leave a lot of property behind. I don't care. You can go find someone else. With that said, he pulled open Yang and prepared to leave. Qing, don't go. Just take pity on me. I really have no choice. Li Tianyu is gone. And Xiaolong is gone too. How can I live? Having said this, Fan Qing sighed. She really didn't understand that this Fan Yao had always been like a daughter flower and had never been independent. It's not like you can't move your hands and feet. So why are you dependent on others? You can't live on your own. Fan Yao, I really look down on you. Ever since I was little, I have been crying and crying, but I have never done anything serious. Me? I can't do it myself. Fan Yao was suddenly confused. She was living alone in such a cold weather. There are so many dangers out there. How is this possible? What's wrong? Everyone is gone, and you are still like this. You deserve to be unable to stand up. In their hometown, it is said that men cannot stand up and hold up a family. He will be bullied by various people in the same village. And life at home will not be easy. Kiong, who had been listening, also helped Fan Qing speak. What Qing said is correct. Since you have something to eat, you won't die. Relying on others is never as practical as relying on yourself. Having said that, you can think about it for yourself. We will leave first. Also, don't bother us again in the future. We all know what you did to Qing. Next time, we won't be so polite. Do you understand? His threat was conclusive. Fan Yao was stunned and unexpectedly nodded. Let's go. Good. The two left sweetly, which seemed out of place compared to her own despair. Fan Yao did not leave immediately. She stayed here for about 10 minutes before wiping away her tears, getting up and leaving. Several people ran to Song Yi's house to use the heater. You are all out. Who is on duty today? Jiang Yuan thought about this problem and suddenly became a little nervous. Although this record is not very effective, I have to stick to it. Don't worry. Xiaoling is at home. She is watching. Oh. All right. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. You all know what happened this morning. I don't know what stimulated this little dragon to dare to challenge him. Seeing this, Liang Kong also took up the topic. I heard him cursing, as if someone from the 8th floor had passed them on the 12th floor. It was probably his idea. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Jiang Yuan glanced at Song Yi secretly, but neither of them spoke. The 8th floor was really wrong this time, but the people on their side just didn't say anything if they didn't know. And it didn't matter if they continued to misunderstand. Now, can we use this as an excuse to go there? Liang Kong said, looking around and watching everyone's reactions. It's not necessary. Brother Liang, Qing has already drawn a clear line with her. We don't owe her anything, and it has nothing to do with us. Kai Yang thought he was trying to help Fan Yao. Of course, it also depends on Fan Qing's face. No, brother. I mean, let's go down and use this reason. Saving people is not important. The main thing is to explore the reality over there. Chapter 240 left alone. Hey, what a great idea. I didn't think of it. As he said this, he became visibly excited. It has always been in their plan to inquire about the specific situation on the 8th floor. Isn't this a good opportunity? Yi Minyan also nodded, and Jiang Yuan also thought it was good. Liang Kong is right. We can't waste this opportunity. Okay, let's go there during the day tomorrow. Song Yi said something and obviously agreed. As for why it's daytime tomorrow, that's because everything that should happen has happened. For them, it was a blessing to have one less safety hazard. By the way, The Chinese New Year is almost here. When spring comes, the ice and snow will melt, and our life will be easier. Kai Kai Yang sighed. Jiang Yuan didn't know what would happen in the future, and she also had a vague expectation in her heart. Yes, when the weather becomes normal, we will drive out for a trip together. At that time, you can camp in the mountains and set up tents. Liang Kang's eyes were full of little stars. Before this happened, his life was nourishing and rich. Have a decent job and a stable income. The family is harmonious and beautiful. There is no pressure, and it is simply not too comfortable. The expressions of the remaining people changed in different ways, and they obviously had different understandings of the Chinese New Year in spring. It was agreed that tomorrow we would go to the 8th floor to find trouble and everyone would disperse. At the end, Jiang Yuan stopped Yin Yin Yin. The two of them were now in the corridor on the 21st floor, looking at the snow downstairs. Yin Yin, I see that you have been much better these past 2 days. If anything happens, you must remember to come to me. If I can help you, I will definitely help. To say it is much better is just to save face. It is not easy to recover from the loss of the only family member we have relied on for so many years. In addition, Grandma is her support, even though she is usually the one making money to support the family. When she comes back, she has hot meals. No matter how late I work, it feels like there are people waiting for me at home. What's the difference? Grandma is the anchor of their family. This is also the reason why she didn't tell her this a few days ago. Time can dilute everything, but it must be long enough. Sister Yuan, I'm fine. Don't worry. I know you promised Grandma to take care of me. I'm very grateful to you. She smiled bitterly. Recently, she always kept herself busy and tried not to think about those things. Jiang Yuan paid special attention to her, and she knew it. When her grandma was dying, she told her that she must follow Jiang Yuan and follow her lead. Although she doesn't know why, she will definitely be obedient. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed and reached out to tuck the strands of hair on her forehead behind her ears. Yin Yin, I know you are sad, and I also know that you are working hard just to make Grandma leave peacefully. The world has changed, and we live surrounded by danger every day. This means that you must grow up. Even if you are unwilling, there is nothing you can do. Do you understand? I understand. Sister Yuan, I can figure it out. You don't have to worry about me. If anything happens, I will tell you. Okay, then go back and have a good rest. I don't want to say too much. At this time, no one knows whether tomorrow or the accident will come first. Yi Minyan is fine. At least on the surface there is no problem. In addition, she is not a fragile person. So if she wants to survive for a long time in the end of the world, these are necessary. When I got home, my mother was sewing and wearing reading glasses. Seeing her also brought a smile. Daughter, look at this hat. Do you like it? This is a black and gray fur hat. It is furry and looks warm. Where did this come from? She was a little curious and reached out to take it. It's the wolf skin you got back before. I think it's quite good. I got some cotton and made a hat for you and Xiaonuan. This one is wind resistant. Try it on for size. 2 wolves were divided among 4 families, and one family did not get a big piece of skin. It was just enough to make 2 hats. And Qingyu used them all for her and her daughter. Mom, I have a hat. You can keep this and wear it. I don't want it. Don't look at it. It's ugly. It's warm. Try it now. Mom actually thought she felt ugly. Alright. Jiang Yuan picked it up and tried it on. There was thick cotton inside, and it was indeed very warm. That's great. Thank you, Mom. This kid is being polite to me. Qingyu scolded, lowered her head, and continued working. Her granddaughter's hat hadn't been finished yet, so she didn't have time to joke with her. Jiang Yuan felt warm in her heart. With her parents by her side, she was a treasure no matter how old she was. I turned around and went back to the room. I had nothing to do now, so I just went to work in the space. Before Xiaonuan woke up from her nap, she went to the bathroom first and then entered the space. To save my daughter from waking up, she would suddenly appear and be startled again. That's one thing about space that's bad. Wherever you go in, you come out. It would be perfect if it could move according to thoughts. However, you can't ask for too much. This is good enough. There is really a lot of open space inside now, and all the seeds planted before have sprouted. Jiang Yuan started plowing the ground again, pulling out the denser seedlings and planting them in open areas. There are too few seeds now, so we have to use them sparingly. When the first crop of grain is harvested, she will stay here so that the whole yard can be planted. It makes me excited just thinking about it. In addition, various vegetables are growing well, especially the leafy vegetables, which are already extremely high because I haven't eaten them all the time. However, it is still juicy and tender, and does not look old at all. The same goes for other fruit vegetables that I planted before, and many of them have to be picked. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not be able to eat it when I get old, which would be too wasteful. She always felt that the things inside were better than those outside, can grow larger and more tender. After much thought, I still have to deal with these things, since everything at home was frozen. She froze the vegetables in the space as well. Anyway, she had collected so many refrigerators and freezers from the building materials and home furnishing city before. If you have food, your days will go smoothly. The hoe waved under his hand worked harder. After a while, a piece of land measuring 20 square meters was dug out. Jiang Yuan decided to use all this land to grow corn, because they are very tall. They are planted on the edge and will not block the view. Seeing that the time was almost up, I went to pick some fresh vegetables before coming out. It's still early, but Xiaonuan is awake. I had a good time playing with her today, but I have to go to the 8th floor tomorrow, and I don't have time. Chapter 241 Secretly Assassinating Chen Song. The next day, several people went down to the 8th floor at 10 o'clock. They arrived at 12:02 and wanted to call Fan Yao to increase the authenticity. However, after knocking for a long time, she didn't open it. I don't know if she is not at home, so I simply ignore her. When we got to the 8th floor, we opened our doors and started to fight in the front line. He cleared his throat and coughed twice on purpose. Then he started to call the door. Is there anyone at home? We are neighbors upstairs. There is something wrong. Can you open the door? Is anyone at home? He kept repeating it and kept knocking it back and forth with his hands. However, his movements were slow and unhurried, making it unclear what his purpose was. Finally, there was movement inside, and the door was opened. What are you doing? It's so early in the morning, and you don't want anyone to sleep. Sorry, neighbor. We are upstairs because my girlfriend. Get up and let me talk. Van Qing pulled Kaiyan away, looking anxious. I heard that you brought someone from the 12th floor to your room yesterday. He was my cousin's boyfriend. Let him come out. When the man heard that he was here to find someone, he immediately became vigilant, and his eyes changed. Kai Yang also hurried up to accompany Smiley. Brother, don't get me wrong. My girlfriend's cousin. I'm not at home today. Did she come over to your place to find someone? If she is here, let her come out. We are all worried. When he heard that he was looking for Fan Yao, the man obviously relaxed. No, she didn't come over. You can ask elsewhere. Liar. You caught her boyfriend. And she's not at home. If not here, where else could she be? The people on the 8th floor are so powerful that they cannot possibly not know that there is a woman in 1202. Even the relationship with Fan Qing is clear. At this moment, he was quite calm. Qing, everyone has said that if your sister is not here, you should stop making trouble. Who is making trouble? She is a girl. Where can she go? It's not like you don't know what the weather is like outside. It must be here. Kaiyan looked at the man in front of him with an apologetic look, not knowing what to say. Van Qing felt even more excited when he saw him like this. She must be here. Otherwise, do you dare to let me go in and take a look? With that said, he was about to go forward. The man obviously didn't expect that she actually wanted to force her way in, so he immediately gave up. What are you doing? What do you want? I just want to see if you have hidden my cousin. Explain. This person was difficult to deal with. Jiang Yuan pulled Yimian, and it was time for their women's army to come on stage. That's right. What's going on with you guys? Hand them over quickly. Yes. They all came to the door. And they still hid them. Did they do something bad? The three women, you and I, all confused him. Immediately afterwards, another person came out from inside. It was Lao Su. He actually showed up. He probably saw that the situation here was not good. People from the 20th and 21st floors are here, and they are afraid that they will not be kind. In order to appear crowded and increase her momentum, she forced Jiang Xingji to follow her down. Girl, we really don't have your cousin in our family. Don't worry. If not, why are you feeling guilty? Why do I feel guilty? Didn't I tell you that I didn't have it a long time ago? The man was a little unhappy, But Lao Su stretched out his hand to block it. Let me go in and look for them. They must be hiding people. The second half of Fan Qing's words was addressed to Kaiyang. Anyway, there is nothing that can be done today. Everything inside was clean. And Lao Su was not afraid. Okay. Then go in and look for it. Unexpectedly, he agreed so readily. Fan Qing entered aggressively, followed by Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian. The men were at the door. They didn't have the nerve to go in, or it would be too obvious. Zhang Kaiyang looked apologetic and hurriedly smiled. Brother, I'm really sorry. My girlfriend won't listen to me no matter what I say. Her cousin is gone, so she is really anxious. Sorry. Sorry. As he said this, he clasped his hands together as a gesture of thanks. It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Although he smiled a little, the smile didn't reach his eyes, and his scalp was numb when he looked at it. Fortunately, the three of us went together. If Fan Qing was alone, he really wouldn't dare to let her in. Besides, inside the house, the three people took a look in the living room and found nothing. I checked the 2 bedrooms, bathroom, kitchen, and even the balcony, and there was indeed no one there. She also opened the cabinet in the bedroom, but there was still nothing. When he came out, Fan Qing was still full of doubts. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian were very embarrassed and a little embarrassed. How's it going? Did you find it? Old Su said with a smile. And Fan Qing pouted, as if he was unwilling to be embarrassed. Not now. So did she come yesterday? No. Her boyfriend came over yesterday to play cards and went back in the evening. This is an explanation. I'm really sorry, brother, for disturbing you today. Kaiyang said and glared at Fan Qing. Go back quickly. It's embarrassing. What did you say? Fan Qing couldn't stand it anymore. And Jiang Yuan next to him couldn't stand it any longer. What did you say just now? There is no one now. How embarrassing it is. Okay, Dad, let's go back. I'm really speechless. As he said this, he looked really angry. Yi Mian and Jiang Xingji also went back. Song Yi and Liang Kong didn't say a word from beginning to end. At this moment, he also went upstairs dejectedly. Zhang hurriedly apologized a few more times, pulled Fan Qing, and left cursing. Several people went all the way upstairs and were in good condition. Jiang Xingji did not participate and returned directly to 2101. And the remaining people gathered in 2102. Look clearly. Apart from the 2 at the door, there are 5 people inside. 7 in total. Fan Qing reported his results, and Jiang Yuan nodded. She also saw 7 people. The 2 bedrooms each have a canopy bed, and the living room has 2 canopy beds. I see that all the beds have bedding. It doesn't look like they are empty. Well, she really didn't pay attention to this problem. So, you think there's another person over there? I'm not sure. Logically speaking, bunk beds that are not occupied by people must be empty or used to store things. But none of the beds were clean. They were all a little messy. She felt confused because even though the bed was unoccupied, there was still luggage. It should also be folded and neatly arranged. It's cold now, and heating is not enough. As soon as you enter the house, you have to hide under the quilt. Therefore, there must be no one folding the quilt. Not necessarily. What if there are 8 people inside and someone has an accident? Chapter 242 Who is the Undercover? It is also possible. Anyway, there are at least 7 people. At the time, he also wanted to see their other stuff. For example, if there are toiletries, basins, etc. How many sets there are. You can tell how many people there are. But if it is the situation mentioned by Kaiyang Zhang, there is no way to figure it out clearly. Fortunately, we are close to 10, so we still have an idea of the approximate number of people. It doesn't matter. It's almost like 7 or 8. In comparison, there are not many people on their side. There are 4 boys, 5 girls, 2 children and a dog. Brother Song, what should we do? What should we do? Song Yi shook his head. He didn't have a perfect plan now. Although there are many people here, their overall strength is not as good as those on the 8th floor. If you hit hard, there will probably be damage. If we act separately, I'm afraid there won't be a suitable opportunity. The people on the 8th floor are very cautious. We can't sit still and wait for death. Jiang Yuan's idea is very simple. Fan Qing's acting skills are indeed good today, but it is not difficult to be bored. If someone gets the upper hand, they might take the initiative to attack them. Jiang Yuan is right. We have been closely monitored these 2 days. Day and night. As long as the people on the 8th floor get down, our chance will come. Yes. If they go out in the past 2 days, we can be more relaxed. If that group of people comes together, our side is probably going to have a hard time. And the only way to defeat them is to defeat them one by one. Today, Jiang Yuan went in to take a look. Among the people inside, Lao Su is the oldest. The rest are all young and strong young men. If nothing else, they have a lot of strength. Moreover, if you are really a member of the transportation team, you will need to do loading and unloading on a daily basis. His physical strength is definitely better than that of ordinary people. By a huge margin. Okay. No problem. The snow has lightened up in the past 2 days. And I feel like they are about to start moving. When Yi Mian was on duty yesterday, a lot of people came down. Probably from the 8th floor. At least, you still have to live on ice. With so many people, water consumption is definitely not small. Liang Kong also thinks it is feasible. But there is still a practical problem that needs to be solved urgently. In this building, there are more than just people on the 8th floor. How can we tell the difference? Where are the rest? It doesn't affect it. Jiang Yuan guessed that some people had such doubts. Now when I go out, I want to put on 10 layers of clothes. And only my eyes are exposed. As long as someone goes down, we will be dispatched here. There is no one on the 12th floor now. Apart from our 4 families, there are only 1501, 0802, and the eldest sister of 1301. No need to say anything more. Just do it. The rest of the people nodded. When it comes to saving your life, you would rather kill by mistake than let go. Fan Yao was also very strange. She didn't know whether she didn't want to open the door or ran out again. If you don't stay well on the 12th floor, what can you do? Yi Mian thought that if she went with him today, the effect would probably be better. Speaking of this, Fan Qing also had a solemn expression. The other possibility is that he died. The few remaining people turned their eyes to her at the same time. This girl is really a blockbuster. But I really can't say for sure. It's such a cold day, and that person is lazy. He thinks about exploiting others all day long. What if they never come out? Kai Yang asked this question. But Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan. Then take action the day after tomorrow. She immediately understood the deeper meaning. If there was an informer among them, this test would reveal who it was. I agree. I agree. We have no problem here. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the rest of the people all agreed. And then, they went home and supervised them carefully. She walked last, made sure everyone had gone back, and then came back. What you said just now is because you suspect that there is an informer among our group. It's not that I doubt it. It's that there is no need to absolutely believe it. Jiang Yuan. At this time, I don't believe anyone except you. Forehead. She was really flattered that he actually believed her. Why? Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Song Yi suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the indifference of the past melted away. It's as sweet as sugar. Ha ha. Then you have to be careful. Okay. Nothing happens. I'll leave first. Jiang Yuan didn't want to talk to this person anymore. It felt weird when he talked. However, the situation on the 8th floor was still very difficult, and she had to quickly talk to Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu. Regardless of whether they are on duty or not, you should carefully observe the situation below when you have time. Who knows is better than knowing it yourself. Song Yi is right. No one is worthy of trust. Unless there are common interests. It is absolutely impossible to unite together. After I figured it out, I felt like everything was relieved. As for Song Yi's words just now, just treat him as having a seizure. After all, this person comes here every once in a while, so he is used to it. I got a lot of vegetables yesterday, and I'm going to eat dry pot shrimp tonight. Just use Guizzi's utensils, and it will be fun for everyone to eat together, without letting Qin Yu do anything. She ran to the attic and took a bag of shrimp from the refrigerator. I bought this before and packed it all away. 1 bag is enough for 1 meal. If it's too cold, remove it with water first. This doesn't require too many side dishes. The cauliflower was taken from Boss Ba's refrigerator. She also planted it. But it wasn't harvest time yet. The pimple has just grown, and you still have to wait. However, it is already more than twice as fast as ordinary vegetables. We also need celery and potato sticks, both of which are easy to find and are available at home. However, celery still needs space. It is fat and tender, While no one was paying attention, Jiang Yuan also took out some water, spinach, and rapeseed, which she had washed before. Now put it directly into the pot and blanch it. Then put it at the bottom. The cauliflower needs to be fried. And then start to heat the oil and stir-fry the shrimps. After a while, a large pot of fragrant and spicy shrimps came out of the pot. I didn't dare to add too much spicy food for fear of getting angry. I also served some for Xiaowan in advance. But they didn't have any chili. The family happily sat at the dining table to have lunch. It was said to be lunch, but it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now I wake up late and eat irregularly. She had to adjust her work and rest later. Qin Yu ate with gusto. Why do I feel that my daughter's cooking is so delicious? The vegetables are so tender. Ha ha. Mom, I'll just take it as a compliment from you. By the way, Xiaoling came over to teach Xiaowan today. Have you given her anything? Jiang Yuan laughed, trying to change the topic. What is it? You mean brown sugar? I didn't give it to you yesterday. Oh, I'm confused. Every day. Chapter 243, Attacking the People Downstairs. After finally changing the topic, Jiang Yuan didn't dare to say more. Listening to my parents talking about the food and clothing expenses at home, I felt a sense of ordinary happiness. She finished her meal quickly and went to the window to guard it. The effect of the telescope is good. Although the snow is heavy, it is very clear. It's just that the straight line distance is not very good, and I can't see the face. Anyway, if I see it, I can't tell who is who with so many clothes. It was a crowded time at this time, and there were probably 5 or 6 waves of people down there. Basically, they are all from Building 12. They seem to have come down in a group. It is not easy to be united at this time. She was bored and even a little sleepy. Jiang Xingji came to take her place. Just relax and unwind. That's not right. Girl, isn't there someone from downstairs? Where? Jiang Yuan, who was stretching, suddenly became energetic. She watched for such a long time, but didn't see anyone leaving as soon as her father came. What kind of magical luck is this? It was the same last time. Jiang Xingji quickly handed her the binoculars. Sure enough, someone really went out. And there were more than one. Wait, why did that group of people go directly into the crowd? Then the next second, they actually started fighting. She saw a man being knocked to the ground and then beaten. This was definitely planned. And it didn't look like it was accidentally knocked over. Dad, hurry up and call Sonny over. Okay. Jiang Xingji did not dare to delay and ran over to knock on the door. Sonny arrived in almost a minute and ran directly to the balcony. Look, the group of people were looking for someone downstairs, and then followed them to the next door. Just now, she noticed something was wrong. Not only did they attack others, but the rest also followed them, heading towards Building No. 12. It's definitely not friendly. After all, the tools used by those people to get ice are still there. It's the people on the 8th floor. They can't sit still. How many people went down just now? Sonny came over late, and several people had already passed by the building next door, but he didn't see them. It should be 6. As for whether there are people underneath, I don't know. I only saw 6. Jiang Yuan told him truthfully what she saw. Logically speaking, it belonged to at least 7 people. It is unlikely that they will stay at home. Could it be that someone came over in advance, just like us, to inquire about information and explore the road? I don't know. What did the people downstairs say? Song Yi's tone was very serious. People on the 20th floor were originally on duty today. When they went down, Liang Kong said that Xiaoling would be fine just by looking at it. But now, all the people below have left, and they haven't reacted at all. Isn't this a bit strange? For their convenience, Song Yi specially gave them his telescope. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Xingji didn't let Qin Yu open the door. He looked through the peephole before opening it. Zhang Kaiyang ran in eagerly and went straight to the balcony, followed by Liang Kong. Brother Song, you are indeed here. I just went to your house and knocked on the door, but no one answered. What's wrong? Song Yi asked casually without raising his head. Liang Kong said that everyone downstairs suddenly disappeared. What exactly? At this moment, Liang Kong was also a little embarrassed. I just had a bite of food, and when I went to put a bowl, everyone disappeared. I thought I might have gone back, but those people didn't take back the ice or tools they made. It doesn't matter if you don't take one, but many of them are thrown down, Liang Kong said, feeling a little anxious. He felt that things were definitely not that simple. Well, I understand. Go and call everyone up and come to my house. Good. Liang Kong did not dare to delay and took the initiative to inform him. Zhang Qiang was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Song Yi put down the telescope, looked at Jiang Yuan, and softened his attitude. Let's go there together. Good. Jiang Xingji thought for a while and followed him. He didn't know what everyone wanted to discuss, but the situation downstairs was too strange, and he didn't want to miss anything. He really didn't want Jiang Yuan to be under so much pressure, so he still had to take on some things. When you get to the next door, you still have to observe the situation outside at all times. Around 4 o'clock, the weather began to get darker, and the group of people finally came back. Look! It's the same as the original one. Jiang Yuan was holding a telescope and could see clearly, as if she had picked up a lot of things. In addition to supplies, there should be quilts, clothes, etc. The group returned upstairs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh my god! They won't rob the group of people downstairs, Yin Yanmian exclaimed, feeling a little unable to accept it, being so above board. Not only that, something should have happened. There were 6 of them when they went over, and now there are 5 of them coming back. No, 6. Song Yi corrected Jiang Yuan, leaving her stunned. 5. I counted. The man put down the telescope in his hand and said calmly, there is a person inside that quilt. The 4th person who came over is carrying it on his back. I saw the legs hanging next to him. Well, she really didn't pay attention. Now that she's back, there's no way to verify it. Does that mean someone is injured? Fan Qing asked back. If it is, then it proves that there is a conflict. Well, it should be. I'll go. The 12th floor is probably a bloodbath. These people are so aggressive. Zhang Qiang didn't expect that before they went to deal with this group of people. They actually took action first. The people on the 8th floor are too scary. What should we do? Or plan ahead? Yin Yanyan was really scared. If they went crazy, everyone in the building would suffer. I think it will work. If nothing else, Jiang Yuan supports this matter. Song Yi saw her expressing her stance and immediately stood up. Yes, but don't worry. We have to take a long-term view and hit the target with one blow. Everyone nodded. If this kind of thing fails, there will definitely be endless troubles. Let's wait until night. When they are fast asleep, these people will definitely be very tired from today's battle. Just in time to catch him off guard. Qiang spoke while making gestures, and even made a knife gesture with his hand. The rest of the people were thinking about the feasibility of what he said. Come and look. They're out again. What? Jiang Xingji shouted, and everyone ran over. But the curtains only opened a gap. Song Yi held the telescope, and the other one was given to Jiang Yuan by Jiang Xingji. The rest can only worry. Jiang Yuan saw that there was indeed someone downstairs. They were holding shovels, and actually shoveling snow. Chapter 244 Digging a Passage. Why are they shoveling snow? What do they want to do? Jiang Yuan already had some immature ideas in her mind. However, she wasn't sure. Look, it's heading towards the opposite side. Opposite are buildings 9, 10, and 11. What they did in the past was that they wanted to copy the misfortune on the 12th floor to every other building. Oh my god! What do they want to do? At this time, they still have to work now. Zhang Qiang was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. Jiang Yuan sighed and handed him the binoculars. The people on the 8th floor are a little abnormal, and they seem to be a little impatient. Did they know something? When this was mentioned, several people were confused. The first thought was the news network mentioned before. Are there really people who have the information? But everyone is watching day and night and can't find anything different. Doubts, confusion, and fear spread among these people. Now, the snow on the ground is very thick, at least more than 2 meters. If it hadn't been cleaned up before, the 7th floor would probably have been flooded now. Although there is still half of it now. It is very inconvenient to have to bend your waist to pass people. The speed of that group of people was surprisingly fast. After a while, it was almost 5 or 6 meters away. Brother Song, what should we do now? Song Yi also handed the telescope in his hand to Liang Kong next to him. He walked over to the living room, and the others began to observe the specific situation one by one. Jiang Yuan also came over. She was thinking a lot, but she just didn't know how to deal with it. Don't worry. If you guess correctly, They must be going to sweep the buildings, in addition to the 3 buildings above. It is estimated that the 8 buildings in front are also their targets. Let's wait while the mantis stalks the cicada. Fan Qing immediately answered, Huang Ke is behind. Brother Song, do you mean to wait until they are injured in other buildings before we go there? Correct answer. Song nodded, but didn't look at her, with a look on his face that said don't let strangers approach her. Now there are 5 people going down. And just now, there were 6 people. That proves that one person is really gone. And the last one is injured. Zhang Kaiong was a little excited. And Songy guessed everything else. That is, there is always one person who does not go out to guard the base camp or do other important things. After Jiang Yuan's analysis, Songy immediately reacted. So, it's him. Yeah, I think so too. Yi Mian and others were confused when they heard, Sister Yuan. What are you talking about? That's right. The person who didn't show up is probably a big boss. Saying this is the same as not saying it. However, Jiang Yuan and Songy both knew what it meant. The most terrifying thing about the collusion is not the charging wolves. Rather, there is no lethality behind it. Because he is a strategist, lives with his head, and is the soul of the entire wolf pack. Just like the person who is hiding now. I think we need to go to the 8th floor. Yes. Great. Hurry up. I can't stand it anymore. I feel like I'm going to go crazy if this continues. These people are simply too scary. It would be better to fight with a real gun or a real knife. That would be more exciting. Kaiong slapped the table. His blood was boiling. And he wanted to go back to get the weapon. Fan Qing held him down forcefully, with a look of helplessness on his face. Listen to what Brother Song said. Even if you are going, you must have a plan. If you are so dumbfounded and people can be so reassured, is it possible that you will not have any precautions? Don't be impulsive unless you want to die. Although it doesn't sound very good, every sentence makes sense. Qing is right. I also think there may be some backup tactics on the 8th floor. There is nothing wrong with us being careful. Brother Song, I'm sorry. I was rash. You can tell me when is the best time to go. I'll listen to you. Zhang Kaiyang's girlfriend is still very satisfied with his attitude. When they get busy and arrive at the other side, let's go over there. In this case, the time can be longer. Moreover, according to the speed of the people below, it is estimated that they will definitely reach the opposite building before 8 o'clock tonight. The current estimate is the straight line distance. When we reach the 2 buildings directly opposite, there will be no problem no matter how we get there. And it's going to be a lot faster. Kai Kaiyang and Liang Kong stayed. Jiang Yuan and others went back, and came to gather at 7 o'clock. In fact, everyone can also have dinner. Qin Yu knew about it, and hurriedly went to prepare. I had a late lunch today. Only at 6 o'clock. I didn't prepare anything else. Just porridge and side dishes. Focusing on simplicity. Jiang Yuan came over 10 minutes early. But Jiang Xingji did not come with her. After Zhang Kaiyang and Liang Kong went back to eat, Songy also made a bucket of noodles, and sat on the sofa. We're almost there. These people are really fast. Well, indeed. There is probably something big going on tonight. And we have to stay up late. Staying up late isn't scary. It's just that I'm afraid of having fun in vain. Songy, do you think that person could be Lao Su? He ate the ham sausage in his hand and said to her solemnly, I think so too. We are inseparable. Now, you must keep calm. You know, I've been waiting for such a long time. And I don't miss this little time. The rest of the people came over quickly. How's it going? Yi Mian was still very concerned and asked Jiang Yuan when he came up. It's okay. Just wait. When he turned around, he saw Yi Mian, who was fully prepared. Boy, this girl is really fast. Sure enough, at 7 o'clock, it was open over there. What's going on? They're actually back. Those 5 people actually came in the direction of Building 13. Don't be nervous. They need to replenish their strength and haven't had dinner yet. Well, let's go down and take a look. You may not know that I have a very good nose. Fan Qing said. Kaiyang also echoed. That's of no use. They just come back to eat. As for what we eat, even if we smell it, it has nothing to do with us. Fan Qing didn't think so. He was a little indifferent. Then we could also know whether they have really come back for dinner. Anyway, it's better than waiting here and doing nothing. It makes sense. Jiang Yuan supports it. I think it's okay. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with going down. We can also see if these people are prepared. Come on. Let's pretend to go to the house you had before on the 9th floor. We don't want everyone to go. Just a few of us will be fine. Song said so. He must be going. Along with Fan Qing, Kyong and Liang Kong. Chapter 245 Hunting Time. Shi and Yi Mian were responsible for continuing to observe upstairs. This is also very important. If there is any abnormal movement or other people have any abnormality, they can be discovered immediately. Several people started to take action. Each of them picked up the telescope and began to observe the situation below. Sister Yuan, do you think they can go down soon? Yi Mian was a little worried. In her heart. Besides Song Yi, Jiang Yuan was also reliable. I guess so. This group of people is a little abnormal. And they have to take action in such cold weather. It was as if he suddenly learned some news and was in a hurry. Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it during the day, which is not in line with Lao Tzu's character at all. In addition, digging this passage in a hurry always feels a bit confusing. Could it be that they knew the snow was going to stop and were afraid that it would be difficult to pass through later? So they did this? Hearing this, Jiang Yuan shook her head. I don't think it's possible. Now that we know the snow is going to stop, it's so difficult to go out now. It's better to wait until it stops completely before going out. It won't be much worse. Yi Mian patted his head and reacted. Yes, but why are they doing it? Well, who knows? The snowflakes are much smaller than the previous 2 days. And the snowflakes are also much calmer. If we continue to use it, it will be a little thicker. However, compared with the 2 meters or so of snow, it felt like a drop in the bucket. The two of them dared not relax for a moment and stared outside, never leaving their binoculars. There hasn't been any action there yet. A few people who went down have returned. Hearing the noise, the little one became excited. Song Yi opened the door himself without knocking. You're back. What's going on? Yi Mian couldn't wait to greet him, really wanting to know the specific situation. The same goes for Jiang Yuan. But there must be no one guarding this place. Liang Kong toasted at the electric heater and came over to replace Jiang Yuan. There's probably something big going on downstairs. They locked the doors at the stairwell upstairs. The 9th and 10th floors were locked. Huh? Are you on guard? Yi Mian was out of tune listening to it. It stands to reason that there are still people upstairs. By doing this, they cut off everyone's hope of going downstairs. Grandma, the mammary glands of melon-eating people are also mammary glands. Not only that, when we went down, we saw that they had poured water on the stairs, and there was a thick layer of ice. Even if you can open the door now, you have to be very careful when walking. If you don't say it well, you will slip. Slipped and then made a sound. In addition to attacking the enemy, you can also notify your own people. What a strategy! Oh my god. Has it come to this? The people on the 8th floor were guarding everyone. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling faintly uneasy in her heart. Yes. I smell a very strong smell of instant noodle seasoning. It's a quick meal. I want to finish it quickly. Just wait and see. There will definitely be other actions today. No one objected to Jiang Yuan's words. They all thought it should be like this. However, the defense on the 8th floor. The change from his usual low-key behavior is really confusing. The more this happens, the more you need to be prepared. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, her words were verified. Liang Kong waved excitedly, holding the telescope in his other hand without putting it down. Come out. Come out. Quickly. The remaining 5 people were excited and ran over quickly. Oh my god. He really came out. Swaggering, holding a shovel or something in his hand. This is a big piece and can be seen at once. As for the weapons that cannot be seen, there may not be anything there. There were only 2 telescopes, and several people took turns to look at them. The situation is not optimistic. This time, there are still 5 people passing by. There is still 1 person left at home, and that must be Lao Tzu. Brother Song, what should we do? Go down now. Zhang Kaiyang was still very excited and wanted to go down as soon as he came up. But the meaning was different. Wait a moment. They will definitely go to building 10 first. Let's wait until we get upstairs before we take action. At that time, the people who were out were busy working, and they probably wouldn't notice it for a while. Sure enough, building 10 is really the first choice, because the road passes directly through. You still need to continue to clean up if you want to go to other upstairs. Several people held their breath and looked over there, fearing that they would miss something. Go upstairs. Go upstairs, Taiyong said excitedly. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and motioned to give her the binoculars. although he was reluctant to give up. He did it because he knew that Jiang Yuan was Songyi, the middle school girl. He has courage and foresight, and is better than them. You don't know this by looking at it, and you're shocked when you look at it. That group of people must have locked their target before, and they should be on the 13th floor now. If they were to sweep the building, they wouldn't be that fast. The reason she knew was because the light was actually on in that room. The curtains were not even drawn. It was so blatant. From the looks of it, there must have been candles lit and a few flashlights shining. Next, Jiang Yuan saw a scene of outrage and resentment. The people inside the house should be resisting. Even if you want to run to the window to escape, the entrance door may be controlled. However, the windows were now frozen, and it took a lot of effort to open them even a little bit. Then, the man was dragged back. He held on to the window lattice tightly, but the result was not satisfactory. When they got to the back, they actually fought back, with crowds of people behind them. A pool of blood sprayed on the window, in stark contrast to the snow-white world. With the help of night vision goggles, the color was a bit black, and the original red color could not be seen at all. It turns out that red plus green turns out to be black. How ironic. It wasn't over yet. The window was actually pushed open a little further. Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat. Could there be anyone trying to escape from here? Looking at it with real bullets. Who knows this kind of feeling? The expected scene did not come. Instead, the person from before was thrown down. Then, the second time, she actually seemed to see the limb swinging. 13th floor is not too low. Oh my god. That person shouldn't be dead. They actually wanted to beat the person to death. In this case, there were holes dug with ice. When encountering a sharp fault, it is more powerful than a knife. This person is definitely gone. Songyi looked calm, while Jiang Yuan clutched her chest, feeling a little uncomfortable. Yi Mianyan had been waiting for a long time. He took the telescope in her hand and started observing. Hey, there's another one that's also lit up. Boy, that's fast enough. Songyi put down the telescope and looked at everyone seriously. Let's go now. Chapter 246, Braving the 8th Floor. The voice was not loud, but for a moment, the crowd was furious. Everyone has an indescribable excitement. I was all dressed up, so it was very convenient to go down now. None of them hesitated. As soon as the door was opened, the little one rushed out. Songyi squatted down and touched its head, as if coaxing a child. Be obedient. I'll watch at home this time, and I'll take you with me next time. The little guy was whimpering, and didn't seem very happy. The owner patted its head, and ran back obediently. He kept whimpering, as if he was complaining about his dissatisfaction. Without any time to think, several people started going downstairs. Jiang Yuan also didn't forget to go over and tell her parents. If she didn't tell her at this time, what if Dad discovers they are not next door, and goes down to look for them? A dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Without any defense, the consequences would be unimaginable. Several people moved very quickly, but no sound was made. Starting from the 10th floor, the situation here is no longer optimistic. Obviously, this is already Lao Su's defense range. Kaiyang took the lead and brought his own tools. Liang Kong held a flashlight and shined it on him. The lock was very simple. Within a few clicks, it was done. Songyi screened away the crowd and took a flashlight to shine. The entire staircase is covered with a thick layer of ice. It will definitely be very slippery, and the results are not optimistic. Jiang Yuan quickly took out 2 pieces of clothes. She had heard what they said before, so she made preparations when she went back. Put this on. Let's go over there first, and then put on the next piece of clothing. After walking over, put the piece of clothing at the back to the front. With the friction of clothes, the effect will definitely be much better. Moreover, with this solitaire, they can also ensure continuous connection. Kaiyang gave her a thumbs up, and the nervousness of the others also eased to varying degrees. Don't worry. Songyi stopped Jiang Yuan, then squatted down and took out 2 little ducks from his pocket. It's that kind of children's toy. Hand-press version. He took out a very thin rope, tied it around the duck's neck, and then squatted on the ground. Press it all the way to the head. And then the little duck rushes out without making any sound. But the speed was not slow, and nothing happened all the way until we reached the platform below. The little duck stopped firmly, and several people breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Jiang Yuan was already preparing to lay out her clothes when Songyi suddenly grabbed her arm. The question was still in his mouth, but he hadn't asked it yet. Suddenly, The downstairs suddenly burst into flames. Oh my god! What is that? Several people were stunned as something like fireworks exploded instantly. Cover your mouth and nose. Songy gave the order, and the rest of the people did not dare to be careless. I quickly followed the instructions, and now I wear a scarf around my mouth and nose more often. However, now I am covering it with my hands, just in case. After about a minute, there was suddenly no movement. There was nothing else. Taeyong looked at Songy with some confusion. That's it? Go down and have a look. Songy was the first one. He didn't know what was going on, but he always felt that something was wrong. This kind of tasteless design is thankless and doesn't fit Lao Su's character. Kai Yang also went down, stepping on the clothes Jiang Yuan brought. The two people moved at a leisurely pace, but the people above were on tenterhooks. When they were still 2 steps away from the platform, Songy took 2 more stones. It bounced toward the opposite wall, and suddenly a large wooden stake popped out from the corridor. The kind that can knock people down directly. Jiang Yuan took a breath. Songy is still witty. Waited for about a minute to make sure there were no problems. Only a few people from the top went down. There were already a lot of people, and they were all crowded on this platform. There was a sense of oppression immediately, but they were still very scared of the stairs from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. Look at the ground. Yi Mian held up the flashlight and saw that the shiny things underneath were made of glass particles. Damn. Your intentions are so sinister. This is not easy to detect in the dark sky. But now with the slippery ice, if you accidentally fall down, what awaits you is life worse than death. And the feeling of having glass particles stuck on your body is not pleasant. Moreover, it was still spread all over the floor. Good boy. You're just here to guard against us. Those are the 2 families upstairs. The most competitive ones are undoubtedly the families on the 20th and 21st floors. Walk. It seems that this level is what it is. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan was prepared in advance, but it was still very difficult later. Only by stacking 2 pieces of clothing together can one person pass by. But the road ahead may not be that easy. It was exactly the same as before. First there was a bucket full of water with ice particles. Then there were arrows flying around, all pointed and extremely sharp. How does she feel that this exploration is exactly the same as Song Yi's? However, the more this happens, the easier it is to crack. A few people didn't dare to delay. Song Yi said. They were afraid that the people inside would react. When the group of people came back, they would still be in the same danger. Sure enough, we finally reached the door. Taeyong cursed and wanted to pry open the door, but Song Yi waved his hand. Liang Kong took a big hammer, which Jiang Xingyi lent to him before. There is a hammer on one side and an axe on the other, the kind that is very good at chopping wood. At a signal, he rolled up his arms and sleeves and hit it hard. Huh? There was a sound inside. Although it was very small, it was still captured. I guess I was eavesdropping at the door, but I didn't expect them to be so violent. After 2 more axes, the door here no longer works. Song Yi also joined in and kicked. As the door opened, the scene inside was also revealed. There was no one there. It was hidden. Several people became nervous, but Song Yi took the lead. He actually took out a pistol from his inner pocket. Oh my god! Not only Jiang Yuan, but everyone else also saw it. Although it was incredible, no one spoke. He started to look for someone, so he deliberately closed the door and waited there for a while before following him. There is no living room, no balcony, and no bedroom. However, the injured man was found in the 2nd bedroom, already out of breath. He must have been rescued, and there was a white bandage on his head. Where are the people? Several people were confused. There was clearly something moving just now. However, there is only such a big place in the house. Where can we go? Jiang Yuan looked at the open curtains on the balcony and was suddenly excited. Not good. She quickly ran over and closed the curtain. There are candles lit inside, and the cover is closed so that they won't go out even if there is a slight breeze. Oops. He wants to send a signal. Chapter 247. No one can be left behind. On the opposite floor, with the curtains open, you can see the lights in the room. Normally, no one would do this. There was someone at home, and the lights were on. I was rushing to tell others that there was someone at home. Now, if there are still people at home, it proves that there are supplies. Even if there is not much food left, there must still be something to keep out the cold. Everyone's eyes were attracted. And suddenly, a person rushed out from the right. Then go over and open the door. What's going on? In the back, apart from the kitchen, there is also the toilet. They had just looked at it, and there was no way anyone could be hidden anywhere. Is it a cabinet? Jiang Yuan was a little shocked. It was not easy for such a big man to really commit himself to it. Bala. Bala. The man started pressing the door handle frantically, and then looked back at the people here. Ha ha ha. You deserve it. Kaiyang laughed and walked forward. Song Yi pulled him, but didn't hold him back. When he got to the door, he was about to kick someone. He had something similar to a crossbow in his hand. However, his right hand couldn't move down. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, and Kaiyang stepped down. The other party snorted, blowing his beard and staring, which was still very scary. What do you want to do? As he was talking, there was a dagger in the hand over there. Seeing this, Song Yi hurriedly threw a stone. It hit his wrist, and with a sound of awe, the dagger and crossbow arrow fell to the ground. Oh shit! This time Zhang Kaiyang was also anxious. He also brought a knife and stabbed it directly. The man used his energy to hide back, and there was a tearing sound, and there was a sound of cracking. Looking again, he actually pulled the door handle off. Good guy. What's going on? Song Yi and Liang Kong also came to help. And in a moment, Lao Su fell to the ground. You? Don't kill me. Whatever you want. Just take it. TCH. It's not rare. Zhang Kaiyang spoke contemptuously and stabbed him directly. Lao Su stared unwillingly. I didn't expect that I would die so cowardly. TCH. You didn't expect it. I put superglue on the door. I deserve it. Kaiyang was very proud and in a very good mood at the moment. No. Someone should be back. Look. When Fan Qing saw what Jiang Yuan said just now, he understood that they were all besieging one person, and she couldn't help. So he came over and looked downstairs. Who knows? Someone really came back. Or they ran away. Several people quickly entered a state of war preparation. When the sound of dong 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 came upstairs, everyone held their breath. It was so quiet. So eerily quiet. However, there are still some stupid ones who just kick in the door. The door was smashed to pieces just now, and the handle on the inside was pulled down, and the one on the outside also fell down. However, there are no lights in the room. The man was holding a flashlight and wandering around. He even wanted to look for someone. Just after taking 2 steps, Song Yi's sleeve arrow shot over. The man fell to the ground and noticed something unusual. He also reminded his companions, there is an ambush. Unfortunately, it's too late. The 5 people are now in the house. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan, one on the left and one on the right, begin to attack indiscriminately. The lethality of this sleeve arrow is also very high. The 2 of them cooperated, and the rest of them took flashlights and shined them into each other's eyes. They were all under bright lights, which made me feel uncomfortable all of a sudden. It is really difficult to think about counterattack. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing also brought the water guns from before, but they couldn't use them now because they were a little cold. So they came up with this method. It also makes it easier for Song Yi and others to attack, getting the best of both worlds. The person opposite was a little angry and actually rushed over despite the pressure. Jiang Yuan saw it and quickly changed direction. He wanted to avoid it, but was too slow and shot it on his arm. The machete in his hand is huge. Kai Yang was with her, looking around, and took Jiang Yuan's Tang Dao over, preparing to fight with him. Good guy. When I cut it down, I narrowly missed catching it. Being so close, it would be unreasonable if Jiang Yuan missed again. The man's mouth began to bleed, but power burst out from nowhere. Ah! He was so strong that his machete made a gap. What was cut by Tang's knife is now unable to be pulled out or pressed down, which is a dilemma. Ah! Fan Qing was also angry. He took the long watermelon knife Zhang Kaiyang had prepared for her and stabbed it directly. Attacked from both sides. This man couldn't believe it. But it was too late. After being kicked away, a fight started over there. Song Yi launched his killing move and had already dealt with 2 of them. Just now one of them had been hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. The other person actually ran away. However, he was also shot, and Jiang Yuan hurried to chase him. Kaiyang and Liang Kong were also very fast. The man went down to the 7th floor and jumped out directly. They held flashlights for fear of losing them. The man tried to go to building 10 through the newly cleared path here. Several people saw it and chased after him. Ah! Before he could react, the person in front suddenly fell down. It felt like there was a gust of wind in my ears just now. So scary. Looking back, I saw Song Yi standing in front of the window on the 8th floor, calmly retracting his hand. Good work. Awesome. Still, thank you for the night vision goggles. Liang Kong and Kai Yang ran over quickly to confirm that he was completely dead. These two people were also very capable. Not only did they replenish their swords, they also pulled out Song Yi's 2-sleeve arrows. Well, it really can't be wasted. Then, he threw the person into the snowdrift next to him. Just like that, several people started to go back. It was quite scary to have so many people walking on the road together. The snow all around was as scary as a trench. Several people quickly returned upstairs, and Song Yi was already cleaning the battlefield alone. Oh my god! They actually brought back so many things. Liang Kong looked excitedly at the bags in the corner of the corridor. In addition to clothes and quilts, there was also a lot of food. They must have been looted from the building opposite. There are indeed a lot of them. However, except for his glowing eyes, everyone else was fine. There wasn't much change in his expression. After all, the family didn't lack enough food. Take it in first. Okay. Jiang Yuan even feels that Liang Kong is the most energetic now. Song Yi directly threw the person out of the window in the corridor. Of course towards building No. 15 at the back. Someone is coming to get ice ahead. If it gets dirty, it won't be good. Although, maybe no one will come here again. This house is full of food. Liang Kang's voice trembled with excitement, and his whole body was dancing. Chapter 248 Clearing Supplies. He went to the kitchen, which had many cabinets and wall cabinets. Everyone looked at the door just now, and there was nothing outside. It can only be inside, and Lao Su should be hiding inside. I'll go. TSK TSK TSK. It's indeed a lot. These are the people's fat, and the people's money plundered. And they give us an advantage. Kai Yang's slightly joking words were really exciting. Now the people on the 8th floor have been dealt with. To be honest, it is not as difficult as imagined. Now, in addition to cleaning the battlefield, we also need to pack up all the useful things in the house. As Zhang Kaiyang said, this kind of big bargain is something that can only be met by chance. Why waste it? Making the best use of everything is the greatest respect. The kitchen was left to Liang Kong and Kai Yang, while Jiang Yuan and the other 3 girls went to the bedroom. There is only one canopy bed in the master bedroom, the simplest kind of bunk bed. The 3 of them divided their work. Jiang Yuan was in charge of the wardrobe, and Yi Mian was in charge of the bed. There are 2 tables in the room, the kind with drawers and small doors. So let Fan Qing find them. There are a lot of clothes in this wardrobe. It was a mess, and there was a drawer inside with several packaging bags. Jiang Yuan herself doesn't need it, but others don't necessarily. Opportunities are rare, so it's better to collect more. I haven't tidied it up. Anyway, it's all messed up in there, and they are all thin clothes, not suitable for wearing in this season. A few items were obviously not washed and smelled like sweat. Coupled with the recent humid conditions, the smell inside is really unpleasant. She didn't care about anything. She just stuffed them all in. Whoever wanted them wanted them. Oh my god. There are so many miscellaneous things on this bed. How do these people sleep? Yi Mian's values have also been refreshed. People say that a single man's home is dirty and messy. But it's not like it is now. Fan Qing's place is fine, except for some garbage. Everything else is acceptable. Jiang Yuan's movements quickened, and there were only a few items left, which she really couldn't let go of. There were not many bags, and there were quite a few underwear items, so I just threw them away. They probably don't need it either. Put the remaining clothes on the floor and separate them. There are still some things in the drawer, but they are all documents and other things, as well as some miscellaneous small things. Haha. There is actually a piggy bank here, and it seems there is still money. Fan Qing held a jar with a small golden pig in his hand. It looked like a gift for an event. Well, they are all more rewarding than her. Okay. I'm done. Don't want any of these quilts. They're too smelly. Okay. I found a lot of clothes here, but they don't taste good. I'm speechless. How could this be possible? Big gathering of single men. It's terrible. Several people moved to the second bedroom, which also had a bunk bed. Jiang Yuan's division of labor remains unchanged, and she is still in charge of the wardrobe. First go to the kitchen and order some bags. Otherwise there is really no way to pack them. Oh my god. I forgot there is another one here. Yi Mian was startled when Song Yi, who was cleaning up in the living room, hurried over. Jiang Yuan, Are you okay? No. It's okay. As she said that, she pointed to the buddy lying on the bed, who was already stiff. Song-yi didn't say anything. Just picked it up and threw it down the window. Good guy. You really have a lot of strength. Song-yi didn't come back. He still had his own mission. Several people also started to get busy. Jiang Yuan couldn't believe it. There were more clothes in the cabinet here. But it was much neater. It should be something for 2 people. And there is a set of cabinets with double doors next to it, which may be shared. After she finished cleaning up here, she went to pull out the cabinet. As the door opened, a man with long hair fell down. Mom! She reflexively took a step back, then reached out to stop him. The sound was louder than before, and Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing quickly looked over. 3 men also ran over and crowded at the door. What is wrong? After the person fell down, he actually stopped moving, and was still wearing relatively revealing lace clothes. What the hell is this? Jiang Yuan was really frightened. Song-yi rushed over and pulled her behind him. The face-to-face feeling was so close that it caught her off guard. My heart was pounding, and it was about to jump out of my throat. Zhang Kaiyang suddenly laughed softly, and then quickly straightened his face. It's okay. Don't be afraid. This is good stuff. With that said, he went over and hugged the person. Only then did Jiang Yuan see clearly that it was not a real person. Just a model. But very realistic. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up. With that said, he moved the model out. Jiang Yuan suddenly understood something, and her face suddenly turned red. He quickly immersed himself in organizing his things and put clothes in the bag. It's a lot neater here. At least the clothes are folded. The other 2 girls also gained to varying degrees. Move everything that can be used to the living room. Even if there is blood on the ground. It doesn't matter. There are some tattered quilts in the room. I haven't collected them. If any of you want them, go and get them. These 4 houses all had no shortage of quilts, so no one went there. Jiang Yuan took the unwanted clothes and spread them on the steps going up. This will make it easier for everyone to go back. Let's get the more important things like food first. Kaiyang Yang and the others packed several plastic food bags. He and Liang Kong went up once, and then several people took over to carry the remaining things upstairs. 1 floor at a time. If you get to the 9th floor first, then move everything to the 9th floor. Song-yi and the 3 women's troops did not stop and could still see the situation on the other side. After the 10th floor, there are many. At least the stairs are normal. There is no ice or anything, and it feels much safer to walk on. Song-yi finally closed the door on the 8th floor and locked the doors in the stairwell. Each floor was locked, and when the 2 boys came down, they took their things and continued going up. They still walked 1 level at a time, which was very fast. On the 13th floor, the door is unlocked and 1301 is occupied. It says it's locked, and you can pull it open by putting your hand inside. Anyone with a little bit of experience can see it. They cannot survive without leaving any space for others. Soon, everything was on the 20th floor. It was placed in 2002. It is not safe in the corridor. If we go there later, will they rob the entire community's inventory? Liang Kong looked at these things with bright eyes, like a wolf dormant in the middle of the night. That's not sure. Why? Do you regret starting too early? Ha ha ha. Chapter 249 Cotton Snow. No. After his mood improved, Liang Kong accepted the teasing. Take out all the things here. There are some rice, noodles, dried noodles, etc. Not a lot. There were 2 boxes of instant noodles and some miscellaneous food. When I saw something that could be divided into 5 parts, I just divided it. Liang Kong was very excited. But the remaining people were okay. They went out to look for supplies before, and everyone divided them in the same way. It was already 12 o'clock when we got busy. Jiang Yuan didn't want those clothes. Zhang Kaiyang found a few and threw them at the door. It can be used to clean shoes. When you go out, your shoes have snow on them, so you have to clean them up when you come back. This is just right. Most of the rest was taken back by Liang Kong. Although there was no shortage of clothes, no one wanted them, and he didn't want to waste them. Jiang Yuan went back with the fruits of victory. When she arrived on the 21st floor, she felt it was necessary to talk to Song-yi. Well, today went pretty smoothly. Unexpectedly, Song-yi frowned with confusion on his face. Indeed, it was a little too smooth. That group of people were almost invincible before. But today, it was a bit too weak. Well, saying that made her suspicious. Song-yi, Who do you think is the person who spreads the information? At present, it's not any one of them. At least no one has shown any clues. It's not Lao Su and Lao Wu. Who could it be? I don't know. We still can't take it lightly. It's easiest to be careless at this time. Yes, I just killed 2 powerful enemies, while they were feeling complacent. Opportunities also came for their opponents, and they couldn't become easy targets. Well, I figured we'd better walk through the whole building again tomorrow. If we could, determine the situation of each household. And it is best to block the bottom of the building. What if someone imitates the 8th floor and comes to cause trouble? Well, let's see if there is any problem with the situation inside the building. As for the things below the seal, we need to look at it again. Or tomorrow. You can ask together. There are not many people left. Well, okay. Then go back to bed quickly. Good. Sonny put the things at the door of 2101 for plastic bags for each person, and he helped carry 2 of the heavier ones back. After she returned, Sonny went home. Jiang Xingji heard the sound of the door opening and ran over quickly. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? What time is it? Where can I sleep? How's it going? Girl, are you okay? As he spoke, he nervously checked to see if there were any wounds. It's okay. Dad, it's all solved. Look, the trophy. I waved the plastic bag in my hand. I won't talk about the specific process. There is no need for Dad to get angry. Today, it can be said that a piece of my heart has gone away. In the days to come, it will only get better and better. Qinyu came out when she heard the commotion. She was accompanying Xiaonuan just now. Daughter, are you hungry? Mommy can make you something to eat. No. Mom, put these things here. You and my dad can sort them out tomorrow. I'll go back and change clothes first. Go. Hurry up. After returning to the room, she took off all her clothes and stepped into the space. It's really warm here. I changed into a pair of German velvet warm underwear and towel socks. I went to the vegetable field and picked a tomato and a tender cucumber. I'm really hungry, but I don't want my mother to be in too much trouble. The vegetables you grow yourself are not sprayed with pesticides and can be eaten just by wiping them. Tender, juicy, sweet and delicious. She had previously placed a set of rattan tables and rattan chairs in front of the window, which were in different positions from the lounge chairs. I happen to be eating here now, and after thinking about it, I made myself a bucket of hot and sour noodles. It's not that I'm particularly hungry. I just want to celebrate. Served with sausage and braised eggs. It has a ceremonial feel. Looking at the greenery in the garden, she felt very happy and felt more and more ambitious. Early the next morning, she woke up at 8 o'clock and slept for less than 6 hours. I came out of space too late yesterday, craving for that trace of warmth. Xiaonuan was still asleep, so she put on her big 3-layer quilted pajamas, put on her furry slippers, and went to the living room. I don't know what's going on today, but the water in the thermos is still warm. I poured myself a glass and carried it to the window to see what was going on underneath. Oh my god! Jiang Yuan was shocked. Did someone throw snow down from the top? No. They are on the top floor. She wanted to look up, but she couldn't see anything, and the doubts in her heart were too great. I quickly ran up to the attic to see what was going on. The attic was connected to the house below, so I made sure there was no one there. What's going on with those big flowers of snow? When she got here, she was shocked again. The terrace was actually covered with snow. It was no longer past the steps here, and if her door hadn't opened inward, she probably wouldn't have been able to push it open. The current snowflakes cannot be called snowflakes. They are more like cotton, 3-dimensional, one by one. It had only been one night, and it was at least half a meter thick. This is the result of Jiang Xingji cleaning the terrace every day. If he hadn't cleaned it, he would have been buried directly. Think about it. Once it turns into water, it will be flooded, which is terrible. But what's going on with this cotton snow? It has been almost 30 years, and I have never heard of it, let alone seen it. It's so unbelievable. Can anyone explain it to her? Daughter, what happened? It turned out that Jiang Xingji heard her going upstairs. He didn't know what happened, and it was so early. Get up quickly, fearing something will happen. Jiang Yuan pointed to the terrace next to her mechanically. Dad, look. What? Jiang Xingji didn't know what was going on. He looked through the door and was completely shocked. This, God is clearing the snow? Huh? Dad, You are so funny. Good guy. The tense atmosphere was instantly relieved. It's true that having an elder in a family is like having a treasure. From whom did my father learn this non-stop behavior without saying anything surprising? You are still laughing. But you are burying us. It wasn't like this last night. How much rain it rained. He couldn't believe it. He came over yesterday afternoon to clean it up. It's not that the snowflakes are much smaller. How could it become like this? I don't know. When I saw this, I thought someone was upstairs. Why don't I come over and take a look? No. Girl. Please close the door quickly. I'll go back and clean up. And then come over to clear the snow. If it continues, the cement board will probably collapse. She really hasn't considered the issue of weight bearing. It has to be Dad. Just in case. She found a protective suit for Jiangxingji and took an umbrella to wear on her head for all-round protection. Chapter 250 Power. And she had to tell everyone the news quickly. I won the battle yesterday. So I guess the excitement hasn't passed yet. So I didn't even notice it at the moment. In other words, I haven't woken up yet. When she arrived at 2102, she knocked on the door skillfully, accustomed to telling Song Yi beforehand. After just knocking 3 times, there was no further progress. This was what was agreed upon before. When Song Yi came out in pajamas, his face was still a little tired. His hair was messy. He had obviously just woken up. Song Yi. It's snowing like cotton in the sky. Cotton snow? He frowned, obviously a little confused. Immediately, he walked towards the window. When I opened the corner of the curtain, I was also shocked. The snow is so heavy. Is this the reaction? Isn't it a little too unexciting? Do you see that snowflake? It's like cotton wool. Well, it's really big. I think that might be why the people on the 8th floor took the risk. Forehead. I really didn't expect it. When you said this, it seemed to be true. Song Yi. The snow is too heavy. I think the situation will get worse and worse. Last night, it fell more than half a meter deep. If it continues, everything underneath our building will probably be buried. Hearing this, he nodded. Then now, I guess the 7th floor will be gone. It just so happens that we don't have to block the door. Having said that, if the snow doesn't melt behind us, we won't be able to get out at all. Even if it falls, it will probably be buried in the snow. Jiang Yuan sighed, not knowing what to do. Seeing her like this, Song Yi felt a little sad and quickly slowed down his tone. Don't think so much. Misfortunes come with blessings. We can't go out, and no one from outside can come in. It's a good thing to have food and drink. Yes, those 2 families are the only ones left in the building. To them, it is harmless. Does that mean that everyone is about to start cat winter? Well, but we need to strengthen our training. We don't know what will happen next. If there are other dangers, physical fitness will be put to the test. With that said, he went to the bedroom next to him. I brought out a small shelf, which seemed to be a floor-standing clothes rack. Take this back for your daughter. What is this? Jiang Yuan didn't know why and asked. She can use it to do the horizontal bar, or she can hang on it to practice hand strength and stretching. With that said, Song Yi showed her this magical shelf. This one has 3 gears. High, medium, low. The lower one can be used as a horizontal bar. Xianwan's height is just right. The mid-level one can be used to do pull-ups. Under normal circumstances, it is at her neck and not too high. The high-end ones require reaching out and can be used to hang and practice arm strength. If it grows taller later, it can continue to increase in height. Although it is modified, the quality is very good, including the base, which is also very stable. Thank you. This suits her very well. Jiang Yuan happily studied this object, and Song Yi was also very happy. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his eyes never left her for a moment. However, Jiang Yuan didn't pay attention. Then I'll go back first. My dad is clearing the snow. By the way, stop cooking. I'll make some breakfast later and bring you one. Good. He agreed almost immediately. Jiang Yuan didn't like to owe favors, and he also wanted to eat normal food. My cooking skills are really a bit poor, but I've been cooking a lot lately, so I can get better. After Jiang Yuan went back, she asked Shanwan to get up. Qin Yu cooked while she helped shovel the snow. Good guy. Jiang Xingji was so busy that he only managed a little bit. Moreover, as soon as it was done, the snow behind it was instantly covered again. It doesn't work if we don't do it. It can't be blocked. It's really annoying. Breakfast is dumplings and sour soup. And Qin Yu is very fast. Jiang Yuan gave Song Yi a bowl first, and then came back to eat. The people below also knew it, and they all sighed. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, everyone came to the door, even bringing tools. What are you doing, Sister Yuan? Doesn't your house have a terrace? There must be a lot of snow. Let's come and help. Yi Mianmian smiled so sweetly that she was embarrassed. No. It's too troublesome in such a cold weather. What's the trouble, Sister Yuan? Don't be polite, Fan Qing said, and was about to come in. Jiang Yuan was helpless and felt really embarrassed. In fact, it was Song Yi who came down to say it. He wanted to help but was afraid that Jiang Yuan would be embarrassed. So, I called everyone together. At this moment, there is nothing going on. It can be considered a group activity. Oh my god. Sister Yuan, what are you doing? Zhang Kaiyang looked at the solar panels, water tank, and water filter on the terrace with some shock. The last time I came here was at night. The light was not good, and I was shocked by the gray snow. I had not noticed these devices at all. And now I can't help but be surprised. Just some regular solar panels and water purifiers. Nothing else. Jiang Yuan laughed, not wanting to answer this question. Several people were still shocked. When Song Yi saw this, he shouted and started working. With more people and more power. It is much faster after all. Sister Yuan, do you have a broom at home? Let me sweep it up for you. Yes. I'll go get it right now. Wait a minute. I was worried that snow water would seep into the water tank. But there was a switch on top similar to a door. Jiang Xingji took a piece of wood and covered it. No. A lot of snow also fell. Because he is relatively tall. It would be great if Kaiyang is willing to help. Wow. Look. Yi Mianmian stood on the edge and saw the outside of the community. There is a road in front of their place. And cars usually come and go. Further ahead, you can see the bridge on the East 3rd Ring Road, which is now a stark white color. Oh! It's really spectacular. Thousands of miles of ice. Thousands of miles of snow drifting. Yes, this kind of snow scene is probably not found in the snow town of Heilongjiang. Before I could admire it for a while, the building diagonally opposite, with only 3 floors left on the ground, collapsed. Mom, what the hell is this? Fan Qing was startled, and the rest of the people rushed over to take a look. This house is a private house, but it is very high. There are still 3 floors left, and there are many below. Unexpectedly, it collapsed when it was said to collapse. What's going on? Liang Kong was also a little impatient. It was really scary. It's probably because the load-bearing capacity is no longer good. Plus there was water, ice, and strong winds before. Stop looking and get to work. Song Yi's words were calm, and everyone's restless hearts felt much better now. We really have to do it quickly. What if we can't hold on anymore? This is a high-level building. There is nowhere to run.